Welcome, everyone, to Battle Hard Montreal Day 2. Yesterday was amazing. If you were around, we saw a lot of sealed going on. Noah Clark taking the event on his trusty Enigma sealed deck at first and leading into a draft deck where he played Enigma as well. And funny enough, we have round 1 here for the ProQuest Plus, which everybody's looking forward to. It is Classic Constructed. By the way, I'm Sean Hill. He's Frank Hung. And we're going to push you right into Game 1 with Noah Clark fighting against a local legend.
That's right. A little bit of a legend in the Ottawa community. Benson former Canadian national top 8er. You know, maybe a little bit of the old guard. Player of top-tier decks and trying to prove he's not washed up.
Yeah, trying to prove he's still got it. And, I mean, anybody that's from Ottawa will tell you Benson's still got it. He's always got it. I don't think he's ever lost it. But he's one of those players that, you know, he'll show up after not playing the game for 3 months, win an event, and then just not show up for like a month and a half. And everybody's like, is he okay? Is he in a ditch? What's going on? And then he'll show up again and win an event again. So legend in the Ottawa's community. And then we have Noah.
Noah, a legend in the making in his own right, part of a newer generation of Fab players, having locked in his win at the Battle Hardened yesterday. And let's just take a look at this board. You know, Noah's got these Eye of Ophidia sleeves. But if we zoom in on the heroes, which we will do momentarily.
In a little bit, yeah. We'll see that Noah has a very special Enigma there. And it is Enigma versus Kano, which can be a polarizing matchup.
I think that we're about to see what the power of Enigma is.
Well, let's not forget one thing. The power of Enigma is great, but Kano got a new toy this time around.
That's right.
We have Kindle.
Kindle, it's like another book for him, but
essentially
electronic.
Yeah. It's like it's an ebook. Yeah, it's an ebook. Draw a card, next thing gets +1, and people have found a way to abuse that card and, you know, make really good use of that design space. I can tell you one thing though, as an Illusionist player, Kano doesn't scare me.
You're not scared. You don't think that Noah's
never
concerned.
I mean, look.
All right, players revealing their equipment. And yeah, Noah there with his Japanese promo Enigma and the Japanese Enigma sleeves.
Absolutely. You know. Such beautiful cards. And look, Noah's not messing around. He's got AB3 on the board.
AB3 plus all of that ward.
AB3 into Kano. I mean, you're comfortable to begin with. But then, you know, looking at that, and Benson's, you know, rocking what would be the usual suspects: Ragamuffin, Spellfire, Metacarpus, and Boots. So he's expecting the game to not go very long. There's no Tunic here.
No Tunic. We're just gonna Spellfire, cloak it up.
Hold on. I think I actually missed something here. That's a Waning Moon.
You know what the use of that thing is, Sean?
Breaking stuff.
Exactly.
Breaking stuff.
It's like when you fire off your Aether Wildfire, you can just ping through with the Waning Moon, try to get those ward shields down ahead of time.
It makes sense. I mean, it does. I'm not used. It's been a long time since I've seen a Waning Moon on the board. Back then it was Icelander. But back into the game here, Benson starting up with Aether Spindle, probably one of the better cards in the deck. You know, being able to opt so much really, you know, sets the tone, but and lets you stack the top of your deck like you want it to.
And yeah, Noah taking 1 off of that Aether Spindle, letting Benson opt 1, and seeing an E-Pot on top, he's just going to say, sure, I'm going to put that on board for later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Benson put in a bit of an awkward position, thinking, does he want to commit another card here to try to get rid of this Waxing Spectre that Noah resolves?
Well, there's a very real scenario where he moons and Noah just pitches a blue and it ends there, right? So I don't think it was worth the resources there, but Benson's going to Arsenal and pass. By the way, Benson, love the Dorinthia sleeves. Got to rep some Warrior. So
any time that Sean's in the booth, he wants to see a Warrior.
I love Warriors. Just give me Dorinthia and Kasai all day. But looking at Noah now, that's what's interesting is as an Illusions player into Wizard, historically.
I'm just saying, we have Battlefront Bastion. The counter continues.
For those of you who haven't seen it yesterday, we were counting how many Battlefront Bastions were being played in Limited. The count after like 4 rounds was about 20. And we were talking about it in the booth here with Ethan. It's going to be played. That card is absolute gas. 7 for 3 is it's just amazing.
Constructed playable card, Battlefront Bastion. Noting that Manifestations of Mirga is the card that Noah's pitched to play this out. You know, he's probably taken that right from a sealed pool, right?
Yeah, most likely. For those of you who weren't paying attention yesterday, Noah had Marigai, Rage Spectre, and Coalescence in his sealed pool, which is absolute
Oh, and
insanity.
this is a restless coalescence. This is basically Noah's entire sealed pool all over again. We're seeing in his first 2 hands.
But I'm actually excited. I mean, we see a few things here in Noah's hand. We're going to focus on what Benson's doing, but there's that little card there that I really like in Noah's hand,
Oh, the Tide Maw.
the Tide Maw. What a great card.
Yeah, and now he's got to think about how he wants to protect these wards on the board against Benson's Lesson in Lava.
I think he's just going to say, hey, that's fine. Here you go.
Yeah, Lesson in Lava taking out the Waxing Spectre, and now the Waning Moon taking out the Restless Coalescence. Before that happens, Noah's going to say, sure, I'll cash in my +1 counter on it and create a Spectral Shield.
And Benson with the beautiful E-Pot from, I believe that was Los Angeles, or was it?
Yeah, the Forbidden Potion.
Yeah, very nice.
Don't drink that blue water. Another Waxing Spectre, just keeping the pressure on from Noah.
Coming in for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of board state management going on. This Lesson in Lava encroaching onto the combat chain.
Looking at this, I'm just, I as an Illusionist player, I do feel comfortable into Kano. I've played the matchup many a times. I'm just wondering how that translates for Enigma. And also, Noah's not sitting in front of any player. He's playing against Benson. Benson is, I want to call him the emissary of surprise. He's someone who will come in and like shock anybody playing against him. He seems so friendly, but he is a deadly card game player.
Oh boy, and this Miraging Metamorph is going to get through for a lot of vanilla damage against a hero that doesn't have a lot of life. Your Tide Maw there coming in just as resources for the time being.
I mean, it pitches for blue.
That 2 resources actually is quite valuable on defense because any damage that Benson tries to deal, Arcane doesn't quite have the same punch.
And Metamorph, it's been played in pretty much every single Illusionist deck ever. It is a 1-for-7 with such a great ability. Probably one of the better Illusionist cards in the game. But Benson's saying, that's fine. I'm going to tome. I'm going to gain some life, draw some cards. Do you think in a case like this, Benson is looking to go long and set up a combo that essentially Noah can't say anything about?
Well, I think not having the Tunic on the board indicates that he's trying to play a bit more of an aggressive configuration. But at the same time, he's prepared for the possibility that the game drags out a little bit longer.
Absolutely.
Oh, and this Ether Flare off the top of Kano is going to let him potentially play out that Spindle from hand later.
So he's going to Waning Moon here.
Waning Moon trying to take down the Waxing Spectre. Noah with 2 Transcend cards.
Oh, okay. So he's transcending. He's just going straight for the transcending. He's going to get back those resources. So saying, hey, while you're doing this, I'm actually going to ping you. Yep. I'm going to eat that Spectral Shield. Thank you very much. And we have a Transcend going on here, bringing back Stir the Pot into hand, and the other one was Preserve Tradition. So that's one.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Thanks, Ethan.
Benson with the astute play, knowing that Noah's about to get 6 resources back to his hand after these resolve, and the other 2 cards in Noah's hand probably are pretty good cards, right?
I would assume. I mean, the deck doesn't have bad cards. In my opinion, I think it's a deck that has just power and power and power. Flipping those cheese, making.
Well, if Noah's deck building and constructed is anything like limited, he doesn't put bad cards in his grandfather's deck.
Oh my God! With the Yu-Gi-Oh references, huh?
Yep.
Damn. So coming in, we're gonna see he's pitching the cheese. He's gonna block. He's gonna AB there. End of turn. Benson happy here. I'm trying to think. I think Benson here is happy to just slow roll as long as he's able to manage the board. Is that a Scour?
I believe it is. That's
Let's get a closer look at Benson's hand here. That is a Scour. So Benson holding on to a Scour. Destroy X target auras or tokens would cost 0, controlled by target hero, and deal dark damage equal to the number of auras destroyed. So I'm not sure. I don't believe this is a 0 cost. Let's see here. This is a 2 cost. So it will not hit the Spectre. However, it will manage Spectral Shields all day.
That's right. And the one thing you can do with Scour is if it played at instant speed, you can shut down your opponent's whole turn.
Yeah, you can pop a Spectral Shield and stop it from getting go again. Yep. It's amazing. Ooh, Simmering Foresight card from Crucible of War. For everybody that doesn't know, you can play it as an instant during your opponent's turn. It gives your next arcane damage +1, but the big thing is op 3. So you get to look at the top 3 cards of your deck and put them in an order that you want. And then he's going to Kano into a tome. So Benson possibly going off a little bit here.
Yeah,
Trying-
Kano is one of those Rube Goldberg decks out of Flesh and Blood.
It just loves to go off and do its own thing. And that's what he's going to be doing here now. He's going to Waning Moon. I'm assuming trying to get rid of that Waxing Spectre if he wants to go a bit wider.
And this coming for 3 over the top. Going to force Noah to commit a whole other card on defense if he wants to defend the Waxing Spectre.
And Noah's hand right now holding a Metamorph in red. And the other card I cannot tell right now. I believe it is.
Yeah, there was the Inner Chi.
It's an Inner Chi, yeah. So a little bit light on blues.
No, just reading the Cindering Foresight, thinking about what the follow-up might be after this Waning Moon.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a Spectral Manifestations, actually. Sorry, I thought it was the Inner Chi from earlier.
It was a red. Yeah, so he's holding 2 reds. That's a very dangerous place to be against a Kano.
Yeah, and now we got to Prognosticate.
Okay, so Prognosticate. You get to opt if you deal more than 1. So it is coming in for, is it 2 or 3 at this point? I believe it is 2.
Yeah, I think it's 2. There's been no Crucible because that's not on the board.
Yeah, no, exactly. So coming in for 2.
Noah's gonna, so having his aura destroyed, he's just lost his action point. None of that damage gets through. And Benson, pretty happy to just have played a bit of defense disruption, go into his own turn, and pitching that nice Scour, but getting to play out an Aether Spindle at action speed.
I think if you're pitching a Scour, you're telegraphing that you do play Scour. Does that change the mentality of your opponent?
I think maybe a little bit, but on Noah's side of the board, it maybe is a make them have it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Kind of thing. Well, talking about make them have it, we just saw an Oasis Respite being played, and that's a card that, the power level of that card into Kano is fantastic. Well, what a great card. Like, in some cases, if Kano goes the full combo, if you don't have 2 Respites, you're out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Noah committing that, knowing how powerful the opt effect on Spindle is. Not getting a life because Wizard be like that.
And so Benson's going to play a Potion of Deja Vu, which, absolutely necessary to go crazy.
Yeah,
you need that card.
For sure. Just will really help him out if he gets into a position where he draws a few of these combo pieces and can just reassemble them into whatever sequence he needs.
Benson drawing a hand with double Tome. So he's got the Tome of Final and the Tome of Aether Winds. We could really see Benson here just try to find a way to manage the board to get to that big combo. I think, I don't see a world where he can kill him on, turn-by-turn damage. I think he's going to have to go for the crazy combo. I don't see it any other way here.
And I'm looking at Noah's hand here, and I'm seeing he's drawn a drop in the ocean. Is usually, as drawing your Transcend cards early, enabling them, getting those into your deck is a good thing. But you can't actually play it against Kano. Kano doesn't have those attack actions in this deck.
Yeah, no, you cannot play that into Kano. You can't give anything -1. It's not a legal target. It is still a blue pitch.
That's right.
And he's going with Rite of Enlightenment, which is E-Strike, more or less.
Blue E-Strike even, and that's a pretty good spot for a card to be. Not 100% sure what modes he's
I said
declared here.
Levels. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. Benson with 3 hero tokens, just being able to represent here the Kano activations, and stacking 2 cards back on top with that Potion of Deja Vu, as you mentioned.
So Noah down to 1 card in hand, 2 floating, and Benson choosing to go, hey, I'm gonna be nasty here. Drawing 2 off the Tome, drawing 2 off the Tome again. Has the Tome of Aether Winds resolved yet?
I believe he's still waiting on that.
He is holding a Wildfire and 2 blues. And I'm not certain what card is in Arsenal for Benson, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is one of the things people talk about. Kano turns taking quite a while, but Benson is playing this turn so fast. It's a little hard to keep up.
I think he's going for it. I think he's doing Ragamuffins, putting the Wildfire up, letting the Ragamuffins resolve, banishing the Aether Wildfire, and then he's going to let that Tome resolve, drawing 2 more cards. I mean, this is really... I've rarely seen Kano players play this fast.
Yeah, this just shows, the absolute mastery of the game that Benson has. Just, round one, first thing in the morning here, and he's dialed. Oh, and there's a Lessons in Lava to go with it.
Oh my, that's a wait. Okay, hold on. He's gonna resolve the tome, drawing 2 more
Draw
cards.
2.
That is an other wildfire.
Yeah, maybe not the greatest card to see with the context of hitting a red here, but
I mean,
can't hurt for later, right?
is that a red spindle as well? It is a red spindle. Unfortunately, I think that red spindle is a bit of a bummer for Benson. He's gonna pitch the arc here.
And remember, he does have the Storm Striders available to him.
He does, and I'm wondering if that card in Arsenal isn't a Blazing Aether. Well, it doesn't matter. He can just go get another one with Lessons in Lava. So that is not a legal target, is it?
That's a question best left for the judges in my books. I believe that for
Target
Target
attack,
attack.
it's -1. No, so it's not a legal target. I don't believe he's allowed to flip it. However, it seems like it was flipped. Oh, he's targeting the levels of enlightenment.
yeah,
it is technically on the chain.
well, the question I think would be whether it's in the link step or has gone to the attack step. So I'm just not clear on whether you can target that early on. But I'm just gonna assume that we've gone through to the appropriate windows, let the players sort that out on the battlefield.
Well, I think that's what probably what that exchange was. Is hey.
Oh, and there was another Oasis Respite. Wow.
Oh, wow. I mean, Benson's probably not very happy to see that.
And, this probably changes his math a little bit about whether he wants to commit this Storm Striders. Seeing the opponent has another blue in hand as well is going to be getting these 2 blues, this other Homage back in hand.
We're going to see an AB3 here, I believe. Yeah, we're going to see AB3. He's debating on the ward for the boots. He did pitch a chi, so he can activate the ward 3 on the boots.
Yeah, Noah just thinking about, how much he needs to commit here.
No, and he's saying, hey, I'm keeping my boots. Thank you very much. Maybe later.
And Benson thinking about this search ability. How is he going to figure out this hand?
I'm not too sure. I mean, I think at this point, Benson kind of says, hey, this was a turn, and there will be other turns, but this turn was not the turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, and using 2 pretty valuable resources in the Ragamuffins and the Deja Vu potion.
Yeah.
But at the same time, kind of forcing your opponent to play out that second Oasis, potentially make some undervalue plays. Benson's got to really go off to win the game.
He really does.
Getting through those is relevant.
He really does. And Noah's going to say, hey, here's a Spectral Shield. Level of Enlightenment's going to come in. There's 3 blues. The question becomes, was it done when it resolved? Was it done prior to it resolving? I think it is essentially getting all of the juice. He's going to draw a card. It's going to come in with Go again. And it's going to come in for 4.
Yeah, not quite sure what
the timing on that was, huh?
what the timing on that was.
Because I think you're still allowed to target it. It is still an attack. However, it depends if you're able to target the instance prior to it becoming an attack. We are not judges. But,
yeah, I think my level 1 has lapsed.
Yeah, but it might as well. I know enough to probably instruct some players, but something like this. The good news is that this is a feature match area, so there is a judge very much at their player's disposal if there's any issues at all.
That's absolutely right.
All right, so Benson coming in with I call it the Go Again card, but I can't remember. Aether Quickening.
Aether Quickening.
Yeah, Surge Go Again. So if it deals more than 4, it has Go Again.
And the really important thing about this card is that number in the top right.
The 1?
If you pitch a blue for this card, you can follow up with the Waning Moon as well. That's, I think, the reason why players are including this in their Kano decks.
Oh, yeah. I mean, paying 1, Waning Moon, or even, 1 into anything, there's a lot of plays that you can do. Anything that costs 2 in Kano is good. Anything that costs 1 is even better. And anything that costs 0 is the greatest.
Oh, and now a Spectra has hit the board. This is going to be tough for Benson to deal with.
I'm actually wondering if Benson can deal with it at all. It is a 0 cost, so it can be popped by Scour. But this is the card that everybody's been talking about, Phantom Tide Maw. I know that, the economists for this game have been freaking out over this card because it went quite high, very, very fast, kind of out of nowhere. What a cool design.
Yeah, just a lot of hype has Phantasm and Ward. You know, a few angles that you can take to try to play around this card, but a pretty high ceiling for blue.
And I want to thank everybody for watching. We are at 400 viewers right now, and this is round 1.
It's only going to get higher. People are excited to see the new heroes in action. They're excited to see the old staples like Kano.
Yeah, and we also, just letting everybody know, stay tuned, stay in touch, because we will have backup games. We're not taking breaks. You know, Frank and I are in the booth. We have some water, we have some coffee, and we're going to be with you all day. Oh, and we also have giveaways for you.
Today we're going to be doing some giveaways for Beckett Grading Services and being able to get one of your cards graded for free, as well as some dice from Terry Tai.
Very nice.
And now that we've done our little ad segment, Benson's decided on what he's going to do on his turn. He's pitched to Kano, hits E-Pot off the top, which is pretty convenient to save for later. Now holding 3 cards. Oh my, are those all reds that he's thinking about pitching?
He is. I think that's the last blue in his hand. It's a, yeah, there you go. So gaze the,
Gaze.
loving gaze. Or the original Transcend.
Yeah, that's right. Play this card, put it in your hand.
Yeah, play it.
Oh, wow, look at this little mini combo that's just on top of the deck.
Yeah, you know what, Sean? I'm going to play the Kano Transcend sound effect. Are you ready?
Is there?
Yeah, sure.
That's perfect.
Close enough.
And that is our Kano Transcend effect for everybody listening in. So he's going to gaze the ages. It Transcend before it was cool. And look at the top 2 cards. And like you said, top 2, Blazing Aether, Wildfire.
That's right. And so, fistful of cards on Noah's side here. I wonder if Benson's going to commit to playing this Wildfire. Yeah, that's right. He's going to say, let's see if I can take more of these resources out of your hand.
I mean, that feels. If I'm Benson, does that feel rushed?
I think maybe he's thinking that, well, I've got to do something, and I've still got one more Wildfire. So, you know, I've got to just force the action.
So he's letting the Tide Maw eat it. Noah letting the Tide Maw eat it, saying, it's fine, I have a haze bending. I'll make another Spectral Shield.
Yeah, oh, and Noah now tracking all the cards that Benson had to pitch to make that turn happen.
Wow. Well, Benson, you know, no stranger to pitch stacking is Kano, and you see him right there just going, hey.
Reordering the cards.
I know in what order these have to be, but Benson at this point has played 2 Wildfires.
That's right, and he kept that Blazing Aether in his hand and put one on the bottom, so he knows exactly where those cards are in his deck now.
I'm just worried. Is there a way that Kano can beat Enigma with only 1 Wildfire?
I mean, to be honest, you'd have to ask the mind of Benson himself. I'm sure he's doing all sorts of calculations in there.
I was going to say, his mind is so fast, I don't even know if he could actually explain it. I think it just works.
I've been told that with some of these expansion slot cards for Kano, the past couple sets, the kill range is way larger than you would expect. And that, you know, it totally breaks existing preconceptions about the deck.
And maybe that's where I'm at, yeah. Yeah, one thing that actually, Ethan just flagging us on one little thing in the booth here, Benson might be on Kindle.
I mean, I think he is on Kindle, absolutely.
Because we haven't seen a Kindle yet, I don't believe.
No, I mean, my guess is that it just hasn't come up yet in the deck, and maybe that's the card that he's waiting for to be able to put these together with a few other cards.
So Kindle, on we had it on screen here, but Amp 1, essentially, Crucible of Aetherweave, next thing does +1. But then if you have no cards in hand, draw a card. Now, this is an instant. You can play 3 of these stacked, essentially, and draw 3 cards, I believe. Is it not? Can you not?
Yep, that's right.
Wow. It depends on when it checks, right? Because if it checks at the moment after resolution, or we'll have to see when it comes to that. Unfortunately,
I believe you could queue all 3 of them up.
I think you can queue all 3 of them up. If you can, I mean, that's +3, draw 3 cards. That's violent.
Yeah, just some nice cantripping. Oh, and unfortunately for Benson, having to hold another card in his hand again. I think it was the Scour.
I mean, Benson is IPing himself a little bit, but he does have that Scour, and Scour right now would be extremely effective into Noah.
Yeah, quite devastating. No way for Noah to actually do anything about it. And what is this that
Oh
we're
my
seeing?
god, is that what I think
Uh-oh.
it is? That is the expansion slot for Illusionist from Dusk Till Dawn, and I cannot remember the name of it. It
Dissolve
is
reality.
Dissolve Reality. Can we get that on? There you go. Each hero puts all cards in their arsenal on the bottom of that create a ponder token.
And, you know, wizards love to draw cards, love to ponder, but they also love to arsenal.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, is that was this essentially a way for Noah to say, "Hey, I'm going to ruin your plans"? It's soft CNC.
Yeah, that absolutely. And it can't be interacted with, right? Just like we were saying, you know, the Scour is an uninteractable piece of interaction for Benson. Dissolve reality is uninteractable as well.
I think Dissolve Reality is I mean, like, some would say that's a hot take. But it's Noah. I mean, Noah knows what he's doing around Illusionist, so I'm just going to trust in the master, I guess.
Well, I think interesting is how he described his Enigma deck in draft yesterday, and interesting is definitely how I described this constructed deck.
I mean, you see the usual suspects, though, right? Phantom Tidemaw, Haze Bendings, Waxing Specters, Rage Spectre being pitched there, just like he did yesterday in Limited. We're going to ponder here, draw a card. It's a Spectral Coalescence or Conference, I think it looks like to be. The yellow Majestic from this set.
Restless Coalescence.
Restless Coalescence.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
And yeah, Benson, looking at his hand, kept the full grip of card to try to do some damage control. This board state of wards is getting quickly out of control.
I think we're seeing it. I don't think there's a world where we do not see a Scour here. It has to be. We might see a Scour Arsenal, the Cindering Foresight. That would likely be my bet. That or the book. Or no.
Pitching his whole hand, including a red, to clear out everything except for that Waxing Spectre.
And the Waxing Spectre might go because it also will do arcane damage.
Oh, that's absolutely right. So
Yeah.
that's going to deal quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah, it doesn't only... Oh, so he's going to play that Spectral... you just said the name of it, and I forgot it again.
Restless Coalescence.
Restless Coalescence. So you know what? I'm going to write that down because we're going to see a lot of that card today.
Right, and Noah just stacking all of this up, saying, okay, these guys go.
Wow.
These Spectral Shields are going to go back under my beautiful hero card.
And then he's coming in for 5 Arcane on top of that. That's great value.
Yeah, this is, you know, it's like one of those Matryoshka dolls. You crack them open and Spectral Shields come out.
I was going to say this is like comparing, you know, no-name brand cereal to like Kellogg's cereal. You know, just extra value, tastes the same, very good, you know? But in this case, it doesn't taste the same because it tastes like 5 arcane damage coming through.
Right, and this Restless Coalescence is going to hide behind the ward from our Waxing Spectre. And Benson Pondering says, do I want to put this card in my arsenal? Looks like a Ether Rain?
No, it looks like a Scalding Rain. It looks like a blue Scalding Rain. If you're Benson, that card is staying in your hand or on the floor.
Yeah, you're going to just say, I'd actually rather not draw this card. And, you know, just that Dissolve Reality proving its effectiveness, right? Like replacing your opponent's good arsenal card with a piece of trash.
Yeah, a piece of poop. So, looking at Benson's hand, he's got, again, all the usual suspects. And Noah staying cool as a cucumber, just, you know, getting everything through.
A bit of a blind Kano here from Benson, you know, just trying to chip through, force some sort of damage in.
Is there a world where he's trying to essentially thin out the deck?
Yeah, maybe just get down to that those stacked sequence of cards.
Because, I mean, Noah, all things considered, Noah is still at 37.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, this isn't Prism Awakener of Soul. This is, there's no 32s here. This is 40 and up, you know?
Yeah, 40 and up, like the special rate at brunch.
You do look like someone who goes to brunch a lot.
Yeah, I am.
You do, yeah, absolutely.
This isn't just a Savage Feats stream. This is a Savage Eats.
It's Savage Eats, yeah. I mean, I can tell you, I Savage ate a lot of those Nutri-Bars yesterday throughout the stream, so. Nutri-Grain bars, they're good for you. Fiber.
Yeah, you're really on this Kellogg's train.
I am very much, not paid for by Kellogg's.
Hey, they're not a sponsor. Cut it.
They are not a sponsor.
Although you can be. Contact at savagefeats.com.
Benson, yeah, really having a tough time here. The board state has been dealt with a little bit by Scour, but, Noah just insists on resolving more. Oh, and I see a Command and Conquer in his hand.
Ooh. We want to thank everybody that's tuning in right now. I was just told that we are over 500 viewers. A lot of people tuning in from Europe.
The old country.
The old country. I mean, we're in Montreal right now. It is a...
Yeah, we've got that strong European connection.
Yeah. So, if anybody's in French, merci de nous rejoindre. Merci de faire partie du broadcast. On va continuer le tout en anglais, mais merci d'être là. Alrighty.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Sean. And wow, Noah playing this passing Mirage, hitting the Transcend as well right after. Gonna do Rising Sun, Setting Moon. Oh, and we're seeing seeing him get that chi going. Grabbing some tokens. I think he's thinking about his, there you go, his Spectral Shields.
And like we saw yesterday, that chi, you could be like, oh, that's so much chi, but on the late game, Enigma really knows what to do with chi.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's another haste bending. I mean...
And I think that was happening... Right, okay, that was happening on Noah's turn because he played out that Spectral Aura. I mean, Illusionist versus Wizard, you got to keep track of those action steps.
It has been a polarizing matchup, and funny enough, those are two decks that if you were to ask most players in Flesh and Blood, like, oh, what are the decks that you like the least to play against? A lot of people will say, oh, probably Illusionist and Wizard, just because of how polarizing they are. But realistically, when they go head to head, you really see that both decks can kind of struggle against each other. Benson could win at any second, and Noah is essentially just trying to close out the game before Benson gets to the combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, this Aether Quickening coming in, being blocked out by Noah, giving up one of these small Spectral Shields to do so. Waning Moon promising on the heels here, but this is on Benson's turn, so this is only going to be for 2, that resource being used efficiently. I think that, with that Aether Wildfire out of the deck, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Benson to close it out. And what he's got to do is make sure that when he gets to the last Wildfire that he's put on the bottom of the deck, that he's prepared for it, that the board isn't unmanageable, that there's not just an army of ward in the wings.
And we have another Dissolve Reality coming in from Noah Clark. I'll tell you, if anybody were to say, hey, what do you think's in Noah Clark's deck? I would have never in a million years said Dissolve Reality.
Yeah, you don't think so? You think that it's just so out of left field?
It's not now that I see it being played, because it makes sense. We're worried about Zen. We're worried about decks that set up. We're worried about Kayo. And those setup cards tend to hide in the arsenal.
Well, I think that... especially as an illusionist, anything you can do to disrupt your opponent's game plan really gets you closer to yours.
It really does. I mean, I can see Noah's reasoning. We're going to probably see a bunch of KO later in the day. Just a yes and a no. KO, Kano.
Hey.
Hey, YN? No? Yes? Okay, cool.
All right.
So we're going to see here an Aether
Aether
Flare coming into Waning Moon.
Yeah, Benson now just trying to get some damage through, disrupt these Spectral Shields. Okay, and that's going to be a hold the line pitched. It covers up all the damage cleanly, but we're going to go for another Kano.
Playing the Scalding Rain here.
Coming in for 2.
2.
And yeah, Noah's going to soak that up with the Restless Coalescence, it looks like, after making one more Spectral Shield. And that's going to let this Spectral Shield come in for 2 undisrupted. Benson going down to 8.
That is not a comfortable place to be when your opponent has a 29-point lead, but it's Kano. 29 life? Nah, that's nothing.
You did that math pretty quick.
Oh, yeah. Multiplicatives are very, very good for mathing.
Absolutely. Did you count those Spectral Shields in that life total?
I did not, because technically, yeah, we were looking at... And also, then you're like, okay, well, that haze bending also could count for 1. I'm just being told we are at 600 people joining us today.
600 viewers that are here to see Enigma bring the beat down on the format, every format of Flesh and Blood.
No, don't do that, Frank. Frank, don't do that. We're not going to do that. We're
gonna
gonna,
lose
yeah.
you? All right,
Don't
right.
scare
Okay.
these people away, okay?
Okay, what about this? Just to see Enigma be roasted out of oblivion by our favorite deck, Zen.
by Zen, yeah. But I think everybody wants to see Zen. We all want to see Enigma. We all want to see Zen and New. But like, I'm excited to see, like, are we going to see any Prisms?
That's a good question.
I know a very special person that's playing Prism today. Pheano Black is with us, and he is on Prism.
Yeah, so is Pierre-Nicolas Perrin.
Yeah, P.O. Parent, yeah, absolutely, from Quebec.
Oh, he's from France, actually.
Is he actually from France?
Yeah.
Because we have a P.O. in Quebec, but it's not Parent.
These French names, I guess.
It's Mathieu. Anywho, it doesn't matter.
Back to the feed here. We had a Ether Spindle be played and protected on Noah's side. He went into his turn with 4 cards in hand, just showing how many resources Benson's had to devote to defense, letting Noah basically play exactly how he wants. And now that Ether Spindle turning out to be quite beneficial for Noah because he's pitched an extra card on defense to defend against it, and now this Levels of Enlightenment gets to choose 2 modes.
And we're going to see +2 and go again here.
Yeah, Noah's saying, I don't need to draw a card because I already have these 2.
I mean, Levels of Enlightenment is being touted as probably the best card in the set right now. It is very hard to find.
I would say it's the best main deck card in the set.
Oh, yeah.
The
overall winner.
Yeah, okay, and now Benson, he's doing the ultimate taboo against Illusionists, which is blocking.
Yeah, you never want to be blocking into Illusionists, but we're going to see another Restless Coalescence here.
It's like always be attacking kind of situation.
Well, that's what's so strong with Illusionists is you're building up a board, you're building up a defense, you're increasing your life, but you're also attacking with the things you're defending with. So there's no losing. It's win-win typically. But the fact that Benson, is staring also down AB3 from Noah on top of all the prevention, it's just a very difficult thing. And we did, talk to the players before the round started, and Benson, gave us kind of a big thumbs up and a big smile. And Noah said, yeah, it's going to be good, But I think this is, if you've been around, if you've seen Illusionists play into Wizards, I've had a chance to play against my fair share of Wizards in different callings and such. And it is, if you're playing tight, it's hard to lose.
Well, I think that the Wizard players would take offense to that, and
I'll say, look, I don't want to say anything, but my track record as a Prism player into Wizard is very favored. However,
Enigma's a new hero.
Enigma's new, and it is flesh and blood, and skill is everything.
The third Dissolve reality here. Wow. Benson just trying his best to, put something together and just constantly getting both disrupted and hit in the face.
I am so impressed by that card.
Yeah, the fact that, you get to ponder first as well before your opponent does.
I am so impressed. Noah, so everybody on stream here, Dissolve reality. Pick it up. Silver Goblin, Gobelin d'Argent. Let's go.
Yeah, Silver Goblin cards. I think they have a few copies left in stock.
Yeah.
This is literally a paid ad.
This is literally a paid ad. Gobelin d'Argent from Montreal. Thank you for hosting us. But, Dissolve reality.
I think maybe Benson was thinking about whether the card was important enough to do anything about before that resolve, but letting that go through. Now the Restless Coalescence attacking for 3.
A
blind Kano.
Okay,
I say blind, but he knew something that we didn't.
Okay, so is that a red Aether Flare in hand? Okay.
All right, I don't know where we're at in the stack, but I'm sure Benson does.
Let's give everybody at home our full attention here. So we have a Blazing Aether revealed from top and a blue Scalding Rain. Benson is holding a red Aether Flare in hand, as well as a red Blazing Aether. There's 2 E-Pots on the board. No more floating. Spellfire Cloak is up. I don't...
Oh, no. Noah sees the Blazing Aether being pitched and laughs. He says, yeah, this is... I see what's happened here.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I don't think this will be the turn where things get crazy.
Yeah, and
there we go.
Coming through for lethal.
Wow.
Yeah, I think up till the very end, Benson was calculating the possibility or the lines available to him to win. And unfortunately for the Wizard, Noah's reign of terror continues.
I mean, Noah, just so everybody knows, Noah hasn't dropped a game in 10 rounds considering this one.
Yeah, exactly. He's on a completely undefeated streak as Enigma.
Yeah,
He
and
took it incredibly personally.
absolutely. And so like we said to everybody watching us right now, we're not going to drop. There's another game going on right now. We're going right to it.
Non-stop action at Battle-Hardened Montreal. And look at this. We've got another Enigma. This was a complete coincidence. We just wanted to showcase Riptide on the feed. Erik McManus playing one of the big beneficiaries of both the expansion slot and metagame shifts. Here is Riptide. 5 go again off and then Light Strike. Take that, Levels of Enlightenment. My card is red.
I think the new card, if my memory serves me right, and I don't have a card list here, but it is Murky Water, is it not?
That's right. Yeah, Murky Waters, a 6 power arrow. Pretty powerful.
Pretty powerful. And I mean, Riptide is one of those characters that, one of those heroes that people champion very well. People say, hey, Riptide's got game, and people, there we go, we have it on stream right here. So Riptide specialization, if it has an aim counter, gets +1 on Dominate, and we know how good Dominate is. When this hits, you may banish a face down. 3 traps from your graveyard if you do choose one random and put it into your arsenal. So essentially, free value.
That's right. And I think here's a few big difference makers as well. Well, I'm just going to list them off here. Notice how in this game, Enigma has not been able to develop a board state like we saw in the previous one.
Absolutely. And the player actually playing Enigma is David Tren, local Montreal player, plays for the Chez Geek store in Montreal. Fairly experienced player and someone who's always played decks that develop boards. He's a huge Dash player, but he's been a Prism enjoyer, more of a aggro Prism enjoyer, someone who really likes to throw big attacks, and we actually see it here with a Phantasmaclasm.
Yeah, that's right. And the traps from Riptide's side doing work against Ward. If you attack with a Spectral Shield and you get that ping, you also lose your action point, actually. So a little bit of board management on the defensive from the Riptide side.
Absolutely. And we're also seeing Riptide here running the new equipment from the expansion slot. So Riptide gaining 2 new cards out of...
here we go. This is going to be a Tar Pit trap that's going to say, hey, by the way, good luck with that ward. No damage getting through.
So
Erik committing arrow on defense there. I believe he didn't have to do that to prevent damage, but just didn't want the additional card in the hand or arsenal.
So looking at Riptide's ability, I'm actually going to try and pull the hero here, but it is Lose a Life, and Lose a Life does get prevented, does it not?
Yeah, that's right.
So Riptide can easily manage.
Oh, and that's why he wanted to get rid of that arrow, is because he's going to be activating Dreadboard, not doing anything with it, but then playing a Codex of Frailty.
I mean, Codex of Frailty.
Just an absolute card.
What a card. I think we all get excited about new sets releasing, and we kind of forget that we had, these cards around. But Codex of Frailty, dominated in the Lexi era, and it's still being played now. These plays of Codex of Frailty into Heatseeker, I'm getting flashbacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's just reaching for the top card because I think David's saying, yeah, like, lay it on me.
Yeah, bring it in, buddy.
Now, remember, this Frailty is relevant against Enigma. Those auras are weapon attacks, so each one of those will be getting -1. And now look at this, a standing order. Wow.
I love standing order.
That single Codex of Frailty powering up Erik's next turn, getting an arsenal face up and an arsenal face down. Oh, what a sight to see.
But if you're David, you're saying, hey, I have a Rage Spectre. It does block 3. He could have blocked 3 with it. That's a cosmic, my God, what's the name? Cosmic Intentions? Cosmic. Oh,
Cosmic Awakening.
Cosmic Awakening. Thanks, Frank. That does also block 3, so he could have blocked 6 easily.
Oh, and now the Collapsing Trap. This is going to be devastating for David. He's going to wish that he'd spent some of those cards on defense. Wow. In an absolute turn. Oh, and what's this? Manifestations of Mirror Guy. No attacking for this one. It's just going to be used to soak up that damage from the Collapsing Trap, I believe. And he's going to play out the Astral Etchings. Okay, no, he's going to keep the Manifestations of Mirror Guy and use the Rage Spectre to soak up the ping.
I'm looking at, and we can see how different the deck is from David Tren versus what we just saw from Noah, right? There's a lot of variation between those two decks, but Riptide being able to ping off Ward.
Yeah, super, super relevant. And you were saying you could see how David is that aggressive player. He's playing gas in his deck. He's playing with fire.
Oh, yeah.
If it's blocking, he don't want it.
No, exactly. And it just goes to show there's flexibility. You can build decks however you want. That's the beauty with Flesh and Blood, right? Riptide, on paper, if you look at it, that's a defensive deck. People are like, nah. I'm going to swing arrows. I'm going to E-strike people. I'm going to play standing order and use the mode to attack for 6. That's what I'm doing.
And look at this. Yeah, the standing order, putting down the face-down card onto the bottom of the deck, getting extra power off of it. Erik activating the Snapdragon Scalers to extend the turn. And because he's cleared that arsenal with standing order, he can now use that bow, load up something else, and keep the beat down.
Wow. I mean, Snapdragon Scalers, such a
and
great
it's
card.
another Heat Seeker.
If David takes this, I'm surprised because
I see a no block in his hand.
He just got a lesson at the hand of Erik last turn. This is what happens when you don't block a Heat Seeker. Is David gonna just
He's gonna let him have it, and it's
David says, "Bring it on, big boy."
It's a lace with blood rot. Oh wow, that promises trouble for David next turn. He better do something to make this worth his while. Pitching this haze bending.
And
is that another Rage Spectre? That is the third
play.
Rage Spectre we've seen. Wow, we saw Kano with the potion of deja vu last turn, but last game, this game, David with the Deja vu.
Okay, so look, I know David. He's like, this is a line where it's like, look, I'm going to resolve this if it's the last thing I do.
That's right. And look, no trap this time.
Go
We've got
again.
6, using our path well traveled.
Okay, we have a judge coming in here.
He's saying, yeah, I can do this in reactions, right?
We have a judge coming in here. I'm not sure what the issue is, but I'm assuming it is trying to give it go again. Not sure what's going on. We'll get back to you in just a second here.
Oh, wow.
Here, I'll jump in here. So he was representing Go Again on Rage Spectre, where Rage Spectre doesn't actually gain Go Again because it's not +1 counters. It just is higher on your own turn. I've let the judge know because misrepresenting that is a big deal in this matchup.
I understand.
So they're just making sure, but funny enough, it looks like it will have Go Again anyway this turn because of the Transcend card.
Yeah,
Perfect.
David just forgetting that he has to play the card before he gets the effect.
Yeah, getting a little ahead of himself, a little excited. And I would be too. It didn't get popped.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
traps.
He's like, oh my gosh, I get to do my thing.
Amazing. I mean, Rage Spectre, such a good card. Not good enough for Noah Clark not to pitch it in Limited, but it's a pretty damn good card.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and you know the noticeable thing for Rage Spectre, like that whole theme of the card, the rage, the anger, it's about attacking, right?
It is. And David's like, I'm attacking with it.
Yeah. But David's at 5. When he goes back to his turn, that thing goes from a scary Ward 6 to a Ward 1. And Erik might just say, you know what? I can take a few of these hits. I have 6 cards to hit you with, including this Lace with Blood Rot.
I mean, at this point, I don't know what's in Erik's hand, but we are seeing a Chi being pitched to make another Spectral Shield with a +1 with Go Again. David is holding on to 1 card. That's the danger with Illusionist. Over time, you can build back to quite a bit of defense.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, unless David is also on this Dissolve Reality tech here, those 2 Arsenal cards on Erik's side are going to do a lot of work.
Oh my God, Dissolve Reality with New Horizon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Old Horizon at that point.
Hey-oh.
I can't stop with the puns. They're
You're
going to
so
keep
funny,
coming.
buddy.
Mute the feed if you don't want to hear them.
I mean, looking at this is crazy. Erik must have just absolute gas in hand. That Dreadboard doing a lot of work.
Oh, and I'm just excited to see. Oh, and you know what? I said he has 6 cards. He blocked with 2 cards, but it's still a 4-card hand. It's still a 4-card hand.
Okay.
He's
And that is a
protected
lace.
his life total, but he's happy.
Yeah.
He's in his element. You know, he's like that frog in the swamp.
A happy little frog in the swamp
Yeah.
on a Wednesday afternoon.
That's the vibe that I get from Riptide, you know?
Okay. He doesn't seem... You see that face right there? That doesn't seem too happy to me.
I think that's just his, his happy smile.
Permagrin?
And interesting here, we're going to see an activation of the gloves. These are the new... Oh, wow, he's putting...
Let's get those... let's try to get you guys that equipment on camera here. Just so we can...
Yeah, just trying to remember how
pulling
this
it up
all
right
works.
now.
Oh, he's using it just to pump up the power of his Endless Arrow. He actually doesn't even care about that reload effect. It's been seen it's been
There
used
it is.
to good effect to counteract Warmonger's diplomacy. But
So-
yeah, the long draw half glove, if you put 2 cards from your hand or arsenal on the bottom of the deck, your next arrow attack this turn gets +4, and that's at instant.
Wow. So he's saying, hey, you know what? I'm just going to get rid of this. I'm going to come in with an Endless Arrow for 11 with a Blood Rod. And Blood Rod is hard to manage. It will get rid of Spectral Shields. It will get rid of Auras. It will get, the job done.
Yeah, and we're just seeing here David's playing out another Manifestations of Mirror guy, trying to count up to 11. Not quite sure that he can get there. Does he realize that the Rage Spectre only has Ward 1? Oh, okay, he does realize that, and he's going to have to pitch to the Blood Rod on his own turn to stay alive.
I mean, looking at this, David just took a lot of damage. His turn's going to be shuffle the deck.
Yeah.
So he can't. Did he play another blue card, or am I losing my mind? Oh, he did. Okay,
Yeah,
he's doing
did.
it at the end of turn.
The Tide Maw.
Yeah, he's doing it on Erik's turn. That's why I thought turns had passed over, but no, he's doing this on Erik's turn.
Yeah, now he's going to have the Chi left in his hand and 1 additional card. Thinking that maybe this Chi just becomes a... Yeah, it looks like he's just going to use the Chi to pay for the Blood Rot, stay alive to attack another day.
At Arsenal and draw. I mean, if you are David right now, you're nervous.
I think I would have been nervous a couple of turns ago.
I don't know. I mean, I typically get nervous when the game is like very, very much in danger.
Yeah. And the Trench of Sunken Treasure being activated here. Let's go digging. Getting 1 resource out of the equation. Now, some people would say that's a -1, but Erik really needs that arsenal slot to shoot arrows, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll say something. I'm impressed with Riptide. I've seen it being played, but like this is.
Oh, and we've got a Deadeye. These pumps are hard for David to deal with. A lot of his deck doesn't block, and if Riptide can get a big arrow through here,
Murky Water.
Murky Water. What we were talking about earlier, is he going to be able to put the aim counter on it?
I'm not certain.
I don't see the Dominate token coming out, so it's just going to be for 10.
I mean, it's 10.
Wait, it's got to have the aim counter on it, right?
Let's see here.
Yeah, if we can pull Murky Water up on the...
It doesn't come with a name counter. You have to give it to it.
Dreadbore doesn't give aim counters? That's the other arrow. That's the other bow.
Yeah. Ooh.
All right, okay, what was I saying about David not having any block value? He's decided that Sink Below is in plenty of block.
Wow.
He lives to see another day. Goes into his turn with 2 cards. And just thinking about what he's going to do here. Oh, and it's going to be a Shimmers of Silver.
Which is a great card, but it's not going to do much for David right now.
Yeah, he's really got to be attacking for that to be relevant.
Absolutely. And so Erik is holding a full grip and an arsenal. David's at 1.
Erik is firmly in control of this game. Activating the Trench again. He's digging.
He is 1 trap away.
Well, and, earlier we were talking about how Enigma's vulnerable to these traps because of the whole ward thing, the ward attacks getting pinged. But now, Enigma's one of the few heroes that can survive against the traps.
Yeah. And looking at the board here, he's going to play. Erik's playing.
Unravel Aggression, I believe.
So Erik playing Boltyn Shot, which I think is still one of the best rares in Flesh and Blood. And Unravel Aggression being played from David Trin's side into an E-Strike for 5 Go Again.
Oh, and this has Go Again. Because he's played it from hand, he can load a card into his arsenal. What are the chances that's a Codex of Frailty?
I'm not sure. It is Go Again, so we're going to see something here. But it could be so many. There's so many good cards in this deck.
There's so many good cards. That's a good problem to have.
Ooh.
Okay, and David now, having played a blue card, he can now play Enigma's ultimate ability, the Sacred Shrine Moon. Immortal Moon. Sacred Art Immortal Lunar Shrine. There we go. We're almost 900 people on the live feed. First, we saw Enigma absolutely eviscerate Kano, and now we're seeing Erik Bitmanis be the Beat Manus against this David Trin.
Oh my God. Seriously, Frank?
I'm on a roll this morning. I am hyped for this classic constructed format.
I mean, look, that was the punniest of puns, but what's not punny?
And now it's a drill shot.
Yeah, what's not punny is that drill shot for 4, which David's going to say, I'm going to...
It's going to say, I take the 2, go to -1. What an absolute rocker of a round 1. We are here all day today for Battle-Hardened Montreal, second day of action, non-stop classic constructed. We will not be taking a break. You're going to see 12 consecutive hours of classic constructed.
And you know, we're starting the day off with Noah. Noah won the event last night, but realistically, Riptide beating Enigma.
Winning our hearts. That was so satisfying. As a player that just loves to see all the action, oh my gosh, I'm so stoked.
That was absolute insanity. I was not expecting that. I was expecting the absolute opposite to happen, but those traps.
I'm just saying, Sean, you're an expert at illusionist, and that makes you very good at seeing one side of the equation.
Yeah, I was like, Enigma, and it's like, oh, trap, break your field. And you're like, oh, people can do that?
People can do that.
Riptide can do that.
And, like, think about this. You know, people are saying, oh, I'm going to play a Warmonger's Diplomacy and get your stuff out of here. And, you know, you've got those new gloves now. You've got these tools that work against it. Riptide, no stranger to counterplay, and proving that maybe it's time for him to shine.
I mean, I'm all about positivity. Riptide is a hero that deserves love, but I was not expecting to see that happen. And to be fair, we have a big community here in Canada. We have a lot of Riptide enjoyers, and I think that a lot of them have been touting how good Riptide has become. And maybe the meta shift is really what we needed to see Riptide shine.
And you know what's good about Riptide? Like, outside of what we just saw, Riptide is incredibly good against aggressive matchups.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been hearing rumblings. Like, we've heard from other tournaments that have already taken place. Zen was the big winner of one of these tournaments out in the UK.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, what better hero to be playing against a ninja than Riptide?
To be fair, I would have, or earlier in the days, I would have said Guardian.
Right, yeah, exactly.
But Guardian, right now,
being left in the dust by the new wave of Flesh and Blood, maybe?
The NUU?
The new wave? Yeah.
The new wave?
Oh, wow. This is like a multiple levels thing.
It has
so
many layers. It's like an ogre. It's like an onion.
Like an onion, just like Riptide in his swamp. Riptide looks in the murky water of his swamp every morning, and he says his daily affirmations.
Yeah, so we've seen, just by the way,
You matter. You are loved. You can kill Enigma.
You too can beat illusionists. I know that we've seen, a lot of I've seen this in my days, like Riptide, not Riptide, Reinar being like altered into like Shrek.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I'm like, nah, get that out of here. That's Riptide. Riptide is Shrek.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
There's a new ogre in town.
So, looking into. Cool. So we're going to work on getting you the next match. We're going to take a very quick break to thank our sponsors, and we'll see you in just a moment.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Ayo, Don Amurabi, you want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clamps, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcan, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcan, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all three games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right, welcome back to Battle Hardened Montreal's second day. We have the Classic Constructed Tournament. And before we kick things off, I'd just like to acknowledge that Montreal is located on unceded indigenous lands. The Ganyangehaga Nation is the custodian of the lands and waters on which we gather today. And Shishoke, as Montreal is traditionally known, is a gathering place for many First Nations and other peoples. So we respect the continued connections with the past, present, and future in our ongoing relations with the Indigenous and other peoples in Montreal. And with that, I'm going to pass over to Sean to take us to the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So today we're going to be looking at a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, for sure.
We're going to have Levia
versus
into New.
Okay. I'm excited to see that one.
So Levia getting a new card. which is, forgive me if I think it's Shadowborn Abomination.
That's right.
Yeah, perfect. And Levia is, I mean, as Ethan Mansant could tell you, close to the heart for a lot of people. And we've been at the booth here. We've been seeing, a lot of people showing up with their Levia, asking Ethan to sign them. So, we want to show some love. But I think that beyond just it being a hero that's beloved, it is a hero that has game.
Absolutely.
So we're going to see a lot of interesting things. Over the last Dust Till Dawn all the way to now, we've seen so many tools being added to that deck. Sash from the Kayo starter deck is something that we're going to see a lot of players play in that build, I would assume, because traditionally it's been Carrion.
Yeah, absolutely. The defense value of Carrion Husk can't be understated, but Savage Sash, so good on offense.
Absolutely, and I think that's what we're going to see a lot of people trying to do here, just getting those big hits in. And obviously new, not only is it a new hero, it is a new flavor, but it is an assassin, and assassins have been, favored by a lot of players. So actually, we are ready. We're going to take you right to the table. Let's go.
Yeah, and on the left here, we have Kelsie on Levia. She's a Montreal local. Actually works at Silver Goblin now, but takes her day off to try to bring down this CC event. And then Joshua Miller playing new. He's got that alluring inducement vibe going on, trying to just destroy the enemies while they're unsuspecting.
Well, that's the other thing here. It's, we're thinking new versus Levia. Levia loves to banish cards, and new loves to play with cards that got banished.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous for Kelsie if she lets that banish zone get out of control. But at the same time, Josh has got to stay on the defensive before he gets run over by the beast.
I think, the game of Flesh and Blood has changed so much in the last 2 years. It's very different from, back when I was playing it the most, at, my peak, I would say. But the fact that we're seeing, heroes from Monarch being born again. Yeah, being born again, being redeemed in a way, right? In the form of Levia redeemed, or haha, I can be punny too, Frank.
That's funny. I'm just seeing here, by the way, both players having these hero sleeves showing their dedication to the craft. Love it.
That's amazing. I mean, we'll see what happens, because in my mind, new is scary. I'm very scared of new. I think she is so powerful. I think she's got so many angles that you can target, but at the same time, Levia is savage.
Yeah. So players extending the handshake, cutting the decks. I'm gonna commentate every small thing.
Every small gesture, moving that pad to the left. Writing you, me for life points.
Mm-hmm. We do scrutinize that at the highest level.
We absolutely do.
And let's see what weapons we have. We've got the Beckoning Mistblade and Spider's Bite. And let's just zoom in here. Oops, sorry. Let's just zoom in here and see what equipment loadout has been selected. We're going with Flick Knives over the Wave of Arousal, because we think that we might be using that Flick ability in the late game.
We are using Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Yep, that's right. Trying to get back to that Coronet Peak. And then the new Undertow Stiletto that we saw a lot in Limited. And then on Kelsie's side of the board, we've got Hooves of the Shadow Beast and the Savage Sash.
Yeah.
And everyone's favorites from heavy hitters. Yeah, we've got the Apex Bonebreaker and Scowling Fleshbag, of course.
And we are
Shout out these tokens on the board, by the way.
Yeah, the absolute amazing tokens. I think Ethan actually gave to Kelsie probably this morning. But yeah, looking at, the Spider's Bite, traditional weapon, very classic. And one thing also on Levia's side is Levia can play with 2 mangles.
That's right. She's got 2 arms.
She's got 2 arms. She doesn't only have the one. So, extra hands.
Okay, and actually, Kelsie choosing to play out this
Deadwood Rumbler.
Yeah, this Deadwood Rumbler on turn 0, trying to just have something in the yard. And she's going to banish the non-6 here, and non-blood deck card, so that doesn't start that clock ticking.
So coming in,
a Boneyard Marauder there.
Coming in for that 6. I mean, blues for 6 have always been great. Coming in for 6, got that Might and that Agility for next turn.
Oh, and getting a Persuasive Prognosis out of the deal, not a bad spot. I mean, Josh just filtering, trying to get a functional turn 1.
And Josh's hand, let's see here. Josh has got 2 more of those.
Oh, he's got 2 more of those, both of them in his hand, as well as a Preserved Tradition and a CNC. And so those blues probably are going to go into one of these daggers, I think.
I would assume so, yeah. So let's see what happens here. We're gonna see a blue. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, back into the blade. That blade when it hits, it's it's the fact that it gives go against the next attack. That's really the killer. The 1 damage is great, but the go against the next attack is the absolute insanity that this dagger does.
Yeah, that's right. Kelsie's just nodding to herself. And she's going to give the hooves early here. She wants to be able to use those.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think action points is the game for Levia, or Levia. I can't be. I want to make sure to respect that.
I'm going to mute you if you say Levia. It's Levia.
It's Levia, perfect. Well, I like to think it's Leviathan, right? So I go that way, but I am also very French, so pardonne-moi.
And now Spider's Bite. Kelsie considering, am I even going to block anything here?
I don't know if there's a block on the Spider's Bite here. I don't think there is. Because looking at Kelsie's hand.
Oh, and she's thinking about it.
She is thinking about it, but it seems like a pretty high-powered hand here. Oh, it is too, unfortunately.
It is a bit innocuous, but just
there's a
maybe
howl.
not quite what she'd like to see, especially with the agility and might available. And now nodding to herself, okay, the CNC, that's totally fine. And maybe she just resets the board state here, gives a couple of cards. Just thinking about her graveyard, she's got to get that filled up so that she can play out some of these blood debt cards.
We could see. I think there's a very real chance we will see double block, but then you're not getting the advantage of the might and the agility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and maybe wishing that the Boneyard Marauder had stayed in the hand on turn 0 instead of getting discarded to the Deadwood Rumbler.
So we're seeing a double block.
Howl from Beyond is the card remaining in hand. I think it's a red.
What do you do with a red Howl from Beyond and not much else?
I mean, maybe this is a... Oh, I think it is a Boneyard Marauder, actually. She says, well, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to go in.
Oh, and it is?
Maybe,
Wow.
yeah, you know what? I eat my words. She just knows that it doesn't matter if you discard one of these 1-cost 6s if you just draw another one right away.
Wow, so 1, 2, 3. Hey, we hit it. Thank you very much. No blood dead for me.
Yeah, and getting started with the Dread Screamers in the Banish Zone. Not ideal necessarily, but, you know, you're not taking damage. You're starting to lay down the beatdown.
I mean, that is a 7 clear, and I think Josh is saying, yeah, that's fine. Come on, send me the bill. There it is. He's going to pay for it cash.
Oh, that's funny. Cash or card? The card is if you block, right?
Yeah, there you go.
All right, I got it.
I'm punny too, buddy.
Yeah, you are.
We're going to have a pun fight throughout this entire broadcasting. And like Ethan said yesterday, after 11 hours of casting, we were just starting to power up.
Oh, and here we go. As a Surgical Extraction, tough card to deal with. But
And
I see
a Siren's-
critical. No. Go to Kelsie's hand here.
Oh,
critical
let's see,
card
let's
on
see.
the front.
Is that a snag?
That's right. An old crew classic.
You guys clearly have not watched Mansant, the best content creator in the YouTube sphere. I've been the new deck tech has all the rage about how to beat new.
Yeah, I've been keeping up with all the tech. I've got to. I do my research.
I unfortunately haven't, but I can see snag, and all I think when I see snag is there's no Riftbind in this format.
And I'm just saying, like, you know, she's gonna cover 4 here and actually be so comfortable knowing that Joshua, if he wants to get over the top here, committing a Venomous Bite, we'll see if he commits another reaction.
He has a Siren's Call in hand. Brand new card. Brand new hero.
And Kelsie thinks, oh, that's kind of good.
So it's going up to 7. Are we going to see? So that's the Honor Tradition?
Preserve Tradition.
Preserve Tradition.
So he's going to have the opportunity to put a card on the bottom of his deck and Transcend.
I think he's probably going to get that CNC back. Yeah, there it is.
And Kelsie's just waiting, biding her time, thinking about when the opportune moment is to play Snag.
I think if you're Kelsie, do you try and wait for another reaction? I think you do.
Well, I think what she could do here is just let Josh pass priority. And if he doesn't, there you go. He's committing.
Going to 8, Siren's Call. I mean, I'm not. And there it is.
And there's the Snag. And
Josh going thumbs up.
Yep.
Thank you. You're good. Card from Crucible of War. I mean, that's a great tech. Ethan, that's a great tech. Well done,
And now
Ethan.
the mask coming out here. That is going to demand a card from Kelsie.
So I'd like to get, if we can get that mask on stream here, I'd like to see if I can actually read it out to the people. Because it is a brand new card.
Yeah, that's right. Oh gosh, I keep saying
Oh, it's
that's
right there. Mask of Recurring Nightmares. So pay a chi, target defending hero banishes a card from hand. Just Corner Peak, but better.
Well, and especially for Levia, it can be kind of awkward sometimes to banish these cards that, are actually downsides if they live in the banish zone.
But if you banish a 6, it does trigger your Blood Debt. So using Mask at the wrong time, like it does trigger Levia's ability, doesn't it?
Well, no, she's got to do that on her own turn.
Sean, I got to play something for you. Ready? This is game designer or game developer himself, Jason Chung. Ready?
My personal favorite hero from Monarch, Levia.
All right, that's from the game devs themselves. All right, so please watch your tongue.
I will.
We're about to have Ethan take over in the casting booth here.
I think this is close to the heart for Ethan, so I'm going to be very, very careful to not butcher the name. But I want to just say I love every hero in Flesh and Blood. I think every hero is beautiful. And Levia, I'm getting a thumbs up here from Ethan. Levia really showing that those new cards that she received can and do affect the game. So
Kelsie taking 2 Blood Debt because she wasn't able to play any cards the previous turn, just arsenaling a Slithering Shadowpede, letting Josh have a 5-card hand. He's going to go ahead and play double Transcend, going pass over into Rising Sun, Setting Moon, resolving that first to tuck a card before either of the Transcend cards come back into his deck, banishing a Snag with the pass over.
I'm wondering, is there a world where New here can really take care of Levia's, banish, take advantage of it?
Well, and I think that maybe he's thinking it's a bit early to play everything, but he could get some value if he's got these extra cards.
Yeah, but you still have to meet the conditions of discarding to play.
Yeah, that's right. And banishing as well.
And banishing.
We're gonna need a judge check on that. Is that actually true?
For what?
If Josh wants to play out for instance, Dread Screamer from Kelsie's Banish Zone.
Yes, it banishes from Joshua's graveyard, but it will end up in Kelsie's graveyard.
Right, that's right. Yeah.
So actually, it's kind of funny because if the new goes in for like a blue play and then ends up playing out like Deadwood Rumblers or Wrecker Romps, which still has the discard cost attached, it can actually help Levia. So if the new player goes for like spamming out the Smashback Alehorns or the Dread Screamers, the Convulsions, that can mess up the graveyard. So it's a lot on the new to understand where they can gain points in that kind of interaction, which is kind of interesting.
And just to go into the game here, Siren's Call, new Majestic from the set. Looking at the defending hero's hand, choose a blue card, add it to Chainlink Defending if you do draw a card.
Yeah, it's being targeted on this Spider's Bite.
And we see it here, Shadowborn Horror. Is it Shadowborn or Shadow Realm? Shadow Realm Horror. There's another snag in hand here for Kelsie. And that's what's going to be used to block here. And it can be used to block. It can be put in block. Even if it doesn't have a defense value, it can be used. It can be forced to block for nothing, essentially.
Right, and Kelsie's going to take 1 off the Spider's Bite.
Yeah, triggering the Spider's Bite. And then I don't know if Josh already drew his card. I'm trying to see it. Yeah, I believe he already drew the card, which there's levels of Enlightenment in there. There's an E-Strike that we can see. I mean, Josh is going to have a good turn here.
Yeah, he's got the Chi as well from earlier, so he actually can play that in levels of Enlightenment B-Strike for 2 modes.
Absolutely, because there's already a blue being pitched here. And what is that last card? Is that that is not a double trouble, is it?
I think it's a double trouble, yeah.
It looks like a double trouble, yeah.
That might just be fuel for the E-Strike.
Yeah, I think it will be, absolutely. So double trouble going into the deck, E-Strike, 5 go again. And the Spider's Bite is on, so attack actions block for 1 less. I mean, it's as much as it's a new hero, and it's new. These are traditional. This is bread and butter. This is Illusionist bread, not Illusionist. This is Assassin bread and butter.
Yeah, just playing out your on-rate attacks, getting that value math train,
and
I think we're gonna see this. This other dagger come in. Hopefully, try to pump up the levels of Enlightenment. Josh just trying to extract maximum value out of this turn.
I'm wondering if there's a world where you use the mask instead to banish a card.
Well, I think what he was thinking about is, he wants to be able to draw a card off of the levels of enlightenment. Maybe wishing he had that tunic on 3.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I think that is the play. He's going to go in here +2 draw, most likely, or go again. Go again, draw maybe.
Yeah, I think we'll figure it out once he indicates here.
Oh, it already has go again from the blade.
It has go again from the blade. That's right.
There we go. I was going to say, like, go again, draw. Come on. What are you doing, Josh? But no, I'm the one not paying attention. Yeah. So blade giving +1, go again, drawing a card, which let's see if we can see what he drew here. Surgical extraction, which unfortunately I don't think he could play right now.
No, but that's a beautiful card to just stick in that arsenal, set up for a future turn. It'll enable your transcend cards while being a must block for Levia. And Kelsie thinking, she thought she was going to be the aggro deck in this matchup, but Josh with the fistful of cards just laying down the law.
Yeah, go and look at me. I am the aggro deck now. I'm trying to think. Do you preserve life here? Or do you just take the 6 if you're Kelsie? I think you just take the 6. And that's what we're going to see here. Kelsie going, no, I'm good. Thank you. I'm going to go down to 25. Thank you very much.
Yeah, she's really wanting to play out these powerful sequences, not quite having the turns line up the way she'd like, and having a card like Siren's Call disrupt the pitch of her turn.
And now Kelsie holding on to some pretty decent pieces of cardboard. Nothing crazy though. There's a Beast Hulk in hand. There's a Hungering Slaughter Beast and Shadow Realm Horror. Now, I know very little about Levia, unfortunately, as Ethan probably knows by now. So I wouldn't be able to tell you the lines, but I'm guessing we're going to see that horror being played. There it is, Shadow Realm Horror. As additional cost, banish 3 random cards from your graveyard. If 1 or more card is 6 power, this gets +1, 2 or more, go again, 3 or more. You may play a banished card this way this turn. So
and she's committing the Savage Sash here. I was wondering if this was coming because, she's a bit light on pitch resources this turn.
Yeah, destroy it, attacks with 6 or more, costs 1 less to play. So we could actually see the entire grip being played here.
Yeah, and she's going to play this Shadow Realm Horror. Really, really, really needs to hit 2 6s to make this turn happen. There's 2 misses in the deck, or in the graveyard. There's that Snag, and now there's the Savage Sash.
1, 2.
Oh,
we got it.
The Beast Within didn't have it. This is going to be 7 go again from Kelsie, fueled by the Savage Sash.
And we'll be able to play the Marauder from the Banish.
Oh, she's only banished.
Oh, she's only banished 2.
Yeah,
Sorry. So no, yeah, you're right. You are right.
But she does have the Slithering Shadowpede in hand, so this 1 resource is going to go towards that. Actually, that would just cost 0 for her.
Was it a Shadowpede in hand, or was it a Beast Hulk?
That's what she pitched here.
Oh.
Is the yellow Beast Hulk.
Oh, no, it is a Retching Beast holding in hand. That's the Slaughter Beast. That's a Hungering Slaughter Beast that she pitched. Is it not? Hold on.
Let's wait for the turn to play.
I'm getting
out.
ahead of myself.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and she's using the boots here to get another action point. Okay, so she's got something else up her sleeve.
We still don't know what's in Arsenal.
We do. Okay, hold up. So it's the Slithering Shadowpede in Arsenal right now.
Oh, that's what it is.
Which was from the turn that got stumped earlier, where she took 2 blood debt and ended up banishing her hand away to Mask at the end of it, just Arsenal Slithering. So in this turn, to actually get the Writhing play off, she needs extra graveyard as well. So committing Sash and Hooves, and playing out the Slithering as well, which doesn't tax banish, is going to refill everything to go 3 wide, stacking 2 equipment. It's a pretty aggressive play because when you push for this kind of thing, you want it to be on a Blood Rush turn as well. That way you get an extra +6 going. But it's raw damage and it's trading pretty early here. So I love to see it. This is actually a different build from Kelsie as well. I'm not running Writhing right now, and I'm also not running Sash in this matchup. So I love to see kind of her take on the matchup play out. And I just love to see some of the micromanagement stuff right now with her graveyard going to next turn still at a healthy 4 is really beautiful. And she's a great Levia player. You can see the sleeves. Those are an old run. She's been a Levia player for a while and has the new token. She's dripped out. So I'm obviously heavily rooting for Kelsie and want to give her the justice of how well she's playing right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, just making the resource curve perfect. She thought about the turn, had the Snag taken away from her, couldn't pitch that, and just thinking about every single line as she makes that play.
And if you're Kelsie, I think after a turn like this, you're pretty happy. Ethan, you did say, there's a ceiling that could have been hit there with the Blood Rush, but regardless, I think that was a really, really well thought out turn. Leave No Witness, not going to be that important. We're going to have to...
Yeah, no card in the arsenal to be disrupted.
No.
Tunic resource available for a Venomous Bite. That's not going to get the extra Fang Strike, but it is +3.
It's just going to be damage. I mean, looking at this, if we look at Kelsie's hand, let's see here if we can get in there a little bit. So we do have the Legendary here. And then is that a
Dread Scream or a Soul Harvest? And
is that Convulsions?
I can't quite tell you. It might be a French card name. It looks like a Doomsday, but in French.
It does look like.
It does look at. I was thinking, it might be Convulsions from the Hells Below, but it does look like a Doomsday.
Yep, Kelsie says, sure, take 4. And Josh gonna banish top card here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a CNC, so he's gonna get his silver.
Wow.
He's raking it in. Maybe $1 closer to getting that Flick Knives back later.
Oh, and I think
Wait, no,
Josh
Flick
might
Knives
not
doesn't
have a
have that
silver
effect.
token here. Reminder to all the players, if you are playing cards that can generate things, make sure to have your tokens on you. Very important.
There we go. We got a.
Those are Infini tokens provided by MinMax Games, actually. They distribute them now. There used to be a staple in MTG, but MinMax is bringing them over into the world of Flesh and Blood. Thank you a lot. They donated them to the stream. Come up a couple times, and we get to see how people draw their missing tokens. So let's see if Oscar did something. Nope, not that spicy, but we appreciate the effort.
Beautiful.
Oscar, a head judge for this event.
Yeah, Oscar Odeja Gomez, if anybody's ever seen him at any calling, he does travel quite a bit. Montreal local.
Yeah, and an excellent player as well in his own right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and this is actually going to be a great turn for Kelsie. She's going to be able to play this Dread Screamer, put one of these cards with Blood Debt into the Banish Zone, and that'll let her play out the Doomsday.
So what is the condition to play a Doomsday?
6 Blood Debt. 6 Blood Debt.
Huh.
This is actually, you know what? I'm just going to be the third commentator. I'm going to leave the mic hot for this game.
Yeah, please do, Ethan. We love it.
Yeah, so this was actually very interesting because there was a world where when Josh banishes the top of the deck with Leave No Witnesses, it unlocks the Doomsday right then and there, which could have gotten Kelsie ahead in terms of being able to Arsenal a card. She could have played the Doomsday, banished the Soul Harvest, and then just Arsenal the Blue Dread Screamer. Would have checked every box, turned off Blood Debt. Arsenal go again for next turn. That was like the perfect world that she was hoping to live in. Unfortunately, didn't banish a Blood Debt card, but she still had the option then, very flexible hand, very modal hand, to play the Dread Screamer, guarantee that she was going to get 6 Blood Debt, now play the Doomsday. But there is a worst case attached to this, which was leaving the Hooves in graveyard, which did end up happening because now Dread is a non-6 in graveyard, Hooves is a non-6 in graveyard, and Doomsday is a non-6 in graveyard. So there was like a best case scenario that almost would have been like game assured victory. Huge value was potential in that last turn cycle off the bench of the top. Now we're in a world where the turn looks still pretty good, but there's a worst case looming where there are 3 misses in the graveyard now. There's still an immediate thing that Josh has to deal with, which is the Plasma Fet token on the board. But this is wild. From the Levia player's perspective, these are the roller coasters we deal with, people.
Wow. And bringing in that Doomsday, and to be fair, I don't think I've ever seen a Doomsday being played once in my 3+ years of Flesh and Blood playing. So Doomsday bringing out...
You're about to have your mic turned off by Ethan
What did I
for
say?
blasphemy against Levia.
I'm not. I'm just saying I've never seen it played, and I've never played that many games into Levia. But Plasma Fet, Soul Harvester, being put on the board here, the OG ally.
That's right. And yeah, Kelsie just going to be putting on the gas. Still has Scowling Flesh Bag against any offensive play from Josh. Remember that happens in the defense step, takes away his opportunities for attack reactions as well.
And that is a Codex in Josh's hand, by the way, for everybody watching here. That is a Codex. So he's coming in with a Surgical Extraction. He's got a Codex in hand. Did he pitch the Codex? Did he have 2 Codex? Did he have 2? He had 2. There was 2 Codexes.
Oh yeah, and we also see an homage to Ancestors. That's going to be able to feed the mask here if he chooses to go for that play.
So
not a bad little turn cycle, to be honest.
No, but one thing that we're realizing now is Plasma Fet's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I guess he's hoping that Kelsie doesn't have the action economy to attack with something else or Blasmafet.
And I want to shout out everybody watching. We just broke 1,000 viewers watching us right now. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for Silver Goblin d'Argent for hosting us. Thank you for Ethan for putting up the production and letting everybody enjoy this in extremely high quality. Thank you for my friend here, Frank, for inviting me to co-host this event. We're seeing here Kelsie making a big decision. And like Ethan pointed out earlier, Kelsie right now has a discard/graveyard situation that isn't fantastic, but blocking with these the 6 cost actually helps bring that bring that back up to hopefully manage that blood debt. But you don't really need to manage the blood debt if you have Blasmafet out. Blasmafet does that for you.
Also, this turn has become very awkward for Josh. I think maybe he was hoping for something different, but the Scowling Fleshbag disrupting his ability to use the mask there, and just ending up with an intellect penalty. Kelsie going into her own turn with 3 cards and this Blasmafet on board, playing out a barraging beatdown, getting that intimidate, and Josh thinking, this is not the route I signed up to play against.
No, you're not supposed to intimidate me. What are you, Reinar? Come on.
Just re-rolling until we hit 1 to 4. Number 4 is going to be the one that gets banished for the turn, can't block.
I want to accommodate
Looking forward to seeing what. Now it's just going to be a Blasmafet here. Kelsie going to banish a card to.
All right.
When I attack with it, I will banish a Slithering Shadowfeet from my hand.
And turn off that blood debt.
And
Look at this game management.
Kelsie being very descriptive. Oftentimes when you're playing against an opponent, like if you were to play against me and you're playing Levia, and I'm who I am and I haven't played against it enough, I don't really know what's going on. So Kelsie being very supportive to the opponent. There is a respect there, saying, hey, this is what this does. I know not everybody's seen this card before, so I'm going to tell you what it does, and now you can interact with it.
Yeah, I want to point out here, one of the best parts about these kinds of grindy matchups is when somehow your opponent has actually taken a lot of damage before you've even seen a singular power card. From Kelsie's side, right? Art of War and Blood Rush, surprisingly absent in this entire game so far, and yet Josh was already down to 14. It's actually a really interesting part that people who play into Levia, when they don't see the power cards, they can get baited into this sense of like, oh, well then I'll just take it. This damage is just vanilla. Who cares? Who cares? But the more of that you take up front, the spikiness of like one big power card can just absolutely steal the game. So Kelsie is basically in that exact position right now, along with sticking Blasmafet now for 2 turns, which is crazy. Like, if you don't have much experience with playing against Levia, that's one of the biggest mistakes you can make, is just leaving Blasmafet on the board.
Yeah, and I think Josh is looking to remedy that.
Wait, let's go back to the board for a second here. Looks like Kelsie initially had indicated that she was thinking about banishing to Blasmafet's ability. It actually decided not to do that. Go to become Blasmafet Levia Consume, taking that big chunk of damage from the blood debt. And now she's going to be able to play 1 card out of her banish zone every turn until she runs out of cards.
So Josh here holding on to his CNC. I'm assuming throwing it at Blasmafet. That's what would make sense to me. Me or Blasmafet? And Josh going, yeah, Blasmafet.
Yeah, let's get this thing out of here before anything else bad happens. And remember, we do know about this Leave No Witnesses that's in the not Leave No Witnesses. This we do know about this Codex of Frailty that's in the arsenal, which can become a Leave No Witnesses.
And just want to point out again, like the professional level of things and how great this community is. Kelsie pointing out, Josh, hey, you don't need to pitch that honor. You've got
the resources.
You've got the resource. You're good. And Josh going, oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. Right. So Josh using the boots, slithered the CNC, and probably looking to go Blade Codex into an attack.
Yeah, and it's funny. I think Josh was thinking about his options because if he just plays out the Codex, he loses the homage. But this way, he gets the extra point of damage in and can play a 1-cost attack, but not a 2-cost attack.
Yeah, I want to point out here, people in the chat are confused as to why Flip is so much blood debt. And actually, it ties back to the point I was making earlier. She's basically 1 power card away from absolutely just putting Joshua in like 1 dominate to end the game range. which we've seen out of Kelsie's deck. She at minimum has that off of the Writhing Beast Hulk, which is already in Banish, not to mention any counts of Convulsions of the Bellows of Hell. So she's really looking for, is it an Art of War turn that lets me go 3 wide? Is it the Blood Rush that goes 3 or 4 wide with the Plasma ability? But she just needs to not miss like one power card in the banishes here, and it looks like she is running Convulsions, so that answers that. Push the opponent into dominate range, and the game is almost decided. So it's a bit of an aggressive flip if the life totals were higher, but where things are right now, especially since New does have some non-blocks in the deck as well, and not too much block on armor, I think it's a good call, but we'll see kind of the defensive stance that Josh might take here. Could make the banishes look pretty gnarly.
And Ethan, based on what you just said, it's true we haven't seen any power cards, but in Kelsie's hand right now is an agility token, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
There's an agile engagement, so we might see a discard the agile, feeds the graveyard, and then that Writhing Beast cult that is in Arsenal. There's also a Send Packing in hand. We could see Send Packing into Writhing Beast cult, which will be very difficult for Josh to interact with, in a sense.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the agility token as well. I love to look at the yellow agile windup as basically 3 sources of go again. When you use it on your own turn, it turns on claw, and an agility for next turn, which in these kinds of scenarios, just more pressure is better. And you have this extra intellect unlocked from consumed anyway, so you can get these kind of rates off from basically 2 blues. Right, 2 blues will unlock paying for claw, 2 cost from consumed. So I like that she's saying, I'll just eat your damage right now because my hand will convert to pretty wide attacks. If not 3 this next turn because of claw, something, likely 4 because of a go again that she's going to pull out from the banish zone.
Yeah, and we're seeing a banish from a Graveling Growl from the top of the deck, and Kelsie going, yeah, you can have that Beast Hulk that I had in Arsenal. I don't need it.
Yeah, and it looks like she's going to use this agile windup on Josh's turn so that she immediately cashes in that agility token. So no weapon swing on this turn, but maybe just a couple of 6s.
I think that Send Packing is coming out swinging, I would assume. So I would say probably the Send Packing into whatever the other attack that Kelsie has in hand, which I cannot see right now. But
well, I think maybe she's got to use the Send Packing for resources here. She's going to pitch that Convulsions as a blue, but can play another couple cards from the banish zone, right?
True, absolutely. I'm completely forgetting about that. You can just look at that banish zone and do chain things.
Yeah, basically, just Levia.
Oh, and we were both wrong.
We were both wrong. She's just going with the claw here, okay?
She's going with the claw. So the agility... Wait a second here. So you need to have banished... What is it? You need to discard it a 6 for claw to get go again?
Yeah, that's right. Right now it just has go again from the agility.
Yeah, this is counter to what I was talking about, because if she just held the agility,
and
then this
the
exact play works, but you carry the agility token into next turn. So I'm interested to see kind of why it was played out this way, because if all you're doing is giving the agility token to a claw, you might as well have kept the agile windup, because the discard 6 claws will just activate right then and there. So this is surprising to me, but we'll see what line this ends up being. But yeah, Josh is trading damage here, so maybe Kelsie recognizes that he's likely to even take these small bites, whereas if you're going for a blackout consume plan, I would not have used an agility for just 2 damage.
No, I think I agree with you. I'm looking at it now, but I'm trying to think what.
I think one of these Dread Screamers is going to come out in a bit,
or maybe a Marauder. I don't know. I was not expecting this play, but I don't play this deck, unfortunately. But you know what, Ethan? I might take you up on it because I do own the cards.
Hey, I'll load you up with some tokens.
Ooh!
You see me zooming in on these hot tokens on the board. It's actually funny. On our backup match, we have a Kayo player who is also using these agility and might tokens. So we might have started a wave here. They look so darn nice. Levia themed or not, any brute player is going to want to pick these up. So just find me at an event.
Oh, and that is Shadow Realm Horror. That was the card I could not see in hand. We could see this get really out of hand really fast.
I thought that was a Slithering Shadowpede, but the fact that it's a Shadow Realm Horror makes so much sense.
1, 2,
oh no,
3. We did get the Wrecker, but unfortunately we're not getting the go again.
No action point, so she's going to have to hang on to this Slithering Shadowpede for the next turn, giving Josh an opportunity to keep a couple of cards and stay in the game. Kelsie no longer has that Scowling Flesh Bag. She used it on a turn that she disrupted Josh a little bit, but, the defensive value of that card against his reactions is so good.
But like Ethan pointed out, The ceiling has not been hit yet.
Absolutely not, no.
We haven't seen any Blood Rush or any Art of War, anything that makes players shake in their boots. We have not seen it yet. This has just been, here's a bomb, just good damage consistently from Kelsie. And Josh, to his credit, being, hey, I'm going to block profitably. I'm going to challenge you with on-hits that will affect your game plan. But we could be, that's the thing with Flesh and Blood. We could be here looking at this for the next 3 minutes, or we could be 20 minutes and 55 seconds later and still be in a game.
Yeah, that's right. We could have a lot of different ways for this game to end. Josh is going to take the damage, go down to 2. He remembers that the card Reckless Swing exists, but he says, I'm new. I'm going to kill you before it gets to that point.
I'm wondering if Josh just has, I'm trying to see his hand. I think there's a Bonds of Is it a Bonds of Agony or a Bonds of... what's the other bonds from the rare from the new set?
Banishing one of the Art of Wars here off of the Plasma Pet at the end of turn.
Bonds of Attraction. I think he had a Bonds of Attraction in hand.
Honestly, I kind of like how Josh is playing the aggro seat here, just because you're going to lose the card advantage game if Kelsie's allowed to even keep one card at the end of her turn, just because you'll turn that one card into some play off of Consumed. But most Levialis aren't running Reckless right now, so going to 2, perhaps he's not even considering it, perhaps he just is calling that Kelsie's just not on it. But if he can not only present lethal, but also present enough disruption to actually take the whole hand, then this stance of taking damage actually makes sense. But if he leaves even a singular card, he's going to start losing this value game pretty heavily.
I mean, we're seeing also, I want to just point out, Josh here pitching Rowdy Locals.
Oh, yeah, that's a new card from...
New generic,
MISTVEIL.
From MISTVEIL, and one that I actually just picked up a playset of because I do believe it's going to be seen. I do believe it's going to see play. So, Smashing Alehorn blocking the Spider's Bite. We might see a Flick Knife here.
Flick Knives of this Blade going to happen, giving the next blue attack go again and +1. Kelsie taking the damage, no way to stop that. And... Josh seeing this happen, probably thinking, okay, there's no Reckless for me to worry about this turn at least.
And what is Josh doing with that blue? Is that Bonds of Attraction? Bonds of Attraction. Is that blue? I think it is, yeah. That's a blue Bonds of Attraction coming in for 2. And then in hand, in hand, Josh has just
a nick.
Which if you've played this, if you've seen this in Limited, what a power card.
Oh, and this could be a dangerous spot for Kelsie if she doesn't block this.
Yeah, because he could essentially go, hey, here's 7 and fling the other dagger, could he?
Yeah, I think, well,
is this
that's a once per turn.
It is once per turn. Okay.
Kelsie, think about how close to the wire she wants to play this. This is a Writhing Beast Hulk in hand, right? She really, really wants to hang on to the Dominate.
Is there a no block here?
There's a no block. Just the Nick is putting that up.
And Kelsie grabbing her face, going, no, anything but just a Nick.
This pushes it up to 6, or sorry, this pushes up 5, right? This goes to 7. She's going to be alive at...
She's giving it to him. There's a Flick Knife. Kelsie can't do anything about that.
I'm sorry, Are we sure on the text of Flick Knives here? Is this an absolute certainty that it's happening? Yeah, Flick Knives is a once per turn action.
Yeah, the only thing after...
Oh, and she's gonna be forced to block with a couple cards on that E-Strike. So she's calling it in. She says that's the end of the road for me.
What a bummer. I mean, I understand the risk taken by Kelsie here. I get why, but at the same time, it's just Flick Knives.
Yeah.
I think that like Ethan said, if Kelsie had that ceiling, if there was a blood rush, I think we could really have seen that game close up much earlier. But kudos to Joshua Miller. Was very, very patient with that play. Was very patient with how he handled that entire match. That was a lot of pressure from Kelsie, and he, waited until he had it, got down to 2, closed the game. Fantastic play from both players.
Yeah, and it's all smiles on either side of the board. Those highs and lows riding close to the edge. What a game.
Absolutely. And Ethan, thank you for the commentary, because as as we all know, you're the resident Levia expert.
We've gotten the name right. We're on the Levia train.
Yeah, I'm not Levia anymore. Levia. On my drive back later, I'm going to be like, okay, Levia. Don't make Ethan mad. Levia.
You're going to have to download all of Ethan's deck techs and tutorials, just channel it into your brain so you can get onto the deck.
Well, I'll give a shout out to a player out of Ottawa that is close to my heart, John Cameron, someone that pretty much everybody in the Ottawa scene knows. John loves Levia. Actually, yesterday, Ethan, he's the yoked guy, a big bodybuilder guy who was bugging you, saying, "Oh, I love your content. I love Levia." He's a sweetheart. So, John, if you see this later on, I know you're playing right now. So, hello.
Alrighty. So, with that, how are we doing on time? Do we want to go to that backup game?
Yep, sorry, I'm queuing up the meta breakdown, and then we can take a look at the backup. It was a very quick game.
So before we go into the backup, we're actually going to look at what's being played here today.
I've seen not the whole list yet, but just walking around, there's a lot of diversity in the metagame.
Ooh, oh wow. Okay, so I'll just start by saying 12 new, not a surprise. I think we all expecting new to be very present. Kayo with the sash, with everything still being there. And Zen, the top three, not a big surprise. However, 7 Levia.
7 Levia.
Don't mute me, Ethan. 7 Levia, 7 Kano, 7 Prism. In a meta of Enigma, in Enigma launch, 7 Prisms, 7 Victors.
I mean, I think the big surprise to me is how few Enigma there are, but maybe it's because they've all just gravitated to the other illusionist.
I think it might be. I mean, Prism is very strong. With Dromai being gone, I think a lot of players kind of cycled themselves into Prism. But I think Enigma, 6. That's a bit of a surprise. I'm happy to see 5 Boltyns. I think Boltyn's amazing. There's 5 Azaleas, 5 Katsus, 5 Dash, 4 Dorinthia. I love Dory. And then 3 Dash IO, one being piloted by one of the Borthroids twins. I think it's Mark that's playing it. And then 3 Riptides. We saw Erik playing Riptide to a win against Enigma. 3 Kasai, 2 Vynnset.
That's an interesting hero. She got a bit of gas from part the MISTVEIL.
I think we're going to keep an eye on the Vynnset's, and if ever we see that there's a Vynnset, really making it through, we'll put that up. But here's the thing I want to talk about. Reinhar's fine. There's a Max in the room.
There's a Max.
And it's not any Max.
It's possibly one of the best mechanologist players in the country.
It's definitely, I don't want to, shout out or hurt anybody's feelings, but I think it's definitely the best one in Montreal.
You mean at this tournament?
At this tournament right now, for sure. But in Montreal in general, I think Daniel Dreisiger is a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, I think that's Mike Walker that's playing Max. I'm talking.
Oh, about. Sorry, I'm wrong. Sorry, it is Michael Walker. Michael Walker. Sorry, I thought it was Daniel. Though Daniel's playing new, but Daniel is also out of Montreal. Daniel is the Dash resident expert, and yeah, it's true. It's Ottawa. It is Michael Walker.
Yeah, it's Mike Walker from Ottawa.
They're both so handsome. I confused them.
Yeah. Well, I think Daniel's a great player, but he's given up on the mechanologist.
A while back.
He's an assassin mid now, I think. I've seen him playing every assassin under the sun.
Put me in my place. I did mean Michael Walker.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
All right, you guys ready for the backup game?
Yeah, we're going to go straight to the game here. All right, on the left here, we've got Pierre-Nicolas playing Prism with that new Luminaris Angel's Fury against Chris Jones on KO.
Oh, wait, sorry, 1 second.
And we're just going to do a quick hop back to the casters.
Hi, Frank.
Yeah.
How's it going? And back to the match.
I'm good. I'm on the KO side, so I guess I look more like a brute.
But it's funny because I'm definitely more brutish out of the two of us.
It's because you haven't seen me play Flesh and Blood. Well, actually, you have, I guess.
I have a couple times, yeah. We faced off in ProQuest.
Yeah, this Triumph coming in on turn 0. They're just getting that cycling on his side of the board.
So you know Pierre.
I know him on the internet, and I know that he's an excellent player.
Yeah, I know Chris.
You know Chris, okay.
I know Chris. Chris is an Ottawa player. Actually, Chris won. He top-8'd 4 to 5 ProQuests last season, and I believe he won one of them, finished second in another on this deck.
And he's winning to start the game by rolling a 5 on Scab Skins, uses that to play out an E-Strike, gets go again for free, basically.
Yeah, looking at that, I mean, Chris is extremely dialed. I think he's only been playing KO exclusively since the release of the hero.
He's just been labbing it.
Big time.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
he's got his palace of cards. He just keeps gold fishing on his own, and then he also just rolls dice to practice.
Absolutely. He's just home, just playing Blood Rush Bellows just to hype himself up.
Yeah, and that die roll there basically turning into 5 extra damage, right?
Yeah, it does. It does. And I've played a bunch of Prism. I played into Brutes, and it's not comfortable.
Right. Well, I think Pierre, is going to have a game plan, is prepared for the Brutes here. Blocked with a card because didn't want to just give up all of that damage, but pitching a Figment now here to play out. Oh, wow, and Chris committing all of the armor.
Okay, that telegraphs something. By the way, this match is a re-recorded. It is sped up. The flesh bag being used screams one thing for me, and it screams that. It screams Blood Rush. It screams, hey, I'm going off. I'm going to be crazy. Watch me.
Yeah, well, that's one way to make sure that we finish the game in time.
So we're gonna discard here. Pound Town, drawing 2. Everything gets +2. Getting a my token. I mean, Kayo, when he hits, it's so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's really taking Pierre to Pound Town today. Oh, and the ALS comes out. What an opportune moment. Pierre having Arsenal that on turn 0. Chris is just going to pass to the next turn. I don't think he even Arsenal there. He doesn't like his card. Oh, okay. No, sorry. He's drawing. He's drawing off of the Blood Rush Bellows. Yeah.
So there is a world here where you go Scab Skin because you just have to.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes Scab Skin, off the table. Scab Skin.
Oh! 3 action points. Pierre having committed 3 cards to play out this ALS. Now the Mandible Claw going to destroy that, and now the shields are down.
Ethan, can you? Oh, there we go. Perfect. My microphone got disconnected for 0.5 seconds there. But for a moment there, when I saw the 6 as a Prism player, it brought me back. My heart sank for a second there.
Wait, and the Savage Sash. This is going to be so potent.
I mean, why wouldn't you go Savage Sash at this point? You just. So for discarding a Pound Town.
Another 6. This is going to be coming in for 10.
Wow.
No recourse from Pierre.
Okay, so.
Just 1 card left. Oh, no, and it's a Pulping. This is going to have go again.
So Pulping coming in for another, 8?
Yeah, that's going to be 8 with Dominate. And now cleaning up the combat chain. Wow, what a turn.
Here's 18 damage to the face. Thank you very much.
I say opportune, but, it turns out you just can roll a 6.
I mean, wow. The Arclight is so strong. And against any deck except for Brute, that would have been backbreaking. But in this case, it was just a roll 6, and thank you very much.
Yeah, looking at a little agile wind-up play here, telegraphed, starting out with the Mandible Claw. Pierre's got a preserved life total, but still try to maintain some sort of presence. I see 2 Genocide in his hand. Those don't block.
They do not. And I'm wondering if there's an instant here. Yeah, he's going to just pitch the wind-up. Here you go. Thank you very much. That's the Mandible Claw coming in for, 4? Mandible Claw coming in for 4. We're going to get another Agility token. It gets go again, and
yeah, and that's attacks going into the Spectra.
Wow.
So Chris now loading up for another big turn to follow up. Agility and Might. By the way, those Levia tokens, one of these Genesis being pitched to play out a Wartune Herald. Pierre-Nicolas just doing everything he can do to stay in the game.
Wow. Looking at this, I mean, I'm thinking that Wartune doesn't really matter. He's going to swing big, pop it, get it out of here. Arsenal to Genesis, pass turn. And Chris is going, okay, my turn again. Agility, Might, with those tasty, tasty tokens that Ethan passed out. So we're going to go with Pulping. Pulping, if he hits again, we're going to see possibly go again.
Losing an agile windup in that exchange, but this Pulping has Dominate now.
It does have Dominate, and if it doesn't get blocked by 2 cards from hand, it will have go again.
It's going to have double go again because of that agility token, but...
Yeah.
I mean, Dominate's pretty good.
Dominate is pretty good. The Dominate is so Soul Shield.
Oh, a Soul Shield coming in fresh here, preventing some of that damage from getting through.
Yeah, taking the 1, putting that into Soul, and then we're going to see probably Chris. Is Chris just closing the turn there, or is he going to play something else? He's closing the chain, having a thought, having a moment here, deciding if he wants to do something. If you're Pierre...
Is Pierre-Nicolas thinking about maybe playing out that Genesis?
He is. And if you're Chris right now, I'm looking at Chris's hand. Well, I can't look at Chris's hand, but I'm looking at his the way he's manipulating his cards, I'm assuming there is another enabler here. Because he did hold a card with a card in Arsenal. So he's fishing for a combo.
Yeah, now a Herald of Triumph. This is going to prevent those 6 power attacks from being poppers.
But does he care?
I mean, I think that one of the ways that Pierre stays in the game is by getting a relevant... Oh, and that's not even going to be a factor because Chris is going to block it out, get a Might token as well because he's blocking with that Bone Breaker. One of the ways Pierre stays in the game is getting a relevant Figment out. But is it going to matter?
And
Assault and Battery now.
Assault and Battery coming in for, what is it, 8?
That's
7.
7.
7.
Generating an Agility and a Might for the follow-up. Pierre has to respect it. Needs to keep a healthy life total.
So taking 1, going down to 3. Arsenal pass. Wow. I'm really not sure what the extra card that Chris had because, he essentially IP'd himself there.
Yeah, a couple of times. And now there's one of those awkward non-blocking cards feeding into this Herald. Looks like a red. And, in this matchup, I think Illusionist or Prism expects not really to get those Figments for quite some time in the game. And Swing Big is going to be a popper no matter how many Triumphs you put on it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have a Parable and a Triumph, you are getting popped there. So Chris going, hey, I'm going to Agility. I'm going to bring in with, oh my God, rolling over, runner, rolling over that Agility token into the next turn. Coming in for 7 with Go again. 1 card in hand, no floating.
Yeah, and noticing he's pitched 2 reds there, which is a little bit awkward, but he's getting the chip damage through, and he's just going to Arsenal here again.
Yeah, I mean, Chris is in his driver's seat. This is crazy. He is being reckless with his plays, and he can be ruthless.
Yeah, and despite the fact that he hasn't had a huge turn, he still managed to chip 3 or 4 damage through the past few turns. Oh, and Pierre now drawing a couple of non-blocks, I think.
Yeah, a Light of Soul in there, which one of my favorite cards ever, but I don't think it's going to do him much good at this point.
And this is a Savage Feast to go on the Savage Feats. Skullcrack being discarded, getting a resource out of it. That's exactly what you want to see as a Brute.
I mean, Skullcrack, getting him that resource, but also getting the Might, just constantly rolling that pressure from turn to turn. Making 6s into 7s, making them break points, making it very hard for Pierre-Nicolas to actually, block profitably. So we're going to see a Mandible Claw. There's 1 floating, 1 card in Arsenal, which we still don't know what that card is.
Okay, now the Light of Soul being pitched to activate Footsteps. So that's one way of converting your non-blocks into a little bit of defensive value.
Is it enough, though?
I mean, maybe if it gained, say, 12 life. And
there we
the
go.
fist bump. Yep. That was something else.
Yeah, no. There is no chance there, unfortunately. I mean, Chris set the tone very early with that game. That Blood Rush, 18 damage coming through to Prism, who starts at 32. I mean, that is more than half your life. Hey, I mean, Chris is right here coming in with a big thumbs up.
Yeah.
Good job, buddy. Well done. That was absolutely brutal. So, Chris is dialed. I think we see it, with players like Benson in round 1 and with Chris, just when they have the cards, there's no thinking of how do I sequence this. It's just, they just know.
Yeah, it's an Ultra Instinct kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Chris showing us that Kayo can and will still be relevant in the metagame. You can't deny that there's power there.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Well, we're seeing it in the, who we had on board here. We have, 9 KOs or 7?
A good number.
A good number.
People
7 or 9.
prepared.
I think it was 9 KOs. So, 9 KOs, 11 or 12 news, and Zens, which hopefully we can get, more on this because Zen is kind of the dark horse that we were talking about. Everybody's saying, oh, well, he's the rider of death. He is the one that will come and claim the meta for himself. But I think that might not be the real picture.
Sure thing.
No, I don't think so. We've had some players saying, "Oh, Zen is Omega. Zen will reinvent Flesh and Blood." And I'm like, no. Zen is just really good at hitting things.
Well, let us know in chat actually. What would you like for a feature at this point? We have a little bit of lead time on the next round, so drop in chat who you want, or what heroes, right, or players that you want to see on stream. We've crossed out some big ones. I know personally that Max player you guys were talking about.
Yeah, Michael Walker.
Pretty hype there. But let us know in chat. Let us know. We got over almost 1,200 people. So,
wow. We're over 1,000. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Today is going to rock. Thank you all for being here. We got giveaways as well. We're going to be giving away some card grading from Beckett, which is insane because if you open up some of these beautiful cards, from the new set, well, you can get them graded for free potentially from an upcoming giveaway. And we're also going to give away some stream dice. A lot of people always are clamoring for those. You can get them in the description, tiecards.shop, but we'll also be giving away a pair today. So stick around for those. When we have a bit of a longer break, we'll get to that. But we're cruising and bruising right now because round 3 is basically ready. So we're going to go to a commercial break, and I'll scout the comments to see what you guys want, and we'll be right back.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate flesh and blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right, we're going to be starting up with round 3 in just a minute, and we have some great matchups selected for you.
I mean, great matchups. It's going to be very wild. So we didn't want to bring any decks that we've already seen. We're obviously going to see more news and all that as the day progresses. But for now, we scouted and we found there's a matchup going on between a Zen and a Vynnset.
First time seeing Zen, which maybe will be present.
And I think first time seeing a Vynnset in CC on stream in a while.
We'll just see how impactful Eloquent Eulogy is for her.
I think it's a great card. I personally think the biggest winners, honestly, it tends to be the slot.
Expansion slot.
Expansion slot, right? So Shadow Realm Horror, we just saw Kelsie playing that card. What a bomb. You know, when you do hit the triple, when you hit the triple on it, like, come on.
Yeah, exactly.
That thing rips. And so we've got that. We've also got fan favorite Pheano Black playing Prism. He's currently at 1-1. He's going to be playing against the runner-up, quarterfinalist from yesterday, Michael Metello
on Boltyn. Man, I love Boltyn. Shout out to the Boltyns out there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Boltyn, it's one of those heroes, just kind of like Levia. It's one of those heroes where people just love him, and Boltyn players go hard.
Yeah, for sure.
They really do. I know everybody's waiting for that new constructed pre-built deck for some new toys for Boltyn. And Michael has been, we also have Aiden in the room, another.
Yeah, a couple of Boltyn specialists out here hoping to do well in the tournament.
Absolutely.
These two heroes in the yellow submarine, 1-1 bracket, hoping to fight their way back up.
Yeah, these are all players on 1-1, and we are keeping our eyes on the heroes that are performing and on the players that are performing, but we want to really focus on bringing you interesting content, interesting matchups for you to see. We're seeing cards like, round 1, Noah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Playing a card that I never really thought we'd see, which is
Dissolve Reality.
Dissolve Reality. Getting rid of those arsenal spots. So that's what we're looking for right now. We're looking to see what new cards are being played, what's being evolved on, what's being re-engineered.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you looking forward to?
I think in this matchup, I just want to see what direction Alex chooses to go with Zen, because there's a few ways to build that deck, and there's some powerful things you can do. And it sounds like the game is just getting started down at the table, so let's go over to the feed. Yeah, and Alexandre Juvin and Niko Bonnet.
Well, you know what, Alexandre, I was actually early. I got here earlier, and we were talking with some of the local players, and we're like, "Who's on Zen?" And everybody's like, "No, not me." And Alex just raised his hand. I'm on Zen, so we'll see. We'll see how that went for him. And then Niko Bonnet playing Vynnset. Why does that feel like a brave choice?
I think it's brave, not because of how good or bad the hero is. There's always things that you can be doing on that front. But I think it's brave because it's unexplored territory,
It is.
It's completely... They've had to come up with the entire deck. There's not a lot of established, fundamentally proven out concepts for this deck, and especially with the increased sorts of Eloquence tokens. I also want to know, is he playing into that strategy, or is it just a 1-for-4 rune gate?
Yeah, are we going wide? Are we going wide? Or are we trying to go 1-for-4? Or are we trying to go, 6 pummel? There is a pummel Vynnset list.
Vynnset, yeah.
That has been, played before. That's what we're curious to see. And we don't know any more than the people watching us do. We haven't scouted these matches. We don't know the cards they're playing. So we're going to learn with you guys as we go. But one thing that's for sure is Zen's brand new. There's a lot of hype around Zen, and finding someone who's actually tracking with Vynnset, challenging that, we might be very, very surprised.
Yeah, and I will add, Niko is dripped out with Vynnset. We took a little bit extra time to get started because the judges had to approve every single one of his altars. So you're going to see quite a drippy Vynnset here.
Okay, so that. Vynnset is known for her drip. If you've seen any of those memes on the internet.
That's crazy. I mean, to have a judge literally sit down and go, yeah, okay, you're allowed to play. Yeah, this is fine. That just goes to show how invested Niko is into that deck.
Yeah, this is the game as James White intended.
People just, well, I think that's the beauty of like a hero-based card game is people do want to belong to a hero. And then there's sub-communities within our community of like, hey, I'm a this enjoyer, I'm a that enjoyer. Like, I love Dory, I love this, I love Dory, I really love Dory. I wish I could play Dory more. That's where I'm coming from. But, everybody has their thing. And to know that there is a Vynnset community of people trying to break the deck and, make the deck playable in CC. Not that it isn't playable, because everything's playable.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Yeah, Nico's going to try to prove that today with his new deck coming up against Zen.
I have no idea what to expect.
I think that we're going to see some of that new expansion slot card. I think we're going to see some Requiem Moons. That's my guess. Or sorry, is it Requiem Moon? Is that the card?
It's you're talking about the banish make it free spectral? Yeah, make it free, not a spectral.
Spectral, yeah, you're thinking about it.
Yeah. But I've got Prism on my mind. The Eloquent Eulogy, thank you very much.
Sorry, yeah, I'm thinking.
You're thinking about the banish
Eloquence, and then play the Moon card so that you can use that to get action points. You could play a couple.
Yeah, you can play it as an instant, and it has go again and brings an and it makes a rune chant, right?
And it makes a rune chant. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So just generating action points. I mean, we haven't seen Eloquence being played and constructed mostly. Like there's only one class that can really do it.
Yeah, and it's such a powerful effect. I think that, there's a few hoops you jump through to unlock that power. But if you do, they're so good.
Oh, the payoff is huge.
Yeah. One Eloquence can make 3 action points.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what we're going to... I mean, I don't want to say that's what we're going to see, but I'm hoping that's what we see, because that's where Shadow Rimblade, that's where it is in my heart.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's, hey, let me do all of these unfair things.
Yeah.
Let me go very, very wide. Let me, scare the bejesus out of everybody. But look at that altar. Wow.
Oh, wait, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm the one operating this camera, and that's on me.
That is
a Vynnset Iron Maiden on the feed here. The fist bump. Hararuya sleeves here. This is a tournament grinder indeed.
Wow. Look at that. Look at the quality.
The buckler. Seeing the buckler coming out against Zen.
So that's a bloodied oval. Wow.
Yeah, and the Balance of Justice, that'll be relevant for those Art of War turns. Tunic, Spellbound Creepers, and our favorite Vex and Quillhand. On the other side, we have Traverse. So we're not seeing Max of the Pouncing Lynx. Instead, going for Traverse, ability to tutor up a Chi. Stride of Reprisal, we saw that card in Limited. And the Katya, which will give Alex a resource every single time he transcends.
It will, and we're also seeing the Null Rune gloves being, respecting, hey, this hero does do arcane damage. And then we have the Eloquent Eulogy, which is a new card here. We'll see. I mean, looking from the cards here, we see Mauvrion and Skies. I mean, if you've ever played, back in the heydays, Mauve Skies card from Crucible, when it came out, people didn't really see the advantage of it. It was like, oh, whatever, it's a good card. It gives go again. I have so many other things that give go again. And then people, start realizing, oh, this gives like Shrill of Skull form go again. Ooh.
And especially for Vynnset, if it hits those extra rune chants, can lead to a pretty disgusting, frankly, turn extension.
So here, Niko, banishing Deadly Delight and saying, hey, no, I'm not going to play anything. Back to you.
Yeah, taking 1 blood debt, but banking that Rune Gate attack for the next turn.
And is that
the onus on Alex to lead off?
Is that really where you want to be, though? Do you want to be like do you want to build up that stack in your banish?
Well, I think on turn 0, Nico's happy to take the 1 damage because it means that anything else that he does will push over the top of Alex's defensives. That being said, Alex is going to come in real hot, and he's leading with a Descendant, draws Natty into the Bonds of Ancestry. There's no card in the graveyard for him to banish and find a different card from his deck.
It's just 4.
It's just 4 with Go Again. Yeah.
It's a 4 Go Again. They cost nothing. I mean, it's already good enough.
Yeah, and he's going to just play an efficient turn. Widespread domination being used on defense here. Can't play too many of those in a turn. I think I see another one in his hand.
Yeah, he does have another one in his hand. He's also holding on to a Shadow Puppetry. One of my, again, one of those cards just gives so much value. And there's a last card in there, which I recognize the art, but I'm not sure what the card actually is. Ooh, and
this is
that
one
a Mauling
of these
Chi?
cards.
And that is a Mauling Chi from the illustrious Round the Table set in the Ira deck. I mean, it's a 5-for-1, blocks for 3, and it has combo whenever it hits with a Crouching Tiger. You can deal 1 damage to each opponent. Great for multiplayer. Fantastic for this as well.
Yeah, and that'll actually be good for Alex in a future turn because it'll be active for future Bonds of Ancestries. But
Oh,
for
yeah.
now, he didn't play a Crouching Tiger, so it's just going to be 5 damage.
I mean, I was playing a control Katsu deck for a while, and Maulin Key was Pounding Gale like 4 to 6.
Right, yeah, it's just a 5-for-1 there, right?
It's a beautiful 5-for-1. The blocks for 3 with combo. It's fantastic.
By the way, speaking of Mothrians, guys, here's one coming out of the arsenal. So you'll have a couple of ways to extend this turn.
So we're looking at 2 Rune Chants. Mauve Sky's yellow, so if the next thing connects, we're going to be creating 2 more Rune Chants after the fact.
Yeah, and I
Niko
think this
is...
Beseech coming out, just going to pump up the next Rune Gate attack by 3.
That's what it is. Beseech the Demigon. I couldn't make out the art when it was in his hand, but yeah, Beseech the Demigon. So he's going to come in with the Deathly Delight.
Yeah, now Deathly Delight's going to be pumped up to 9, and if it hits, it makes 2 additional Rune Chants. Pointing at the Rune Chants first.
Yeah, there's also the 2 Rune Chants that that Alexandre is going to have to deal with here.
Oh, sorry. Oh, this is pumped up to 8. Okay.
Wow. So 8, pretty uncomfortable to block 8. A lot of people saying, well, you know, Zen does have a fridge. Zen does have, you know, better blocks than, let's say, a Katsu would. So that's interesting. But realistically speaking, like this is 10 damage.
Yeah, and actually, Alex, I think, has 2 non-blocks in his hand. He's got a Preserve Tradition and an Homage to Ancestors. He's not going to be able to block very effectively here.
Oh, wow. So that is going to connect pretty much whatever you want to do. It will connect. And then he's also holding on to that Legendary. I'm not sure if he wants to get rid of that at this point.
Might be a good Arsenal target, but if you know, what else are you going to do with your turn, basically?
Wow.
He does have the option to play out both of these Transcendents on his own turn and go off a little bit, but maybe a little bit early and not the most smooth sequencing in the face of this pretty big turn by Niko.
And just to point something out here, if it does hit, if the Deathly Delight does hit, we are looking here at a destruction. So we could see a chain. I mean, does Niko have any floating? He does not, I believe.
Well, and he's going to need 3 Rune Chants to play that Widespread Destruction that's in the Banish Zone.
But I can also point out that he does play Vex and Quill Hand.
Yeah. He could activate that, get the 2 extra Rune Chants, go up to 4 total. For now, just taking the damage, going to 30, you're going to create those 2 Rune Chants. Let's see that nice Rune Chant dice that Niko's got. And going to gain 2. Yeah, he's lost life from playing out that Beseech the Demigon. 1,200 viewers tuning in to watch Niko pilot Vynnset Iron Maiden against Zen, tamer of kitties.
I mean, look, right now, Niko, I'm really zoned into this because I have not seen a Vynnset play so confidently yet. I think there's always a shakiness with a Vynnset player saying, well, I'm playing Vynnset, but Niko's like, no, I'm playing a deck that can win, and let me show you what that's all about. Because he just arsenaled the Shadow Puppetry.
Yeah, and look at that. He wants to save these Rune Chants for next turn so that he can get off this big turn with the Widespread Destruction. Doesn't need to overplay his hand and overextend. Doesn't need to quite activate the Vex and Quill hand.
And we're going to see the Legendary being played here.
We're seeing a couple of cards being pitched here. Oh yeah, and the grain that tips the scales was had no valid target, so having to be pitched here without transcending. But now Zen's Sacred Art, Jade, Tiger Domain, all these Shrine Sacred Art cards are so awesome, but a bit of a mouthful to say. He's going to get all 3 effects on that because he's played the Homage to Ancestors before, and now that both effects resolve, he's going to transcend twice, has those 6 resources available on hand, going to be able to tutor up any combo card, and now all of those Crouching Tigers are going to have +1 as well, so...
The tiger walks its own path.
Oh yeah, really walking its own path, generating an extra resource off of the Cassia.
And we're going to see here the chess piece granting Alexandre a free resource, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. And so he's going to generate that free resource. Is it 2 free resources or just the 1? Is it per transcend or is it?
Yeah, I think it's per transcend. That's why he's got 2 there.
Wow, so he pitched, played that, 2 extra resources. He's got 2 Crouching Tigers in hand. We're going to probably see another one. He's going to go search his deck for a combo card. This is he's setting up.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big turn. It was an awkward turn on blocks, and I see an extra blue Descendant Gust Wave in his hand, which maybe can lead into a Bond.
Is he allowed to go get a Bond? It's any card with combo. It doesn't have to be a card with a Tiger combo.
Yeah, it can be any combo card. So, you know, that's one of the upsides of playing this style of deck. You just play kind of that Katsu game plan, but you can also just happen to find a ton of extra value off of playing something like your Sacred Art. using his ultimate here.
I mean, going through the deck, we're going to see a red Bonds event,
Oh,
which
yeah.
I think anybody watching at home was like, he's getting a Bonds. Yeah, he's getting a Bonds. Yeah, that's exactly what he's getting.
I didn't want to put the words in his mouth, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, look, come on. There is, you know, there's this whole thing of like, you know, call a spade a spade. We'll call an ace, you know. It is a Bonds. That's what he's going to go get. You said it, you know, you foreshadowed it with the Descendant in hand. So we're going to see Descendant into a lot of Tigers, into a big Tiger combo finish. This is what people have been talking about. This is what people have been saying about Zen. So 2 crouching. Is it 3 crouching? It's 2 crouching.
It's 2 crouching off of the Sacred Art, and then when he activated the hero ability, he got a third one in the hand. He can play all 3 of those out this turn if he'd like, but he can also save them.
So let's
save
see
one
here.
extra
Yeah.
one.
So he's going to start with the Descending Ghost Wave, and if only Alexandre could like just keep his hand fanned out for the viewers at home. But we're going to come in for 1 here. So 1 go again, enabling the Bonds. He's got the 2 crouching Tigers. What kind of ceiling do you think we could see on a turn like this?
So I think that ideally on a turn like this, you would have a couple of extra cards, and he didn't have an arsenal on this turn, so it. Oh yeah, and then is gonna grab that.
The Mauling Key.
Yeah, the Mauling Chi.
So it is Chi, right? I keep calling it Mauling Key, but it is Chi. Oh, there you go. So it is Key. Perfect. So it is, Mauling Key. Going to go through the deck and get that extra 1 for 5. The Pounding Gale.
Yeah, so super relevant that he had been able to play it on the previous turn. Now able to grab it off of the Bonds of Ancestry.
And I think that's one of the things that, you know, Ninja players overall, once you're able to chain your turns and remember what you had and remember what you did, it's all about that sequencing cross turns, right? The entire, like, your moves on turn 2 will define what you can do on turn 7, essentially.
Yeah, and, you know, having these Transcend cards pitched into the deck as well, he's going to be able to activate, or he's going to be able to block with the Traverse later on. Looks like Niko's just taking all the damage and then just attacking in now with, attacking in with one of these Tigers for 1.
So Tiger for 1 into probably Tiger for 1, I would assume. Zen's ability once per turn, right?
Yeah, it's just once per turn, thankfully.
Yeah, thankfully.
Yeah, and now going to attack with a Kakura.
They're saying, why do you want to go here? That's amazing. So, yeah, Kakura coming in for 2.
Yeah, that's going to pump up the next Tiger.
Not on hit. It pumps it up, period. It always does. Right? And there you go. Tiger for 2.
And just imagine if you had an Artivore to go with this as well. It'd just be so much damage added to the chain.
Or Ancestral Harmony. Right? Ancestral Harmony is combo only, right? Only cards with combo, I think.
And I think he's thinking about cashing in on this Tiger, or whether he wants to arsenal it for a future turn, enable some of these Tiger cards.
I'm not too sure. I think we're definitely going to see the Mauling Key being played. But is he going to play that extra? Is that a Crouching Tiger again in hand?
Yeah, that's the 3rd Crouching Tiger that he's generated off of Zen's hero ability.
I think he's probably going to hold on to that if I was betting.
Mauling Chi coming in, and if it hits, deal 1 damage. So it's going to be a 1 for 6.
Yeah. Pretty good turn considering, you know, Alexandre got like slapped pretty heavily during Niko's turn.
And now Niko thinking about committing something on defense. Maybe he's going to go with the Balance of Justice here, cover up the 5, get the extra value. Nope. Oh, yep, that's right.
Yeah, he is. Blocking
just
with...
giving away a Bounding Demigon because he can't quite use all of his action points on his turn. Or, sorry, can't quite make that many action points on his turn.
Yeah, and Bounding Demigon, such a great card.
Yeah, zero cost.
0 cost for 4 with a million ways to give it go again. I mean, come on. What a great card.
All right, so now going back to Niko's turn, he's got to banish a card at the start of Vynnset's turn, picking up the Tunic, remembering those triggers. I think that's a Deathly Whale blue now in the banish zone.
It is.
Playing out the Shadow Puppetry, and he's going to take 1 from the trigger.
So Shadow Puppetry +1, go again if it hits, banish the top card of your deck. You may banish the top card of your deck. And then we're going to see him play the Deathly Whale. In his hand is the 1 for 6 or 2 for 6 with on hit. Is it the discard a card? I forget the name of the card.
It's a Widespread Ruin.
Widespread Ruin, exactly. That's what he has in hand. So
yeah, so this Deathly Will is going to deal 1 damage guaranteed through the Rune Chant and let Niko gain back the Rune Chants.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so when the chain closes, the Deathly Will generate 2 Rune Chants. That lets him extend the turn quite a bit.
Yeah, widespread destruction. Is it a 2 or a 3?
It's a 2.
It is a 2. Oh, it is a 3. We're
Oh,
getting from the booth
sorry.
here. It is a 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, the destruction is the one that's in the banish is a 3.
Yeah, that one's a 3, and then the one in hand is a 2.
Yeah. And it looks like there's a red read the runes in hand, so you'd have to give up the tunic counter here and pitch a card to play the rune from hand. Oh, okay, and Alex is saying, hey, I just got that chi in my deck. I'm going to go get it back.
Wow. I'm going to get +2 cards, so I'm going to have a 6-card hand. Wow. So getting the chi, creating a crouching tiger. And this is what people have been saying about Zen. It's like, well, the turn that you want to go off, you can actually throw the fridge out, get extra cards, and then go off. And Niko having a good laugh, saying, hey, so you're all good, no worries.
Yeah, and Niko may be thinking about, how important it is for him to try to get some disruption in. Doesn't have a widespread annihilation to strip the hand, though.
He does not. I'm wondering, I'm actually excited to see the ceiling on this Zen deck, but like Niko really putting in quite a bit of damage with Vynnset, because you think -1 int essentially on Vynnset is the way a lot of people saying, oh, it's int 3 whatever.
Well, and now he's looking at the top card from the Shadow Puppetry trigger, thinking about whether he wants to banish this card. This is our card. This is the Eloquent Eulogy.
Wow. The art. I mean, the art on Shadow Runeblade cards. I've got a little bit of a let's call it gothic flair on stuff that I like, and it really hits that spot. It's quite nice. When it closes, if anybody has lost any life, get an Eloquence. 1 for 4, block 3. So he's going to come in with it. It is going to check regardless because someone has lost life.
Yeah, both players have lost a life, so he is going to create the Eloquence token.
And this is the first time that I've seen an Eloquence token on stream. I don't think I've ever seen anybody get one on stream. So for those of you who do not know what an Eloquence token does, when you play a non-attack action card, destroy this, and card gets go again.
Yeah, and I'm just going to chime in here because this is actually insane how it's going to function. He's going to Tunic for creepers. Read the Rune is going to get go again from Eloquence. 3 rune chance, widespread for free. Like, this is the turn from the Vynnset. It's insane.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
Yeah, just that Tunic coming up at the perfect time.
And he still has the widespread ruin in hand for to arsenal or to put away at another point. Wow.
Yeah, and remember those creepers are going to stick around for another turn. Lots of arcane damage making its way through.
Well, you can pretty much guarantee that they never go away.
Yeah, especially against a deck like Zen that's trying to keep its hand and swing back at you. This is going to threaten to put Alex down to 11, and that's a low life total to be at.
And not just that, it banishes a card from Arsenal. So whatever happens this time around, that card in the Arsenal is gone. If you can't play it right now, that card is gone.
That's the Crouching Tiger from the previous turn. I bet he's wishing he cashed that in for 1 damage.
Yeah,
Would be
absolutely.
relevant at the end of the game.
Wow. Okay, so my mind is a little bit blown here, and I think Ethan, you're very excited about this too. I've never seen this ever.
Yeah, I mean, this is the power unlocked by Eloquence, right? Like, Creepers and Eloquence together is such a fascinating combo with the, even on top of, like, the instant playables that Vynnset has out of Banish. I forget the name of them, but it's the non-attacks where if you're taking damage, they're instant. Eloquence just works so beautifully with all of that. And we're seeing, I mean, this might be the first stream game with Eloquence in it, and look at what it's enabling here. Someone else do the math. I think it's your thing, Sean, but this is, like, nutty.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I mean, he's presented, what is it so far? Oh, okay, so widespread is for 6, and he hit for 4 with the previous 3.
Yeah, count the rune chance as well, right?
Yeah, count the rune chance. I mean, has he presented like 21 damage so far?
It's a big number, all off the back of a little innocuous hit on that Shadow Puppetry.
Yeah, I could try and run the numbers because right now I'm trying to remember the actual turn, and I'm so flabbergasted by what happened here that I'm like drawing a blank. But he started the turn with 3 rune chance, and then went into a widespread for I believe it was for 5, and then definitely whale for 5, and then into the Eloquence for 4, and then with 2 rune chance, and then he came into the widespread destruction for 6 with 3 rune chance. So that is 9, 13, 15, 20, 23 damage. Yeah, with the Arsenal disruption on top of that. So and with keeping a widespread ruin in hand, which is an Arsenal right now. Absolute insanity. Absolute insanity.
And I bet he's just looking to do this again the next turn. He's got the Vexing Quill hand queued up.
He does have a defense reaction in hand. It costs 1 less for every rune chant you have. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any rune chants on right now.
Oh, looks like he's thinking about pitching to play it, maybe.
Possibly. Maybe he's thinking, hey, this turn is an off turn. I'm just going to block out a bit, and then next turn I'll get back to you. Bouncing key coming in. If a Crouching Tiger was played, which it was for 0, +1, and go again. Great value.
All right, this is a card that we were seeing in draft. The Aspect of Tiger body, going to create a Crouching Tiger in the Banish Zone for Alex.
And I think it gives go again if it follows. What's the condition on it? It gets go again if it follows?
A red card.
A red card. Wow. That is a condition that's very easily met.
Yeah, when all of your attacks are red, it's pretty straightforward.
No, absolutely. I mean, looking at this, that's 0 for 3. Again, 0 cost go again. We know from a lot of experience in Flesh and Blood, 0 cost go again is fantastic.
And so Niko's saying no blocks on all of this. Trying to set up his own turn a little bit.
Is that a bit too greedy? Because the other thing is this isn't Katsu. There's no, you can take damage. On hits are not that relevant.
Tiger swipe.
It's so funny. I was going to say, on hits are not that relevant up until you get Tiger Swipe. And that's what he's playing right now. Tiger Swipe gets +2 go again, and when it hits, you create X Crouching Tigers.
Oh, wow. And, again, this is one of those situations you just really wish you had that Anthem effect to go along with it.
And he's coming in with the Rune, I can remember something of Rune Chant.
Reduce to Rune Chant.
Reduce to Rune Chant. Block for 4. It costs 1 less to play if you have a Rune Chant. Unfortunately, Niko doesn't have it, so he's going to have to pay for it. It will make a Rune Chant for next turn, though. And is that what I think in hand? No, it's not. Okay, it's Widespread Annihilation.
Yeah, he's going to be able to look for another card. You could actually find another Tiger Swipe here, but those Tigers are going to be coming in for 0. There's nothing pumping them up. He's got a Tiger Swipe in hand. This is just proving to be a little bit more awkward than he'd like, I think.
But
it'll be a Pouncing Chi that he finds.
I think that, if he had a +1 before that, I think we'd probably see him just slam it. If there was an Art of War or something like that, he'd probably slam it. But at this point, there's a very good chance he'll just, give himself some time here.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what? This Chi was not generated off of a Transcend, so he doesn't even get that extra resource. He can't find any of the 1-cost combo cards.
No, unfortunately. Yeah, because the one thing that comes to mind is the +4 if you've played a Crouching Tiger. What is that called? It's another key card.
You're thinking of
not
Falling? No, wait, we saw that one already. Chi
no,
Unleashed.
The finisher. Yeah, exactly.
But he doesn't have the resources to play that either. It's a red Tiger Swipe in hand.
True. That card does cost 2, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
these Crouching Tigers that are generated do not pitch for anything. Otherwise, that would also be kind of
that would be absolutely insane.
Yeah, and we're going to find the Pouncing Chi.
Yeah. So that coming in, clear 4. I mean, he could go to 4. Do you think he's playing the Crouching Tiger at this point?
Well, he's got to play it to get the +1 on the Pouncing Chi, and I think that, if it's in his hand, it's not blocking, it's not going to do anything the next turn, so he's just going to jam it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I mean, it's a little bit funny. I mean, Niko blocked with Reduce, pitching another card. That's 2 cards on the Tiger Swipe, and I don't necessarily think it's because he was scared of the Tigers, but rather because he just wanted to play an efficient turn, efficient block on his own turn.
Yeah, I think Niko would have been very, very happy if he had a Rune Chant already live. It's one of those things where if you knew you were drawing a Reduced to Rune Chant, you probably would have popped the Quill hand.
Yeah. 0 go again, no blocks, sir.
Yeah, and then 4 go again. Wow, and we just reached 1,400 people. Thank you so much for tuning in to the ProQuest Plus of Battle Hardened Montreal. Again, I'm Sean. He's Frank. Thank you so much for being with us and witnessing what Zen can do. But looking at Niko Bonnet, cool as a cucumber, man.
Yeah.
He is not phased. He's like, yeah, this is a lot, but I'm fine. Let me just think.
Oh, and he's going to give the Spellbound Creepers here. It doesn't have a way to guarantee the arcane damage goes through and doesn't need the extra action point on this turn. So he's just going to give it up.
Very disciplined, cashing that in. And are we going to see another Tiger Swipe?
Okay, he is going to go for the Tiger Swipe here. That's going to be for 4.
For 2.
Oh, sorry, that's going to be for 2. Yeah, he doesn't have a Tiger before that. Sorry.
Is that greedy? Is that greedy? Don't you think he probably should have played it after the key in that point? Pouncing key, get the on hand, or did he not want to flood his hand with Crouching Tigers for no reason?
Well, I think that maybe he's just trying to play all of these cards out and really get to the next hand. It's one of those things, you know, where you think you're playing towards something specific that you're doing.
Wow. I mean, and now back to our dear friend Niko here. He's going to banish a widespread. He's gonna pop the Quail hand, going up to 4, and then Mavrian Skies into widespread annihilation. So people banish cards from hand, and that's great for Niko because he has no hand.
Mm-hmm. And you know, the one notable thing here, like if this Mavrian Skies hits, he's gonna bank so many rune chants for the next turn. This will just keep the pain train going.
It will, absolutely. I mean, Niko, obviously, you know, the altar and all that, great, but it's showing that he knows Vynnset. This is not someone who started playing Vynnset last night. Unlike Alexandre, who probably started playing Zen like a couple days ago.
Yeah, because the hero wasn't available.
It wasn't around. It wasn't around. So Niko just going, I know this deck can win. I know it. And good for him, because I'll tell you, before watching him play, I was like, who brings Vynnset to a professional tournament? That's crazy. And now I'm like, oh, Niko does. And I see why. The Eloquence play that Ethan helped us break down earlier, like, that's insane. And no one can do that. That is a Vynnset exclusive.
Oh, yeah. Niko just revealing his cloaked equipment is actually in the graveyard.
Cloaked? Cloaked? We have a thing for later. But yeah, Cloaked. Yesterday, Cloaked was such a big part of the actual, like, limited experience. Right?
Yeah.
It's wild.
Just making sure we're staying legal in the game state. Okay, and Alex is going to pitch an Ancestral Harmony, one of those anthem effects to prevent the damage from those rune chants. Taking 1 damage over the top, it looks like.
It is. I mean...
And he's going to be forced to give the rest of the hand here if he wants to prevent that banish ability if 1 rune chant goes through.
Well, it's kind of, you know, screwed if you do, screwed if you don't, because if you're not, you know, if you're letting it hit, you are discarding. I am going to get rune chants.
Oh, and Niko pointing out the effect on Mavrian Skies. By the way, I'm going to be making a couple of rune chants here.
Not just a couple, 3.
That is a red
thruple.
Mob. How often, a thruple, how often does a red Mob Skies hit? Oh, this is going to be a bit brutal.
Wow. I mean, and he still has the widespread annihilation, widespread destruction in Arsenal.
Widespread ruin. There's a couple
ruin, not destruction,
We've
ruin.
seen all 3 of them at this point in the
ruin.
game.
The one that costs 2.
Yeah.
The 2 for 6.
Yeah. And Alex banishing a Breed Anger there. I think, you know...
Oh, we're going to see the flail.
Oh, the flail is going to send 3 rune chants and threaten to make another one if it hits.
I think that's a brilliant play. Honestly, I think that's a brilliant play because he knows he has the widespread ruin. It does cost 2. If this hits, we're going to get a rune chant. We're going to banish. We're going to have another rune chant. So regardless of what happens, he's sending 2 rune chants and a widespread. And looking at his hand here, we've got an Art of War, which does nothing right now, and Breed Anger.
Yeah, the Breed Anger from earlier. See, now, yeah, Alex is really kicking himself saying, oh, I didn't plan to block this, so I'm kind of priced into just taking all this damage. I'm going to have to just Arsenal one of these cards and not really do as much as I'd like to.
So we might see...
Vynnset moving.
I think
we
might
up.
see Vynnset moving up against Zen. I don't want to, you know, I'm not saying anything. I don't want to, but.
Oh, and now the Art of War, just with how clunky the hand is, being forced to just attack with the Kakura here. Alex is trying to keep up the pressure as best he can, stay in the game, but it's not lining up that well for him.
If I was a betting man, I'm saying I think Niko's just taking everything to face. Because he has it. Let's try to see if we can look at his hand here. He's got a reduced rune chant incantations. He's got a red mob. He's got a bounding demigod and a deadly delight. So I think I don't want to say he's got it, but I think he's pretty much got it.
All right, we're going to banish that deathly delight at the start of turn. Niko now thinking about how he wants to sequence which cards he wants to play first. Pitching the bounding demigod to play out the rune blood incantation. It looks like it's a. That's a red, I believe. Okay, all right. Now playing out the Mavrian Skies. And going to come in with the Deathly Delight.
So I thought we would actually see a closer of the game right now. Maybe I got too ahead of myself here. But, I mean, this is still 5. On hit, generate a lot of rune chants. And Alex is going to have to deal with those rune chants. And if we look at Alex's hand over here, he does have some reds. He has a card that doesn't, not I don't want to say it does nothing, but -1 is not that relevant at this point. He has a blue bonds, chase the
tail?
Yeah, chase the tail. And I can't see the last one, the last card in hand here. Let's see, what's the last card? Chase the tail and come on, Alex, move that chase the tail out of the way so we can show the people watching what you're working with.
I think you might have to.
I think he's going to block with it. Yeah, I think he's going to block with it.
And you know what's the worst part for him here is that because of that go again, yep, Niko's just going to say, sure, just give me the one. I'm just going to make a rune chant for next turn.
That's amazing. A flail of agony, seeing, like, making plays happen. Coming in for 1. What are you going to do, Alex? You are a 2. And I can make my arcane damage unpreventable, which will close the game. I mean, Frank, honestly,
you're gonna get sold on a new hero every round this tournament.
You know what? I think my issue is I've been so obsessed with playing Dorinthia and playing Prism for the last 3 years that I've been like like a horse that only races ever.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I've had blinders on, man. I've had blinders on, and like this is opening my mind.
Yeah, you are like Plato's allegory of the cave, just seeing reality for the first time. And this is a philosophical discussion. Niko's going to generate some life because both players have lost life this turn off of that Deathly Delight, going back up to 6.
I'm so impressed.
Oh, sorry, Alexandre didn't lose life. It was just Niko, so he only gains 1.
Yeah, he only gains the 1. But that's actually not what you want to see. He's got 2 Sync Belows in hand. And his arsenal is already clocked. So he's going to banish that Widespread Ruin. Tunic goes up to 3. Get a rune chant from the Rune Blood incantation.
2 rune chants now.
2 rune
so
chants.
Maybe not the most ideal draw here, but still quite threatening.
That is a
the
Beseech the
Demigod
Demigod.
is going to make the rune chants unpreventable.
It is, and he's going to come in with that. So it's 2. It's 1 unpreventable rune chant, 1 blockable, and then 9 damage. So it's 9 plus 2. I mean, come on.
Yeah, Alex says, oh, okay, I guess I'll take the 1. He's going to commit a full card to this rune chant just to stay alive, and then still have to deal with that 9.
And then the other thing here is, so this thing does not have Go Again, unfortunately for Niko, because if it did have Go Again, he could have pitched 2 cards from hand and Widespread Ruin again from Arsenal.
Yeah, I think he might be... He's in a pretty good spot in the game, despite these 2 D-reacts clogging his hand up.
I mean, we're going to see here a block for 9 and a pitch. And just, hey, thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, that's a 2 block on that 100 win, so he's going to chip through for 1 damage. That's the end of the game.
Okay. So, Vynnset takes it over Zen.
Remember we said earlier, Zen was tagged as being potentially one of the front runners of this metagame. And Vynnset showing us she has game into the big dogs.
I mean, look, there's a player that I will try not to call by full name, but there's a player. His name is Jacques, and he sent me a note this morning and said, "Good luck casting, good luck watching Zen a lot." He said it's going to be Omega tier. Have fun, and I was like, okay, buddy, sure, thank you, and I believe him. I believe he's on some cooked lists, but Vynnset winning it over Zen. Wow.
All right, and now we have 20 minutes left. We're going to go live to the backup game. Still in progress. Remember, this is the Yellow Submarine. Boltyn against Prism. A battle of Monarch heroes. And looks like Michael's got a big turn coming through. Is this a Valiant Thrust that has Go Again? Prism only on 12 life.
And I want to point out, did you see how much soul Michael has?
Yeah, Michael can do something pretty threatening with that soul throughout the rest of this game.
He's got soul for days. And Pheano Black, I mean, Pheano, who doesn't know Pheano? Pheano's a goddamn legend. But he's coming in with a Spectral Shield, blocking 6 on that thrust. Michael, yesterday, getting all the way up to the semis of our Battle Hardened. And then, anybody who knows who he is knows he's the Boltyn master. Man, he loves Boltyn. And just...
Oh, and now a Herald of Erudition coming in. Still a couple of points of armor available to him if he wants to commit those. I think most of those pieces have temper.
Well, Herald of Erudition is only 5, and Boltyn does play Soul Shield.
Oh, and
one in a hand.
yeah, the one that he's just drawn at an opportune moment.
Absolutely. I think that's not going to scare him that much. We do have cards like Angelic Wrath, but I'm not sure if Pheano plays those. There's a possibility he might.
I think Pheano's all out of cards right now, so this is going to be his only play of the turn.
So is there a world here where Michael prefers to just give a take flight as a block and then put or actually maybe that blue thrust that he has? Is that a blue thrust? It looks like a blue thrust. Maybe blocking for 5, arsenaling the Soul Shield on his turn. That might be the play, actually. It's a yellow thrust. So blocking for 5, yellow thrust, getting rid of the courage. Courage is gone, soul is gone.
And then going back to his turn with 3 cards, going to be able to play out the take flight, charging this courageous steel hand. 1 resource floating, not going to be able to do too much with that. Oh, okay, no, he's thinking about it. He's going to actually pitch the courageous steel hand, keep that in the deck for later to come over the top. And this is going to be take flight for 4, promising a raid and swing after. When you're on 12 life, maybe that's a little bit threatening, but don't ever count Illusionist out of these games.
Well, if you think about, Pheano being on 12 life, Pheano has taken less damage than Michael.
Right, because because Michael's had to come down from 40. Pheano only has taken 20 damage.
Yeah, so who is technically in the lead at that point, right?
I'm going to leave that one up to the fans.
I know. Let us know. Let us know if you think that at this point, that 8-point gap counts or not.
So are you counting each of these soul as 1 point of life as well? Like, how are we going to math that in?
Soul is not worth life. What are you talking about? This isn't original Prism. I can't transform my souls into spectral shields.
Yeah, Pheano deep in the tank, looking at a Parable of Humility, I believe, in his hand.
Yeah, Parable's amazing. I love that card. But in this matchup, it's unfortunately at this time, it doesn't do much. He does have an ALS in hand, but the thing with ALS is it's fantastic when you're trying to prevent something from going haywire. It's not that great when you're just getting slammed directly, right? If someone attacks you for 6 and you go ALS, well, that's great. You're still taking 6.
Yeah, and this Raiden on the back end is, gonna prevent Pheano from really being able to proactively develop either of these auras.
Wow.
I mean, I guess if he plays out that Parable right now, he's saving a couple of life points.
He is saving 1, but then the Raiden's just going to eat it up.
Yeah,
and that's too many cards. Actually, is that a Parable? That's a Merciful Retribution.
Oh, that's a Merciful Retribution. Sorry, I confusing my Eleonora Patera cards. Distinctive art style.
Just lean on me for the card calling. I've seen these cards being played. I've played these cards to a sickening extent. So, no, but yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't think you're playing an aura. I don't think that's the play.
Yeah, Pheano saying no blocks on the take flight goes down to 8. All right, Michael's officially dealt more damage to Pheano than vice versa.
No, absolutely. Now we can say it. Now we can say there's a 2-point lead from Michael Metallo. So,
by the way, this is going at face. I'm noticing that in the equipment headpiece area, just for board management, there is a Passing Mirage and a Figment.
There is. I mean, Passing Mirage, great card. I don't know how relevant that is into Boltyn. I mean, there is, Boltyn Blade and a few other cards, but realistically, I don't think it's the end-all, be-all. We might see a Herald of Ravages being played here, okay, perfect. So Herald of Protection coming in for 6, I believe. That looks to be a yellow from here. It's got quite a bit of glare there, but yeah, coming in for 6 on hit, make a Spectral Shield, goes to Soul, get a Figment, do a lot of stuff. Activate Vestige on top of that. That's another thing.
Yeah, do you think that Michael's going to give this Cataclysm, perhaps?
I'm not...
Or does he want to save that because 7 go again is pretty juicy?
Well, the thing is, he's got so much soul.
he's taking the damage.
Yeah, he's got so much soul that he could probably go Cataclysm into take flight into sword into you lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm seeing a few other cards on the other side.
Yeah, so he's going to go through, find a Figment. I'm not sure which ones are left. I just saw a Rebirth pass. I just saw a Triumph pass. He's probably going to go get Triumph, I would assume. Unless he has Erudition, at which point he might get Erudition. But no, we're going to see, Figment of Triumph. Great choice. I mean, Figment of Triumph, so strong.
Do you remember which angel that is?
It is 10, isn't it 10 something? I forget the names. No, Victoria.
Yeah,
Victoria.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, Victoria is the option if he does choose to go for the flip here.
Yeah, Victoria. I own all of these in Marvel. I should know. And talking about the Marvels, some of the most beautiful cards in Flesh and Blood to me. The Marvel Angels are just, they're ridiculous. Look at that card.
Yeah, and banishing a card from the soul, if you do attack action cards your opponents control, get -1 until the start of your next turn. So that's going to be every single attack action that Michael plays on offense as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I just want to, just for the viewers here, just bring that in a little bit. Oh, we can't bring that in. Apologies. It's the backup camera. We don't have the zoom in on it. But
yeah,
what a beautiful card.
And now actually that 7 power Cataclysm is sitting at a 5 for this turn. Goes back to 6 when Michael's attacking.
I think, Cataclysm is one of those cards. When you do have that level of soul, you could just go kata, right? If you have 9 soul, Cataclysm, you can chain those, and that's 15 damage for free, right? Wow.
Michael's just going to think about his choices.
And the Figment also still, the effect of the Figment is still in play, so there's still the -1 for the entire chain. So if after this Pheano goes back in with a Herald, that Herald cannot be popped, more or less, unless you're blocking it with a 7. Which...
Oh, you mean with an 8?
So it would be with a 7 in this case, because... actually, wait, does that stack on top of it? Yeah, it does.
Stack on top of it,
So it would have to be 8, so that Celestial Cataclysm can just kick rocks.
Yep.
Oh, is there also a Passing Mirage on the board? There is one for Poppers, and it hasn't been triggered yet because it doesn't actually work on the Angels. Well, no, sorry, apologies. A Herald of Protection has been played, so the Passing Mirage is not active anymore. So looking at Victoria coming in for 4. Michael really thinking, hey, do I want to preserve life? Do I want to just take the 4 here? She's going to block with a bolt. What is it? A Bolt of Courage.
Yeah, that's not really the way he wanted this turn to go down.
No, not at all. And I think we might see. So does Pheano have 2 cards in hand or just the one? Just the one.
Yep.
Okay. Because that could have been followed up by another Angel, another Herald had,
Oh, and they're just going to keep out the Figment to indicate that the effect of Victoria is active now.
Okay, that's a good reminder. I'm all for reminders. I know that some players say, no, get that out of here. I'm going to sneak you into forgetting that things are active, but that's not how that works. So we're going to see here, banishing 3 souls, coming in with a Celestial. Unfortunately, just for 6 because of Victoria.
Oh, but I see a non-block in Pheano's hand. That might have been a Genesis.
It is Prism, so you've got a bunch of non-blocks.
So yeah, not going to be able to protect the ward super effectively necessarily.
Looking at this, I mean, it is 6. It is go again, and we can't unfortunately zoom in because this is not the feature match area. But I'm trying to think, what can Michael really do? Because Pheano is at 5, so Pheano has to block. There's not a world where he can do. So looking at this, he's going to bring out Secum, the Angel of Ravages. I think it's just Michael was asking for information. Hey, what does the Secum do? What does this Angel do? And again, look at the art on this thing. It's just, it's probably actually, to be fair, probably my favorite art on an Angel.
Yeah, it is just gorgeous, and those full art marvels, those illusionist players.
We do like to roll. We do like we do like the swagoo. We do like to drip. So yeah, coming in with this, it's going to eat. So Victoria is going to eat the Cataclysm. Pheano taking the 1, and then Bolt of what is this card? It's bolting. I can't zoom in, unfortunately.
Blade?
Is it Bolting Blade? No, it's not Bolting Blade. It's it is the red. You can put a yellow, and if you do, it gets go again. I forget what it's called. Beaming Bravado, +1.
Bravado, gotcha.
Yeah, Beaming Bravado. It's the +1.
And this looks like it's just coming in for 2 damage, actually. No charge. He's going to save the Soul Shield for a next turn. But the Celestial Cataclysm pushing 2 over the top of the Angel helps him get a little bit of breathing room and making sure that things don't go completely out of control. Pheano now committing the Vestige of Soul.
And a fun fact, I've been playing Illusionist and Warrior pretty much exclusively since I started playing Flesh and Blood. And a lot of people say, Prism is very much favored into Warrior. Not true. Prism is not favored into Boltyn. Boltyn is actually very, very strong into Prism.
And now Pheano trying to, debunk that idea by fighting hard against it. He is going to bring out the Secum.
He's going to bring a Secum coming in. And, there's an arcane damage component if he does banish. I don't think he's banished a soul. I don't think he can afford to.
I think he just did, actually. That was the card on the left side there. So this is going to be 2 damage coming over the top.
Well,
unpreventable.
Yeah. Oh, okay. He did. Absolutely. Okay. And he's going to... No, so he did not. So he banished to Awaken.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, and now there's an ALS.
Okay. So this is a play that we've seen a lot of people do. It's, now the question becomes, are we going to see a loop?
Right, the Arc-like Sentinel loop.
The Arc-like loop. I don't think Pheano is at a place where he's comfortable enough to do that. There's a lot of prerequisites to do that. You need the Vestige of Soul. So I don't think we're going to see a loop here. But regardless of if there's a loop or not, we are going to see a change in the tempo of the game. Because Pheano he has another ALS in the hand. He does have a Herald of Triumph. So we might see hit with Secum ALS again, which buys him time. It's 4. You have to do something about it, Michael Metello. In hand, he's got the Triumph. He's got an ALS, and he has I think it's a Herald of Protection I can see.
Yeah, now drawing a Bolting Blade at a pretty opportune moment. The ALS just being used to pitch.
Oh, he is pitching the ALS. I mean, there's no Phantasm. There is a Passing Mirage there, so there's not really a downside to that. But he's going to come in with the Herald of Protection for 6. And realistically, at this point, if that hits, Pheano goes up to 4.
Yeah, and with the Angel swinging after... potentially being able to get unpreventable damage over the top. Michael's got to do something on defense here if he wants to stay in this game.
Wow. I'm trying to think, Michael here, he needs a way, and there's 6 minutes left in the round. I mean, there's not 20 minutes for these players to get him out. And you see it right there, a Bolting Blade, which without the Passing Mirage, that would be a snap. You just block that right away. You just slam it down. Thank you very much. Get that Herald of Protection out of here. But without it, it just blocks 3.
Yeah, maybe Michael thinking back to some decisions, pushing 1 or 2 points of damage through the Victoria effect. Now wishes he had gotten rid of the Passing Mirage. Soul Shield's going to be coming out here. We did have that tucked away in the arsenal. Wow. That'll go to Soul afterwards.
I mean, that's the perfect block in this case.
Yeah, covers up the Herald perfectly.
I bet Pheano wished that Herald was red. We're going to come in with Secum. No Soul, so no arcane damage, unfortunately.
And wouldn't be surprised to say no blocks from Michael here.
No blocks. Yeah, no blocks. Down to 3. And Pheano's got 1 card left. Unfortunately, I didn't get a good glimpse of it. He did pitch the ALS. He had a Triumph in hand, which might be the card that he kept because he pitched the Passing. So that's a yellow Triumph, I believe, in Arsenal for Pheano Black. And then Beaming Bravado again. Did we see if a soul was charged? I believe it was because that Beaming Bolting Blade was in. Well, yeah, that Bolting Blade that it is in soul, I believe was in hand. Yeah.
Yeah, the Bolting Blade. And this card in hand is the Beacon, actually. So this is going to turn into a couple extra action points for him. This is the turn that he needs to swing things around.
Oh, is that really a Beacon in hand? Beacon of Victory?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, saying no blocks here.
I think Pheano's just dead. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go up to 8. That's lethal.
Okay, so if he's choosing 4 here, I'm thinking maybe he's actually going to grab a Celestial Cataclysm and not a Lumina.
I don't think there's a Lumina at this point. I think that there's no point in having a Lumina anymore.
Right, like maybe he's just missing the ability to do that. He's going to look through the...
Make sure he still has the card he wants to go get.
2 Cataclysms there. There's there's the 2 Luminas. We see the third one in the soul. Yeah, and so CCAT is the play.
It is. So he might go up to 5 in case that does get blocked, and then CCAT in for a very nice 7. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, so 4 cards being banished from the soul here.
It's 4 plus the 1 for the go again.
Yeah.
So he's keeping the 1, and then the extra 3 is going to be Cataclysm. I think, I can't see Pheano's hand. I don't know if he has a D-React, but this is lethal. This is game, technically speaking, right? He's going to resolve it. Pheano says, go get your card. Go get the cat.
Yeah, Michael now just making sure he's playing everything out.
Pheano does have the Soul Shield.
Has the Soul Shield available for this big attack.
Pheano does have the Soul Shield, and he has Second. He can soak up some of that damage as needed. Because that Beaming Bravado at this point is 8. It's coming in for 8.
Yeah, so Second's going to soak up some of that damage.
Yeah, so let's see here. Oh, it is 7? 1, 2, 3,
it's a
4.
yellow,
Oh, it's
maybe.
a base 3. It's base 3, yeah. Oh, it's base. Oh, okay. It's not the red. It's the yellow. So it's base 2 plus 1 for the add to soul plus 4 for the Beacon of Victory. I bet Pheano wished that he would put a 3 on there to soak up that Exacxes, because unfortunately right now, Pheano has a Figment and a Tome in hand. That is
and I
bad
don't
news.
think Michael's going to be breaking the chain, so
Yeah, I don't believe he will be.
no good option here with weird soul shenanigans. Actually, I don't know if that's even relevant. I'm just saying words. These are mechanics the heroes have. Michael coming in,
Yeah,
and there's
fist
the
bump.
fist
There you
bump.
go. Yeah. Well, we've seen it here. I mean, Boltyn. No, these 2 players are exceptional. I'd like to think that they are pretty exceptional. Getting that Cataclysm, being able to go Cataclysm. He's played 2 Cataclysms that game, and they were both effective. He had like 10 soul.
Yeah, Michael really riding the wire of just taking those hits from the Angels repeatedly, staying on the offensive, trading his life total for extra cards, and paying off at the end.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, from what we've seen today, I'm still stuck on that Vynnset game. That was
Go home and
amazing.
buy all the Runeblade cards.
I don't need to buy the Runeblade cards. I have the Runeblade cards. I just don't play them.
Sleeve the Runeblade cards that you already have.
I might. We've gotten some sleeves. Thank to our sponsors. They've given us a couple of sleeves, and I think I'm going to use one of those packs to sleeve up a Runeblade.
Yeah.
That was really. I'm actually once we get to our next break, I'm going to get up, and our friend Niko is literally right there. I'm going to go quiz him about his deck, because that was really, really cool.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're just going to go over to Ethan for a moment, and there's the producer cam.
Yeah, hello everyone. So we are at an amazing viewership amount right now, about 1,400 people. So let's run one of the giveaways while we prepare for round 4. We're going to do some scouting. The round just ended. We're going to go grab a new feature. But in the meantime, everybody, tell them what they can do for this Beckett giveaway.
So you've got to type Beckett into the chat here. It's going to be running for the next couple of minutes, and you get 1 free card graded. So not this specific beautiful Ursa, the Soul Reaper, but any card of your choosing, graded and mailed to Beckett headquarters, and it's going to get that grade in the top right corner as well as those subgrades.
Yeah, so if you have that, Marvel Angel like we just saw, you said, oh, maybe I should get that graded. It's a chance for you to get a free grade. You can send it out. Just type Beckett in the chat, and our friend Ethan here is going to get in touch with our winner to get that, to get you in contact with Beckett to get that taken care of.
Yep, so we're going to draw the winner as soon as round 4 starts. So in the meantime, people, stick around. It is going to be a bit of a sponsor break. I would estimate maybe 6 minutes or so before we're back with round 4. So that gives you plenty of time. Go ahead, drop Beckett in the chat. We'll pull the winner right before the start of round 4. And in the meantime, thank you to all the lovely sponsors. Here's the ad reel.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
Hey yo, Don Hammurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all three games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right, coming back to the casting booth, we're about to run the Beckett giveaway. And yeah, we're going to draw from the chat here.
Yeah, and just to point it out, like we got up for a second here to go see some players, and the actual list of people writing Beckett was just crazy. It was just like we literally had to like keep an eye on it and all that. But I think Ethan over here has someone picked out at random. So thank you all for participating in this. Grading cards is really fun. I grade cards for myself to keep. Mainly, I like keeping cards. I'm not a big seller / whatever of cards, but I do like to keep cards, and getting them slabbed and graded is one great way to do that. So,
all right, give us a countdown.
In French?
Let's go French.
No, have Frank pick the language, whatever you want.
No, let's go French. Yeah,
French,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
5,
4,
4, 3, 2, 1.
0.
Hey,
Red Flash. Congratulations.
Red Flash, congratulations. I'm going to drop a message in chat, Red Flash, about what you need to do. I'll tag you, so just look for that. Hopefully you are still active. But we have one more Beckett giveaway happening later today, and then, of course, Stream Dice also being given away. So stick around for that. In the meantime, players are basically ready on feature, you guys, so take it away.
Ooh, let's go. Let's see what we've
let's
got
go
here.
see what we've got at the table.
Okay.
All right. So, Matt Muse, we did see
Feature
on
match?
stream yesterday playing Zen. But then on the right, who's this?
Okay, so this is someone, his name is Jonathan Lemire. If anybody's ever kept track on anything going on the East Coast, Jonathan did really, really well in Hartford. He is known locally as the Millman.
Right, because of how much flour he makes.
No, because of, I mean, you could say how much salt he generates.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, but no, his whole thing is he plays a very defensive Bravo deck. And I know, look, I know. Are we really going to show you a Fatigue Bravo? I think it's relevant. There is one Bravo in the room. It's Jonathan, because everybody, when we saw New and when we saw Enigma, everybody's like, who in their right mind would play Bravo?
Yeah, but he started the day at 2-0, dropped the last round, and now 2-1, trying to stay alive in this battle-hardened / ProQuest Plus.
And he is not playing against any slouch. He's playing in Matt Muse, who is a very well-decorated player of his own, a great player from the north. So, yeah, there's this funny thing. And, you know, we wanted to bring you this matchup for one thing primarily. It's, can Zen deal with this?
Yeah, we're going to see how Matt tries to assemble something to go over the top. Already 3 cards being eaten on turn 0 by a Cranial Crush. Matt, maybe seeing the equipment loadout, has some idea of the type of deck that Jonathan is playing, but you know, he's gonna have to decide what game plan he goes with.
Oh, absolutely. And I think there's no other game plan. Now, there's the thing. Well, when there's a local legend like Jonathan Lemire, who is, you know, infamous for letting, you know, little people deck themselves out, that does create a thing where, well, this Matt's not from Montreal. Does he know?
Yeah, I'm not so sure, but I see him pitching the Sacred Art here, so maybe he's just saving that for later. Got a Tiger Swipe coming in for 2, just a couple of attacks. I think he's wise to the fact he's pitched a couple of cards, played a pretty unassuming first turn, and just waiting for the next one. And a Remembrance being pitched now. Oh, and a CNC. Now, this is a good way to make your opponent waste some cards.
It is. And I was talking with Jonathan because earlier in the day, you know, when the new set came out, we're thinking, well, if you're playing all these blue, you know, these blue attacks, you're actually really open to new. And he said, well, new's not going to do much with my cards like Nerves of Steel.
Yeah, so he's playing.
So he swapped. He took out a lot of poppers, brought in non-attacks, just to kind of, you know, stop new from just turning around and slamming him for, you know, 9 every turn.
Yeah, this is a man that's psychologically prepared to play 55-minute rounds every single match.
I don't know. I mean, look, it takes a lot to be that player. I'm definitely not that player. I need to touch cards. But Jonathan, yeah, he is able to wake up in the morning, eat a bowl of cereal, and then make people miserable for 50 minutes at a time. But in this case, I don't know if he's going to get to make Matt Muse that miserable.
Okay, so now a Be Like Water coming in. Only 2 cards, including that Arsenal as well. Block. Is this a Blessing of Serenity?
It is absolutely a Blessing of Serenity. I've never seen that card be played and constructed. Maybe once before Crucible of War was ever released.
Right, yeah, maybe a bit of a sealed format all-star. A Kakra coming in for 2, being blocked up as well by that Blessing of Patience. A lot of blessing in Jonathan's deck, and he's hoping that he's being blessed by another CNC as well.
Blessing of
Sustaining this
Patience.
disruption. And, oh, Matt is caught with 2 Transcend cards in hand. I think the other 2 cards are combo cards, though.
Let's see. Let's see if we can get in for our viewers here.
Oh, and that's a Descendant Gust Wave.
That is a Descendant Gust Wave. That is a Path of the, what's it called? Walk the Path, or I forget the names. So bear with us, everybody. We just,
Grain that tips the scales and a Preserved Tradition.
Yeah, exactly.
So this Descendant Gust Wave actually only blocks 2. So he might lose the Arsenal here on a pretty awkward sequence unless he's willing to give it the stride this early on in the game. Not ideal.
And there's no way he's giving the Shuko. I mean, Shuko is so good, especially a little known fact. I believe Jonathan does play Prevention Effect. I believe he plays Peace of Mind and a few other things like that.
Yeah, well, don't let Matt Muse get wise to that fact, because I think he's going to have to make a real hard decision here.
Wow. And yeah, and everybody get some popcorn, get a drink and sit with us, because this game is probably going to go the entire length. So we're, Frank and I are, you can't see us, but we are
going to lounge out. Ugh.
Yeah, we're stretching our hammies. There you go. So Frank, you had any fishing trips planned for the summer?
No, I think I'm just going to take it easy.
Oh, very nice. Are you going to go meet a yak? So for those of you who were watching yesterday, we did this really fun game where in Flesh and Blood, all of the events have smart yak or whatever, and we had to figure out if it was a bison, yak, owl, or all of these different things.
Guess the Fab event code is the segment.
There you go. Guess the Fab event code, and there was one. It wasn't. The yak was not an option, but Frank clearly pointed that it was a yak.
Yeah, the animal drawn was a yak for sure.
It was a yak, but there was no yak, and I had never met a yak.
Right. Well, that you can hardly be faulted for that, right?
Yeah.
They're very aloof.
They are very aloof. So here's the thing.
Oh, and the Shuko is coming out.
That is crazy. What does Matt Muse have in Arsenal?
Something he finds very valuable, I presume. Maybe it's one of those necessary combo pieces to go over the top of a defensive deck.
Possibly. I mean, look, if Matt Muse pays attention to the meta and to the players, and I'm sure he does, he knows what he's up against. So blocking 7, CNC blocked.
Yeah, and the funny thing is with
oh, he's blocking 7 and then giving it +1 to Transcend.
Yeah, he wants to be able to get the Transcend going here. Gonna put a couple just a 1 card back.
Walks its own path.
With the Preserved Tradition, keep that for later.
I love the overblock, knowing he was going to give the CNC +1.
Mm-hmm. The interesting thing here is he's kind of just called the bluff, saying, yeah, I know you have a resource floating and this tunic counter, but that's not a pummel in your arsenal.
No, I'm honestly not sure if Jonathan plays pummel.
Yeah, I guess this is the thing. Is this Matt Muse sure about that? These guys are just, all mind games, getting in each other's heads.
And I think that realistically, even if Jonathan did play pummel, I don't think that changes much for Matt Muse's turn here. I think Matt Muse would still go, it's fine, pummel. I'm just going to play the 2 cards. I'm still going to Transcend twice.
And so now coming in with the Kakra. And the important thing about this, again, we mentioned this in the previous game, is now that you have the inner cheese pitched into the deck, you can find them at any time off the traverse.
And Matt's going to go through, create that Crouching Tiger using Zen, go through the deck, find a combo card, throw it in his banish. We might see a Mauling Key here. He's got one that seems to be pretty much perfect value.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit more of a threat for Jonathan, but I have a feeling that he's going to be willing to block that out.
Well, Jonathan has a Sink Below in hand, has a Sigil of Solace. He's actually going to go get a Flusterfist. Great call. I mean, Flusterfist 0 for 4. Can't go wrong with that.
Okay, and now the one tunic counter being used on the Rampart, and a Sink Below to cover this up clean. No damage leaking through on Jonathan's side. He wants to keep that pristine life total. I don't need to cut your deck. You're going to shuffle out about 8 more times this game.
I mean, yeah, looking at this, wow. Okay, so back to Jonathan. Jonathan goes, yeah, okay, my turn. I'm going to tick up, hit you with Anathos. Actually, not Anathos, sorry, Titan's Fist.
Yeah, Titan's Fist, getting up to the 4, though.
Getting up to the 4. Yeah, exactly. So baseline Anathos.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's going to probably play that Sigil, gain 3 life, going up to 43. So again, this is the kind of game where everybody get comfortable, get to know us. We'll get to know you. Zen, some people are saying Zen is the Kano of ninjas.
Oh, the Kano of ninjas. Interesting.
Yeah, I've heard that by 2 separate players saying, yeah, it's kind of, Kano meets Katsu.
Right. As if Katsu didn't already have enough combos, Zen is just that further pumped up. And oh wow, look at this. He is actually just going to commit the Traverse and the Strata Reprisal.
That seems, I mean, I don't know what's in Matt's hand, but like that seems like a lot.
I think I caught a glimpse of that Arsenal card he was working so hard to protect, and it might have been an Art of War.
Ooh, okay, well that explains that. I mean, the one way of getting above decks like Jonathan's is to just say, hey, I don't really care for what your plan is. I'm just going to go way above your head.
Mm-hmm.
So getting the chi, and he takes one.
And Jonathan Lemire getting first blood here and gaining 3 life off the Sigil of Solace.
So Matt at this point only has 1 equipment left. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Okay, so.
So I get 2 Crouching Tigers in hand, and whenever I play a Crouching Tiger, it's going to gain a name.
Perfect. So 2 Crouching Tigers in hand. Whenever he plays a Crouching Tiger, it gains a name. So we can see that, start to go crazy on bonds. And here's the thing. He can banish a Crouching Tiger from this.
Yeah, because those Tigers are generated in hand, going to banish that to Art of War, draw 2 real cards. And one of them is a chi. He can actually just go and grab a different combo piece, any one that he wants.
Wow. So Matt, just to point that out, that's 7 cards.
I like seeing a fistful of cards when I play my Ninja decks.
That's 7 cards. That's a lot of cards.
And each of those Tigers is basically the option to chain into any other different combo.
It does, and we're probably going to see Matt Muse here pitch a chi to Zen.
Yeah, shifting winds here. Very, very interesting approach to this matchup.
Wow. Okay, and let's just for the sake of being fair here. Oh, John. Okay, John's sitting back and going, "Hey, it's going to be a while here." But in his hand, oh, thank you so much. So he's got a stamp determination. He's got step authority. Sorry, step authority. He's got the de-react staunch. He's got staunch. Yeah, staunch in hand. I think a red fate for scene and something else.
Yeah, and the other card in the arsenal is a staunch as well. So he's got a couple of de-reacts in this hand.
Well, unfortunately for Jonathan, staunch isn't all that relevant because Matt's not going to be looking to deal 8 damage in one shot. He's going to ping him for 1 a million times.
Yeah,
Death by a million cuts.
Mm-hmm. Nerves of Steel kind of would be nice.
Yeah, exactly. The one time when Nerves of Steel would actually do something.
I mean, I guess blocking 3 isn't too bad either. This Descendant Gust Wave being fetched off of the Zen ability. Sitting in the banish zone, waiting to be played. Matt just doing the math and sequencing through his turn. Maybe going to lead with a Tiger, calling Surging Strike. That would let the Descendant Gust Wave get pumped up for free. Oh, and pitching a Dishonor. Okay.
Okay. Is he starting with the Cockra? Yeah, he is. So Matt Muse coming in with the Cockra for 2. Going to make the next Tiger +1. So +2 for the turn.
Yeah, going to block on this Cockra. Is that a Gravekeeping?
It is a Gravekeeping. It's a blue Gravekeeping.
Yeah, that's a nice little limited card from yesterday's event, but also has these constructed applications as a sideboard card. Oh, and now levels of enlightenment, getting all 3 of these levels because
full
there's
power.
3 cards that have been pitched.
Full power. So that's going to be draw, go again +2. And he draws an Ancestral Harmony.
Oh, wow.
Does Crouching Tiger have a combo keyword on it?
You know what? It doesn't.
No, it doesn't, right? It's just an ephemeral. Because that would be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That would be cuckoo bananas.
And just indicating this is 6 might be the opportunity for him to play that Staunch from the arsenal. Just, use it on a slightly larger attack anyways.
It might be. He's going to use the balance and draw card here, which is what balance is great for. Yeah, he's going to opt, let that resolve, probably crack the balance, draw card. And Matt taking his sweet time, just, okay.
Yeah, play this out, think about it, don't rush.
The thing when you're playing against a fatigue deck is that you do get to a point in the game where you know that you're out of gas.
Mm-hmm.
And we're nowhere near that.
And you're already tired?
No, I'm not tired. I'm good. I've played against Jonathan many a times, and I never get tired of it. It's just, it is flesh and blood, and I'm friendly with a few players who have been known to play these strategies, guys like Charles Dunn and all that. It is part of the game. It is a valid strategy. People have feelings about it, which is fine. But I've also been a player of illusionist, so guardians don't scare me.
Right. Well, this ancestral harmony hitting a tide chakra, wind chakra, so not getting to play an extra card off of it, but all the combo cards will get +1 on this turn.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, because he's closed the chain, he's not going to get that +1 on the next tiger from the Kakra. So, a little bit awkward, just like not getting that card until he played out the levels of enlightenment. But you do what you can when you're, trying to assemble these big combat chains.
So we're going to see here bonds.
Yeah, and this bonds was in hand, so Jonathan could have maybe predicted that this was going to be coming.
So are we going to see, do you think we're going to see bonds into Gust, into bonds into Gust? Because those tigers can be renamed.
Yeah, that's right. I think he's banishing a Bonds of Ancestry here, so going to be able to find another one, play it out again. Maybe the next tiger is going to be a Descendant Gust Wave.
I have a feeling it's going to be. Whatever it is, I have a feeling it's going to have Gust Wave in the name. So this is what we've been talking about with Zen. This is what everybody's been saying. Hey, it enables bonds. It's a hero that enables bonds in many, many ways. So coming in with 6 for Bonds of Ancestry, that ancestral harmony really making a difference here. So we're going to see. So in hand, just to confirm it, is that 4 Crouching Tigers in hand?
I think it's 3 Crouching Tigers and 1 Wind Chakra.
Okay.
And so maybe got to feel a little bit awkward that Matt's gone ahead and pitched the Dishonor over the Chakra at this point, because otherwise you could play that Dishonor at the end of this chain.
Yeah. And John is not. John is very aware of what's going on here. He knows he's going to get slapped. He's taken already 11 points of damage this turn, and he's let go through. That's another bonds for 6. He's going to banish another bonds. So we're talking bonds, crouching, bonds. That is absolute insanity.
Yeah, that is a lot of bonds going on.
It's unbound, unbonds. I don't know. It's Yeah,
that certainly is.
I remember.
Else.
I remember people. When bonds was released, I think it took a while for people to understand how great the card was. And then what people did, the first comment that I heard was, "Why isn't it a majestic? Why is it available in all colors?"
Yeah, I mean, being able to find bonds off your bonds must be such a good feeling.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we know in Flesh and Blood, anything that you can do without too much variance tends to be very good.
Yeah, coming in again for 6, and now going to go look through the graveyard one last time, maybe. Don't know if there's another bonds in there, unfortunately.
There is a Fluster Fist. There's also a Tiger Swipe.
Yeah, just a few options. Going with the Fluster Fist. Thinking that maybe, Jonathan would block out a Tiger Swipe, so let's just keep those for a later turn.
Wow, look at this. And we're not done. We are not done. Matt has 2 more cards in hand.
And actually, he can activate Fluster Fist's ability by naming Open the Center with...
He absolutely can.
Yeah, with that Shifting Winds ability. That Tiger becoming an Open the Center. What a fun time.
I have no idea what the there it is. So it's +1 for each. Ooh.
Yeah, that has hit. And a bunch of these have chipped in for damage, right? This is an excellent, excellent ability. Wow.
This could be a Fluster Fist for 10.
I want to see him math.
Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5. So 9 so far.
This is going to come in for 1.
So 10.
Open the center.
Oh, yeah.
Open the center. We hear Matt going, open the center.
The combo is active. So it's coming in for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Coming in for 12. Fluster Fist for 12.
Fluster Fist for 12.
Oh, wow. And Jonathan Lemire thinking in his head, how did this get away from him?
Jonathan just shaking his hands, putting his elbows on the table and going, ugh. So Jonathan's going to draw.
That balance of justice now, saying, oh, yeah, I guess I should block with my extra card.
Yeah, I should probably block with that. Oh, my, 12 damage.
Okay, and he's going to block 3 and then use that staunch. Is this going to cover 10?
It's going to cover 9, isn't it? Is it 9 or 10? Oh, it is red, so it should be 10.
Takes 2. Wow. What impressive combat chain by Matt. Pushes, what was that? 24 24 damage through full blocks from Jonathan, including an Arsenal staunch response.
Yeah, 24 through blocks.
That's something. That's something.
24 through not a little bit of blocks.
Mhm.
24 through a full grip, balance of justice with an extra card, and a staunch.
Yeah, and still some equipment available for Jonathan, but you've chipped through a lot of the defensive resources that he has.
The one thing I will say is that if you are playing a deck like Jonathan's deck, you are giving your opponent a chance to set up.
Yeah, he can do it again.
And this is through, I will remind everybody, this is through 2 CNCs back to back.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is not like Jonathan didn't do anything. But Jonathan's turn is going to be draw back up to you, Matt. And Matt's got a Bonds. Let's look at Matt's hand here. He's got a Bonds. He does have the Sacred Art because the deck did get shuffled. It came back. The Sacred Art is make two crouchings, and all crouchings get +1, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, perfect.
But he has to have played blue.
Another
ahead.
blue, which he doesn't have in hand. And in Arsenal is another Crouching Tiger, I believe. Wow.
I think the Arsenal might be that Wind Chakra.
Oh, there was a Wind Chakra in his hand?
I think there was a
Okay.
Wind Chakra.
Hmm.
Yeah, because he needed to keep that combat chain open. You know what? And I take back my words. I said he could play the Dishonor here. That the Flusterfist was way better.
Flusterfist was absolutely way better. Who cares about Dominate?
Yeah. I was like, I don't know. It's like, Dishonor, your hero ability doesn't even matter.
12 damage, or there it is, Wind Chakra. So he can do the Sacred Art.
Right, gonna play the Sacred Art. Gotta pitch 2 cards to do this.
So Sacred Art will turn into a Chi. So all Crouching Tigers get +1. It's a pseudo Art of War.
Mm-hmm.
So that resolves +3 to the next attack.
I get a resource from here as well.
Yeah, he gets a resource from the chess piece. So 1 floating. He can use Zen, but he might start with the Tiger first. So Tiger for 4. Wow. Tiger for 4, blocking with the Crippling Crush. And then pitching,
Okay,
giving him
gonna-
the Ram's Head. Wow. And then this is coming for 1. I think John's just going to take that probably. He's going to pitch here.
I get another tiger in hand.
Get a Tiger and go get a combo. Do you think we're going to see a Tiger Swipe here? Because it is relevant. Tiger Swipe is relevant. It will have go again if it hits. You get that many Tigers, and that's just ping, 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 right? So
Yeah, that looks like what he's got in his hand here.
yeah, that would be my bet. Yeah, Tiger Swipe. And we're seeing now cards from Everfest
Mm-hmm.
really getting popular. People looking for those. Tiger Swipe being, one of the cards that people are really searching for. Swing Big. Card from Everfest. Everybody's looking for. So
Now here's 4 go again, and Jonathan gonna give 2 equipment pieces.
and a Quicken. Those Civic Steps do give a Quicken. And Jonathan, not wasting any time. Here you go. I brought it. Here it is for you. 3 go again. It creates another Tiger and a Banish, right? Yeah, create a Crouching Tiger and the Banish. Does Matt have any cards left in hand?
I think that's Matt's last card. So the last thing he can do here is play the last Crouching Tiger for 1.
Oasis gaining a life. Yes, gaining a life.
Yeah, and then takes the 1 more from the Crouching Tiger. So not that bad of a turn, just off of the Tide Chakra that was Arsenal last turn.
No, and then John has a card in hand. We're probably going to see a pitch and then a hammer. No, Arsenal right away.
Yeah, I think it's a Sigil.
Hmm.
Also seeing a Tenacity in Matt's deck here. That makes a lot of sense when you expect your
Oh.
opponent to be blocking.
It does. So we have a Tenacity here. 100 wins, Tenacity, Descending Gust Wave. I think the Tenacity might go to Arsenal here.
It gets set up for another very long combat chain.
Very possible, yeah. Because 100 wins is great on its own. It's 3 go again or 4 go again, depending on where it is. But for now, it's only going to be 3, and 3 again. So 2, 3, 3. He might go to I think. Okay, so no block on this. Just gaining 3 life. No block. Because I think if Jonathan did block there, I do think you play the Tenacity. That's good enough value. But Matt going, nope, not good enough. Arsenal, on to the next.
And there's Remembrance being played. Yeah, being played. Let's see what he wants to put back in. Oh, is that Imposing Visage?
It is, yeah, it's an Imposing Visage.
Thinking about the auras that he's got available, I think.
Interesting. Just going to diversify. Those are just cards that block for 3.
Yeah, I think the most important text is that block value.
Wow.
And Jonathan putting those on the bottom of the deck before he shuffles. He's stirring the pot as well.
Natural. Just stirring the pot without playing a card. Look at that. Wow. So at this point, Jonathan still has a great, deck. Matt still hasn't gone through all of the cards. There's still a lot of potential in there.
Yeah, he's used up quite a bit of the Bonds of Ancestry. That is one card that has been fairly depleted. We did see a couple extras, so he has some in the deck still.
Yeah, he currently has a Chi in hand, so we could see he has a Chi and 100 wins, so we could see Chi into 100 wins, into another 100 wins. I mean, 100 wins gets better with the more 100 wins you play.
Yeah, but then he also still has the other power cards. I think that Ancestral Harmony and Art of Wars are still in the deck as well. So
they absolutely are.
Despite not having specifically the Bonds lines, he still does have some, maybe not just some, more than some gas.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is a blue 100 wins he's playing out now.
Oh, unfortunately. Okay, and there's a red Flusterfist in hand as well. So, and that's a Tenacity in Arsenal. Activate Zen, going to get a Crouching Tiger in hand and go through the deck. Now, I don't think we're going to see a Tiger Swipe here. I think he's going to go probably for value, either 0 for 4 or 1 for 5, or 1 for 5. He does have the 1 resource. What do you think he's getting?
100 wins.
100 wins. Yeah, he got there too fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna admit it. I didn't really know. I wasn't sure, and looks like he's just choosing to go for something consistent. And before he's even done shuffling the deck, Jonathan Lemire's played out this Oasis, gained his life back, so that 100 wins getting fully negated, and then some.
Wow. Thank you, by the way, everybody. We just got word from Ethan. We are at 1,500 viewers, which is absolutely fantastic. I think everybody, everybody watching us, they're seeing the value that is in Flesh and Blood. They're seeing what's going on here. If you can like the stream, please, it gets it to more people, and it gets us, to increase the eyes on this game that we love so much. So that was a pretty decent turn, and it's funny enough that we hit that amount of players watching a game that a lot of people would say, well, this is not peak Flesh and Blood, but to a certain point, this is peak Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I think that part of playing Flesh and Blood against defensive strategies is this puzzle of figuring out how to get over the top. And, we're seeing Matt get to try and execute on that while Jonathan's just fully in, his little bunker.
Well, John in the bunker, I like that. John is just, he's going, I know my tech. I know what I want to do. I'm going to follow my path. Walk the path.
Walk the path? Yeah, exactly. Every single time Transcend happens, I better be hearing that catchphrase.
So with that in mind, he's going to, stick to his plan. And to be fair, his plan works for him. Like, Jonathan's had a lot of success playing this kind of deck. The plan works, but sometimes you sit in front of Matt Muse, who's like, no, I don't care about your plan. I'm going to deal you 43 damage in a turn, and you're just going to take it. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, no, now playing the second Art of War of the game for Matt Muse, thinking hard about how he wants to pitch Banish, and
so he's going to banish the what's
Aspect of Tiger.
Yeah, Aspect of Tiger, exactly. So he's going to banish Aspect of Tiger. He's going to draw 2 cards, and what did he draw? He drew a Float Like Water, Be Like Water, and in hand is a, let's go in. There's a Descending Gust Wave in hand.
I think it's
2 Descendings. Not really what you want to see.
No, a little bit awkward here from him.
But he does have the Tenacity in Arsenal.
Yeah, and John says, not a chance I'm letting you have this Be Like Water ability. Knows how dangerous that can be, in spite of the fact that some of these Bonds of Ancestries are gone. There's still a few lurking out there.
And he's going to pitch with the Kakra.
Yeah, and actually 2 Descendant Gust Waves being pitched just to fuel the turn. And so 4 cards blocked here. This Tenacity getting pumped up by 4. And so that's going to be 7 total coming through.
8. No, 6.
Oh, we're all doing the math wrong.
We're all doing bad math. But no, yeah, so it would be +4, so it's 2 + 4, it's just 6. I think it should have been 7. Didn't Art of War actually come into play?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Might have missed something there.
Well, anywho, it is blocked. And here's the pivoting point, is that Matt's deck is no longer as strong as it was.
Right, he's lost a few of his tools, but trying to cobble together something on this turn and still save resources for a big explosive turn that can finish the game.
Well, he does have the Ancestral Harmony in hand.
That's a really, really key piece.
It's key. I mean, if he's able to go, keep an Ancestral Harmony in Arsenal and get an Art of War, you can go Ancestral, Art of War, and then just Bob's your uncle.
So if you're Matt Muse here, how much are you worried about attacking on one of these turns?
What do you mean?
Do you think that, is with the CNCs already having been gone, you have some latitude to actually not play out an aggressive turn and have to force your opponent to block?
I understand what you mean. So as you're saying, what's the harm in just not attacking?
Yeah, exactly. Now, obviously, we can see in Jonathan's hand, there's only a couple of vanilla attacks. But, he's still scared of those final crushes out there. He's still scared of those crippling crushes. Those can not just, deal damage to him, but set him back and make him lose cards in the case of the crippling crush, right? That he needs to close the game out.
Absolutely. I think if the moment I will know where Matt is at with that is the moment Matt picks up Jonathan's grave.
Right, checks through and sees what cards are remaining.
Once he looks at the discard and he sees, okay, well, there's 2 crippling crushes, 3 crippling crushes, and all that. That's when he'll be able to kind of make that decision. So we see Matt here, Arsenal, the final card in his hand. He did pitch the Ancestral Harmony, which to me, I don't want to say that seems like a mistake because I'm nowhere near the caliber of players that Matt is, but the way to go over is to have these breakpoints that have valid on hits. He does have a Tiger Swipe in hand. He does have a handful of very good cards. I think there's a Surging Strike in hand. Let's look here. So Tiger Swipe, Surging Strike red. There is a Dishonor, and is that a Bonds of Ancestry blue? Yeah, it is. So very strong hand from Matt if he's able to put that together. However, to your point, is he just wasting cards?
Well, I don't think he's quite wasting them yet. He's just trying to assemble that combo, but he's got to make sure that he gets full value out of each of these cards. He can't be playing the combo cards without the associated pieces. And to your point about pitching that Ancestral Harmony, I think one of the dangers of playing that out potentially is banishing a key card and not a good time.
Yeah.
And the Cardi Arsenal, I think, was actually a Transcend card. So that lets him tutor any specific card that he wants. So he may be valuing that tutor ability later on higher than +1 and the chance at banishing a card.
He very well might. You know what? That makes sense. And knowing that also changes how he looks at his hands because that Bonds of Ancestry in hand is now starting to be very tempting.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he chose to pitch the Path Well Traveled, which would give any attack go again, but keep a different Transcend card. So not able to take that kind of cheeky line of playing Bonds into go again or anything like that. I'm not sure how he can unlock the full value of this hand.
But to your point, let's look at the hand here. There's no power in John's hand. There's a Sigbelow. There are 2 of the, I forget what the name of the card is, but it is a card from Everfest. Non-attack action for Guardian. It's a Majestic. Never yield.
Never yield.
And then the last one is Ripple Away. So looking at that hand, I'm not really sure. Like, if I'm Matt, I just get rid of the cards that do nothing, and I pass, and I just wait for the combo.
He's playing another Surging Strike here. Couple of the Surging Strikes now that we've seen.
Get a Staunch out of there, coming in with a Kakra. And you know what? I think Matt is on that plan as well. I think Matt's like, yeah, that's fine. Just get rid of some stuff that does nothing. He's going to play the Tiger Swipe for 2.
Right. Maybe thinking that he just wants to chip down the number of cards that Jonathan has as well. Not sure who's winning the fatigue race right now in terms of total card count.
I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan, just because he comes in with 72 cards.
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So he has a little bit of an unfair advantage, but there's an Ancestral Harmony in Matt's hand here, and he's going to start with it, and we're going to banish, and let's see if we hit anything.
Oh, it is. Levels of Enlightenment.
Oh, that's
a great
such a
card
bummer.
to play out, but doesn't have combo.
That is such a bummer.
Mm-hmm. And now an homage to Ancestors, so he's going to gain a life here. Go back to a flush 40. Get the Transcend.
Transcends, get a Chi.
Get a resource off of our chess piece.
Okay, so everybody watching, everybody's been so patient by allowing this to go through. 1,600 viewers right now. I think a lot of people want to see Zen at its worst or best, depending on who you're rooting for. There's a Wind Chakra in hand. There's 2 Bonds and a Chi. There's still a Gust Wave in the deck.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see the Chakra into the Gust Wave, into Chi being pitched, into getting a Whelming Gust Wave, into Bonds, into Crazy. Oh, there is a Descending Gust Wave in hand. I thought that was Blue Bonds. No, it's a Descending Gust Wave.
And the other card is a Bond, so he's actually got the natural combo right there.
He does. So I think we might, plus the Ancestral Harmony. So I think we might see some pretty crazy stuff right here. So this is going to be a Bonds coming in for 5 or 4? 4. Yeah, 4. He's going to look at his Banish Engrave to make sure he picks something that's actually still in the deck.
Yeah, valid target.
Valid target.
And he can tutor up 2 cards here because of that Chi in his hand too. So he can assemble any mini combo he wants as long as there are the cards.
I think we're going to probably see, I'm not even sure. I would have said Tiger Swipe, but like realistically, so this is the graveyard here. Let's see. Matt doesn't even need to look at it twice. Oh, no, he does. All right, let's look at it with him. Hold on. Okay, so there's 2 Tiger Swipes in there, and he ended up getting rid of a Bond. So there's another Bonds in the deck. There's a final Bonds. It's blue. It's right there. And Matt's going through his deck, trying to see what there is. There is the draw card. There's a Surge. There's a few other cards. But realistically, if Matt doesn't get through enough damage on this turn, I don't know if there's enough gas in the deck anymore.
Yeah, I was seeing a lot of blue when he was going through the deck. And, the thing about Bonds is it eats through your deck fast.
It really does.
You are pulling all of these power cards out, which means that you're left with the cards that you've been pitching, the cards that, haven't come up yet in the game.
Yeah, and the more reds you play, the more blues you're left with.
Mm-hmm.
So there's another Gust Wave in there. So we're going to see Gust Wave into Bonds, Gust Wave into Bonds. If I'm trying to use my easy oven math, I would think John's probably going to go down to about 9 here. Is what I'm thinking. He still has a card in hand. Gust Wave for 3. Probably end up taking that. Yeah, there you go. Down to 13. And then Bonds again. This is coming in for 3. We're going to banish, I would assume, a Flusterfist if there's one left in the deck, because we've only seen 2 reds being played. Because there's no Salt the Wound in the deck, is there?
And you can't find Salt the Wound off.
It's no combo.
Industry, yeah.
It's no combo, so.
Yeah, that would be a fun.
Oh, wouldn't that be crazy?
Flusterfist, when you have Open the Center, basically Salt the Wound.
That was one of the coolest things I've seen done in Classic Constructed in a very long time. Like, what do you mean? This Crouching Tiger is not a Crouching Tiger. It's an Open the Center. You're just seeing it wrong.
Yeah, now grabbing the Dishonor. So finally going to get that Dishonor off we were talking about earlier.
Unfortunately, it is not going to actually do anything other than,
It's going to be 5. 5's respectable.
5 is 5.
Yeah.
So I had said 9, but John is at 10. So I'm not that far out, but still.
Hey, that was a good guess.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, that staunch response there, blocking out the Dishonor at the end.
The problem here is that Matt's, and we're seeing it. We are seeing it. He's starting to have a harder time finding cards. Levels of Enlightenment.
Levels of Enlightenment there.
Yeah.
And an Ancestral Harmony.
So the lesson here, if you are playing a deck like Zen, is you have to go crazy. It has to be the biggest turn ever.
Right, you have to go very explosive to get over the top.
Mm.
And, one of the challenging things that hasn't been mentioned here is one of the ways to try to go over the top of defensive decks is to pitch stack something on the bottom of your pile.
Absolutely. And you can't really do that with Zen.
Yeah, you're constantly shuffling from all the searching that you're doing. So, it's a lot trickier to actually pitch a cohesive hand together. You're really just pitching cards to the bottom and saying, okay, I do want to draw this eventually later. And I think, there's probably an argument that at some point of in time in the game, you've got to set up a little bit and just wait on the tutoring until you get back to your stack. But you got to have the right cards to be able to do that as well.
Let's just see if we can look at Matt's deck here. Like you said, Frank, there's just not that much gas in there anymore.
Seeing a lot of Chi. Seeing that Artivore, which still hasn't come up. It's been waiting.
So there is one more turn in here. There's a 100 wins line. There's a surge into 100 wins. So there's another turn here. But realistically, is that enough?
Yeah, depending on how how well Jonathan's turns line up, he might just be able to fully block a lot of this out. Still got 3 cards on this turn. This Crouching Tiger gonna get stuffed by a Rampart.
Is Zen's ability to hand or banished?
That one is to hand.
So he might actually keep that 100 wins and arsenal it. No, he's going to play it.
Sorry. The Tiger is to hand, the card is to banish. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's got to play that right now.
And there is the level of enlightenment. If I'm a betting man, I don't know if he's going to keep it or if he's going to play it.
Yeah, whether he's thinking he could just force the damage over the top.
And
Jonathan's saying, well, should I just play this react here or should I just let it hit for 3?
He's going to take it. And are we going to? Yeah, we are going to see a level of enlightenment. So he's going to come in for 5 draw card. Yeah, I think it's going to be the 5 draw card. So he's going to draw a card in Arsenal, most likely.
Oh, and he's a path well traveled. Okay, so a Transcend card is not the worst card to hit here.
He's going to take 1. But he doesn't really care because that's a sigil he has in hand.
Going to Arsenal that. Save it for later at a effective 9 life plus these equipment pieces.
Yeah, he's shortcutting that turn, just saying, yeah, don't even bother. Our sigil and Arsenal back to you.
Now Matt's starting to draw multiple chi and multiple Transcend cards. Is this a 5 Transcend card hand? He's got that levels, or sorry, he's got that path well traveled, 2 chi flipped over, a stir the pot, and a pass over.
So it is a do nothing. If it is a do nothing hand, if there is a do nothing hand.
Matt is so enlightened that he's just so connected to his inner chi.
He absolutely is. I mean, if you're just to point this out here, there is 2 staunches and a remembrance in Jonathan's hand.
I mean, okay, here's the crazy thing: is there an argument for him having played one of the Transcend cards on Jonathan's turn to not Transcend and not have it go back in your deck?
Maybe. I think Matt might have just a bit too many chi cards in his deck.
Yeah, he's going to get to this point where he can only get rid of one of them at a time, swinging the Kakura, and then Jonathan will be able to sail home on this Titan's Fist.
That's a conversation I've been having with players. Like, how much chi is too much chi?
Well, Matt Muse starting to be ground down by the millman himself, Jonathan Lemire.
I mean, look at this hand here. So there's a Dishonor in the deck. There's a Surge, I believe, left in the deck, and everything else. There's an Ancestral Harmony, a Wind Chakra, the legendary draw card. There is another turn in here.
There is still one complete turn.
There's a turn in here.
He can get it all lined up.
I mean,
the number of chi is so concerning to me.
Honestly, looking at this, I would just let Jonathan smack into. Like, Matt could just let Jonathan smack into him. He's got 40 life. Let him smack into you for a bit. Get the perfect hand. Take the hit.
Yeah, getting the value out of the search, out of the hero ability. Let's make the Crouching Tiger at least. That doesn't cost me a card from deck.
Yeah.
And now passing with these 2 Transcend cards in hand. Yeah, and it's funny. Jonathan's blocked there with the Crippling Crush, so not able to swing the Crippling Crush. But he's going to play out the Remembrance. Let's get those 3 blocks back in the deck. Attack value, Schmattack. We want to block.
Attack, Schmattack. Yeah, we're gonna see some blocks being added to the deck here.
And now he's adding these Blessing of Patience. And so the thing about these is that if Matt does this again and keeps giving him turns where he doesn't attack into him, Blessing of Patience gets him back ahead on life total.
It does, and that's John's plan essentially. It's I want to be back to a comfortable amount of life. And I don't know.
On the other side here, we've got another 4 Transcend because he kept 3 of those, plus the Tide Chakra.
That is tough.
Or Wind Chakra, sorry.
I think if I'm Matt, I want to get some of these out of my hand. Like, don't play them. Do not Transcend. Just get them out of the hand. Okay, so
this is an Orhan. Okay, that was not a Transcend card. That's an Orhan.
So he's Transcending here. Get rid of the Crippling Crush. So he's Transcending both of these. He's going to shuffle.
Going to be able to draw 3 cards.
Do you really want those chi?
You know what? I was thinking the same thing before of, okay, how much do you want the chi? But knowing he's got the Orhan, maybe it's just like he needs to enable it. He needs to pitch a chi, right? And be able to draw 3 cards.
Orion of Mystic Tenets. He's going to draw 3 cards here. Did he draw anything worth writing a story about? He's going to cantrip. It's 4. Yeah, Matt, it's 4.
Yeah, he's pitched 4 for it, remembering that he gained 2 off of the Kasya.
Yeah, exactly. So
Rising Sun, Setting Moon being played now. You can cantrip, tuck something he doesn't like on the bottom.
like one of those chi cards. Tuck a chi card. So he's got a Descending in hand. He's got a Wind Chakra, 1,000 Winds. Is he looking for that Art of War?
Maybe he's looking for the Art of War. Doesn't see it. Still has 1 more Transcend in the arsenal. Is not shy on resources at all.
Wow. I think, Jonathan's holding Command and Conquer. I think if Matt just passes the turn here and lets Jonathan come in with a CNC, I think Matt's way happy with that. I think he's super happy. Just get rid of that card in my arsenal I don't want.
Okay, now pitching the chi, gonna look for another card. It's probably gonna be one of the few remaining combo cards in the deck.
There's a Dishonor in there. There's 4 chi. There's not. No, it's 4 chi, a Surge, and an Ancestral.
Fail to find and generate a Crouching Tiger.
Wow. I mean, I don't want to be the bringer of bad news, but I don't know if Matt has enough gas anymore.
Yeah, Jonathan just, having put Matt in this position, it just blocks with a CNC. He's just like, yep. I don't need it.
And just 1 here, Crouching Tiger. Here's the shield.
Yeah, he says, I'm going to preserve these cards in deck.
He's got 4 cards in hand. And I don't know. I'm not a fan of, Matt at this point, it is a tough game. He might be worn down a little bit from that. He does have a Wind Chakra that has Transcended.
Yeah, it's going to get that extra +2 on a Tiger if he wants it.
Or on the Dishonor he has in hand.
Oh, okay.
He does have a Dishonor, so.
Yeah, gonna give the Civic Steps Quicken Token. Maybe will be relevant.
I don't know. This is very much interesting.
For those of you tuning in right now, this has been a marathon game between Jonathan Lemire on Fatigue Bravo against Zen, Tamer of Purpose, the aggro ninja from new set part the MISTVEIL. And let me tell you, we are strapped in.
And 20 minutes ago, something happened that was really cool, whereas Matt Muse dealt 23 damage through like 14 points with a block, so presented 37. And now we are another 20 minutes down, and we can see.
Oh, and there's that Art of War.
Okay, so he has the Art of War. Now, there's a Surging Strike in the deck. There's an Art of War in hand. What does Matt have in hand? Let's see here. There is the Chakra. He's thinking, well, how do I get through?
Yeah, but he's got to have a card to banish, too. This is
Dishonor.
He's going to play the Dishonor. Is this going to turn on that Path Well Traveled he's got in the arsenal?
It is, yeah. And it's going to turn it into a chi. So Path Well Traveled gives go again. Transcend.
Yeah. Really just cares about the resources, it looks like.
Go again, Transcend. Use the chi. Get that out of here. Is there even a card he can... We are 1,700 people watching this game with us. Thank you so much for being here. This Battle Hard Montreal weekend's been crazy. This is the ProQuest Plus watching Bravo, Jonathan Lemire, Fatigue Bravo versus Matt Moose on the Zen, the boy, the one.
And important here that the Crouching Tiger goes to hand. So he can use it to banish the Art of War. But that being said, if you draw 2 cards, what are you drawing? Are you drawing 2 more chi?
There is a Surging Strike in that deck. There's a red Surging Strike in that deck.
Okay, gonna play the Chakra.
Gonna play the Chakra. My guess is play the Chakra, play the Art of War, banish the Crouching Tiger, draw 2 cards, or do you just swing?
Okay, pitches the Art of War, swings the Chakra, just trying to stay.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, trying to stay efficient on cards, keep those for later. We saw him show us that Descendant Gust Wave. Jonathan's gonna pretend he didn't see it.
And Jonathan's just going to say, yeah, here's a staunch. Thank you very much. I've never seen a staunch response being used on a Crouching Tiger, but now I have. Now I can say I have.
And, Jonathan says he smells blood in the water and starts to bring out the Titan's Fist. Matt Muse, no blocks.
Yeah, Jonathan knows this is where the game turns around. So, Ancestral Harmony.
It's going to banish the
banishing.
Chi.
Yeah, not mad about that at all. Yeah, there you go. There's 2. But there's no more combo cards in the deck. 2. Coming with a Surging Strike. For 5. Here's a Staunch. I have 1 card left in hand. Here's a Descendant for 2, for 4. Here's 4. And I feel like there's a fist bump coming up any second now. That is 4 Chi. 1 card. Do this. Make a Crouching Tiger. Now this is the end game of Fatigue. So Zen actually has plays.
Well, I think that if Jonathan Lemire was very low on cards, there is a world in which both players are getting down in those single digits. But Jonathan's played 2 Remembrances.
And the third one's in the hand.
The third one's in the hand. Now it's just being pitched to activate this Rampart. He doesn't need it quite yet. And he's going to swing 4 every turn. So there's a 7-turn clock for us waiting here.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, this is the game. That's the plan. It's, hey, I know what I'm doing now. We're good. And Matt's just saying, I don't know if he has enough cards to get through all of this. So we might have a surprise here.
Yeah, you know what? And maybe it's an 8-turn clock because Matt can throw this Cassia in front of it before he ever has to block with the real card. But, it's looking pretty grim. And the legendary 4 Chi hand comes back. And now there's a Crippling Crush. Let's get these Chi out of here.
Let's get those Chi out of here. Thank you. I will take 11. I will discard 2 cards. Guess what they're going to be?
Yeah, at random.
He just shows him the
whole
hand.
Says, yep.
I love that. Just show him the hand. It's all Chi, baby. It's all Chi.
Yeah, coming in for 1. Jonathan pitches the Oasis to activate the Rampart in case he needs that Oasis later.
And Jonathan, at this point, Jonathan's done this so much. He's just like, yeah, it's fine. Here's a Thunderquake.
Yeah, now he's wanting to speed it up. He says, no, I'm not even going to wait a turn to play this. I'm going to do it right now.
I'm just going to do that right now. Yeah, no. Nope.
Yeah, Nerves of Steel.
No, thank you.
Tiger. This is the Phi endgame loop, except more Tiger, less Phoenix.
Wow. Drawing 2. Matt's going, yeah, I've got 5 cards in the deck. It's all Chi, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at this, I was so impressed with that big turn, and I think that Matt, unfortunately, I think Matt had this game had he found the second line where he went over.
Right.
I think he had it.
Like, he had assembled such a great first turn.
Wow.
The second one never really lining up for him.
Last-ditch effort to close that game. Wow.
Yeah. And I think Matt wishes he had last-ditch effort in his deck, right? Like, oh, yeah, you get in for the last few points of damage against a Fatigue strategy.
That's crazy. I mean, now that, they're just having a chat, but, like, John is just so dialed with that deck. He's been playing this deck for, 2 years now?
Yeah.
And, through different,
Every
iterations.
meta game.
Yeah, exactly.
Just that high level of familiarity. And Jonathan, looks comfortable after having played a basically 50-minute game of Classic Constructed as Fatigue Bravo. And on the other hand, Matt maybe a little bit defeated. It's like Jonathan's sucked the energy out of him a little bit.
He'll do that. He will do that to most players that play him. He's such a sweet guy, but playing against him, people will just they call him the millman because that's what he does. He mills people out.
Grinds you out.
Yeah, he's the grindstone.
Yeah, you go from these beautiful grains of wheat into just dust in the wind.
Yeah, pulverized dust and bitterness.
Bitterness, yeah, exactly. I'm not going to put words in Matt's mouth. I think he'll be a good sport about it.
No, he is. He is. I think he knows. Matt knows. Fatigue exists. So anybody out there, saying, I hated this, well, it's part of the game. So we're actually going to shoot you over to Ethan for some updates here. Ethan, what you got for us?
Sweet. Well, first of all, once again, thank you for all the viewers. We broke 1,800 in that last round, which all the people in chat complaining, why is the Fatigue Bravo on stream? Everyone's teetering on the edge of their seat for those kinds of games because it's all about can the Zen cross the line? Are they running the Cosmic Awakening? Can he orchestrate something with all the +1s? I truly enjoyed that game, and the numbers don't lie. So for the few dissenting people in chat, just learn to appreciate that kind of game because they really are fun to watch at the end of the day. Frank?
And imagine, like, having a Cosmic Awakening in that end game right there would be so relevant, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so if anything, this is a learning moment now for the other aspiring Zen players. Cosmic Awakening, even a one of.
Get that in your sideboard.
You know, do the math on that. Some of that last Art of War play maybe could have led into a Cosmic Awakening or the natural 4-draw. Anyway, for all the people complaining in chat, I think that was a great game. But it does mean we missed watching the backup game. We had a Katsu versus Dash on the backup. Maybe we'll play it at some point during the day. But the Katsu did win. So Katsu is undefeated. Akatsu is undefeated right now. Wow. That's what we were watching on backup. So we got to go pull the next feature. They are ready for us. So quick sponsor break, and we'll be right back.
Perfect.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by two Danish nerds' passion for trading card games.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcan, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcan, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right, everybody, welcome back to Battle Hardened Montreal ProQuest Plus. I'm Sean Hill. He's Frank Hung. We just watched a game of Bravo Fatigue into Zen, and we picked a match specifically with that in mind. So the match that we're going to go into right now is another Guardian into another Ninja. Now, it's a very different Guardian to a very different Ninja. It's Katsu versus Victor.
Yeah, and actually, Katsu coming out of maybe not nowhere, but doing so well at this tournament. I think there's 3 or 4 Katsus near the top table.
I think there are 3 Katsus at 4-0 right now.
Yeah, so proving that, you don't have to transcend to be the Lord of Wind. And then on the other hand, the horse Goldmane himself, Ben Quantrill playing Victor.
I love the fact that it's just the horse. A horse is a horse, of course.
Yeah, exactly. The artist for this card retweeted that image, so I think it's pretty much canon now for the game.
It is canon. I mean, when you are playing Victor, you're not really playing Victor, you're playing the horse.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited for this because it's a very different take, a very different style of heroes. We can actually see both players right now having a good laugh.
Yeah.
Tama is from Montreal, a very funny guy. I'm not familiar with Ben, but to bring Victor in and to be 4-0, he must be cooking.
Yeah, as visit the Goldmane estate, maybe doing work for him today, and the players were just chuckling because he, showed Tom the chess piece that he's playing ahead of presenting equipment.
Oh, okay. I missed that, but overall, I think that the dynamic here will be very, very different from what we just watched, and it goes to show that from one hero to another, a class is not necessarily bound by restrictions. A class is basically whatever the hero does is what the hero does. We saw it earlier. We saw Boltyn being played. Well, Boltyn is so much different from Kasai and Dori and all these other warrior heroes, right?
Mm-hmm,
and that's what we're going to see here is Katsu powering up, Master of the Storm, Lord of Winds. Very excited.
Yeah, and on the Katsu side of the board, we've got Mask of the Pouncing Lynx and Breeze Rider Boots. Those are the 2 notables, and definitely settling in for a longer game with the Fiendo Spring Tunic. And then on Ben's side of the board, we've got the classic equipment for this matchup. And we've got the Gauntlets of Iron Will and Balance of Justice and Civic Steps and Tunic to go along with that as well. And then, of course, Victor's Trusty Shield.
He does. And in hand, a card that I personally have flashbacks. If Ellie's watching this, Ellie Bird, Trounce.
That's right.
I was trounced quite a bit by Ellie Bird in Hartford. That card is fantastic. And so we're going to see a bit more of that interaction, getting those golds, and, really putting in the work from Victor. I haven't seen that many players on Victor.
Yeah, I think there's not been too many in the tournament. Oh, and here's the Trounce. Oh, and yeah, this is the Trounce. We're going to see the clash. Oh, and there's Visit the Goldmane estate. He's going to say, all right, I guess you can have it.
Wow. Well, I mean, and then there's another Trounce. So it's whoever hits it twice. So let's see if there's another whiff here. Because if they play, there you go. So it cancels itself. It's simply, at that point, it's simply a block for 3.
Mm-hmm, right. And on a turn 0, you just got to not take too much damage. 1 leaking in through the Kodachi. Other Kodachi coming in now.
We'll see the set. We'll see what how the game goes, but I'm expecting this to be far faster than what we just witnessed. And Katsu is such a different type of deck. We've all played against Katsu, at least most of us have. When Katsu goes off, it's a tornado. It's an absolute hurricane, tornado. Call it what you want. It's a force of nature.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, Victor is quite a bit more aggressive than a fully defensive Bravo deck.
Oh, yeah.
He gets those gold rolling. It can snowball out of control.
Well, a big telltale sign is we are seeing a pummel in hand. So double pitch here, holding back a pummel. Unfortunately, there's no tunic count or anything, but I do feel that Ben is probably on a more aggressive version of Guardian, which just shows that both plans have legitimacy.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what happens here. Spiral Crush, so good into ninjas. So good.
Yeah, and Thomas having drawn the Art of War right now, not a super opportune moment. He's got to think about how much he wants to protect that card versus still having a bit of a turn.
Yeah. Are we at a point in Flesh and Blood where big attacks are kind of where it's at, or do we think that all plans are equal?
I think there's a lot of viability with many of these different plans, and some of the heroes in the metagame, like we saw Riptide earlier, but even Azalea, the ninjas or the illusionists, you kind of have this variation between smaller attacks and big attacks.
But is 6 a small attack?
That's kind of the golden number, isn't it? There's the dividing line between small and big.
Yeah, exactly. Like four is at the top end of small. 5 is like really the middle here, and then 6 is where it starts to get a bit bigger. So looking at the actual lineup here, we're going to see a Spinal Crush. I think Thomas is going to have to honor the crush. Losing all the go again, you essentially might as well just lose the hand. But on Thomas's side, this Spinal Crush is really timely because look at this. That is a natural Artivore on turn 1.
Yeah, you'd love to be able to play that out, and maybe you're gonna take the slower line here, setting down a couple of cards in front of it.
Yeah, he is going to honor it, so he's going to give him 5. Is this a block for 5?
This is 4. So he's gonna be crushed.
He is going to be crushed. Okay, I guess he's probably just thinking, I'll play the Surge and just come in for 5.
Yeah, ticks up the tunic.
Judge. Oh, okay, we're getting a judge call here. I'm not sure why.
Oh, yeah,
something
they've just
fell.
done something to the stream setup on the side here. Ethan's gone off to fix it. What an industrious fellow.
we didn't even see him go. He's literally sitting right next to us, and he's gone. We didn't even see him. So
Yeah, Ethan's actually the true ninja. He can be in 2 places at once.
Ooh, so Thomas pitching the Artivore.
Right, so recognizing that, okay, it's going to be a bit awkward to play it, and unfortunately having to use a red surging at this point, but at least, going to force a few cards, hopefully, out of Ben's hand.
And there's
nope.
no cards. There's
And
no
not at all.
cards. There's nothing. So enjoy.
Yeah, thanks for playing your 5 damage attack.
And looking at Ben's hand, it's looking like he's playing a version of the deck that is essentially just big hits. He's going to pitch out. He's going to play
Here's a Chokeslam.
Red Chokeslam. And remember, everybody, that's a red pummel in Arsenal.
Mm-hmm. And Thomas trying to remember what this card does because it's so devastating.
So Ben kind of taking notes from the OG Oldham list where people were just going, Glacial Fortress, here's 10, deal with it.
Yeah, it's a big attack, and it's gonna get bigger, I think, before the end of the turn.
Wow. So Chokeslam, things cannot gain power. Not that relevant. Very relevant, but it's not as good as, you can't play anything that doesn't have go. You can't play any go-agains. Not quite that good.
Yeah, and I wonder how much Thomas intends to respect it here. He's looking at an Ancestral Harmony that actually does pump up his combo attacks. And just thinking about his blocks.
I think the pacing of playing a deck like Katsu, you kind of just have to play it like a combo deck. I don't think you could play like you can play it however you like, but if you really want to win into these matchups, you have to find the right moment to go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're going to try to see here. Does Thomas find the right moment into Victor to just unleash? And here's the pummel.
Yeah, Thomas says no blocks, goes to write down the life totals, and Ben says, I'm not quite finished yet.
That is 12 damage, discard a card. Oof.
Yeah, and the crush effect will be active as well.
So nothing gain power. Does he discard the Ancestral Harmony here? It's not going to do anything.
Yeah, we were taking a peek at these cards.
And he's discarding a Fluster Fist, maybe? Discarding a Fluster Fist.
Right, that'll be available for him to search up on a future Bonds of Ancestry, but not going to be too impactful right now.
So Tunic to 3, shaking that hand. Let's see what he's got in here. That's an Ancestral. I mean, that's not a bad hand, but where he's at now, that's not what he needs.
Yeah, it's just a bit tricky with having that disruption come through, and this Harmony just fueling the Kadachis.
One go again. Ben saying, yeah, you're fine. Here's one. And then sending Gust Wave. Now, if this hits, unlike the Zen match we saw earlier, if this hits, insanity can ensue.
Right, he can go and find any combo card he wants, which could be that Bonds of Ancestry, discarding that 0-cost Fluster Fist that's in his hand. It'll be a bit of a roundabout way of doing it, but add the damage to his turn.
So I just want to point something out here. There's an Aegis. Aegis is it counts as a gold, right? He has a Golden Sun in hand. Ben has a Golden Sun in hand and a pummel. Golden Sun costs 4, and there's 2 blues. So his hand is pitch 2 blues, Golden Sun, pummel. Destroy the Aegis for the gold.
Right, so he's got this plan out ahead, but look at that Actually, he had the bonds the whole time. It was in the arsenal.
Oh, so we could see him pop off here. So Ben not giving cards from hand and wanting to go big, wanting to go tall might actually bite him in the butt. So we're gonna see here. He's just giving the Civic. So he's really saying, "Hey, I want a Golden Sun you. You're already at 23. I wanna give you the gold."
And this is kind of funny because he's given the Civic Steps. This is going to hit. But the Quicken actually can be really, really helpful for him because we know he's got this extra card, and he has Mask of the Pouncing Lynx available if he wants to do anything else. Now, Chokeslam is active, so he won't be able to find a Salt the Wound or Tenacity. But, it is something. He just gets an extra attack at the end of the chain.
And it was a red Flusterfist, which now has Go again.
Yeah, we'll see what route he chooses to go here. Ben taking the damage. Another Kodachi coming through. Oh, give me that free damage. And then
another Flusterfist. Wow. And Ben going, that's fine. I'm still going to play my Golden Sun.
Yeah. Both players just laying, big hits into one another. But Ben now holding these 4 cards.
Okay. So the play is very simple. That's the cool thing about Guardian. There's a lot of lines, but sometimes when the line is straight, the line is straight. You just walk down that path, right? So pitch 2 blues, Golden Sun, break the gold, pummel. Let's see if that's what happens here.
Yeah, Ben having kept all of the cards for this turn.
Oh, he's not playing the Golden Sun.
Okay, he wants to play Cranial Crush and save that pummel for a different turn.
Okay, do you think that that's what he planned on? Do you think he adapted that choice based on what just happened?
Yeah, maybe having seen Thomas commit a bunch of cards on offense, he says, okay, I'm going to play for a slightly longer game plan, conserve this pummel, and try to use that with a different disruptive effect, right?
Because in my books, I mean, this is Golden Sun. Just slam it. But I'm not a Guardian player. I don't know.
I mean, I think this is the interesting thing. He's thinking about so many things in this matchup, and there's different ways to play out the game, and that's a good thing, I think.
Yeah, it is. And it's so different. This game is so different from the one we just watched, and it's the same hero. It's the same classes, but very, very different pacing. Both players' lives dipping together.
Yeah, and Thomas has been crushed by every single Guardian attack that Ben has thrown at him so far.
Yeah,
but unfazed.
He's like, I can't block, boo-hoo. I can't draw, boo-hoo. Things lose go again, boo-hoo.
I think that's a Winds of Eternity to go along with these 100 wins that he just has in his hand. So drew that one naturally. So this is going to be 3 go again on the second 100 wins.
So is there a world where he discards... Tenacity costs 0, right?
Yep, that's right.
So there's a world where he goes wins, discard the Tenacity, wins into Winds of Eternity.
Yeah, and that would be a good way to stave off any potential fatigue, or even just the concept of having some nice cards in the deck that he can draw into.
So we see Ben here going no block, mark down the life. Thomas going to, I'm assuming, Katsu?
Looks like he's thinking about it, considering whether this Tenacity is important enough to keep.
Yeah, Katsu, yeah.
Yeah, thinking on the trigger.
I think you go get a red 100 wins here. He's not allowed to draw cards, and this doesn't draw cards, so you're totally fine. Is he going to discard the Winds of Eternity? No, he's just going to play it.
Yeah, he's past the trigger. He's going to go to the next chain link and save that Tenacity for a future turn.
I mean, that's pretty disciplined. That's a pretty disciplined play. I don't know if I'm that disciplined.
Right, you would have gone...
I would have just sent damage. Yeah, I would have just phoned it in and sent damage.
Mm.
And that's why I'm not 4-0 at a ProQuest Plus.
Yeah, this is round 5 of 7, so getting through most of the day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And locally, like, Thomas is a good player. He's gotten some wins. He's someone that, again, when you get seated in front of him, you stand straight.
Right, you got to be prepared coming to this matchup, and Ben is living up to it. He's really playing into this aggressive Guardian strategy.
I do. I like I like playing tall. I like the tall Guardians. I like going, here's 9, just do something, It's a deck that asks a lot of questions, and those questions are pretty simple.
Yeah, not been afraid to use his equipment to just save some life here and there, but still has those gauntlets available to stuff a big ninja turn.
Absolutely. So we're seeing a disable here. I think we're going to see a disable pitching 6. There is a pummel in the arsenal. There's a red pummel. So disable, if it crushes, get rid of the arsenal, puts it under the deck. It's a soft CNC. And right now it's coming in for 7 base.
Yeah, and Thomas has just made that decision to stash a tenacity in there. Would be very disappointing to have to give that up now.
Realistically, I don't know if he'll ever get the value he wants out of that.
Yeah, it looks
Ben's
like
not blocking.
Yeah, Ben has not been.
Oh, it is 9. Apologies. The blue is 7. The red is 9.
Yeah, oh, yes, he's playing the red disables here as well.
So that is 9. That's 13 damage. Thomas is at 15. So if Thomas does no block, it could be bad news for Thomas. However, Thomas could also have a really insane turn. His hand seems to be quite jacked. There is an ancestral harmony. He's going to give him 2 items.
I'm going to give the 2 pieces.
There's a pummel coming.
Pummel comes in. All right, got to reevaluate the math here.
Thomas is not nervous. He is not nervous. Look at this. He just writes it down. Let's see what he picks to discard. He's got a descending gust wave, be like water, whelming gust wave. I think he probably gets I think he probably kicks be like water out. It's either the be like water or the I think you want to keep the whelming in this case. I really don't know.
Yeah, this has proven to be a pretty awkward turn for him, losing 2 cards on this.
I think you get rid of the gust
damage.
I think he keeps the whelming gust wave. I think he gets rid of the descending gust wave.
Well, he doesn't have a very smooth way to sequence this hand either way. Like, if that be like water doesn't hit,
yeah, then he's
no combo.
No combo. But like we said, Ben's not blocking. No blocks for Ben.
Okay, thinking maybe about just
that seems so
ditching this
risky.
ancestral harmony and going into the turn with a couple of.
That seems so risky. I would think he would get rid of the. I would think he would get rid of the descending and play the ancestral harmony, or at least pitch it for Kodachis. But I don't know. I mean, and that's being in that seat and actually being in that match, we can scrutinize and we can analyze as much as we want. We're not the player. We don't know.
Yeah, Thomas has been put in a hard position here.
And he is discarding the ancestral.
All right, and puts those battle-worn tokens on his 2 equipment pieces. Has them primed and ready to go if he ever gets back to a big turn.
So we're going to likely see Be Like Water. The hand, Ben's hand can block. Is that another red pummel? That is the 3rd red pummel in Ben's hand.
Right. He's seeing the cards that he needs.
So descending gust wave, using the tunic to play it. Probably trying to keep that Be Like Water to discard it. That's the block.
Okay, and so this is coming in for 3. He can use the breaking skills here to go over the top, right?
I think he will, and he's pointing at it right now. Yeah, breaking scales, and then everything on the stack. So we're going to probably see a mask. The pouncing links. We're probably going to see Katsu. I don't think there's another moment for him to use that in this game. He might even pop Breeze Riders.
Yeah, that's right. Try to get a few. Oh, yeah, he's going for it.
He is going for it, so he's going to do all 3. So that, mask, and Katsu.
Oh, yeah, going to get these cloaked equipment out of here.
Yeah, and Katsu. So is he Katsuing as well? Yeah, so that and Katsu. So Katsu, he's shortcutting it a little bit, just going to do all the searches at the same time, because why not?
Yeah, as long as you're taking a combo card out of there with the Katsu ability and a 2-power attack or less with the pouncing links, it's all...
What attack do you think he's going to get?
It's all good. I mean...
Tenacity?
Could go for Tenacity, could go for Salt the Wound, but... he's really got to try to force Ben to block here. Otherwise, he'll get in a pretty bad spot with this aggressive Victor deck.
Aggressive Guardian. It works.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have so many big attacks and that Victor hero power, which we haven't actually seen be too relevant yet in the game, but, that can just draw you a full card when you create a gold, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And, if you thought Snatch was good for draw a card versus 7 draw a card, 9 draw a card. That's what these Guardian players are trying to see.
Oh, yeah. So Thomas going through his discard here, setting up bonds, going, okay, what am I doing? Because I don't think he didn't have a bond. So I'm assuming the Katsu card, the Katsu trigger is going to be bonds. Is what I'm assuming. There is a bonds in there as well. So he can double bond. So there's a chance that he might be going to get a yellow Descendant Gust Wave or a Whelming. Actually, he still has a Whelming in hand.
He has the Whelming in hand, so he could just get bonds and then bonds again.
He could get bonds. He could get double bonds, and the Whelming is going to be alive because Breeze Rider's boots were popped. So Whelming is going to have go again.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is the turn. So everybody watching, this is the turn. This is where we see what Katsu does. And Thomas taking his time, making sure he doesn't make any mistakes, making sure he gets the right cards. Players who like very cerebral decks where, you have to figure out a million things to do. This is the deck that, those players really shine with. We've seen it throughout the day, and that's why there's actually 3 Katsus at 4-0.
Yeah, now he's thinking about the card he's going to fetch off of the Mask of Pouncing Lynx. And it looks like it's going to be that Tenacity that we've just tucked on the bottom of the deck.
It is going to be Tenacity. So essentially, doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. Very interesting.
And let's see what he's going to... Yeah, he says, I'm
bonds
just going to get another bonds here. I've just seen it. I'm not going to shuffle till I grab that out of here.
Well, why wouldn't he? I mean, he has the Whelming in hand.
And, Ben can avoid having to block for quite a decent amount of this to try to not make that Tenacity even bigger. But at a certain point, I think he will have to give 1 or 2 cards, which, helps Thomas make sure that he's not totally out of this game.
Oh, 100%. I think he's going to have to give 2 cards, but then, the Tenacity is coming in for a bit more, and that's just the name of the game, though.
Yeah, now we're getting the cut. Finally done with the shuffling for the time being.
Yeah. Coming in for 4 with a go again. Likely going to give a card. We do still have equipment on Ben's side. Balance hasn't been used, but to be fair, Thomas hasn't given him a chance.
Yeah, no card draw from Thomas because he hasn't had the opportunity to play an Artivore or anything like that.
So the Aegis has blocked for 1. There's still another block on there. The gloves have yet to block, so there's 2 life on the gloves as well. And Ben trying to figure out what his opponent's going to be up to now. Trying to say, hey, how much damage are you actually presenting? Let's visit the Goldmane Estate in Ben's hand.
Yeah, it doesn't have a ton of gold right now to power that up.
Unfortunately, no, but I'm really not sure what's going to happen here.
Ben just calculating all of the damage before he commits the blocks on this earlier chain link.
And these players are 4-0. This is where the wins start to really, really matter. So taking their time to actually make sure they don't make any mistakes is the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's going to block with that Visit the Goldmane Estate, take 1 damage over the top. Now Thomas showing his hand that is, in fact, the Whelming. It's going to have go again from Breeze Rider Boots.
Moving everything in Eston to say, hey, we are not done here. There's going to be a lot more cards on this combat chain. Come on in. So 3 go again. No on hits. Just a good old 3. Yeah, and Ben's saying, that's fine. Perfect. I'm down to 9 now. Thank you. We're bondsing again.
Bonds for 4, and we've seen 2 red Flusterfists. Not sure about that third one.
I'm not sure either, but
yep,
I think
there it is.
See it, yeah. So that's 4. And, if Ben blocks here, that can get out of hand really fast.
Yeah, and all of this started from a pretty awkward 3-card hand from Thomas, but the Tunic counter paying for Descendant Gust Wave, Breaking Sails going over the top, just letting him explode from seemingly nowhere.
Do you, if you go back and you're not aware of this, do you just give 5 on that Gust Wave?
Well, I think that's part of the tricky thing is Ben was really, really trying to close out the game while Thomas was at such a low life total and maybe didn't recognize the fact that there was such explosive potential. Oh, wow. And Ben's going to go to 1.
Ben's going to go to 1. And even if he blocks here, How much damage is this?
Yeah, and
Is the tenacity coming in for 5?
Tenacity is going to be coming in for 4, I believe.
Wow.
Gets covered up by those equipment pieces. Those are going to be gone for now.
Wow. And through all of this, Ben did manage to keep 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, so he can still make a little bit of a counterattack. Still has that Tunic block as well. And this is just going to be a Titan's Fist for 4.
Okay, so with this, let's just see here. Thomas has, ooh, that's a good line. Thomas has Whelming, Bonds, and Surging. Thomas doesn't want to block with anything here. Does he give him the Tunic and go down to 1?
Yeah, this is kind of the whole combo line, and I'm not sure on what the rest of the Banish Zone looks like. What else is available for him to even search up with that Bonds?
I don't know, but that's the line. That's the dream.
But also keep in mind that Ben's at 1 life, so okay, players are marking down life totals here. Oh, okay, he's updating the life totals, making sure he's on on the level with Ben's life total. He's not just saying, I'm going to take this soft lethal 4.
No, I'm not that disciplined. At this point, I grab the Tunic and I throw it.
Well, I think...
And then I die.
I think the Kodachis are quite valuable at this point of the game. Remember that a blue can represent 2 points of 2 cards out of Ben's hand, or at least some of those equipment pieces on their own.
Absolutely.
But keeping that blue, he's also able to play the Surging as well. So, he's got some optionality. He's not completely locked in.
And this is down to the wire. I mean, here's a Surging Strike. Coming in for 5 go again. Give me 2 cards, please, Ben. That's essentially what this means, right? Give me 2 cards. Come on. And Ben's going to honor that.
What seemed to be a really good spot for Ben. Oh, now a trounce.
And Thomas needs to calm down 2 seconds there. He's excited.
Oh, he's going to win the first clash.
And that's a thonk, so making a might. And then what's the second one? Come on, let's see what happens.
Really, really needs to win this.
Oh, and Ben does. So making a goal, drawing a card.
Getting to draw that card on the defensive side to stay alive.
Then that's why, we started this saying, I've played against a few players who have trounced me. That's what that does. It's so, so powerful.
Yeah, and actually on his turn, the Tunic, if he gets to keep it, would go up to 2 counters. With these Vigor tokens,
yeah,
he'd be able to swing.
So there's a Whelming here. That is going to eat a card. Whatever Ben, does. I've died to so many unblocked Whelmings. Drawing a card is brutal.
Well, the on-hit right now is actually death because Ben's at 1 life.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, it's, you have to respect that. There's the block.
That's a boulder drop.
And Bonds. Okay.
The devastating Bonds here. If you can find a 4-power attack. Oh, no. Does he have a Dishonor in the graveyard that he can fetch?
I'm not sure. He might actually. Hold on. That's a Fluster Fist, but that's the 3rd one. We've already seen the 3 be played. Let's actually zoom into this here. There is no Dishonor. There is 100 Winds red, which is just 3. There's another Whelming. Bonds descending, but no floating.
He's got 1 resource floating.
He does have 1 resource floating?
Yeah. But
yeah.
Remember that converts into a Kodachi if...
It does, yeah.
If it comes down to it.
You're right. So actually, 100 wins here eats a card. So Ben's going to have to give 1 or 2 cards to cover that Bonds, or probably 1 card plus the gloves. And then there's a Kodachi following that, and then another attack following that. So we could see Thomas force Ben's hand completely out of the game.
Yeah, looks like he's choosing to go with Whelming.
Okay.
And so, yeah, Kodachi into Whelming instead of 100 wins into Kodachi. It works out to the same amount of damage. And now the ball's in Ben's court to make sure he navigates the blocking best he can. Yeah, this is an incredibly tight game. Both players at 1 life. Very, very different from our previous Ninja versus Guardian matchup. And Katsu has game still in this metagame.
Oh, I mean, for sure. We've seen it. We've seen it right now. I mean, there's 3 of them that are 4-0. We'll see where we're at after this round, but the Katsus are doing really well. So there's 2 4-0 Katsus, 2 4-0 News, 1 4-0 Victor, and 1 4-0 Kano currently in the game. So we didn't want to crowd too much with with having another Kano on stream because we started the day with a Kano, but I know Kano's a fan favorite, and we might see that on stream soon enough. So we'll see what happens after this round.
Okay, now 2 equipment pieces coming in on the spawns. The Tunic.
And then the Kodachi for 1.
This demands a card.
Yeah, we're going to see Thomas saying, hey, I want your entire hand. Ben, you're a nice guy. You seem very nice, but I'm going to ask for your entire hand.
Right, blocking with the Golden Sun and blocking with the Disable that we saw off the top. So that's going to be the whole hand. Now, I mentioned earlier, Ben may be getting to play out the Hammer Swing off of those Vigor, but he does also have the gold. He does have a way to use those 2 resources he's going to generate.
Yeah, I think we're very likely going to see 2 resources pop up. No.
Oh, Ben has passed priority.
Okay, so
He's so focused on Victor's ability, which is so powerful in using the gold, that he hasn't activated the gold's innate ability, and now he's in the Kodachi lock. He's giving a full card to each of these.
And wow. So game's not done, but
that's CNC eating 2 cards at the end there.
Wow. And Thomas kind of realizing where he's at and just going, okay, let's go.
Oh, what a pivotal moment for these 2 players. Thomas getting an arsenal a card. Try to extend the combat chain somehow, somewhere.
And that's an Ancestral Empowerment in Thomas's hand, by the way. So there's a Surging, a Descending, and an Empowerment.
Yeah. Oh, and this Surging Strike for 4 is going to be a little bit tricky as well. There's a lot of potential ways to die here from Ben's side, and there's a test of strength. They're going to clash. And Ben's going to win the clash, get to draw the card. However, we know about this Ancestral Empowerment.
There we go.
And so, yeah, it lined up so well on Ben's side. He says 4 attack, I've got 4 block value. But going 1 over the top is Thomas to take the win in this battle.
Yeah. I was very nervous for Thomas there for a very long time. Ben's build for Victor, very reminiscent of the Oldham of old, just smacking you for as big as I can go.
Yeah, that's one way to build those Guardian decks. Instead of being super defensive, just taking a bit more of an aggressive tack, and then doing well to get to this point, undefeated up to this round in the tournament, but taken down by Katsu. And now we're going to head over to the backup game, which is going to start from the beginning. We heard how much you liked Riptide, so we're going to come in with Adam Schoof on Riptide versus Basil Bloomer on Prism. Players haven't quite... Yeah, there we go, updating those life totals.
I mean, that Riptide game earlier really, like with Erik playing him, really shocked me. I wasn't expecting Riptide to be so aggressive.
And this is a slightly different build, right? Look, it's a Death Dealer.
It is a Death Dealer. We were on Dreadbore, I think, earlier.
Yeah, and no New Horizon. This is a Balance of Justice.
Maybe a more defensive option, or do you think we're more traditional Ranger?
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine till we get into the match, but with the amount of equipment, I'm thinking maybe a little bit more defensive.
Alrighty, so E-Strike for 7. Bread and butter of the Flesh and Blood universe. Blocking with a full art War Tune.
Yeah, and getting that Soul Shield turn 0 card into Soul is great for Prism here. Basil's got to be feeling good about that.
And you know how I feel about Prism, so I'm just excited to see some Heralds being sent out.
I want to shout out, both players have fantastic names. Adam Schoof versus Basil Bloomer. I think that's my favorite name duo I've ever seen on stream.
It's very good.
Oh, this is a Murky Water being used to block, but is that a Herald of Triumph?
It is.
Oh no, Adam's fallen victim to the -1.
Did Adam not know that? What was the situation there? Maybe
not recognizing that the 6-power arrow would not pop Phantasm, and now Basil gets to search for a Figment.
It is a red, so it is 7. So maybe Adam going, hey, I'm only going to block 3 anyways.
That's right. Yeah, just it's difficult to have enough defense value there. you know, you're pretty familiar with the deck. Which Figment is this going to be?
So it depends. If you want to go hyper roll or very very fast, you could go for the Erudition. In this case, I believe we're going to see War, which Bologna is a great choice. It's also a Herald that, depending on the matchup you're playing into, you're an Angel that you're not really worried about losing early on.
Right, exactly. So it's going to be just something you can get value out of, start chipping in damage, but not a pivotal combo piece with some of your other cards.
No, and it also allows you to, for example, let's say you have an Herald of Erudition in hand. Well, that Courage is relevant.
Right, exactly. Because then your 5 power Herald goes to 6.
Yeah, or your 6 goes to 7, making it very difficult to block. So, I think, are we seeing Basil just taking the damage here?
Yeah, and so, oh, we're seeing a big thumbs down coming up on the screen. Yeah, I think she's elected to just take the damage here, gets the Blood Rot, keep all of the cards. She did have to intellect penalty herself on the previous turn, not having a way to use the last card in hand, but I'm seeing that maybe it was this Tome of Divinity. And so now on her own turn, gonna crack the Halo, get a card into Soul. Let's go and find, I'll draw the card first, then go and find a Figment.
And this will probably be Erudition. Yeah, there you are. So Herald of Erudition being, not Herald, Figment of Erudition being popped up. Vestige is online.
That's right.
And there is a Tome in hand.
Vestige is online. There's a Tome in hand. Everything's lining up for the Prism player.
I'm wondering if there's a, that's up to 4, play the Tome, draw 3 cards. And there's another Tome in hand.
Already in hand.
Pitch
Things
a
are
blue.
getting a little bit out of control.
Pitch a blue, draw 3 cards again. Wow.
Well, when we said that, Riptide maybe has decent game into Enigma, against this other illusionist, the card advantage is just going off the charts.
And we're waking up Soraya. We're going to attack with Soraya, draw 2 cards, and no Herald has been played yet. So, pitching back up. Here's Soraya, draw 2 cards.
Draw 2 cards. Just a wealth of riches in Basil's hand. She's got to be loving that. And hey, this Balance of Justice being used on defense. Adam says, I could draw a card, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. You've drawn so many cards, I could draw 2. So in hand is a bunch of Heralds, a Spectral Shield, and there's a War Tune Herald coming in. It is going to eat the Courage, so it is coming in for 8.
The 8 go again on the War Tune Herald.
Going for the pop, but there is a Phantasmal Footsteps on the board, and I don't think Basil's going to be too worried about that. So, yeah, there we go.
Paying for the Phantasmal Footsteps. So Adam has actually seen 2 poppers in a couple of turns, but still, having a little bit of a hard time managing what the Prism deck is doing.
So we're going to see pitch here. I mean, pitch into another Herald is really the way. So up to 3, up to 4, down back to 2, playing a Herald. What Herald are we going to see here? Tenacity. So dominate.
Yeah, this one you can't block with multiple cards. Okay, Adam is going to crack that. Says, yep, time for me to cash it in. And let's just give you, a Boltyn shot, and then a Tar Pit Trap. So that's going to cover up 6 cleanly.
Is it actually an Inertia Trap?
Oh, sorry, it's an Inertia Trap.
It is an Inertia Trap. Wow.
Yeah, so this deck does not have greater power than the base, so it's not going to create the Inertia. But that doesn't matter anyways because Basil's going to pitch most of the hand here, play out the Merciful Retribution.
Wow. I mean, this kind of line is just absolutely insane. Double Tome into Insanity, and I think that's a Genesis in hand or it's either Parable or Genesis.
Yeah, and then pitching another card just to not take the damage off this Blood Rot that Adam worked so hard to create off Infecting Shot.
To keep Soraya alive.
Yeah, because of that ward. I mean, hey, all in all, pretty good turn for Basil.
Pretty impressive. I mean, we've seen Prism just go crazy, and this is such a different Prism from the one that I'm used to playing. But overall, I mean, it is a combo deck. That's the way I see it. It is an Illusionist combo deck. It is no longer the control Illusionist that Enigma is probably going to start to take the title of.
Yeah, now we go back to Adam's turn, who's managed to keep 3 cards and playing out this release the tension, lets them reload a Boltyn shot for free, or put a Boltyn shot in Arsenal from free. And now playing that out, if it hits, it'll load a different card into the Arsenal.
So
As Go again, stuffed by the Soul Shield.
A Soul Shield, in my books, the best defense reaction in the game. I might be wrong, but it's my favorite. So we're going to get rid of the Merciful Retribution. Merciful Retribution can get out of hand very fast, and Basil's going to take that as a chance to say, hey, well, here's a Genesis storing whatever is in hand, likely in the Soul, I would assume. Yeah, putting that other Genesis in the Soul, drawing a card, making a Spectral Shield.
I bet you love hearing that.
Those words?
Yeah, those words.
I do love those words, yeah. So attacking with Soraya, drawing 2 cards, is an ALS in hand, and the other one is a Herald of Triumph from what I can see here.
And Adam valuing guaranteed clearing off that Merciful Retribution over attacking into Soraya, but potentially missing on the Rabble. So
very smart decision, because if you do hit Soraya and you miss, that is...
Yeah, that's
The
devastating.
game. That's the game. So...
I mean, the game has been devastating up to this point, but, can things go more downhill? This is a Herald of Triumph again. No Phantasm. Well, has Phantasm, but -1 on those opposing attacks. Here's a Boulder Trap. Here's a Collapsing Trap. No cards in hand.
Does that trigger? Yeah, it does trigger once, so the Spectral Shield will go away. I do not believe it. Does it actually trigger to get rid of Soraya as well?
No, only the Collapsing Trap triggers. The Boulder Trap did not have the ability activated.
That's unfortunate. So we're going to see here, there's an ALS in hand. We're not going to see it played.
And Boltyn shot being used to clean up the Genesis now. The extra card off of Death Dealer going into the Arsenal. Soraya still on the board. This is the 3rd time that she's attacked. Basil is just swimming in cards.
And look, a Herald of Erudition was just drawn. There is a Goliath Gauntlet on the board. I have a feeling we're going to see that being played here.
Yeah, Boltyn shot being used just to block. Oh, yeah, well...
Actually, maybe not.
We chose an interesting game to watch here.
This is hyper fab. Like, this is so fast. Yeah, there we go. So not popping the Goliath, just coming in for the 5 dominate.
Basil's not done yet. There's still so much that she can do even if the Herald doesn't hit.
Well, if the Herald does hit, I think we're going to see a Figment being brought up, probably Figment of Protection, I would assume.
And I think it was a Light of Soul that she just drew off the top before getting to search.
That's insanity. Let's see here. So is it going to be a Figment of Protection? Yeah, it is. So Figment of Protection with a Spectral Shield in hand is a lot of good stuff. There is an Arclight Sentinel in hand, so we're probably going to see another Herald followed by an Arclight Sentinel.
Yeah, that's really just going to put the chokehold on Adam and prevent him from not only not being able to clear out the Angels, but also not really be able to play the game.
Pretty much. I mean, I'm seeing here there's a lot of Soul. So pitching the Light of Soul to play a Herald, most likely, would be my bet. And then, looping that back into... Oh, so just dropping the ALS clean. Here's the Herald of Erudition. Go back in here. We're going to go get Rebirth. So
is this how many Figments have come out of the deck now?
4 have come out. 4 have come out of the deck so far. But here's the problem: if Basil were to want to at this point, the ALS loop is a valid strategy.
Right.
This is what you need to get it done. You need to have, Soraya or any other Angel.
In a Pierce reality, this is like insult to injury for Adam. Not even attacking here. It's just like, I'm just going to keep resolving permanence until I can crush you.
I mean, I never want to discount any games. I just think that at this point, when you're looking at this board, historically, Prism's been pretty strong into Rangers. But we've also seen a Ranger beat an Enigma. The matchup was against Enigma, was it not?
Yep.
Yeah, so we saw Riptide beat Enigma this morning. And so it's not a blanket statement.
No, for sure. It's definitely not a blanket statement. And I'd like to check in with the production team here and I'm just wondering how many players are watching us how many people are watching right now?
About 1,500.
Yeah, 1,500 players just taking in the glory of Prism.
The glory, the unabashed glory of Prism. I mean, something like this, there is there is a fact that Prism can roll. Just like Kayo can roll, just like Levia can roll. A lot of heroes have this ability to kind of just take the game away. And in this case, this is kind of, I don't want to say this is what we're witness to because I don't want to discount, any player here, but this is insanity.
Yeah, this is a War Tune coming in for 9 off of the +2 on Pierce Reality. Couple of Sigil of Solaces. That's going to keep Adam healthier than he is, but doesn't prevent the on-hit. Let's go get another Figment out of the deck while we're at it. We haven't searched through the deck enough times this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Basil's deck is double-sleeved. Like, actually, I think it's triple-sleeved, so it has an inner sleeve, a proper Dragon Shield, and then an outer Dragon Shield.
Yeah, we've got to protect our investment, in this case being the gorgeous Marvel.
Full foil Marvel deck.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm seeing that, we've got those full art Marvels in the deck, and then as well as
outside
in
of the
board,
deck,
so we can play those slabbed angels.
I mean, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And I'm someone who is an enjoyer of expensive cards. That's a lot.
Oh, and now we're coming with another Herald. This one also Dominate, Herald of Tenacity for 6.
I'm just going to chime in and say, Pheano, for example, went 0-2 drop on Prism.
Wow.
Basil is at least X1 for now on Prism. So, so there's a roller coaster to playing this hero. It doesn't always look this good. Poor Pheano, I know, was hoping for a good run today, but he is out with at least Basil doing quite well. Enigma Noah Clark is also at X1. We're still getting some updates throughout the round here as to people's results trickling in, but there is a new undefeated, so we will guaranteed get that on stream next.
Very nice.
Yeah, and Adam was holding a Codex there as the last card, but Basil's just played out an Arclight Sentinel, so this Codex attack is probably just going to have to go into the ALS.
So, Basil here, discarding a Passing Mirage, getting a War Tune back, and a Boltyn shot coming into the ALS. So, it did clear the ALS, and to be fair, you have to clear those. It's not optional. If you ever plan on winning a game into Prism, you do have to get those out of the way.
And Basil now counting it up. Yeah, I imagine there's just so many possibilities here.
There's so many lines playing that deck. I tried to play the new Prism build, and the reality is I'd have to play a lot of it to get to that point where I'm comfortable with it, and I haven't found the time.
Yeah, she's just drawing more cards. I'm sure it's like tapping into the Matrix. You're seeing all of the code.
Well, having Soraya on the board for more than a turn does get out of hand very fast.
Yeah, I think it's the maybe 4th or 5th time that Angel has attacked without being cleared by Adam, and he's just not getting that opportunity. This Herald of Tenacity now. Oh, Tar Pit Trap, that is going to be active. Spectral Shield.
Yeah, Spectral Shield is going to eat it.
Going to soak up the 1 damage from the trap. No. Oh, and another one, Boulder Trap.
And if it's active, then there's 2 options. I believe we're probably going to see an activation of any of the other Figments, probably Bologna.
Looks
or Sechem, actually, yeah.
Looks like... Wait, it should be active because the War Tune is greater than base power, unless Boulder Trap is only on weapons. Oh, nope. Yeah, no. Let's get it out of here. These 2 traps doing work for Adam.
Just saying, I've gotten enough value out of this Soraya. I'm fine to let it go.
Yeah, finally, the Archangel of Knowledge is going to go learn something else in the graveyard. And finishing off on another War Tune, Adam's only at 7. This is a sizable chunk of his remaining life. And noticing he didn't reload when either of those traps were played out. I think maybe the Boulder Trap came second, but has a plan for his own turn.
Well, there's an Intoxicating Shot in Adam's hand right now. I don't know what the other card is, unfortunately, but so hitting. There's no more Figments, so no search.
And no more Figments, so no search, and getting this Genesis into play. And Adam may be planning on going up on cards with the Death Dealer ability. Gonna draw a card, see what it is, and yeah, that's just gonna be on cleanup duty for Genesis. Now, if you aren't looking at these figments in the top right corner, it almost looks like Adam has the board state under control, but Basil's just gonna keep swinging, now activating that Goliath Gauntlet, coming over the top with a Herald of Triumph.
For 9.
And this
Actually,
is
11.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, plus
There's a
2
Pierce.
from the Pierce reality as well.
Oh, actually, is it? What color is that Herald? It's 7 base plus 2/2. Unless
Here's
there's
the
already...
Buzzsaw Trap. What a timely card.
Oh, it's a blue. It's a blue. That's why.
Basil just taking a time to read this. I believe this is the card that am I thinking of the correct card? This reduces the boosts, the buffs. Yeah, exactly. Gets rid of both of those pumps and pings 1.
Wow. Well, there's nowhere for the ping to go other than to Basil's life, but yeah, it goes back. Yeah, it cannot gain great power. Wow, that's great. It's essentially snag. In a better snag. So we're going to activate here Boltyn.
Boltyn, finally what you had mentioned earlier on in the game, we're going to see her in action, the Archangel of War.
I'm wondering, however, is there a way here where... No, there's no way. I was going to say, that, you know, are we going to see a loop? But I don't think we're going to see a loop. I think that at this point, that would be, what's the word? It's just, that's not the play. I think we're going to see someone try to close the game here.
Okay, so a card going on the bottom to Trench. 1 resource available to Adam. That's going to go towards Death Dealer. Endless Arrow. And, a little bit of awkward sequencing here. Just finding an Endless Arrow, which can go to hand, but the card on top, I think, was a Falcon Wing. You kind of wish you had those in the other order. And gonna arsenal that Falcon Wing, keep the Endless Arrow in hand, and Adam gaining 3 life off that sigil. We're seeing the Light of Soul again on Basil's side of the board.
Reveal it. It is a light card. Goes into Soul. Thinning out the deck.
Saying bye-bye to that Trench.
So it is for 5 dominate, blocking 3. There's a Pierce reality in hand. What else? What's the other card? Oh, it is 6. It's the red version. Not sure what's in Basil's hand. And we have a pump here, so +4 and another one.
Double Angelic Wrath. That's gonna, yep.
Wow, double Angelic Wrath. I wasn't expecting the game to close on that.
Alrighty, so that was something else. Not quite what we were expecting. We saw a very brief game as well from Prism earlier on with Kayo snowballing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then what was that?
That was the other side of the medal. That was the other side of the coin. Prism, you know, historically being able to build a board and having a presence on the board is very, very strong. And that's kind of what can happen. But the thing is, the deck does run out of steam.
I mean,
it
does run out of steam. It does run out of steam,
yeah,
in theory.
It does. I can tell you, I've played it. It does run out of steam. The idea is that, you know, you try to close it before it does. So, you know, great on all the players we've seen so far. Everybody we've seen this round has been 4-0. Now going into round... going to round 6. So we're actually going to push to commercial break right here. We're going to go and find you your next rounds of matches. Stick with us, and we'll be back in a moment.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. that all exist, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all three games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right. While we get the table situated for the future here, Sean and I are going to do something fun.
Yeah, we have some packs here from Part MISTVEIL. I'm actually going to try to get this for you guys. Alrighty. So we're going to crack a couple packs just while we wait for everybody to get sit down, seated for the next round. We actually have a really cool match coming up, which I believe, is it Daniel Dreisiger versus Maxime Villeneuve?
Yeah, 2 undefeated players in this tournament. Again, both local players, French players. I think we see this at every event where, the local scene comes out in full force. You saw it in Tokyo, 4 of the top 8. Here in Montreal, yesterday's Battle Hardened, 4 of the top 8 are locals. There's so much love for the game.
Oh, there is. And the 2 players that we're going to see now, one of them is on Katsu, the other was on New. Both of them are like the elite. Maxime Villeneuve was second at Canadian Nationals, losing to Isaac Root, and Daniel Dreisiger's been an absolute threat in winning ProQuest after ProQuest after ProQuest. So, but before we do this, I've already pre-cracked this pack. I haven't flipped anything yet, so let's see. We've got 1, 2. Unfortunately, no expansion, no legendary, but it doesn't mean we won't hit any majestic. So let's see. That is a foil Venomous Bite, not the worst card ever.
Decent draft card.
Decent tight chakra. Great draft pack so far. And Astral Etchings. Honestly, let's see the rest here. What a stacked pack. Look at this.
Not bad for the assassin here.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. Sorry, we're getting out ahead.
The players are ready for us.
Let's get into the game.
We're probably going to see some of those assassin cards come up in a minute. Daniel's going to stick with his guns. Played New a bunch yesterday and going to continue to play New in Constructed. And then on the other side, we thought it was going to be Maxime Villeneuve, who is also playing Katsu, but this is Kevin Constantino, who is also great at Katsu.
The other undefeated Katsu. Oh, Maxime is on the backup match. But Kevin Constantino, also another great Katsu player. Katsu enjoyer. He's been playing Katsu for a very long time. Fun fact, PhD in mathematics.
Oh, wow. That's the kind of smarts you have to calculate those complex lines.
Yeah, and then I've been telling everybody about Daniel Dreisiger. I call Daniel the Gun Show because he's a personal trainer by trade. He is the gun show, but he's got the brains to match the guns.
And I think the only thing bigger than the guns is the smile on his face as he gets to play more Classic Constructed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Dan is a sweetheart. I think anybody who's ever had a chance to talk to him for any amount of time knows that he's like the gentlest soul, animal lover, and he's just...
You're really upselling him. This is like
I love Dan. I have
he
nothing.
Lent me $1 billion once when I was bankrupt.
When you were bankrupt, when you were visiting yaks in
in Nepal. All right, so now coming into the equipment, Kevin is playing the Mask of Pouncing Lynx, Tunic, Breeze Rider boots, and the Breaking Scales. Exactly what we'd expect. A nice full art. Is that the French Katsu there? And then on Daniel's side of the board, we're going to go to the different camera. He is playing Arousing Wave and Undertow Stilettos, really loving those pieces over something like the Flick Knives and, of course, Mask of Shifting Nightmares.
And as for weapons, Dan is on what we've seen before. He is on the new blade and on the old blade, on the Spider's Bite and the Miz Dagger. So,
well, it's like a wedding, right? You got to have something new, something old, something borrowed, something blue, and Daniel's going to borrow those cards from Kevin's deck.
Something new?
Yep, very much so. Oh, we're having too much fun with it in the booth. That's a Tenacity getting pitched to come in with a Kadachi for 1. Kevin's going to want to save that, give himself the option to pull it out of his deck with the Mask of Pouncing Lynx. Danny letting this chip damage through because he wants to be able to block in case there's something else up Kevin's sleeve.
And there is a Descending Gust Wave and a Bonds in Kevin's hand right now. So let's see. Daniel holding on to... Is that a surgical? That is a surgical extraction. Pick to pieces. So he's going to block with the blue pick to pieces. In hand is... We're still getting familiar with the card. I believe that's a Just to Nick also in hand for Daniel.
I think it's a Bonds of Agony in the back there.
Oh, it might be. It might be.
Yeah, we'll let Kevin think here. Oh, he is going to play another card on this turn 0. Maybe both to filter and to just start feeding that graveyard a little bit.
I'm trying to think. Did Katsu win anything monumental with this set?
I mean, I think that that's a great question. Maybe some sideboard cards.
But Katsu is more or less the same as he's always been.
Yeah, I guess you know what that's probably true. There's a few tech pieces that come in and out for different matchups, and has to prepare into different matchups.
Yeah. I think the biggest win for him was Ancestral Harmony from Heavy Hitters. That's what a great card that is.
Yeah, absolutely. And so he's going to put the Descendant Gustwave in the graveyard so that in the future, if he hits one of these bonds turns, he can search for another one in the deck.
I mean, it's a little bit of that Levia mentality of like getting the cards into your grave to actually use them later, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now Daniel getting the first real turn of the game.
I'm excited to see those new cards being in play, and not new NUU, but NEW. New cards that I haven't seen
new
yet.
Cards.
Or do you mean new GNU, which could be a Fab event code?
That's true. It's like a yak, except different.
It's like a yak, same but different. It's like a yak, but not.
Okay, all right. Showing the Spider's Bite, a Flusterfist. This is also going to feed that graveyard. Daniel thinking about whether he's going to play Bonds of Agony or a Surgical Extraction here. Looks like he's going with the Surgical Extraction.
Yeah, pitching the Bonds of Agony. Is it Bonds of Agony or Bonds of Attraction?
He's pitched the Bonds of Attraction, and the last card left is the Bonds
of Agony. Okay, perfect.
And Kevin doesn't know that, thinks that, could be a react, but could be an Arsenal angle.
Oh, and he won't know until he knows, right?
And this does still just demand a card, potentially, or equipment piece from Kevin.
If you're Kevin, I think you do give a card here. His turn could just be a CNC, and that might not be bad. That might not be that bad of a play. He's got a, Diplomacy in hand.
Yeah, Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah, he's got a Warmongers in hand. Do you really care about Warmongers into new? Is that really relevant?
Yeah, I don't think new cares too much. It's a good sideboard piece in some of these other matchups.
So is Kevin just taking it and saying, hey, that's fine?
Banishes are red 100 wins. We're going to need those.
Show me your hand. Pick a card.
Yeah, I guess Daniel says, I guess I'll take your red card. I'm not going to make any silver off of this, but it's fine. I don't really need it.
With a big smile on his face, I think I'm going to take the CNC.
Yeah. And this turn that Kevin's got isn't going to be super threatening. Going to be a couple of Kadachis.
By the way, quick update from earlier. The Vynnset is still X and 1.
Oh, that means we might see them stay live in this tournament, maybe even on a win-in next round.
That would be fantastic. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that for everybody.
Yeah, Daniel thinking about the full turn before he commits to blocking on the first Kadachi, because there is an homage to Ancestors. The Transcendability is not super relevant at this point in the game for New's hero power, but with the Mask of Shifting Nightmares, that can strip a whole card out of Kevin's hand.
It absolutely can, and it's not it's not just a discard; it is a banish. Get that right out of here. So,
yeah, and here's that Dishonor for 2. We knew about that.
I mean, it's at this point it's just 2 damage.
Yeah,
it's
we
not
knew about that new card.
Do you think that as a Katsu player, getting New's ability out of play is a huge focus?
I think that if I'm in the Katsu seat here, I'm really focused, maybe more so on going over the top, and it's really hard to both do that with how defensive these assassin decks can play, while also preventing them from getting value. And so the fact that New is attacking you on 2 axes, is really relevant.
Yeah, because if you think about it this way, blue Gust Waves, blue Bonds are cards.
Yeah, that's right. They could have their own combo turn against you.
They can combo you with their own cards. With your own cards.
Yeah, add a couple slithers to the mix, and
and
you got a stew.
Yeah, you're partying.
Or maybe stir the pot even.
Yeah, you could stir that pot and get a stew going. Very nice. So we're going to see the Beckoning Mixblade coming in. Just the one, but it's really the +1 in the go again that's highly relevant.
Yeah, okay, we are going to commit to playing this Bonds of Agony.
All right. Bonds of Agony, a card I've yet to see played.
Well, you're seeing it in real time right now.
And I'm very happy.
Kevin's saying, I could just block with Breaking Scales and not block anything else, but we're going to take a moment and consider what the options are for reactions from Daniel. Remember that this has to take 3 or more attack reactions. Unlike Double Trouble, which is 2, this is a much more powerful effect, but 3 is a higher bar to get, right?
Absolutely. And if that hits, you can go through the deck and get rid of every bonds that not every bonds. You can get up to 3 bonds from the deck and just get them right out of there.
Yeah, it's got to be the same card as what Kevin has in hand. We actually are seeing here that it's a Warmonger's Diplomacy, so Kevin probably wouldn't have been too beat up if Daniel had committed to pushing it through. But it's just getting banished here to the Mask ability, and Daniel knows that the threat of bonds taking place is what's important, not
Absolutely.
actually getting it through. Like, he just traded up on cards, his 1 blue for 2 of Kevin's combo pieces.
Yeah, and Dan being all smiling, going, "You're good. Come on, let's do it." I know these two guys. I've played with them for years, and it's cool to see them perform at this level in this event. Them both being 5-0, they're both deserving of a win. They're both deserving of a top 8. But being deserving doesn't change the fact that you still have to earn it.
Yeah, this is going to be a definitive win-in for both of these players. But, whoever doesn't take it this round still will have the opportunity next one.
Absolutely.
In fact, I don't know. Maybe we won't get too much into the whole tournament seeding thing. But, they're close to being locked right at this point.
I think they are. We do have, one more round after this. I believe X and 1 was guaranteed for top 8, more or less, and then it comes down to there will be 1 or 2 X and 2s most likely. I don't want to speculate. I'm not the organizer of this event, and I'm not taking care of standings and all that. But from playing card games for a long time, X and 1 will likely guarantee you a spot, and then X and 2, there might be 1 or 2.
Yeah, and so Kevin's really just focusing on one game at a time. Both of these players, I should say, both these players just focusing on one game at a time, not going to worry too much about how the standings shake out in the end. Just got to win what's in front of you.
Absolutely.
And here's a Bonds of Attraction, which is doing so well for some of these news in the limited format, now threatening to banish a card off the top in Constructed as well, gain Daniel a life.
Well, the deck manipulation is so relevant into Katsu, because if you know what you're doing, and Daniel does, if you're banishing from the top and then you can go through the grave and banish another card of your choice, finding those bonds and getting them out of the graveyard really kills Katsu's combo ability.
Yeah, for sure. And just getting something like, there's a Fluster Fist in the graveyard right now. Another one being used to block. Oh, and here's a Siren's Call.
Siren's Call saying, hey, show me what you got. I want to see what you got. Give me that Descending or that Dishonor. Let's get that out of here. And I understand the Dishonor being taken out, because Dishonor, unfortunately, it's a blue card, but if you Dishonor a new, that changes the entire game for the new player.
Yeah, she no longer has to, or has the ability to play all of your cards, right?
Absolutely. Which is I don't want to say the bread and butter, but that's the closer. That's how you really get through the end game.
Yeah, it's going to gain a life off of this, matching colors there. So, even though the Fluster Fist in the graveyard doesn't get banished, the Fluster Fist on the combat chain does. That's 1 fewer wave for Kevin to fetch off of a Bonds of Ancestry later.
Ooh, and that's another Surgical. This is the second Surgical being played this time around, and Surgical, so great. Such a great card. Banish a top card of the deck, look at their hands, and banish a card.
Yeah, Daniel's just absolutely eviscerating the ability of Kevin to put together an offensive turn. Hasn't pushed through a lot of damage, but, just chaining the Disruption back to back to back.
And he does have the draw card chi. He might play that. He is going to play that right now. So he's going to play it right now. Draw card. I believe those are 2 Fate for Scenes in hand.
There's a Fate for Scene and an Art of Desire. So this is
Art of
quite timely
Desire.
because with Kevin using all of his cards on defense, he doesn't really want that. That defense reaction around his own arsenal, right? So just going to choose to put that on the bottom.
And he's going to use News ability. Show me the top, and then I get to play your cards.
I don't have an action point. Oh, he doesn't have an action point. Just looking.
Is there a world where you mask instead at this point?
I think that really Kevin didn't have any cards left in hand, so.
Fair. Oh, I thought he had 1 or 2 cards left in hand. He said he was just looking, but you're right. He did not have really anything to do there.
Yeah, just didn't want to keep the chi in hand either. Draw 4 fresh cards, maybe put some pressure on, right?
Absolutely. And Kevin's hand's pretty stacked right now. We're seeing a lot of surges and whelming gust wave. So if he is able to get through, he could actually start comboing up pretty heavily. But I don't think Dan's going to let that happen. Yeah, so that is the on hit. You can banish a red. If you get a red, it's gain a life. So he's going to hiss, give it +3, pitching a blue hiss.
Gonna get his Slither.
Slithering it up
right away.
Wow. I'll say one thing. If we look at New versus Azuri and Arachne, New does a lot more. There's a lot more going on.
There's a lot of moving parts.
There's a lot of moving parts. Yeah, not to throw shade on Azuri. I think Azuri is a great hero.
Oh, there's an Art of War getting hit off the top. Daniel's happy to see that. Get these power cards out of here.
I mean, yeah, your deck, like as the game progresses, Kevin's deck is getting weaker due to New's ability.
Yeah, just getting depleted. Now here's another Art of Desire. This one is a blue, so a little bit less power on it, but still has some potential.
And Dan, that's one thing I'll say about Dan, and I love a player who is very thorough at keeping everything very straight. He keeps touching his cards and putting them in like neat little order, nice little thing that I like to see. But just the one, do you just take it at this point and let the top card be banished?
Yeah, and Daniel's got a reaction at hand that he can play, but he doesn't have to, right? Yeah. Like he can hold that for the next turn. He's floating 2 resources, which he chose to do instead of swinging one of the daggers.
Yeah. And if you're Kevin, look at this hand.
Okay, the breaking skill's coming through. Yep, and it's coming over the top. Venomous Spike. Going to make the Fang Strike here. And so knowing that he's not going to guarantee hitting a blue. He's going to play it out? Okay, I was going to say, he has the option to hold on to the Fang Strike, but he's just going to see if it's a blue, he'll draw. Okay, no draw this time. Hits a yellow Surging Strike. Still quite happy with how that turn panned out, I think.
Oh, for sure. And you can see, Kevin has leaked quite a bit of damage, but now Kevin has a Surging Strike in hand, a Descending Gust Wave, and 100 Winds with a card in Arsenal, which I cannot remember what the card in Arsenal is. But regardless, this is Katsu with 5 cards.
Yeah, this is going to be his first big turn of the game. Daniel had a pretty reasonable turn, had a couple of reacts, and banished a few cards, but no big piece of disruption like we've seen in the past. And now Kevin gets to be the one in the driver's seat.
He does. And I'm excited because Kevin, like I said, PhD in mathematics, but beyond that, someone who knows the lines by heart. He knows exactly where he's going with this deck. If you think he'll stumble, I don't think he would.
Okay, and here's going to be the Surging Strike.
So 5 go again, on hit, mayhem, essentially.
Yeah, and he's got a little bit of options with this turn. I see that there's the backup plan of playing out 100 Winds if the Surging Strike doesn't hit. So I'm jumping ahead a little bit. I guess he can play out that Descendant after the Surging even if it doesn't hit.
Yeah, he absolutely can. And I think he will. I mean, he has the Tunic, so he's probably going to go actually, Tunic doesn't matter. Descendant is -1 if it follows a Surging Strike, so.
Yeah.
So, yeah, in a perfect world, I think, if we can go into a hit, get rid of that 100 Winds, and, let the combo kind of go crazy. I don't know if there's a Dishonor in Kevin's graveyard. I think there might be.
Okay. Oh, and we're going to use both equipment pieces here.
He's
Daniel
doing it.
says, okay, I'm going to let it hit because it's going to be too awkward for me to be able to block this out. And Kevin's leaping on the first opportunity that he gets.
He might be just putting it on the stack also. Yeah, he was just putting it on the stack for us to know that he's stacking it. So he's not actually using those abilities. He's simply putting it on the stack. So he is not even using Katsu. He's just saying.
Passed on the Katsu ability. He says, actually, I had the Descendant the whole time. I wonder if that means the Arsenal card here is a Bonds of Ancestry.
It absolutely is. Wow.
This is going to be 4 go again. And let's see about the Fluster Fist that we blocked with her. Oh, no, it's a Winds of Eternity because that will also be 4 power.
Yeah, so he'll go 100 Winds of Eternity. Oh, well, that's a great line. And he didn't have to waste any actual items for this.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Just letting Daniel know that, yeah, I do consider these equipment pieces on every single turn that I make and, living a bit rent-free, maybe.
Pretty much. Slumming it. Well, that's slumming. What's the word when you're living rent-free? There's a word for that.
Squatting?
Oh, squatting.
Squatting. Yeah, exactly. So he's squatting.
Yeah, that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is a little kitty cat squatting in New's basement, maybe.
Pretty much. So we'll see 100 Winds here, coming in for 3 go again, followed by a Winds of Eternity. Very relevant into New. I mean, you are going to run out of cards, possibly. So if this hits, getting a card back in the deck is something.
Yeah, and Daniel thinking about his turn and the blocks here.
Well, let's just see here. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Frank. I just want to see something here. Daniel didn't block at all.
Yeah, I think he likes his cards. I see a Persuasive Prognosis, a Path Well Traveled. You could play a couple of stealth attacks here. Okay, we're going to commit the Arousing Wave. That way we can activate it if needed.
I mean, for Dan to just say, yeah, I'm taking it, he's got to love those cards because, I mean, I've played my fair share of games into Katsu, and not blocking a surgical strike from the start, like, you either know your opponent's bluffing or you're very confident that your cards are very good.
Well, and I think that was the first damage that Daniel's taking, right? That was full on 20 damage. Oh, maybe he took a couple chips earlier, but...
Yeah, but it's more or less 20 damage straight. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, now Kevin getting a slight lead on life. Daniel going to try to hold on, chain together some more disruption.
So drawing up his 4. We're going to get a little bit of a glimpse here. Warmongers, Ancestral, and 2 attacks. Daniel's going to pitch a blue, come in with the Mistblade.
Oh, yeah, I think I see a Persuasive Prognosis and the Bonds of Agony.
Oh, there is a Bonds of Agony in there.
Okay, so this resource curve is going to work out quite well for Daniel to be able to triple react once you factor in this path well traveled and play 2 of these high power blue stealth attacks. Keep Kevin guessing.
Wow. Is a path well traveled a reaction or an instant?
It's an instant, but if he plays it, he's going to get that chi back in his hand and then be able to activate the mask, which is a reaction. And
That's
then
a
a rousing
reaction,
wave
yeah.
is available for him right now to turn into 2 reactions. Like the fact that it's not just +1 on your attack, it's create a Fang Strike in your hand as a reaction and then play the Fang Strike as a reaction. It really, really enables these play 2 reacts, play 3 reacts cards.
So Dan saw the line of saying, hey, I'm going to take all this because on my turn, I'm going to Bonds of Agony you, and I'm going to triple react it, and you're going to not be happy.
Yeah, and Kevin's thinking, okay, well, how important is if I lose all of the Whelmings in my deck potentially? I'm going to look through his Banish Zone and Graveyard.
What does he have in hand currently? So there is a Whelming, there is...
Be Like Water and the Warmongers. I'm not sure what the 4th card is.
Ancestral Empowerment.
Oh, the Ancestral Empowerment, yep.
Wow. So I do think you hit the Whelming at this point. If you do hit with Bonds, I think the Whelming is the card to go. Because you can get that one out, plus you can get a blue and the other 2 reds. So he's going to respect
2
that.
cards here.
Yeah. I'll give it a go again. Flip it over.
Here's the path well traveled.
Flipping it over. I'm going to pitch that to the mask.
Yeah, I'm going to force you to banish a card. Make a tough decision. Oh, Kevin's going to probably save one of these cards in the arsenal instead of playing it. Well, I guess he wouldn't be able to play with the Ancestral, but whichever card he keeps is labeled for the arsenal. So,
what card is that in Daniel's hand, actually?
It was the Persuasive Prognosis. He had 2
there
of
we
them.
go. Yeah. And that's fine. Thank you very much for playing.
Yeah, going to arsenal the Persuasive Prognosis because he knows he can't force that on hit through.
Wow.
And so now Kevin's kept to be like, oh, I was totally wrong. I thought that for sure he was going to arsenal that, try to set up for a slightly larger turn. But no, this is just coming in for a 3-go again. Perhaps knowing that there's a lot of disruption in Daniel's Assassin deck. We're seeing a CNC right here being used to block.
And when you're blocking with the CNC, that means one thing. You have other cards in your hand that are way better than CNC.
Yeah, a little bit of a brutal assault right now for Daniel.
I mean, to be fair, the life, this has been back and forth. This has not been one-sided at all. The one thing that I will say is that over time, New does have an ability to kind of take over the game once your opponent's deck is a fraction of what it was.
Yeah, and Kevin's advanced mathematics degree is allowing him to calculate that the tunic counter will be back up for when he needs it. So getting a 1 free point of damage out of the Kadachi right now. Here we go.
And Kevin drawing back. Did he forget his? Was there a tunic counter on that? He got it. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, no, he used the tunic counter to swing the Kadachi at the end.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I missed it. Apologies.
Yeah, and Daniel now swinging Mistblade of his own. Now the Persuasive Prognosis he saved from the previous turns come in for 2 and have go again.
With go again. Yeah, that blade is so good. When this hits, banish top card of the deck, look at their hand, banish a card with the same color. And when it banishes an action card, gain a life. So good.
Yeah, and pretty much every card.
Oh,
there's just a Nick.
Just a Nick going up to 7, and it will banish 2 cards. Ooh.
Kevin's thinking, well, yeah, this hurts, but at least I didn't block and get blown out a little bit.
Absolutely. At least I didn't lose any resources on this. So he's going to banish one off the Just a Nick. That's an action, so gain a life. And then he's going to banish another card.
It's a yellow. Oh, is there a yellow in Kevin's hand?
Kevin reveals his hand.
There is a yellow. Oh, one of every color.
And then
Sorry,
gain
I'm
another life. And Dan having a little smile there going, yeah. And then, bumping up his fists going, yeah, okay, perfect.
He's just thinking to himself, I have the action point, but you know what? Well, I'm
I'm
going to
not going to do anything with it.
Oh,
he is. Oh,
it's a
my
codex.
God.
Sorry, I thought it was a.
I thought he was
another attack.
done. I thought he was done.
And there's a CNC. This is actually just a brutal assault, but.
So, okay. So what's going to happen here is Kevin's going to get something into his arsenal. The CNC is going to come in. Kevin's going to discard a card. And probably if he has to discard the 100 wins, it's not negotiable.
Yeah, because it's only 2 block, right?
Actually, no, he has two blocks. The
Well, the
spinning wheel kick is a tool block as well. So he can't block. He cannot cover that CNC.
Oh, this is a rough time for Kevin Constantino here in the 5-0 bracket.
He cannot cover that CNC. That CNC's coming, and
Yeah,
wow.
I forgot that this card has so many effects, but it turns out they're good.
He's only going to give him one card. Take 3, lose the arsenal. Wow. Ponder. Yeah, on top of that, Ponder, thank you.
Has
Arsenal
anyone
and
read
other
the text on
CNC.
this card? Because that was filthy.
That was absolutely insane. And he drew a CNC on top and put it in his arsenal, by the way.
Right. Well, I was going to say Kevin choosing not to Arsenal this 100 wins and maybe, making the right call here.
That's absolutely crazy.
And Daniel drawing a sink below doesn't really need it, but could use that to fix his hand up a little bit. Has a leave no witnesses to go along with the CNC in the arsenal.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Let's see what goes on the bottom.
It's like, yeah, after ripping you apart, I'll play Sink Below.
Yeah.
But I know Kevin very well. I don't see him in a position to just get defeated. I think he's gonna try and find the out here.
Oh, absolutely not. And remember, we saw in the previous Katsu game, from a low life total, when you've got the mask and the boots available, a lot of damage can come out of nowhere.
I think Daniel's just been getting those really punishing on hits, turn and turn again. Surgical extraction. This is surgical extraction number 3.
Mhm.
He's played 2 Bonds of Agony.
Yeah, and since Kevin doesn't have an arsenal, he's going to play this out, pitching 2 reds, which may feel a little bit awkward, but lets him guarantee he's chaining the 2 disruptive effects together back to back.
Absolutely. And Dan making sure to stay hydrated.
Yeah, that's part of the personal trainer mantra. Stay healthy, eat healthy, even on a big tournament day.
Yeah, little known fact, he's actually a vegan bodybuilder, which is like the hardest of modes ever to be a bodybuilder.
Yeah, he
so
eats
kudos.
a lot of protein.
He does. He's it's beans and nuts, baby.
And here's Kevin giving up the tunic to cover 4 on that surgical extraction. Doesn't want those teeth removed. Now here's a Kodachi to lead off the turn.
And there's something comfortable about Kodachi for one. For me, it brings me back.
Yeah, it's just a simpler time when it was
Simpler time before talents and traits.
just Ira.
Just making everybody cry.
So here's a surging.
Push the point being a valid card.
And the only equipment block available for Daniel is either the mask or his tunic. So you're going to think about his options here before he decides what to do.
Yeah, because Kevin right now is holding on to 1 card in hand. It is a whelming, so red whelming, I believe. Daniel does have a sink below and a CNC in arsenal. So is there a world where Daniel... He has another CNC in hand. Is there a world where Daniel gives him the CNC? I don't know. There's no... I don't think the tunic is going to go. I think that's too important. The mask is fantastic. I don't think he's going to want to let that go either.
Yeah, Kevin's at a pretty healthy life total to be giving away important pieces.
He is. He is, very much so. But
Update across the board real quick. Our Katsu is the last undefeated now. Just took down the Kano. The last one off screen. We're going to decide the other undefeated here. So, pretty hype.
Oh, very cool. Maxime Villeneuve.
There we go.
Oh, Maxime is on our backup.
Oh, he's on the backup. So the other... Okay, perfect. The other one.
Also, now there's so many Katsus at the top table. I'm telling you, these ninjas are running the show.
Wow.
Daniel, making the call, I don't think you have the natural combo, gets caught a little bit here. Now is going to be forced to block 4, at least on this Whelming Gust Wave, and then have to watch out for the Breaking Scales follow-up. Would be a little bit scared to just let Kevin have this.
I don't think you can. I'll be honest. A Whelming Gust Wave, if it gets unchecked, it can just get crazy. We're gonna if it does hit and he does let him have the draw, it is going to be draw on the stack. Katsu, more might as well be Katsu on the stack, and then going to get that bonds, and then things get crazy.
By the way, I will say I think it's I think it's hitting here.
Oh, that's what he's
drawing a card. He's going to discard a Whelming that he found so that he can go find one of the last bonds of ancestry in the deck. That's a red.
He's going to bonds, and then mask is still on. There's still a mask of the Pouncing Lynx. So we could see this get very crazy very fast.
Yeah, and Daniel's holding on to a couple of CNCs. If there's no Arsenal card at the end of this, that disruption is not going to be too relevant.
Absolutely not. Oh my god. So
Kevin searching at all zones basically here.
Yeah, he's gonna go get a red Fluster Fist, which is very, very respectable. 0 for 4, still very good. Do you think there's a world where he regrets not popping the breezies there?
Well, I think maybe he's he's leaving that option open to himself for this turn if the Fluster Fist does hit. Because he can go off of the Fluster Fist hitting, use the Mask of Pouncing Lynx, and potentially pull out Assault the Wound at the end. Or if there's some blocks, then just conserve those resources for another turn. So I think keeping his options open is what he's going for, rather than just, okay, try to make a big number, play a face-up game.
What card is that in Daniel's hand? Is that a Sigil of Solace?
Might be a Sagrada Sigil of Solace.
Very nice.
Would have contributed to a little bit to why you felt the need to commit to the Tunic block. Didn't have another blocking card in hand.
And life is great, but, unfortunately, in Katsu, blocking's better.
Okay, and blocking 5 here, giving up the mask as well because he doesn't want to let that Breeze Rider boots turn into more damage.
No, and I think it would have. There's a world where that turns into Assault the Wound, and it's bad news.
Yeah. Oh, and here's a Persuasive Prognosis.
So what card is in the arsenal for Daniel? It's a CNC.
I think it's still that same CNC. This is going to get covered up. Okay, so now this Sigil can represent 3 life.
Banish, gain a life.
And then,
gain 3 life.
there we go.
What a beautiful promo. I wish I owned one of those. It's a beautiful card.
Right, I think. Yeah, now another Surging. Kevin, having not had the opportunity to play too many super impactful turns earlier in the game, now chaining together a couple of turns that Daniel's going to be forced to defend at least a little bit.
And there is an Ancestral Empowerment in hand. So we could see Daniel blocking exact 5 and then, an Empowerment really pushing that over the top. There is a Codex in hand. We could see a block for 5 here. And I think,
and that looks like what he's going for because... And this is going to be quite punishing for him, especially if Kevin draws into the 0 cost here.
Take 1. Yeah, to Kevin going 1. Yeah, 1.
Both players evened up on life totals.
And Katsu, Mask, Breezies. Okay, so he cannot do any of that because that is a CNC that he drew.
So he can find a yellow or blue Descendant Gust Wave.
Is he not allowed to pitch? Is he not allowed to discard it because it's not a 0 cost?
To the Mask of Pouncing Lynx.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
But doesn't have the ability to play out the CNC that he's just drawn off the Ancestral Empowerment. The turn really being stifled a bit by the fact that it's not a 0 cost.
Yeah, I think Kevin got really excited there, and you could see a little bit of worry in Daniel's face when he let that hit, but realistically, I don't think it gave him the card he needed.
Yeah, and maybe this is just another moment where he's got to wait till a future turn and get value later.
I think so. I think you're absolutely right with that, Frank.
Because even though Daniel's at 15, if even on the back foot, you can be wailing on that Assassin deck for quite a while and them blocking and you using resources from your deck without getting where you want to be. Yeah, and the quickest no blocks of his life.
Yeah, send it in. Come on.
Yeah,
Let's
happy
go.
to sneak out of that one with one fewer red surging to deal with later.
I was looking at the opponent like, my turn?
Yeah, and now there is an Arsenal card, so this CNC is going to be even more devastating. Pitching a blue, and guess what that one resource represents? Activation of that arousal wave.
Wow. Because the rousing wave is not locked into Mystic or Assassin.
No, I think that's just any old attack.
It is, I believe so.
Just attack action card. And now we know that card in Kevin's arsenal is a CNC. How? Oh, maybe it's a question of how valuable he finds it.
That's a Siren's Call in hand, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So, does he use the arousing wave? I think he probably does. But he's going to be very methodical, think out his plays, and there's a Siren's Call there, because again, there's no condition for that. Show me your hand. Give me the bonds. Does he give him the bonds? Choose. Oh, it has to be a blue card. It has to be
right. No blues remaining in Kevin's deck, so just one fewer card for Daniel to play with. And you know, this yellow bonds actually is going to feed into a CNC for Kevin.
It is.
He's not going to be too unhappy about that.
I think Daniel might just say, "Yeah, cool, thank you." Like, I don't think there's a reason, like, other than to preserve life. Do we really think Daniel's going to block that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. And there is a hiss in hand, so he can unlock the full potential and play out the codex that he's drawn as well.
I don't know. I think Daniel might just take that to the noggin. There's still 20 minutes in the round, so there's no point in rushing anything here. You know, both players can take their time and figure out what the optimal play is. Yeah, exactly. Straight to the noggin. Thank you very much. Thumbs up from Daniel. Alrighty. So, Desire Body. Art of Desire Body.
Yeah, this is going to be looking for red cards.
It is. And it's draw a card and gain a life, right? So that's very, very relevant. He does have the hiss in hand, so if Kevin doesn't block here, we can see, ooh, but wait a second. Kevin's got an Art of War in hand. So we're going to see the hiss coming in. It is a blue hiss, I believe. Yeah, it's a blue hiss. So blue hiss +1, go to 4. Here's a Slither. Thank you very much.
Oh, there's a silver token that snuck its way in there, smuggled.
Smuggle some silver.
Kevin's going to take the 4. Let's see what the banish is.
The banish is...
Oh, it's a red.
Ooh, draw a card for Daniel Dreisiger.
Oh.
Wow.
This is working out a bit well for him.
Bonds of Attraction and a Codex.
Well, and it's funny is if he plays out the Codex, you know, might end up having just to discard the other attack, but also does have the 2 resources here to be able to play out a CNC.
He could, so depending on the color of the bonds there, he could, I'm not sure if he could actually get the, he would have had to use the gloves there to get that floating and then pitch the other blue, pitch the other card in hand to activate the attack with the sword, keep some floating, you know? So he's going to do that. He's going to discard it. And then he's going to go get a CNC and hit with that, which is that's the play.
Yeah, it's a beautiful line.
Unfortunately, it doesn't have the 1 extra floating to pop the gloves and Fang Strike, but is he? Oh, no. Okay. When he turned it around, I was like, you're not playing this? Come on, play the card. Coming in for 6. Kevin's hand, great hand. He's got a bonds. He's got, more or less a natural line, but he's going to have to stop this. Or he could just take it and try to, go full combo.
Try to roll the dice a little bit on just drawing into something off an Art of War, maybe?
Yeah.
Or maybe even pitching the Art of War to play Descendant and go into bonds. It's kind of what he wants to see, but it's a pretty high price to pay. 6 life and a whole card if he wants to keep the whole hand.
It is. And he gave away the Tunic. Both players gave away the Tunic a long time ago. But if there was a Tunic on the board on Kevin's side, I think there is no question here. You just take it, you use the Tunic, and then you go crazy. But there's a very real chance that he's going to take 6. And he does. He does. Going down to 5 here, getting rid of that double strike from the arsenal.
Yeah, which would have been so great going along with that Art of War. Oh, and very opportune moment for Daniel, even though he doesn't quite know it yet.
Drew a Fate Foreseen. Wow. Straight 14 straight to the arsenal. Looks at it.
Now seeing a different problem card for him, this pass over, I believe, on the left side, that's not going to block.
It's not going to block, but it is going to give him a chi. Possibly. Maybe not this turn, but next turn. This is a pick to pieces blue in hand. Is that a Siren's Call as well? No, that is...
There's a Justin Nick.
Okay, that's what it is. Justin Nick.
Okay, so Kevin going for the guaranteed line here, coming in with the Descendant Gust Wave for 2. And he knows that he's got the follow-up Bonds of Ancestry.
He does.
As well as Art of War.
So the question becomes, do you play the Bonds? Or do you play the Bonds and Arsenal the Art of War? Or do you play the Art of War, get rid of the Bonds, draw cards, and see where you're at? Is that a Frailty Trap?
A Frailty Trap, so this is going to cover up the Descendant Gust Wave. He's going to commit, thinking about the modes. Yeah, we're banishing that Bonds of Ancestry. I think it was a blue, or is it a red?
It's a red Bonds that he banished. So he drew a Fluster Fist. He's going to go up to 4.
Right, and Daniel now has just got to think about how important it is for him to fully cover up with the Fate Foreseen. Commits the whole card to it. Doesn't want to give Kevin the Katsu trigger.
And to be fair, Kevin's hand is not going to get him there. He's got a Flusterfist Red and a Winds of Eternity. Flusterfist Red, great card, 4 damage. Very likely going to go right through. Unfortunately, there is a Frailty on board, so those Kodachis are not going to do anything this turn. But if you are Kevin, I think you put the Flusterfist down. You get as much damage as you can. It's going to come in for 5, so pretty relevant. And he does have the Breeze Riders.
Yeah,
So
he could go with the Breeze Riders into the Pouncing Lynx line, but there's maybe 100 wins left in the deck. He could try to chain that together.
I'm not sure. This is where I defer to the players. They will tell us what the right line is, because looking at this, 5 Flusterfist. Okay.
Okay, so here's the Flusterfist. Daniel says no blocks.
No blocks. Does he have a reaction hand? So 5, and this is where you go Katsu, Breeze Riders, Mask.
Yeah, so able to pull out a few more points of damage here. What is the option? Kevin may be able to find a Whelming if there are some left in the deck. If he's got a Whelming left, he could go Whelming off the Katsu and find one of those blue Bonds of Ancestries left. Try to chain together another little turn and force Daniel to block.
I mean, he's going to discard here. So Breeze Rider's boots are going to be online. Is he going to use the Mask? I'm assuming he's going to use the Mask. Is this where the game gets closed? Is this where he pushes that extra damage? Because Dan is at 4. With very little resources, unfortunately. So he's going to go get a Bonds.
There's a Descendant into Bonds, yeah. And both of those are yellows, but they are going to do quite a bit of damage.
It's, at this point, when you're at 4, reds are overrated. More or less. So coming in with the 3 for the Descending Gust Wave, he's got the Bonds. I mean, this might be it.
So he's going to give the Justin Nick, covers that up cleanly.
Bonds.
Bonds now also coming in for 4.
Says, yeah, you're good to go. This is already the banish here.
Yeah, let me see what your last attack on this combat chain is going to be. It's got to be something left in the deck, right? It's so close to the finish line.
So Kevin going through his graveyard, going through his banish, and it's a Dishonor.
Oh, that's going to be able to come in for 4. I think this might be the end of the game. Daniel doesn't have enough block in his hand to cover both of those attacks.
Daniel pre-blocking the Dishonor. Dishonor coming in.
No, that's the
oh, that's for the Bonds, taking the 1.
Yeah,
and
no.
then Dishonor showing him a no block. Good job, Kevin. Both players having a good laugh. I mean, that's, again, 10 minutes ago, I was like, Daniel's putting in the work.
Yeah, really trying to grind it out. But, Kevin, having calculated far ahead, knew that he wouldn't need that Tunic when he blocked with it. Gets to the point of the game where it's just finding those remaining combo pieces and stringing them together.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen it time and time again.
And now there's 2 Katsus in this tournament at 6-0. We've got Kevin Constantino and the other player who wasn't on the backup table.
Thomas Zimmer. Wow.
Thomas Zimmer. And Daniel Dreisiger, 5-1 with New, making a good showing, but not stacking up to the Lord of Wind in this close matchup.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we have a backup match. I'm not sure if that's concluded yet. No, we don't have one. Okay, perfect. So we look. We do have one. Okay, perfect. Well, look, there's a backup match. I believe there was another Katsu in that backup match as well. So we very well might be looking at 3 Katsus at 6-0.
Three Katsus in the top 8 of this first event is going to be.
Okay, hold up. I'm just going to jump in. No, there were only 4 undefeateds left.
Oh, okay.
One is the Katsu that was off screen. One is the Katsu who was on screen. The backup match were 2 X1 players.
Oh, okay.
We don't have enough time to actually show that just because we have to get on to round 7. But the Katsu or the Dorinthia won that game.
Oh, wow.
Maxime was the Katsu in the off-screen backup match and did lose. So.
Okay, that's where the confusion was. So, okay, so perfect. Thank you very much.
So Maxime now fighting for his life in the tournament, and that Dorinthia player looking to punch their ticket into the top 8.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I love Dorinthia. You know me.
Should we try to get a warrior on the stream next round? We haven't seen one all day.
I don't even think we're going to have to try. I think the warrior's going to get there by themselves. I think Dorinthia's got legs, and she knows how to use them, man.
Yeah, she's got those refraction bolters.
She does have the bolters.
Well, maybe not depending on the configuration. Maybe she's playing a different set of boots like Valiant Dynamo.
Listen, there's a handful of ways to build Dorinthia, and there is only one that I prefer. And it's got a big sword and some refraction bolters.
All right, fair enough.
So that's what I like to
purist.
see.
This is a welcome to Wraith purist.
I mean, that's my comfort place. That's what I love. I love playing Warriors, Valors into swords. So I'm just excited. Whatever we get, I mean, the quality of the play for the entire weekend has been amazing.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Everybody playing has been so on point. We're seeing local players doing really well. Funny enough, the local players are really the ones setting the tone.
See, this is the whole time difference thing, travel. I don't know. There's a lot of excuses. There's a lot of excuses.
Yeah. I'm so tired. I didn't sleep well. It's like.
Yeah. I will say, I think Noah said he won that battle hard and on 4 hours of sleep or something.
That's amazing. I mean, Noah killed it. Noah did so well.
We should check in with those illusionists too, because there's a lot of illusionists floating up near the top of the bracket. There was that one Kano player. So why don't we go to break right now while we scout the rest of the room, and we'll be back with round 7 in a few minutes.
Amazing.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading hardware.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate flesh and blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
you find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Arc, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right, welcome back to Battle Hardened Montreal's second day. Brought to you by Silver Goblin. We're almost ready for the classic constructed rounds.
Round 7,
Yeah,
which
this-
I'm excited for. I mean, we have the match we're going to show you guys is so
Super
cool.
exciting.
It's so exciting. It is so ridiculously cool. We're not going to spoil it. We're going to wait for the title thing. But in between, we have packs of Part the MISTVEIL.
That's right.
And I think we even have a little camera set up there. Ooh, look at this. Isn't that great? So I've already pre-cracked this because I have no self-control. So I'm going to do one, and then you're going to do one.
Right,
and I'm going to do
we'll
one.
see who gets the better hits here.
Pack Wars. So this is just a token. This is also just a token. Now, there's so many good Majestics in this set. I'm trying to see if I'm going to hit one, but Rising Tide foil, very nice. Tide Chakra, and unfortunately, Astral Etchings. I mean, unfortunately, great card. A lot of good commons in here, but we're actually chasing some dopamine here. So, Frank, hit me up. Come on, let's do it.
I mean, every one of these packs, I'm also looking at those common slots and saying, oh, yeah, I could draft a sick deck with this. But at the end of the day, it's about that expansion slot, I think.
Oh, it's about that sweet dope. Oh, actually, we did open one off stream, and I did crack an Enigma, a regular Enigma, which, useful, good to have.
Yeah, you need one of those to play Classic Constructed.
You do.
Here, I'm not gonna be right in front of this thing, but maybe. This is the worst part of draft for me is I open these packs and it takes me an extra 10 seconds, so I don't have as much time to look at the cards in it.
Yeah, some people are like hyper pack openers, so.
Got a
no.
token. All right, that's fine. Let's see. Got a couple of yellows. This Intimate Inducement's all right. Solitary Companion, pretty good draft card.
Okay.
Well traveled, we would take that in a draft.
Absolutely.
Uphold Tradition. Oh, and a Blanche.
Oh.
And our rare is Tide Chakra, and our foil is a Bonds of Attraction.
I mean, Blanche is like a pack one, pick one, if there ever was one.
Boom, that's what I'm going with.
Okay, let's get another pack in here. Hold on.
Hold up, I want to open a pack.
Oh,
I'm invading.
Yeah,
Ethan's invading.
Coming in on it.
Here we go.
Here, do you need me to hand you one?
Yes, I do.
I lost.
I feel
mine.
it. I
Here,
feel
there
it.
you go.
Give me
Okay, Ethan's coming in. Let's do it.
All right. Pack for me.
See, look at this guy. This is why he's a brute player. He just destroyed that.
No.
Nope.
No. Unfortunate. I was hoping for a Marvel, as I'm sure everyone is. Oh man. Okay.
Oh, a couple of
Okay,
illusions.
getting to the rares here. Rare, Essence of Body. Rare, Bonds of Attraction, and foils just a I'm no good. I'm no good.
Because we haven't hit a Majestic yet.
No, where is it?
I don't know. Okay, let's see. We've got another one here. All right.
This was one full box that I split up, so
there should be something somewhere. Okay. Oh. Okay. It is a mirror guy. So fun story. I've opened a case and I've opened 2 of these only in foil, no non-foils. And then we've got Impulse of Desires, Haunting Specters, and Gravekeeping. Great limited cards, but like nothing to write home about, unfortunately, as far as the Marvels is concerned. So let's see. Frank, you got another one going?
I think it's the last one I have.
I have one more too. I've got another last one here. So.
All right, we're gonna kill it. We're gonna kill the rest of.
You know what? Let's just do it together. Let's do this.
I see the backs of cards here. Does that mean anything to anyone if I only see backs of cards?
It could.
Wait.
Flipperoonie? No.
Oh, it's a crouching.
It's a crouching. Okay.
It's so depressing. Wait, let's go.
Oh. Back of card. I'm not going to flip it yet.
It's a blessing.
Just a blessing. Are you being a tease?
I just wanted something.
Back of card. It's a Crouching Tiger. So normally, in the olden days, Siren's Call.
Hey, that's a Majestic.
That's a hit. Yeah, that's an absolute hit. Perfect. I was actually shorting one of these, so
you're gonna be able to build every deck in this set.
Pretty much, but look without being too flashy, I do like to own a playset of the game. So if I can complete it, I will. But we are ready.
Of the game, not of a hero or class.
Oh no, the game. Yeah.
All right.
If we are ready, I think we are ready. Ethan, we're ready. We're ready. Let's get into the match. And we didn't tell you what this was because Vynnset's back.
That's right. Niko Bonet has gone on a run since we saw him in the earlier round up against Jan Garrido, who is one of the only undefeated players going into, I think, the 5th round or maybe the 4th round. Took a loss later in the tournament, but this is a win and in for both of these players.
It is. And you know what? Jan Garrido, the interesting part about Jan is that he's actually a warrior player at heart. Him and I were kind of the two Dorinthia players for a long time there, and we would bounce back ideas, and he's decided to sell his soul and play Kano, which is a joke. But yeah, no, he's also very prolific. He's a great player, great mind. So Kano does fit his play style, and I'm excited to see him do well. He's such a sweet person. So him doing well is very nice.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny you say like he's a warrior player at heart. I think he's been playing Kano for a while now. You know, it's been back. It was back in the day that he played warrior.
Don't challenge his devotion to the sword. Okay. No. He's a kind of a guy of all trades. He's played so many decks.
Yeah, he's just been in the lab working on this deck. We'll see if there's a Kindle in there maybe, which we mentioned earlier but didn't see on the feed.
So I did have a chance to talk to Jan before the event started, and he said Kindle is cracked. So
Okay,
I'm
cracked.
assuming he's probably playing Kindle. I don't know. I don't have his list, but if I was a betting man, I'm assuming he's playing a list that has Kindle in it.
Yeah, and we saw Niko Benet's list earlier, and I just don't know what his specific game plan is into Kano. But, you know, I'm sure that he's prepared for the possibility of that deck being present.
Well, Vynnset's able to manage, cards in hand, cards in arsenal very well. Like, it's indirect on hits, essentially. It's on damage. Everything is on loss of life. So, decks with on-hit effects tend to do really well in this format, at least because right now the format is like a hyper format. I'm excited. See what happens.
Yeah, and we'll get into the pain in a minute here. All right, I think maybe Niko, considering the equipment pieces that he's going to present.
He's going to show us that sweet altar that he had earlier that we showed everybody watching.
Yeah, and I suppose that, you know, he's got the buckler, which means that the other offhand must be an arcane barrier piece, right? Like maybe the tome?
Very well, yeah, very possible. Or he could be playing the scepter, but I don't think he would do that into a Kano, because Kano has arcane barrier.
Right,
like crazy.
built into the hero.
It does. But yeah, no, the lantern would make a lot of sense. So what do you think? Are we looking at AB2 or AB3? Because he was playing Vex and Quillhand, which I'm assuming he's still going to be playing.
I think maybe AB3, he's going to maybe have that offhand piece and one other piece of arcane barrier.
Very possible.
Here we go. So we've got the Grimoire of the Haunt. So that's the tome I was mentioning earlier. It creates an Eloquence token and then also has arcane barrier on it. Vexing Quillhand. Ebb and Fold, actually. So has the Spell Void and Dance of Darkness. So not AB3, AB2, and the Spell Void available.
Wow. So I'll say something. I haven't seen an Ebb and Fold on a board in a long time.
And I think that was a cold foil. Love that card.
It absolutely is. It was, yeah. And the usual suspect.
Yeah, that's right. With the Spellfire Cloak, Ragamuffins, Metacarpus Nodes, and Storm Striders. The earlier Kano game we saw was against Enigma, so we're playing the Waning Moon, but this here is a Crucible game.
So Niko not wasting any time. So banishing the gain life.
Whale.
Yeah, Deathly Whale, and playing a Read the Runes, making 3 rune chance, starting the game with 4 rune chance.
That's a pretty good place to be, and takes the 1 blood debt. Jan Blind Kano there didn't have the chance to play the card.
And talking about Kindle, there is a Kindle in Jan's hand right now. So I've yet to see that card be played. I've heard people theory craft about it, saying it's amazing, it's so good, it revolutionizes the way Wizards are being played, but I've yet to see it played.
Yeah, and now here's a quickening. Might be able to see that Kindle come at instant speed.
So Kindle, it would be for the next option. So he still has an action point. He could still go Kindle into something else. He does have an E-Pod in hand. So there's a world where he would play the E-Pod here, arsenal the Kindle, and then pass back to Niko.
Yeah, Niko taking the 1 damage off of this Ether Quickening for 3. And the extra action point, here we go. Resolve that energy potion, save the Kindle for next turn.
Wow.
And Niko gets to go back to his turn with a fairly threatening play.
So Niko's going to go back to his turn. What is he going to send to the effect here? There is a Blood Moon. I believe that's what it's called.
Yeah, you know what? I was calling it a Requiem Moon. was confusing those 2 non-attack action cards that Vynnset has access to.
Oh, Funeral Moon. We were both wrong. Funeral Moon.
The Funeral Moon and the Requiem of the Damned, they're both great non-attack actions. But this one just going to create a rune chant from being banished and Envelop in Darkness being played. I think Niko says, yep, I'm going to force that no damage prevention on one of these rune chants. Guarantee that I create 2 rune chants off of the Deathly Whale. So this is coming in for 6 rune chance plus 9 damage, that envelop pumping the attack up. Niko, remember what the Cindering Foresight's going to do. Oh, sorry, no, he's playing. Is he playing the Cindering Foresight? Yeah, he's playing it to Op 3.
He's playing it to Op 3. Looking at the top 3, there was a Potion of Deja Vu, another Cindering Foresight, and I believe a blue spell of some kind. There is an Aether Arc in hand. I believe that is a Scalding Rain, but I'm not sure. Oh, that's an Aether Dart. That is a blue Aether. Is it blue or red? It's a blue. Let's actually go in here. It is a blue Aether Dart. So on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side is the top of the deck. On the left-hand side is Yan's current hand. So there is quite a bit of options there. Like it is with always with Kano, there's always so many things you can do. And this is going to amp. I mean, now we have the amp keyword, but Cindering Foresight has amp 1 built in.
Yeah, basically what the effect does. Maybe that'll be a future errata that they issue.
So Yan thinking, okay, this is 9. This is a lot.
All right, gonna pitch 3 to those rune chants, having taken the 1 unpreventable damage, and then takes the 2 additional. It looks like going to 27.
Going to 27, and now the Funeral Moon is live.
Yeah, Funeral Moon is live to create another rune chant if Niko wants to use it this turn, and it looks like he will. So he's gonna make that on the back end.
You play this though as an instant, so
Makes
making that rune chant.
And then he'll go to the next turn. And one notable thing here, playing the Dance of Darkness, which is so good on defense, but takes away the Spellbound Creepers to give action points.
And there's a card there that was sent flying out. I think the 4th card kind of slipped. That is Oblivion.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and you know what? If he had drawn that on the previous turn, he'd be able to get the Nazareth out already.
So Oblivion is if you have 6, exactly. If you control exactly 6 rune chants, make Narset or Nazareth.
Sorry, yeah, Nazareth.
Nazareth, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a different character that's blue. Nazareth, the Soul Harrower.
Yeah. I mean, if you get an ally like this on the board, there's not much Kano can do to interact with that ally. At 6 life?
Yeah, it would take a few resources for Yan to be able to deal with that. And, only a couple of turns into the game, but he's resolved an Energy Potion and a Potion of Deja Vu to set up for a combo. Niko's going to try to keep up the pressure while maintaining that healthy life total.
He is, and he's not playing the Oblivion. He's going to go straight into a Deathly Wail for 6, gaining that life. And in hand is what?
Another Cindering Foresight.
So Yan is just digging. He's like, I want to hurt you, and I want to figure out how to do that fast. There's a Tome of Findall, which is a great target. Tome drawing 2. He has an E-Pot in hand. An Aether Flare blue, I believe. Let's go in and show everybody here watching at home. Yeah, so he's got 3 blues in hand. There's a world where he can, start to really advance his position here and start to really pitch aggressively to try and Kano out. Playing the Tome would give him 2 cards, give access to a fresh top of deck. And what he's looking at right now is the top 3 cards. There is a red Prognosticate.
No, there's an Aether Flare.
Oh, it's an Aether Flare. Oh, wow.
Just going to put all 3 of those back on top.
So getting the Aether Flare, I would assume, banish, get the Aether Flare, banish, get the Tome, play the Tome.
And he's going to be taking...
No, he's just saying, hey, I'm not in a rush. I still have some life.
And now the 6 attack red Deathly Wail waiting for him. And he's going to be taking the whole thing. So Niko's going to be able to generate 1 additional rune chant off of this. Someone has lost life, gets to play another Requiem Moon. This one from hand.
Yeah, so the Funeral Moon from hand, giving him the rune chant. You can play from banish, but he didn't have to. He had it in hand. So why would you waste your time playing it from the banish when you could just play it right out? And so the one thing I'm wondering there's no more action points. There is an Oblivion. What is the other card in his hand? Oh, okay, it's Destruction. It's Widespread Destruction.
And I'm just going to note that he did gain the extra rune chant from dealing damage to himself as well, because he played that Funeral Moon before he closed the combat chain, so that Deathly Wail did see an additional point. So he's got 3 rune chants going into the next turn.
So Yan's starting to do Kano things, pitching an E-Pot, playing the Tome, drawing 2 cards, playing a Kindle. So Kindle being played, no cards in hand, drawing off the Kindle, and then drawing off of the Tome.
Yeah, so sequencing in a nice little way here.
Wow. Now, is he going to blind Kano? He is blind Kanoing, and that is a red spindle from the top. So we are at amp 2 right now. There's an Aether Flare, a red spindle, and a blazing Aether from the top. Blind.
And now, yeah, he might think about whether he's able to make good use of this energy potion, try to push a lot of damage while.
I mean, like, I don't want to hype this too much, but that is one hell of a top deck.
Hey, it was all planned, right? This is what we call pitch stack.
No, yeah, exactly. We had time to get there, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. And Niko almost, like, his face almost sinking, because we all, like, if you know Kano, revealing those 3 cards on the top of the deck, that's a bad omen. Yan has 1 E-Pod on the field, so there's a problem with resources at times. You know, there's a lot to do, but the amp, this is an Aether Flare coming in for 6.
Oh, and he's going to use the Metacarpus nose on it.
7. That's coming in for 7. That's going to be an absolutely massive Aether Spindle following that.
Yeah, no, but I'm paying for notes, so it's yeah. So it's for 3, 4, 5,
6, 7. Yeah, exactly. Coming in for 7. Wow. So coming in for 7. Now, Niko does have access to Dance of Darkness, which is a Prevent 2 effect, and Ebb and Fold, which has Spell Void 2, on top of AB 2. So he can AB 4, essentially, with only 1 card from hand.
Yeah, and, you know, being able to pitch, you know there's going to be a follow-up, so you're going to get full value out of the pitched cards on defense, in spite of only have Arcane Barrier 2, right?
Exactly. So we're going to get down to 2, and he's going to reread that. Yeah, whatever you do next is going to get plus X, which X is how much damage this dealt.
Yeah, the first Ether Wildfire, just a little one, though.
Just a little one, but the thing is this. It's going to be followed by a Spindle. Does Yan have any more cards in hand?
Yan does not have any cards in hand.
He does have access to the chess piece, and he does have access to the E-Pot. So there is 3 resources there. So there's a world where with a Spindle, he might be able to opt 7, find another Blazing Aether, and go Spindle, Blazing, Blazing.
Yeah, that would be a little out of there.
It would be insanity, but there is a world where that's a possibility. Is he using the Metacarpus again?
Oh, he's using the extra resource for the Metacarpus?
It seems like he's using an extra resource for Metacarpus.
Okay, so now that's going to deal 5 damage. They're just tracking that for the Blazing Aether.
Okay, so he could not see. It's right there. Do you see that?
Oh, it is.
Blazing Aether's right there. So he's done 3, 5. So he's done 8 damage. He can go 8 into another 8, 16, 24. Actually, 24, 16, 32. This might be game.
And yeah, Niko's got the Dance with Darkness available to him still, but only 1 more resource floating for the Arcane Barrier, and 1 Tunic resource available if he does decide to activate that.
So 3 is what was dealt, is the way I understand it, right? Not what was presented. So we have 8 right now. So 8 plus the 8 from the other Blazing. So we'd be looking at 16 damage total, and then plus another 16 from the second Blazing. So that's exactly 32. So even with the Dance of Darkness, he would have the Dance of Darkness right now. He has to Dance of Darkness right now, use that pitch, going down to 3. That would bring that down to 13. 13 plus 13, 26. He survives by 2.
Okay, so he's spending 1. He's taking 7 here.
He's taking 7, and then he's going to do that, another Blazing. So yeah, and you see Niko's face, he just cringes a little bit, but that's crazy. I mean, taking 7. And just so everybody knows, whoever loses here is not necessarily out, but they are on what we call the bubble. So there's a good chance they might be out of top 8. But this is 15, so that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's not quite gonna kill Niko, but
or did I? Look, let's just double check to make sure I calculate, because I'm not sure what was actually marked down already on the life. But the way I counted it really fast is he's down to 2. He's not down to 2. He's down to 4. He's down to sorry, difference of 4. So he's down to 6.
I think it was he prevented 2 on that.
Oh, he spell voided. That's where I'm wrong.
On the Blazing.
He did.
Sorry, on the Ether Flare, right?
Yeah, he did. He did prevent the 2 on. No, he prevented the 2 on the first. On the Ether Flare, and that's where I'm wrong. So apologies, everybody. Not that far out though.
Yeah, no, and it could have gone a lot worse for him, I guess. There's still the Ragamuffins there for Yan if he draws into the Wildfire in hand, but right now just seeing some blues.
And that was on the back of the new card that we just have for Warrior, which right now we just played it, and I'm not Ignite. On Kindle, thank you, Ethan. On Kindle, on the back of Kindle, drawing that extra card, really, what a difference.
And we've gone to Niko's turn here.
Besiege.
Seeing a fresh set of cards.
Besiege, Bounding. Is that 10?
Was that, I'm just
wow.
Was that previous turn happening on Jan's turn?
Oh, yeah, that was
the
the
end of Niko's turn. Right. And so before, so Jan passes his turn back, draws up, goes to Niko. Niko gets to play his turn.
And Niko goes, Besiege the Demigon, Bounding Demigon, 4 rune chance coming at you, and 10 physical. So essentially going, nice, you almost had me. I have you, unless you block like crazy.
You did not pay for Vynnset? I did not trigger Vynnset.
Yeah, Niko doesn't want to pay for Vynnset and take that one more critical point of damage. So the rune chants are preventable for Jan here.
He's going to take the 1. And there's no tricks right now with Niko. He's not running creepers. There's not going to be any boogeyman moves of saying, hey, I eloquence until you take 28. There's not going to be anything like that. But still, the power level of this deck.
Well, actually, you say no boogeyman of eloquence into 28. Let's take a close look at Grimoire of the Haunt, which he's floating his hand over. He can activate that with the Tunic resource to create the eloquence token.
But he doesn't have an action point right now.
If he played out another one of those Requiem or Funeral Moons, he could go again off of that.
It's true. Those are non-action. So there is a world where he has a Funeral Moon in hand, and he can eloquence his way into, because he has the Tunic. So you can go Tunic into the book, and then banish the book, create the eloquence, play a Funeral Moon from hand, get a rune chant, and then attack again.
Oh, and this is a lunging press that we're seeing. Okay,
so lunging press. I wonder if that's a 1-up for Niko. But lunging press going to 11. There's no on hit there, unfortunately, for Niko. But Jan is going to be down to 5. So I think they're going to go back and just double check on the damage there.
Yeah, so this is 11 damage, blocking 5.
I think we're having. I just saw Ethan get up from the booth and make his way up there. I think there's a question on rulings and stuff. Well, let's see what happens. Ethan just getting there, yeah. So we're gonna have a judge. Actually, the head judge for the tournament, Oscar, is showing up to the table. I think there's a question. We are not too sure what happened in the booth here. We'll know in a moment.
No, I know what's wrong.
So he knows. Yeah, he says, I know what's wrong here. I'm not sure what exactly happened. He pitched 3 with he pitched the potion for 3, blocked 3 arcane, took the 1 arcane, and then blocked 6, taking
5, I believe, down from 11.
Would that be lethal?
No, they've already ticked down the life totals on Jan. He started the turn at 11.
Oh, he started. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay, good. So, yeah, that's Oscar's hand going through. We can't hear what the player says. You know what? I'm actually going to shut it and see if we can hear what they're saying. What do you have for us, Ethan?
While we're just hanging out here, just going to remind you all, we're going to do another one of those Beckett grading service giveaways later in the day.
Yeah, get your cards graded. It's a lot of fun. Even if you're not looking to increase the value of your cards, it's great to keep some of your cards in this, the shape that you've gotten them in. So,
all right. So what is happening on the table is that the judges have been notified. This turn, unfortunately, had an illegal play. There's no longer AB1 on Jan's side. He broke Metacarpus. So he only has AB2 left on Stormstriders. So the judge is stepping in to correct this turn cycle.
Oh,
right,
wow.
Okay, so he's not able to actually prevent all of that arcane damage coming through. He's going to take a couple more chips of the arcane over the top. And with 2 potions, it can be a little bit awkward to stay in the game, stay alive.
So he's taking essentially there's a difference of 3 life. So he started at 11. He's going to go down to 7. I'm just hoping that this doesn't generate whatever happens here. I'm hoping this does not generate a penalty for the top 8 or anything like that. We'll leave that to the judge staff. Illegal plays can be complicated, but I believe Yan called it on himself, so that could also help. I don't believe there was any, anything bad there. So.
Yeah, and remember when I said that Kano has built-in arcane barrier? What I meant was Metacarpus node is arcane barrier.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine Stormstrider only has arcane barrier 2.
Imagine Yan's like, well, the casters said I had built-in arcane barrier.
Yeah, Oscar may be a judge level 2, but I'm a judge level make things up on the fly.
You're a judge lapsed level 1 like me.
All right, so the head judge has ruled they are going to wind back to where Bounding Demagon is. Still, the primary attack rune chants have not resolved yet, and decisions will be made from there.
Thank you very much, Ethan.
Great, and Jan's going to, of course, play as if he doesn't know about that lunging press there.
So he's going to pay the 2, still take, it ends up being, an extra 2 points of damage going to Jan.
Yeah, which is relevant.
Very much so.
The lunging press comes through.
Yeah, so bringing Jan down to 3, I believe.
Yeah, and, it just makes that line so much closer for him. On his own turn, there's going to be a E-pot coming down.
Yeah, update the life totals on the pad. Exactly, down to 3. Perfect.
Keep the drama up for the fans, I'm seeing 2 shadow puppetries, an incantation, and a widespread destruction. Okay, so Niko can't play that widespread destruction from the banish zone if he doesn't crack Vexing Quillhand here, but that's one of his arcane barrier sources. And it could be pretty disastrous for him if he gets into that same situation of only having one fewer arcane barrier than he thinks he does.
I'm not too sure. I mean, it could be, but at the same time, he does still have Dance of Darkness. It does AB for 1, and he does have the Grimoire. So is AB 3 enough? He is at 6, and there's this idea also like, well, I'm already at 6. I'm already pretty much, close to death. Like, do I just do it?
Right, and then that forces Jan probably to just go in on the play, right? Now, we know this looking at the hand. Those are all reds in Niko's hand. He's not going to have a lot of resources to devote to defense, but maybe Jan thinks that, well, he's got to hold back some cards defensively in case he overextends into a couple of blues, right?
Absolutely. And so we're going to see the widespread destruction. That's 7 plus 3 arcane. Now, Jan could AB 3, AB all of that, but it would cost 6, and he still hasn't, he would have not blocked by then. So if you are Jan, do you think it's now or never?
I think that maybe he's got to do something and try to go for the kill here. It's pretty awkward, and you're almost blind Kanoing here. I mean, there is a Lessons in Lava. You can play that off of the Stormstriders.
He has the Lessons in Lava, he has the Stormstriders, and he still has Ragamuffin.
And he has Gaze, so he could be putting any number of those cards back on top of the deck.
I think here we're probably going to see, I'm not going to call the play here, but I think we're going to see a blind Kano to start. Because depending on what there is available, that might set the tone for the rest of the turn. That, or he might lessons straight up. Just go, hey, Stormstriders, Lessons.
Show me what you got.
Yeah, because there's still a Blazing Aether in the deck. There is still a Blazing Aether in the deck.
Yeah, and Jan knows exactly what's left in there. Tracking the ghost stack.
I mean, my brain, I love watching Kano, and I love playing Kano. I don't play him much anymore, but watching this, I'm like, okay, well, you want to use all your resources. So if you Stormstrider, essentially you want to kill your opponent before they kill you. If you use Stormstrider right now to play the Lessons from hand, is he going to do that? Yeah, he is. So he's going to do that. He's going to play, he's going to use the Crucible probably, play the Lessons from hand, get the Gaze back on top. Oh,
He's
not even.
playing the Gaze off of...
I would not have been able to tell you that. There's not a world where I'm like, that's what he's... Oh, he's actually doing it the smart way, which is stack it up, put the Lessons on top, reveal the Lessons from Kano, play the Lessons, trigger the Gaze afterwards. Optimal sequencing, which I didn't see as someone who doesn't play enough Kano.
Yeah, now he's actually ending up keeping the Lessons in hand because it's yellow, sees a Spindle up there.
Kano resolves, Spindle. And then he's going to Crucible, pop the E-Pot.
Sorry, he's going to...
Correct the E-Pod, go back up to 3. Do this. Keeping the... He's keeping the Crucible. He's not playing it. Or is he?
Oh, he wants to resolve the larger opt first before he resolves the smaller opt.
Interesting. Because in hand is a yellow. So I think he's looking for that 0-cost finisher. Because he could still pitch for 3. And that makes a lot of sense. In my mind, I'm just like, oh, whatever, just play the lessons. But realistically, this is a far better move.
Right, so Niko's going to take 2 damage off of this Spindle. He's going to get the opt 2 and then opt 2 again off of the Gaze, which is still hanging out there. Oh, there's a Wildfire. He's thinking about the resources. Can he play it?
I don't think he can.
I think he could play it just for 4, but that's not exactly what you want to be doing with that card, right?
Yeah, because he could play it for exact value, but he's not going to be able to get anything out of it. Yeah, and that's what he's doing now, trying to figure out, this is the win and in. This is where, the winner of this match is guaranteed a seat in the top 8, and the person who loses this match is at the mercy of tiebreakers.
Yeah, mercy of tiebreakers, mercy of gem roulette.
Yeah, and there's only one X2 making it to the next round. So highly contested spot. I would love to see a Vynnset in the top 8. I think that would be not revolutionary, but it would open up a lot of players to actually trying to figure out Vynnset more. Because in Flesh and Blood and in any competitive card game, if a deck doesn't have a track record, people don't invest the time, right? So, like, for example, Levia, no one really saw the potential of Levia until some people started making big moves with Levia, and now Levia is a household name in Classic Constructed. Maybe Niko is the trailblazer that Vynnset needed.
Okay, he's going for this Wildfire. Opting 2 now.
Opting 2, which we cannot see, unfortunately. He's putting 1 back on top, 1 to the bottom. And then he's going to get the Gaze back. He's going to pitch it. He's going to Kano. It's going to be another Gaze. Looking at the top 2, and now he's shaking his head.
No, yeah, he's got the Tome. He's going to be able to draw off of that.
Yeah, so he's going to go pitch this, Tome, draw 2. Is he pumping or is he drawing? I think he's drawing 2.
He's thinking, does the 6 get him there?
I think he has to draw 2 here. Draw 1. Oh, no, he's going +2. +2 into Wildfire.
+2. That's enough to go over the top. The Arcane Barrier 1, not quite enough to do it. Gets just over there with a Vanilla Z's. The excitement from the players at the table. Wow.
So Jan Garito is guaranteed a top 8 spot. So we at least know for now we have a Kano in the top 8. And Niko, disappointed, but I want to just commend him. What an amazing deck. What an amazing way of playing it. Like, there's lines with Rune Blades, and especially with Vynnset, that no one could think of. Like, you give me that deck, it would take me weeks to figure out how to play it properly.
Yeah, and he's got to just be thinking, like, maybe he still makes it into the top 8. Maybe he squeaks in on this tiebreaker spot and redeems himself, right?
I hope he does. I really hope he does. I hope we see him in the top 8. I love that. And so we also have a backup match for everyone. We're going to go to it right away.
And these are 2 familiar players for us in a familiar matchup, but this time they get to play their full power cards. Daniel Dreisiger resolving another Codex of Frailty. He was undefeated after the last round, so he has good tiebreakers. Might spell bad news for
Niko over here, yeah.
For Niko, because he's currently losing into Noah Clark, losing on life total anyways, into Noah Clark, who's got a Haze Bending on the board.
Well, if playing Limited for the last couple of days has taught us anything, is that, unfortunately, Assassin tends to struggle into Illusionist. So we're going to see what happens here, but there's a good chance that we might see a bit of a struggle.
And Noah saying, no sync, I'm just going to cover up this Death Touch that you're bringing on.
So the game is actually at a relatively advanced stage here, it would seem.
Yeah, Noah's started to strip down Daniel's resources quite a bit, and still has access to Traverse, still has access to his boots. Now got to deal with the Frailty and a Blood Rot, though.
So
and a Battlefront Bastion. We weren't expecting to see that so much in Constructed, but you know what? 2 card 7.
It is so good, and especially considering that this is Noah Clark. This is the person who is playing the expansion slot card from Dusk Till Dawn for Illusionist earlier today in his deck. So Battlefront Bastion making a lot of sense. 3 for 7, solid card, blocks and prevents. I have nothing bad to say about that card. It's been so impressive over the weekend.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe Noah's going to try to go back-to-back on Enigma, play what is it going to be, a total of 21 matches of Enigma this weekend.
I mean, so far, yeah, pretty much. This is round 7. Yesterday, he ended up playing, it was 8 rounds of Swiss plus 3 rounds of Final, so that's 11 rounds. 18 rounds so far of Enigma. Do you think he has a preference?
Yeah, and actually, Daniel, didn't he play new in the Limited as well? So he played new for the Sealed format and Draft. So both of these guys, they know what they like.
Yeah, and those are two of the better Canadian players. In my humble opinion, I think these are two of the best players that we have in the Great North here. So watching them play, something that they're so comfortable with is really, really fun.
By the way, I'm just going to point out that Daniel decided to bring Vambrace of Determination here. So foregoing the wave of Arousal or Rousing Wave, but letting him potentially push through some of the ward. Maybe that's how the board state stayed relatively clean here.
I do love Vambrace. I think that being able to stop prevention from happening is huge. I used to play them in Warrior back then, back in the good old days of Crown of Seeds. So definitely valid a choice here.
Yeah, and it is an attack reaction to enable some of those attack reaction matters cards that the Assassin loves so much.
Absolutely. So coming in with the Mistblade here on hit, again, +1, next blue attack go again.
Yeah, and one of Noah's favorite cards, Spectral Manifestations, is going to be on the defense right now.
He does have a Haze Bending. So Haze Bending is one of those cards that can get out of hand pretty fast, especially once you have 2 of them on board. If you're not getting rid of the Spectra, it does get out of whack very fast. But I don't think Daniel is going to let that happen.
Yeah, and I think that Noah's, a little bit on the back foot, but has a healthy life lead. Currently defending, but going to be happy to trade that life total for damage when he can do so. Just, landed a hit with that Battlefront Bastion on Daniel.
So there's a Scale Peeler out there. Scale Peeler is actually, enlighten me. Scale Peeler is the defense, no, it's not defense reaction, it is non-action.
No, Scale Peeler is for armor.
It's armor. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Okay, and we're seeing a 2-card block here on the Surgical Extraction. Noah doesn't really want to have cards banished and remembers that Surgical Extraction is a contract card, not a stealth card, so they don't get banished to news ability. He's going to Arsenal and pass. And on Daniel's side of the board, they're going to draw back up and try to find a 5-card hand that can really push damage through Noah Clark.
I'm wondering if the actual positioning of the deck for Daniel, did he pre-board? What do you think he would have pre-boarded for this matchup, other than the Vambrace, obviously?
Oh, okay, yeah, a drop in the ocean.
Okay, drop in the ocean, -1, and then gaining a life, double Chi activation, double Transcend.
And Daniel's going to say, yep, go ahead, do your thing. Waiting to see what his next move is after this Beckoning Mistblade has been blunted. And now Persuasive Prognosis. This is a card we saw him play earlier, but was overblocked by the opponent, just showing how threatening it is, really demanding cards out of your opponent.
Oh, yeah, if you're able to get that to connect, I mean, the damage is irreparable. Quite literally, it's out of the deck.
All right.
Oh.
And Hiss coming over the top.
Oh, my.
Gonna get the Slither.
Just the Nick, Hiss, giving it go again, and Dan still holding on to 1 card in hand. Defense attack reactions are scary.
Yeah, for sure.
So just the Nick +5, bringing it from a 1 to a 9.
Yeah, I'm gonna banish a couple of cards off the top. They are both blues.
Gonna banish 2.
No.
No.
All right,
Yeah.
they show us Spectral Manifestations on accident. Yeah, that was a mistake by the players there. They're just gonna sort that out.
So I think they're both, very high skilled players. I think, it's just the nerves are getting to them a little bit. There's a lot of pressure in this. This is a win in again, and I think Daniel could probably afford to lose this one because of his placement, but Noah definitely needs to win this if he wants a top 8.
Yeah, I've got an update on some of the locked players so far as results trickle in, but both Katsus are locked, of course. We have the Kano, we have a Victor, we have a Prism, and what is that, 5 slots decided?
Yeah. Wow, who's the Prism?
Basil Bloomer.
Wow.
Who we saw on the stream earlier.
We did, yeah, absolutely. Who absolutely went nuts with Tome. So amazing. But let's bring it back to Daniel and Noah here. So Daniel coming in with a Bonds of Attraction. What color is it? Let's see if we can. Actually, this is the backup match, so we are not able to zoom in, but I believe it's red.
Yeah, and he chose this round's on me, I believe, to banish out of Noah's hand. And yeah, now the Bonds of Attraction is going to hit. Banish the spectral manifestations that was on the top of the deck.
Find another one, hopefully, in here somewhere. And we're getting a pretty good view here of Noah Clark's deck. He is running Unmovables. He's running Battlefront Bastions, Rage Specters, Command and Conquer. So kind of I don't want to say the usual suspects, but it's very much a best card type of deck. Playing the best cards that you have in the format.
Right, and now Noah's going to play Rising Sun, Setting Moon, try to find a different card, something that makes his turn tick a little bit more.
So drawing one, putting something, he hasn't put a card under yet.
Yeah, and I don't think he's played a blue card, so this Transcend card is not going to go to his hand. He's just going to go -1, but try to put something functional together, keep the pressure up on Daniel.
Because at this point, I mean, we've been watching this game for quite some time. Noah has yet to play an Aura and keep it.
Oh, and okay, it is Transcending. Did I miss a card earlier on the blocks, maybe?
Possibly, because I'm also of the same mind. I haven't seen the other blue card being played.
Okay,
here.
and here is that ability, the Sacred Art Immortal Lunar Shrine signature spell for Enigma here, creating 2 Spectral Shield tokens, putting these +1 counters and Transcending, so that card's going back to hand.
And then on Noah's turn, he can make another Spectral Shield and then unleash a barrage of attacks. But you're right. I'm trying to think what the blue card he played was. I'm sure there is one at this level of play. Mistakes like that do not happen. So.
Now thinking about using this Tunic to attack with another Spectral Shield.
So 3, 2, and then 2 again. And to be fair, Noah holding a full grip of cards. And there's a Battlefront Bastion. This is this is reminiscent of the good old days of Prism, where you would go, Spectral, Herald, or Spectral, into a CNC. You're essentially leaking damage and then presenting something that your opponent must interact with.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? It's so funny. The turn that Daniel had was so long. It was the other 2 Transcend cards that he had played. it was such a big play on Daniel's part that we were just like, wow, this is must be a new turn. But
no, it was still the same turn. You're absolutely right. Yeah. He did play a drop in the ocean and the gain of life.
It was basically 4 Transcends in one turn.
That's crazy. And that would explain why he took so much damage. So Battlefront Bastion coming in for 7. Daniel pretty much saying, yeah, you're fine, drawing back up, and now staring down a wall of auras.
Yeah, and you know what? It did seem like he got quite, whittled Noah quite a bit down on that previous turn, but Noah bouncing back and saying, I'm going to make it hard for you to keep playing this game.
Absolutely.
Noah committing 1 card on defense that he couldn't quite use, the Already Dead, and the Embrace of Determination getting through 2 of these Spectral Shields now. That damage prevention being useful.
And Levels of Enlightenment. Again, we talked about a couple cards that were very juicy, very great cards from the set. Levels of Enlightenment is one of those cards that if you don't own a playset of, try to get them as fast as you can. They are very, very strong. We've seen it played in Zen, in New, and also in Enigma. And in every case, it's been an all-out winner.
Yeah, and Daniel looking through Noah's Banished Zone, thinking about what cards he might be able to play off of New's hero ability. So I think that Noah's not playing very many good blues for New to play off of, in part to be prepared for this matchup. And yeah, Daniel is able to play this Transcend card if he wants to and commit it either to the Mask or to the new hero ability, but gonna let Noah resolve that ability first on Traverse the Universe, find the chi that was just pitched on the bottom of the deck, shuffling the rest of the deck. And while that's going on, Daniel's gonna gain his life, get his blue resource back.
And do you think we're going to see here an activation of New? Actually, there's a lot of cards in the banished there. There's Warmonger's Diplomacy. There's This Round's on Me, and a few other things. So let's see.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, and you know what? They're saying, okay, yeah, sure, this can all be in the defense step still. But no worries. Noah's going to let that one Spectral Shield go down.
All right.
Has a full grip.
So there's a This Round's on Me.
Oh,
and
he's playing the This Round's on Me.
Of course. I mean, drawing a card off your opponent's side. So he could also play the Phantom Tide Maw. This Round's on Me
This
again.
Round's on Me. Both players just drawing lots of cards. That's a scary spot to be in, I think, for Daniel, giving your opponent extra cards. But he's got to keep the pressure up, right? He doesn't have enough resources to do so without playing those cards.
Yeah, he can play both Tide Maws. So double Tide Maw.
That's going to be ward at least.
It is, absolutely. And he could also flood Noah's hand with Transcends. He could play the... he could also play the first tentative chi that was there, but he's not going to.
I mean, you know, I have this thought about it, you know, playing all these Transcends, trying to flood your opponent with chi, but I have a feeling that Noah would find a way to use them.
I mean, Enigma's really good at that.
Yeah, and it looks like he's drawn 2 reactions off of those This Round's on Me's and is forced to pass the turn.
So passing the turn over, obviously this turn, not much is going to happen as far in the form of damage, because This Round's on Me twice. 2 of them is very relevant.
But manifestations of Mirror Guys in the board. It's going to come in with 4 counters, that chi coming in handy. And now, yeah, attacking. Not too worried about it. It's going to be 8 base minus the 2 rounds on me. Noah's been having a couple drinks, it looks like.
I mean, we've seen Manifestations of Mirror Guy. It is such a potent card. Oh, we're going to see a Frailty Trap here.
Frailty Trap. And yeah, that is going to go down 1 more from the Frailty token.
Yeah, so take 2, not taking 2, actually warding 2.
Warding 2, have these Tide Maws back. Another Manifestations of Mirror Guy. This one not pitching a chi for.
I have another update real quick. Another New has won and is locked for top 8 at X1. And it is repeat top 8, David Lee.
Wow.
David Lee also playing New all day yesterday and today.
Yeah, honestly, that one skirted right by me. I didn't know he was on New or doing so well, but there he is, locked for top 8.
Wow, fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the this Essence card that Noah's got on the board as well, that's going to be able to prevent some damage.
So there's 2 Manifestations of Mirror Guy. There's the Essence of Red. I believe it's the red card. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I think so. It's the red one.
Yeah, and obviously a Haze Bending. So once these Mirror Guys leave the field, they're leaving behind a Spectral Shield.
Yeah, Noah Clark starting out at the Spectral Shield factory here.
And here's a Red Hiss going up to 7, trying to get rid of that Arsenal, or actually just trying to get rid of these Mirror Guys. And we could be looking also at an activation of Amber's Determination here.
Noah just taking his time, not in a rush. Vambrace is going to be activated.
And there it is, yeah. So reducing the prevention by 1. Essentially, if Daniel can get 1 Mirror Guy off of the board, he would be very happy with that. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Sink below.
Here's Sink Below. And what else can we see here? Because Noah seems to be holding a card that can interact. Let's see.
Another Hiss.
Another Hiss. Wow.
Let's put that Slither in hand. This is 10 damage now.
This is 10 with -1 prevention.
Yeah, so it would be 3 and an additional 1. And I believe the larger Mirror Guy would be able to soak that up, protecting the little one. A Mama Bear situation, perhaps?
Possibly. So I think he's going to lose one of the Mirror Guys. He's going to lose this. Haze Bending, making another Spectral Shield.
A couple of them.
Yeah, 2 actually. Yeah, it's true. That is an aura that got destroyed. So
yeah, the Essence being a great card there. The second effect of it, not even that relevant, but maybe putting Daniel off playing the last card. Oh no, the last card was a Slither, which he's arsenaled now.
Yeah, and then he's coming back in with that Mirror Guy for 8, saying, "Hey, This guy's still here. Give me what I want.
It turns out that if Noah Clark is allowed to play manifestations of Mirror Guy in his deck, he can do some work with it.
Absolutely. Well, the card, I mean, everybody's seen when the spoiler came out for this card, everybody lost their mind.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, this thing's powerful.
Illusionist players and non-illusionist players alike.
Oh, I was very excited. I was very excited. I could tell you, I was very, very excited when I saw
now
that.
we have a Miraging Metamorph, which says, "Hey, I could have a copy of this thing if you want to let me."
Yeah, pop me, see what happens.
And I believe that would copy all of the +1 counters on the Mirror Guy. So, having a pair of these things would be pretty good.
Wow, I believe it does. I believe it does. It doesn't meet the.
Oh,
is he actually popping it? Wow.
We're you know what? Daniel's at 2 life. I don't know if he has an option. Oh, okay, no, he's choosing the Haze Bending.
Okay. Well, Haze Bending in the long term will pay off way more.
And he's gonna get us.
Oh, he is doing the Mirror Guy actually. Wait, is he doing both? Oh no,
he
had
already
two Haze
had
Bendings.
2 Haze Bendings earlier, right? That's why there were 2 Spectral Shields that came out of the hat earlier.
Okay, that flipped card was actually a Haze Bending.
Yeah, the Fabrary sleeve. Is that my Fabrary sleeve? Anyways, I had left one of those lying around. The Scale Peeler coming in wants to clean up a Spectral Shield, maybe. Noah thinking hard because trying to construct some sort of guaranteed game state where maybe he can knock Daniel out of the tournament by attacking him with both Mirror Guys.
I mean, looking at this, it's kind of reminiscent of what we saw yesterday, right? Enigma does have a leg up against decks and against these types of decks, and it all comes down to the pressure not being enough fast enough. Like, Nu can do some very, very powerful things, but there's just not enough pressure, enough like consistently enough to actually bring that life total down fast enough for the illusionist player. Is what I'm thinking, and it has nothing to do with the quality of the players. Dan is one of the better players that we have in Canada. So, but looking at this, I mean, when you put it down like 2 extremely competent players.
Yeah, now given the mass to cover that up fully. Got to stay alive. This Mirror Guy with 2 counters coming in for 4 takes 1 chip damage over the top, and oh yeah, the CNC is gonna seal the deal.
Yeah, and there's the fist bump. So Noah Clark on Enigma. We're gonna have an Enigma in the top 8 of the ProQuest Plus here at Battle Hardened Montreal, and now it's going to be down to whatever the tiebreakers are for the rest of the team, right?
Yeah, just
there's a Vynnset. There's a Vynnset that's quite possibly in the top 8.
Yep.
We only have one X2.
That was actually the last match we were waiting on for basically updated standings. So, barring any changes, the top 8, and I'll drop a link in chat as well, we'll fully announce it within like the next 10 minutes most likely. But as per standings, it is Katsu, Enigma, Kano, Nu, Prism, Victor, Nu.
Wow.
Oh,
That's
and
crazy.
I think I'm hearing the
Daniel might be
Nu into Enigma first round.
Yeah, I think we might literally get a rematch of this exact situation for round 1.
We'll look at all of our options when we're selecting the matches, but some great players that have made top 8. Second day of the Battle Hardened Montreal event. This has been the ProQuest Plus. And anything for us from the production booth before we go to a break?
Yep. Here, we'll pass it over to me.
Ooh.
Oh, there we are. All right, people. We have some pizza that was delivered to us by the lovely Tios over here at Silver Goblin. And these casters need a break before top 8. So we're going to take a little bit of a longer break. I'll still be here and jump in with the graphic once we have that officially updated. The casters are going to go on a little bit of a longer break to get fed. And in the meantime, though, we are going to run a giveaway to keep you all engaged. So, Frank, tell us, what is on offer?
What is on offer is not this Ursa the Soul Reaper token, but a card of your choice graded by Beckett Grading Service. It's going to have that nice, hopefully 10 in the top right corner and 4 subgrades. So all you have to do is type Beckett in the chat between now and when we do the draw, and you'll be entered. You can have any card you want graded, shipped to Beckett, and back to yourself for free.
Yep, so we'll do the drawing after the full run of the ad reel, which is about 6 minutes. So within the next 6 minutes, get your entries in, and I'll be back at least with the top 8 graphic and the giveaway winner, and then at some point, top 8 right after that, all right?
All right, sounds good. We will be back.
Yeah, see you all very, very soon.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by two Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest! July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right, everyone. All right, everyone. As promised, I've got the graphic ready on time. On time, darn it. We're ready. So we're going to draw the giveaway right after I've gone over the top 8 with you all, just to get the stragglers a little bit more time to go ahead and enter. Reminder, the giveaway, type Beckett. You probably see some people typing it in chat. Type Beckett to be entered into a basically free card grading where I'll be in touch with what details you need, or what details I need from you, rather, to submit any cards you want into Beckett for free grading. Grading something I've never done personally, and a free card grade, even someone who's never done it, like me, might as well do it, right? Pull a new fancy card from part the MISTVEIL, slab it up, see what happens. So it is 1 entry per person. We're going to draw that right after we take a look at the top 8. So check this out, everybody. This is not the first top 8 of Classic Constructed part the MISTVEIL metagame, because there are some other ProQuest Plus happening across the world. But you know what's interesting about some of the other results that have trickled in is that Zen was performing really, really well in Dallas in UK Games Expo. But here in Montreal, we have a new ninja. Well, actually, it's not even a new ninja. It's an old ninja that is newly rediscovered in this metagame, and that is undefeated first seed Kevin Constantino, the PhD, or the guy with a PhD in mathematics, right there, undefeated on Katsu. And he's going to be facing our 8th seed Daniel Dreisiger on New, who we saw lose just now on the backup match, but he had the strongest tiebreakers. He's the only X2 who made it. Only X2 who made it. So everyone else, we see the undefeated versus the only X2. Everyone else is X and 1. These decks were put through the test today. This was a brutal 7-round event with 108 players, but shout out to the efficiency of just the entire tournament schedule today. We are clocking in at about 7.5 hours being live, and we finished 7 rounds. You know how unreal it is? As someone who has worked at so many of these events now, when I look at the expected amount of rounds, I normally add an hour and a half. Okay, you're telling me there's 7 rounds. I'm expecting 8.5 hours for top 8. We are barely 30 minutes over 7 rounds. Such insane efficiency. Anyway, getting sidetracked. Next in the top part of that bracket, we've got Noah Clark on Enigma versus Basil Bloomer on Prism. I don't know about you guys. I'm going to start a poll in the chat right now. I'm going to start a poll in the chat kind of off the back of the hype of this matchup. Let's see. Who should we feature? And reminder that we also will have a backup game, so we will be able to put the first and second vote. So let's see, Katsu versus New. I'm dropping it in chat. You don't have to spam yet. Enigma versus Prism. Prism. There's an S in there somewhere. Katsu versus... Oh, actually, there's 2 Katsu versus New. That's awkward. Okay, I'll add the names on this one. Thomas and David. That'll distinguish it. Thomas and David. And then the other one is Kevin and Dan. All right. And then finally, Kano versus Victor. I know everyone wants to see this one, right? Everyone wants to see this terrific game that's about to unfold. That is heavy sarcasm, folks. All right, here we go. In the chat, the poll is live. The poll is live. I think we know what matchup's going to win. I think we know what matchup's going to win. But there are dissenting opinions. Some people hate Illusionists, but I think seeing Noah versus Basil would be pretty hype. Just saying. And then 2 options for Katsu versus New, and then Kano versus Victor. What a fantastic game that is. Anyway, as we now work through the bottom half of this bracket, Thomas Zimmer versus David Lee. Now, we didn't see David on camera at all today, but he is returning from a top 8 yesterday as well, also playing New. So this man has been New nonstop, same as Daniel. New nonstop, both through Limited and now CC. Very impressive, very impressive. And we see that actually across Noah Clark as well. Enigma, and now Enigma and CC. So the players who honed in their Limited skills are translating that to this very early CC metagame. Really, really exciting. And then finally, Yan Garita, who we saw win with a double pump off tome, which is just insane. into Bruno Lapointe, who we also, I believe, didn't see on feature today. We did see a Victor, but it was not Bruno. So it would be nice to show off a player who's not been on camera yet, but I don't think we want that matchup. So let's see. In the chat right now, Enigma versus Prism is definitely winning. So I'm going to go ahead and tell the judges, going to lock that in with them. Here, you can hear it live. Here's the process. Oscar, let's do Noah Clark versus Basil Bloomer, Enigma versus Prism for feature. And we'll do Kevin versus Daniel, first versus 8th seed for backup. Thank you.
Okay, I'm actually right here.
Oh, okay. And okay, hold up. Now too many people are talking to me. This is the problem between trying to cast and produce. Okay, you heard what I said though. We're good. This one's main. This one's backup. Okay. Oh yeah. No. Go for it. Okay. My goodness, people, some chaos unfolding here. Oh, okay. Here we go. We're continuing on though. Oh my goodness, people, chaos. Anyway, Kevin versus Daniel, Noah versus Basil, Thomas versus David, Yan versus Bruno. Get your votes in the chat, but I did have to let the judges know. But it's still interesting to see what the public wants on this one. Judges did need to know to lock in how we are moving on to top 8. And one of the other interesting things about getting a little bit of a break here is we can go ahead and, due to the inner workings of Fabrary, view the deck lists if they do so provide me with a link with a very fancy deck viewer. So I'm going to go talk to the players and see if we can get some Fabrary links to go ahead and do a bit of a deep dive before we jump into the games, because that would be hype. Anyway, folks, that is the top 8. Let's go ahead and draw the giveaway winner. Okay, so reminder. Oops. Wrong one. All right, reminder, if you've dropped Beckett in the chat, then you are eligible for a giveaway that we're going to draw right now. Then a little bit of a break again. I also need to eat. The casters have had their full-on pizza, but my pizza is waiting for me right there. So I'm going to go make some laps, get the Fabrary links, hopefully, go eat some pizza, and then come back for top 8. And we do have one more giveaway for the set of stream dice that you've seen. We're giving away a set of those as well at the conclusion of top 8. So we're going to draw one more giveaway winner now for the Beckett card grading. Let's see it. Ready in chat. I'll have to do my own countdown here. Okay, let me just pull up the add-on. Here we go. Okay, ready. We are ready. So, countdown, people. I don't know French. 5, 8, 9, 10. I think that's counting up to 10. That's good enough. 5, 8, 9. Wait, that doesn't even track. Whatever. 10. Oh, okay, hold up. I don't have it on this screen. The pop-up's not on this screen. Man, we are so scuffed right now. Here we go. Chat. Okay, here we go. It should pop up now. My goodness. 10. Hey, okay, there we go. All right, everybody. CMO350Z with even a matching thumbnail. Pretty nice. I'm going to drop a comment in the chat as to what you need to do to give me the details required for this giveaway. Like I said, a little bit of a break. Enjoy the music. If I had to estimate, maybe 10-ish minutes. I'll be back, hopefully, with those Fabrary links, and definitely with that top 8, and definitely with that stream dice giveaway as well. All right, people, thanks for tuning in. See ya in just a little bit.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate flesh and blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, first form.
I used to be just like him. Energy spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried REMATCH. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcan, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcan, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right, everyone, welcome back. Welcome back. So, quick update: we will have the deck lists to feature on stream. Pretty hype. We cannot share them before the rounds. So otherwise, that would be like pretty cool for filler, just to go through the deck list. But we can only show them as the top 8 unfolds. So just bear with us on that, but we will at least be taking a look at before we jump into the list themselves. So pretty hype. However, I was notified that everyone has been sent on break until 5:50, which is about 25 minutes from now. So just found that out. That's okay. That's okay. The players need their dinner. They do need their dinner. We don't have another planned segment for today to really eat that time. Yesterday we played Guess the Fab event code, but unfortunately, that's not AI generated. That's hand drawn by Deb, and we don't have another batch of those for today. So, you know what? I think a longer break is totally fine, totally warranted. There aren't that many. Oh, there's Frank. So I'm gonna put the true timer on the clock here. It should be truly like the players will start at 5:50. So we'll be back hopefully within like 20 minutes then, and that way we can like review the decks and all that. So let me get that ready in here. And just, chill till then, all right, people? So that's the update. See you in a bit.
All right, coming in hot from Battle Hardened Montreal, the second day of the event. How's it going with you, Sean?
It's been a long day. Yesterday was a longer day. Limited tends to be a little bit longer to set up, but I'll be honest. I mean, we just had a chance to eat a little bit, feeling fresh. I think the players had a chance to eat too. They're all coming back for top 3, and I mean, we're gonna have an idea of what's there and who the players are. I think we actually have a bracket that we can look at in a bit here. But I'm excited. How are you?
I'm excited. I'm feeling great, fresh for this commentary, and excited to see what the new heroes are doing.
I mean, the new heroes, there are a few of them in the top, but not what we thought we'd see.
Yeah, I think one of the things we kept mentioning throughout the day and yesterday was that, Zen, kind of a potential format boogeyman.
Oh, yeah, and no.
Yeah, featured early on in the stream, but promptly got their butts kicked a little bit through the standings. Didn't quite float their way to the top like some people may have thought.
No, exactly. We actually saw we have new. There's a few news in the top. There's one Enigma in Noah Clark.
We saw clinch in with that win in the last round.
Absolutely, and then we also have, I believe there's a Prism.
There's a Prism who we also saw in round 5.
Yeah, the Prism who went absolutely crazy on what was the deck again?
Against the Riptide.
It was against the Riptide, yeah, absolutely. So so that Prism, Basil made it through. And then there's 2 Katsus, one undefeated, one 6-1.
Yeah, so the two Katsus actually are the top seeds in the tournament. We will be showing that graphic as soon as it's ready for us. And then one other deck that...
There's a Victor.
There's a Victor. The two decks of Victor, and the Victor's opponent in that first round is going to be Kano that we saw as well in round 6.
Yeah, so Yann Garito on Kano, a player from Ottawa, and then Bruno, I forget his last name, I believe it's Lapointe, but I don't want to, if you see this, Bruno, I'm sorry if I butchered your last name, but I believe it's Bruno Lapointe. He's from Quebec City.
Right. So, I mean, a lot of French players.
A lot of French players, a lot of people that I've traveled around and met. Pretty excited to see a lot of representation, but regardless of who's in the top 8, people want to see the decks.
Yeah,
people want to see what the heroes are. Yeah, exactly. So I'm really excited. I think, here. Oh, actually, here's the bracket. Let's pull it up right now.
There it is. Kevin Constantino and Daniel Dreisiger are actually going to be a full-on rematch of our round 6 coverage. Noah Clark versus Basil Bloomer. I think that might be what we're going with for the first match of top 8.
Frank, I'm so excited.
I haven't seen these two heroes go head-to-head.
So if you've ever seen an Illusionist mirror match, it is very, very, very technical. There's going to be a judge at that table staring at that match. It can get pretty wild. So I'm excited. And then we have another Katsu versus New. So whereas we might have thought, oh, it's probably going to be Zen versus New. No, Katsu versus New. And then Yann Garito, and it is Lapointe. So Bruno Lapointe on Victor Goldmain. I had a chance to talk to a few of the players. I think we were still waiting on Basil to come back in from a quick break here to let the players eat as well before top 8. And Bruno, into Yann, Bruno looked at me and said, well, it's a 0% rate. What am I going to do?
A 0% rate? Oh, no, that's not a good endorsement going into the top 8. But
it's not, but that's how he feels. And then I spoke to Yann. I said, how do you feel? He goes, well, it's Victor. He has 0% rate. So I said, well, come on, guys. Like, we still need to play it out. You never know. Things can happen.
So the players are in agreement, is what you're saying.
I'm saying they haven't spoken to each other, but through me being the dispatcher or the intermediary, they've kind of both confessed that they're not looking forward to their rounds, or at least Bruno is not looking forward to his round. But I'm going to reserve all opinions. I think that both players are very capable, and we're going to see that. So it's
Yeah, I'll just add here, James White says that the purpose of trading cards is just to connect people, transcend the language through the art of the game, and what better communication than both players agreeing?
Both the players agreeing it's not going to look good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not too worried. I'm really excited for Noah Clark versus Basil. I have a soft spot for Illusionist, so casting that game for me is going to be a lot of fun. But if you're looking at this bracket here, and players at home are looking at this bracket thinking, okay, it's likely going to be Kano. Let's just say what's likely, right? not based on any preference or anything like that, just based on what we've seen over the weekend. So it's likely that it's going to be a Kano in the semifinals into now Thomas versus New. We've seen Daniel and Kevin's match in round 6.
Incredibly tight.
Incredibly tight. Kevin taking it. So I would say it's pretty much, it's going to go one of two ways. But let's say Noah versus Basil. We have yet to see an Enigma versus a Prism. I know those decks pretty well, and I'll tell you, I'm not too convinced. I don't know if Enigma's got the chops to deal with Prism.
Okay, so you're thinking that Prism is going to be on the winning side of this matchup.
I'm thinking if you take Noah out of the equation, that's the thing. But Noah Clark is one hell of a player. So we'll see. We'll absolutely see, because the thing is this: Noah's deck has one very cool card.
Right.
In the form of
Enigma, the hero.
No, in the form of Battlefront Bastion.
Oh, Battlefront Bastion. Okay.
Battlefront Bastion is a popper.
Right, especially into those Herald of Triumphs that we were seeing earlier in the game.
So, and I think, Noah knew that. So he's playing Battlefront Bastion, he is playing Command and Conquer, he's playing, I believe, another popper. So there's up to 9 poppers in that deck, which into Prism, that's kind of the way to reset tempo. So if you're able to build a board and pop strategically, you can actually overtake the game pretty comfortably.
You sound like you're convincing yourself a little bit now that maybe it's not going to go the way you think.
I think that if you take things at face value, in the Prism matchups, in the Prism mirrors of old, what would typically end up happening is one Prism, if you just played the Herald game and you smack the other Prism around with Heralds, things would get crazy, and then, whoever had the most Heralds would win, and oftentimes, if not, it was just a battle of auras. Before Everfest, before the blue auras, it was very much whoever has the best Herald plays, right? So with that in mind, but I'm just excited to see the game. I'm not going to make any calls. I would say if you take the players out of it, Prism probably slightly flavored into Enigma. If you put the players back into it, I can't make a judgment.
Well, I've got some spicy news. Would you like to see the lists that are about to play?
Oh, we have the lists?
Oh, absolutely. Check this out.
Let's do it. Oh, wow. Okay.
Here's Noah Clark's PQ Plus list that's about to go live on coverage. I see him smiling over there. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Noah's in the corner over there. So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to take a picture of this for myself, and then we're gonna look at the actual list. So Cosmo, Crown of Reflection, so AB1, Final Spring Tunic, Meridian Pathways.
Yeah,
Fair.
Noah Clark about to get kicked off of his team for leaking
the list.
Sauce. Oh no.
So uphold tradition. I mean, this is all fine. And then we're actually going to get into the meat of the aggression of the deck. And we were looking here. We're actually seeing it is six poppers. So there's Battlefront Bastion. There's Command and Conquer. We are also seeing a good amount of things, cards like Spectral Manifestations, which we've spoken about at length over the weekend. Waxing Spectre Red. None of the Vengeances.
Right.
So interesting, but at the same time, we spoke to Noah through the weekend. He's just like, I don't know if they do enough. I don't know if those cards do enough. So for anybody at home wondering what an Enigma deck piloted by one of the better Illusionist players in Canada looks like, you've got the list right in front of us.
Yeah, and better than that, you've got the QR code right in front of you. If you want to copy this into your Fabrary, because this is brought to you by Fabrary, go ahead, scan that QR code, and boom.
This deck is about to have an incredible win percent rate on the Fabrary data tracker.
It absolutely is, yeah. But I want to point out one card in here that just blew my mind throughout the day, and that is Dissolve Reality. What an absolute amazing card choice.
That comes from the mind of Noah Clark himself.
You'd think, hey, it's a ponder. It's giving everybody a ponder. That's not great. But realistically, into Katsu, into Kano, you're stopping them from doing what they want.
Yeah, not able to set up with that arsenal slot. Quite relevant. And one other thing about this graphic that Ethan's put together for these deck lists, I noticed under the hero card, the Living Legend points, 0 to 1,000. Noah Clark aiming to be the first player to give Enigma Living Legend points this weekend. What would that mean for him?
I think it would mean just another win on his streak, because he did win yesterday's Battle Hardened. So I think, the skills are there. Restless Coalescence is extremely strong. Miragai, Manifestations of Miragai is just an insane card. I'm excited. Do we happen to have...
Yeah, do we have that Prism list as well?
The Prism list. Oh, do we?
We do.
It should load in a second. Boom!
Oh, wow. Okay,
Wait, I'm
so
gonna have to
Almost like the reverse ratios here of red, yellow, and blue cards. So many yellow cards, so many, of course.
I mean, this is like the comfort food of Fab for me. I absolutely love Prism. And looking at this list, Dreamweavers, Imperium Rapture. The fact that we're still playing both Vestige and the Empyrean, we're still playing Goliath and Dreamweavers. There's also Null Rune. Very, very many gloves you could put on. And then as far as the pitch one, we're seeing Herald of Tenacity. Now, I was never a fan of Herald of Tenacity, but I saw it play today, and I actually like it quite a bit.
Yeah, it seemed pretty impressive in the context of this aggressive Prism approach.
It is, and some Prism lists will not play the Angelic Wraths. They'll rather, they won't play the Tenacities. This list, I'm a Herald of Protection over Herald of Tenacity, but in this case, no Herald of no Herald of Protection red, and also no Metamorphs.
No Miraging Metamorphs at all. Maybe because it's just not going to give you that on hit, right? Not going to let you tutor up a Figment from the deck.
No, exactly. So if you're playing that list with Vestige and you are playing, onto the tomes, you're playing the more combo version. I understand it not being there, but looking
all
at
light
this list-
cards.
all light cards. It's
Except
all
for
light.
these blue auras, maybe.
I do like Light of Soul, and there is no library in this list.
Right. Prism's been slacking. She hasn't been getting in the reading, but that's okay because she's been at the gym instead, hitting the Angelic Wrath.
Absolutely, getting the Angelic Wrath. Jesus Christ. So we're looking at the Figments here. We are playing every single Figment, I believe. Is that an 8 count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 8. No Soraya. Not obviously not Archangel. Not Herald of Triumph. I'm talking about Soraya, the life gain Soraya. So there's none of that in here, unfortunately, because I do love that card.
Right. That's from the previous set to. It was from Dynasty, perhaps.
That is an additional card from Dynasty, what we could call an expansion slot card in a way.
Yeah, one of the teasers for Angel allies to this Prism archetype that's been designed by LSS, and we're going to get to see these two illusionists go up against one another.
Absolutely. So we are still waiting for everybody to get settled and seated. And I think we have a few more things that we can do. So part of MISTVEIL, whenever a new set comes out, I'm someone who does love to open packs. I'm a big sucker for opening packs here. And we do have a few more packs that we can open on stream. We did it earlier today. It's always fun. So I'm not sure. There we are. Ethan's going to send us over to the... Ethan, do you have the hand here? Oh, there we go.
Oh, he's got to turn on our little GoPro.
Yeah, this is a little GoPro that hasn't been cooperating with us as much as we wanted to. Come on, GoPro, you can do this.
We're really putting it on the spot, It's just like, you got to get to work.
Performance anxiety for the little GoPro.
Mm-hmm.
Very fun. So you already have a pack that's like half opened?
Yeah, I've just ripped it open because, as I said earlier, every time I do a draft, the first pick, I spend an extra 20 seconds. So I haven't looked at the cards yet. See what the token is. It is a Slither. I do love to slow roll these. All right, what are we taking in the draft? There's a Companion in the Claw, a decent red card. Intimate Inducements, all right. Drop in the Oceans, all right. Battlefront Bastion. Might be my front runner here.
Instant pick.
Ooh. Probably the Haunting Spectre, right?
I mean, I don't know. What else is in the pack? Is there one more? What's the foil?
Tiger, and we got a first tentative sheet. I think I'm leaning between these two cards.
Yeah, probably these two, huh? Or the Companion. These are some really good cards. Like, Battlefront Bastion's been so good over the weekend.
Pretty decent pack for limited, but
if you're looking...
No cold full.
If you're looking for Marvels, that's not the pack. So let's see here. I've got a pack right here. Let's crack this open. See what we've got. So...
A little pack ASMR, right?
Everybody, I'm opening a pack here. So, only tokens, unfortunately. But there's so many great Majestics and Rares. So here's the foil. I'm one of those people that open the packs from the back because I'm impatient and I like to see the goodies right away. So unfortunately, no big hits, but Bonds of Attraction Red, seeing some CC play, right? So
that's right.
I'm going to let you go with another pack here. Let's see what we've got.
Yeah, and I think I saw a red react at and another Battlefront Bastion.
Battlefront Bastion, red Wounding Blow. I mean, come on. Red Hiss in this pack.
Good pack for Assassin.
Impulsive Desire. This is a great pack.
All right, we're coming back to the back of the pack here. Another Slither token. I just want a Cold Foil. Waxing Spectre. That's actually probably a good first pickable card. Impulsive Desire, not bad here. The Homage to Ancestors, good pickup for somebody in a couple of seats. Haunting Spectre again.
Blue.
Double Trouble Blue, not a bad card. And a Breed Anger. Okay, so we're getting these good limited packs. Still no Cold War.
All right. We've got a few more to go here. Actually,
Oh, he's going in on with...
I'm a savage. I go in with the teeth. So let's see here. One more. Okay. All right. I'm going to hide this away from people. Oh, what is this? Nope, it's just a hero.
Oh, it's a hero card. Okay.
All right. First Ended of Chi. Foil. Very nice. Key Unleashed. Really, really good card unlimited.
Powerful draft card for sure.
Pretty much a bomb. And this is also a very good card. When it hits, when the chain links resolve, draw a card. And then there's actually a fact-finding mission in red in here. A red haze shelter. Red pick to pieces.
Wow, everyone's gonna get what they want out of this pack.
Path well traveled. Man, this pack is gas. Have you
and I
seen
see that equipment piece in there is decent.
There's
as well.
there's Truth Be Told and a Tidal Surge.
Here, maybe we'll just move this over this way a little bit.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention on the camera. I'm busy opening packs. Come on. Yeah, this is a pretty cracked pack for limited. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, now imagine opening this in a sealed pool. Never mind draft, right?
Right, exactly. I mean, sealed pools. We can't all be Noah Clark.
Yeah, we can't all open 3 Majestics for our class, our favorite class.
Out of 8 packs. Come on.
Yeah. All right.
So what you got, Frank?
Speaking of our favorite class, here's a Spectral Shield token.
Okay.
And a Beckoning Mistblade. All right, let's move those out of the way. Venomous Bite, not bad to first pick something like that. Solitary Companion, same kind of idea. Tiger Form Incantation. So 3 class signposts. Battlefront Bastion in blue.
Okay, it's not red, but it's pretty good.
Our Transcend card. Oh, look at the back here.
Ooh.
Oh, I have a Weakest Link and a Battlefront Bastion.
Whoa. Okay.
Finally, we're getting into something good. I'm going to keep this for my constructed deck.
Yeah, you really should.
Whoever makes the second pick after me is going to be happy with this Battlefront Bastion.
Okay, so now the card to beat here is the Weakest Link.
Yeah.
So let's see. We've got another pack here. Okay, so I've got a few more packs to go. Let's see what we get. Okay, so we have a face down card here. It could be a Cracked Bauble, a Crouching Tiger, an expansion card, or something even cooler. Yeah, so let's see. And there we go. We have an expansion card.
Oh, wonderful. That's the long draw half glove we saw the Riptide use to good effect earlier in the day.
Absolutely. Getting that plus 4 damage? Plus 4 damage. And then we have a Double Trouble, a Moon Chakra, and a Foil Desire of the Flesh. So long draw half glove. I mean, Ranger got 2 pretty good hits this time around.
Yeah, and especially helps counteract the Warmonger's Diplomacy play quite a bit. You know, I think people were not so sure about it because it costs 2 cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's actually doing work. I think people saying that it helps Azalea quite a bit into heroes that want to play out the Warmongers and disrupt your game plan. You know, it helps her stay on the offensive. Now, Azalea, we didn't see too much Azalea in the tournament today, but I've heard that she's pretty good these days.
There was 5 Azaleas, if I'm remembering correctly, out of the entire pool of players. So we did not see anybody, get to those top tables. But Azalea is still a very solid hero.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
So I'll let you get in with your next pack over here.
Struggling.
Yeah.
All right. We're leading off with the Slither this time. And then the Mistblade. As always, these two. And we got
Don't judge me, Bob.
Class cards. Waning Vengeance. Companion of the Claw. Looking like the best card there so far.
Companion of the Claw is a great card.
All right. Update, by the way. So the backup match has already started playing. It is we are recording it. We're still just waiting for Basil to finish re-sleeving. She's very close, very close. But as soon as that happens, we'll be right on with feature. Just an unexpected delay for this matchup specifically because of a re-sleeve issue. Also, for everyone in the chat begging for deck lists, the deal is we can't just spam the deck lists unless the players specifically consent. And for this feature match, Noah and Basil did both consent to top 8 because it's not a open deck list top 8 just across the board. The players individually have to consent to that, and because they're our feature, we talk to them. We've not talked to anyone else. So as we go on, perhaps there are more, perhaps not, but they will at least be posted to February basically right after this event. So be on the lookout for that.
Thank you. And so I got impatient and I cracked another pack. We got a Cold Foil Skywalker Kiko and Orono of Mystic Tenants. So the draw for the Tome of Divinity, Tome of Chi. So yeah, you have another pack for us to open while we wait for Basil to finish sleeving up.
Well, now I'm a bit jealous that you've opened a foil Majestic, so.
Well, I'm sorry.
Better get something good here.
Watch you open a Fable or Cold Foil or Marvel. It's gonna happen.
I mean, I haven't seen any Marvel or Cold Foil yet in this set, so I'd be pretty happy with just about anything.
Oh, you haven't opened one at all?
No, I think I've opened about 35 or 40 packs at this point
Okay,
between the various sealed formats.
To be fair, I think I've opened like 2 cases. I've seen them, so I'm not as but at the same time, let's see what happens
not
here.
As hard pressed. There's a Spectra Shield.
Oh.
I'm gonna set that one face down. Actually, I got a good feeling.
Okay.
Let's see our reds: a Harmony of the Hunt, Sigil of Solitude, Bonds of Memory, Pouncing Chi, a couple of good ninja cards.
Pretty good, pretty solid.
Rising Sun, Setting Moon, really solid Transcend card. Maybe not first pickable. A Blanche, almost as good as a Battlefront Bastion.
It's a Rainbow Foil Blanche.
Rainbow Foil, yep. And of course, my full art Cold Foil Crouching Tiger. Token.
All right. Like, come on, there has to be a hit somewhere in here. Let's do another pack. We've got.
What you got over there?
We have 3 left here.
Left? All
Ethan,
right.
you better
Let's
get in.
just grab one. I'm coming.
Yeah, come on. There was an uneven amount of packs, so there you go.
Ethan, did you just find these like on a table somewhere and we've just taken them?
No, these were at the bottom of my suitcase. They came from Tokyo, I think.
Oh, these are Japanese packs.
No.
Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay, you know what?
Good.
Is this one for me? Where's the third?
Yeah. Just grab one here.
Grab
there you
this.
go.
Okay.
Perfect. So
Which
yeah,
one do you think
Gorgon's
has
Gaze.
good card in it?
Okay,
Interesting.
We'll swap. There you go.
Can I trade back?
Okay, we can trade back. Okay, there you go.
Wait, no, you're accepting this too willingly. Let's trade back
one
again.
more time. There we go.
All right, good
All
luck.
right. Hopefully by the end of this,
it's like
the re-sleeving will be done. Okay. Hopefully. Unexpected delay, like I said. Apologies. But here we go. Where is the camera? It's here. Oh. All right. Expansion slot or something. We'll set that face down. Otherwise, for the camera. Oh, not bad. Let me hold it up. Mines. Solitary. Tiger Form Incantation. Bonds. Haze. Biting. Red Hiss. First pick. Tidal Surge. Pass Over. Fact-Finding Mission. Rousing Way. Oh,
that's pretty.
Wind Chakra. Big Blue Sky. And a foil Deep Blue Sea. You guys got to hold it up so they can see the foiling, because look at that. That is.
Yeah, that card is gorgeous.
And also, funny thing about this card. So all the promo art for MST, like even the splash art on the pack, right? Check this out. That is white hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's this art.
Oh, but
this art has black hair. You see that?
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure it's same art. Otherwise, this is something that Michael Fung pointed out to me, funny enough, when he was doing his box opening on his channel. So, kind of interesting. But there you go. Let's see the face down.
Another Crouching Tiger. Oh, no.
Another one.
Okay. All right, last pack magic, right?
And then there's one more last pack magic after that.
Oh, there's one more last pack.
There's one more pack after that.
Okay, all right. Second last pack magic. Just going to shuffle these out of the...
You can center the frame better than that, Frank. Come on.
Oh, I'm just going to back out of here and get the cards out first. Throw that over there. Here's my Spectral Shield. There's my Fang Strike. All right, so no dice on the Cold Foil, but still some good cards in here. Harmony of the Hunt, Flex Claws, couple of ninja cards. I think I've seen this be the choice between 2 ninja cards from quite a few packs. And Sean, you were leaning towards Flex Claws, but I think I might like this Harmony of the Hunt slightly better.
I think they're both so good.
Yeah,
I really think they're both so good.
And then Preserve Tradition,
Rising Tide,
Stride of Reprisal, a Moon Chakra, Second Tenet of Chi, and a Sigil of Solitude. Oh, see, I'm just totally off the frame here now.
So still nothing to write a letter about to your mom, right? To be like, hey, Mom, look at what I got.
All right, come on, bring us home, Sean, because Basil's actually seated.
Okay, perfect. Let's do it.
We're almost ready. Okay.
Let's do it. Okay, so
good thing you're.
There is one more. So this is a token. We're gonna get rid of that token.
Okay, hold on a second. Before you look at it.
What? Okay.
Do you want to trade this weakest link for whatever that face down card is?
No.
All right.
Because I have a feeling.
That's his Crouching Tiger, or it's his.
I'm gonna leave that here.
Oh.
Oh, he's peeked at it. I haven't peeked at it.
That's Restless Coalescence.
Hey, we've seen that card on stream a couple of times.
It's a Restless Coalescence. That card is great. And then there's okay. So we're not gonna toy around it. It's just a crouching tiger. We're gonna bring everybody to our feature match for the round. So we have Basil on Prism, Awakener of Soul versus Noah on Enigma. Let's get going. Let's get some illusions going.
Okay, actually, one more thing. Let's review the deck list one more time.
Sure.
Okay. And I don't know if this is, okay, no, we're looking at the Prism deck list first. So, of course, Luminaris Angel's Glow as the weapon.
Good. So, Luminaris Angel's Glow, a lot of Figments, all of the Figments, a lot of Heralds.
And a couple of, 2 playsets of attack reactions.
So, that's something to look at because, yeah, our Angelic Wrath is very, very, very powerful. So, and then if we look at Noah's list very quickly. So 6 poppers, which are mandatory in that matchup. Dissolve Reality, which I don't think we're going to see play here. If I'm betting, I think Noah's not going to be playing those. 2 Haze Bendings, which are absolutely amazing in that kind of matchup. Ripple Away, which will likely not be played. This round's on me. I doubt will be in as well. But where are you standing? I'm not a betting man. But if I was, I mean, I have a soft spot for Prism, so that's where I'm going. But I do have a soft spot for Noah. So, based on player, I'd like Noah to win, but based on deck, I'd like Prism to win.
I think I'm all in on Enigma just for the novelty.
Very nice.
First weekend, new hero. Let's see it happen.
Let's see what happens here. So, Basil on Prism, Noah on Enigma. I'm going to put some stuff to the side here and focus here up because I actually really, really, really want to pay full attention to this. So let's get this going.
Yeah, both players a little on edge as we go into the first match of the top 8 here at Battle Hardened Montreal, the ProQuest Plus event on Sunday. The tension is palpable. New sleeves on Basil's deck. Having some comments from the judge after the deck check. No issues, of course, but just want to make sure that things are on the up and up as we go into this round.
Yeah, and for those of you who haven't seen Basil's deck from the actual stream that we had, this is a full foiled, full art Herald, full cold foil, Prism, blinged out, triple sleeved deck. So that's why it took a little bit longer for us to get in. The judges were like, hey, you have to resleeve. We're sorry. And it took an army of 5 to resleeve that deck. So now we have it resleeved, and we're going to be able to admire it in all its glory in this top 8.
Yeah, and I think, normally I would say that the players are going to get some psychological advantage out of seeing all those Marvels come out, but Noah's no stranger to Marvels himself. He's playing that extended art Japanese print Enigma.
What a pretty promo. I mean, I haven't... I just splurged on the Marvel Enigma, and I'm like, I should have gotten a Japanese one. It's that.
Why not the Japanese Marvel? Go all in.
There is a Japanese Marvel?
Oh,
is
yeah.
it the same art?
Yeah, the anime art. Yeah, that's like the special Marvel in the Japanese print.
Okay, I'm really mad now.
I mean, it's a lot of money.
I'm really mad. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm really mad now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about the money, even whether you were or weren't going to spend the money on it. It's just like not having known, right?
Exactly. Not having known that there was another option that I probably would have preferred.
You know what? Next time, maybe LSS will send us Japanese packs. So
wouldn't that be
Canadian
sweet?
National, Sean? We'll see if we can get you the hookup.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, I don't think I'd be asking too much if instead of getting them to send us Japanese packs, just mail me one of those cards right to my house.
Just mail me one of the.
What's it
mail me one of the Enigmas. Come on.
What's the postage, right?
Yeah, straight from New Zealand. Come on.
Yeah, it's like like maybe $40 registered mail.
That's fine. Honestly, I'm happy to open my packs. I'm happy to open the cards that I own. So, and with that in mind, Enigma is going to be. How important do you think Enigma is going to be in the metagame?
I think we're seeing that it can be a relevant factor, and what we're also seeing is that you have to know your lines quite thoroughly, know what's going on to pilot this at a high level. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that Noah played 11 rounds of Enigma yesterday and is also the only player to make top 8 on Enigma in Constructed, right?
Yeah, and there was quite a bit of Enigmas. I think we had 7 players on Enigma and only 1 converted.
Yeah, and I saw a few floating around the mid to top tables in the early rounds, but they eventually ran into some challenging matchups and weren't able to grind it out.
So we are getting into this round here. Noah, being the highest seed, will decide who gets to start.
Yeah, and we'll see what he's chosen. Okay, seeing a couple of defensive cards in Noah's hand here on turn 0.
Yeah, we have an Oasis Respite, a Sink Below, a Phantasmal Metamorph, or
Miraging Metamorph.
Miraging Metamorph. It's been a long day. So are we just going to see an Arsenal pass from Noah? Yeah, Arsenal pass from Noah.
Yeah, maybe having hoped here to draw into something with a little bit more play.
And this is Basil coming in with a red Wartune Herald 7 with Go Again, pitching an Angelic Wrath in yellow.
Yeah, and just off the bat, that's already going to be... Oh, here we see the Sink Below that was set in the arsenal. Choosing not to sink.
And Basil
Another one.
Basil says, that's fine. Here's another Wartune.
And so that was the 7 on the first one with Go Again. No Go Again on the second one.
So blocking 3, blocking 7. Wow.
Yeah, and Noah making the disciplined play, but having to commit all 5 cards there on defense to Basil's 3, Basil gonna get to keep that Arsenal card.
Yeah, and Noah looking out off screen going like, Jesus. Going, oh, geez, that was a thing.
Yeah, and now I see a Figment in Basil's hand.
Yeah, that's a Figment of Protection for Aegis. What else do we have? Let's actually look in here. Show everybody what's going on here. So it is a Herald of Triumph, Herald of Tenacity, a Pierce Reality, and a Figment. So we're going to see a Herald being played here. If the Herald does get popped or anything of that nature, we could be looking at Phantasmal Footsteps, getting you an action point and playing that Pierce Reality, or simply that resolving and playing the Pierce Reality.
Oh, and this thing has Dominate and Go Again. Same counter being used for both sides. Looks like no one's going to let this one hit. Likes his hand. And Trigger Prism. Scary words to hear.
Yeah, Trigger Prism. Going to go through the deck. Going to go find a Figment. At this point, I'm guessing it's going to be Figment of War for the Courage. Or possibly something else. But I don't know. If I'm a betting man, it's probably Courage.
By the way, seeing a different equipment loadout from Basil here into the Illusionist matchup, there's Dreamweavers to take away the Phantasm.
Oh, sorry,
and
other way around.
The Imperium Rapture as the chest piece.
So I haven't played enough of Awakener of Soul, but there are specific points to playing Vestige and versus Imperium Rapture. I think in the games that do go longer, you do not want to play Vestige. You do want to play Rapture. On games that are shorter, you tend to want to go ham, as the cool kids would say, and play that Vestige in those tomes. So there's a world where Basil here boarded out the tomes.
Oh, I see. Because you're not able to pitch a blue card to play them.
Exactly. You're not on Vestige right now. You're playing the long game.
Okay. Yeah. Well, long game going pretty well for her right now. Getting the Courage token and the Figment here on just the second turn of the game.
So yeah, putting a finger on that, saying, I'm going to activate this. Here's Bologna.
Yeah, and she's going to come at your face.
Yeah, she's going to come in for 4. I'm assuming, yeah, we're going to see a pitch here. Or are we going to see a Herald? No, we're going to see Bologna coming in for 4. Yeah. Now, Basil has I believe it's a Wartune in Arsenal, and there it is, Wartune in Arsenal. Basil's going to be able to come in for that for 6. And that goes to Soul. Resolve, Prism, go through the deck. Yeah, go through the deck, go find another Herald, possibly Ravages at this point, maybe. Those are the ones you tend to want to get out there faster.
Yeah, Noah kind of priced into this line of play. Needs to clear out the Bologna before things get out of control. He's now at 26, started at a healthy life total, but Basil taking the lead.
I mean, there's a limited amount of. Actually, it's a Figment of Judgment. So banish Figment. Basil going, that's fine. I'm going to arsenal my Herald of Triumph and, get this Figment on the board. Now, Noah has an immovable in hand and a few other things. I'm wondering if he's looking to start building a board, because realistically, Enigma can start putting out these pretty aggressive board states and, manage the Angels. The Angels don't stick around unless you actually, unless your opponent does nothing. So let's see here. We're going to pitch here.
Oh.
We're going to play. Oh, fantastic.
Spectral Manifestations. This is going to be clutch to potentially clear out the Bologna. It's going to attack for 4.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to eat the Bologna right away. There you go. So 4 into Bologna. Get out of here.
Oh, and I think no, it says at you, actually.
Really? Interesting. I mean, it would eat 2 cards, or possibly that shield in hand. No, okay, it is Bologna. Or maybe it wasn't him and it killed Bologna. Regardless, the result is the same.
Yeah, I think Basil decided to let that hit, let Bologna take the blow. And Noah, thinking now hard about this Restless Coalescence that's in hand, says, sure, I'll put all of the counters on the Restless.
Wow.
Give him the option to attack for 5 and potentially spit out some Spectral Shields later on. Play defense on these Heralds that are bound to be coming down.
And with that, Noah has Unmovable in hand, going to make another Spectral Shield and has the Unmovable going to Arsenal. So the next Herald coming through will be blocked very easily by that Unmovable. Noah is also playing a Battlefield. He's also playing Battlefront Bastion and CNC in the list. So, poppers are an option.
Yeah, he does have some defensive options, but this offensive turn was really what he was hoping to see on turn 0 or turn 1, establish a little bit of a board presence without trading life for it. And instead, he finds himself at a 14 life, not deficit, but loss from starting point before he gets off the ground running.
But I don't think he's nervous about that. I don't think Noah's very bothered about that. He's coming in with that the Herald of Triumph for 5, blue Herald of Triumph. There's a world where he lets the Spectral Shields get eaten.
Yeah, this is a Ripple Away that's blocking for 3, 2 leaking over to the Spectral Shields.
And then Basil taking a moment to think, because there is an Angelic Wrath in Basil's hand. Does Basil go, hey, get that Coalescence out of here? But if Basil does, then in Noah Clark's hand is a Sink Below. So,
Okay, gonna let those Spectral Shields go away first, and surely another Herald follow up here. Now we're going to pitch this Pierce Reality. I believe that's a cold foil.
It is. I mean, Basil's deck is just absolutely beautiful.
Just almost fully blinged out. This Herald of Tenacity coming in. This is for 4.
So coming in for 4 would dominate. Noah perfectly happy to see that, because he doesn't have the Sink Below, so it's not really an issue at all. And there we go. Here's the thing below saying, yeah, nice Herald, buddy. Don't care. Oh, and the Angelic Wrath we spoke about before.
Yeah, Angelic Wrath going to pump this up to 7.
The question becomes, make a Spectral Shield. Okay.
He's going to do a little bit of a fun transfer here. Cover up 7 with Restless Coalescence and another Spectral Shield.
So the question here becomes, okay, was there a situation where Noah has an Unmovable in the arsenal? Was he too fast on that Sink Below? Maybe that arsenal maybe the Unmovable would have been better. I don't know. I don't think so. But
I think he gave Basil the opportunity to play the Angelic Wrath. Said no blocks initially, and she held the card, and he was forced to choose which he wanted to commit. Yeah. And okay, gonna be aggressive with this Uphold Tradition, not use it for Go Again, but just knowing that Restless Coalescence can convert that +1 into a Spectral Shield later on anyways.
But you're absolutely right. I think you were right with that play. Getting the Sink Below forces the Angelic Wrath. So that was probably the right play. You're absolutely right. So coming in with a Spectral Shield again, coming in for 1 now, getting that damage and drawing your cards back to Basil.
Yeah, seeing a couple of important cards in Noah's hand here now, as now we have a Herald of Triumph. And guess what's in Noah's hand?
Battlefront Bastion. Battlefront Bastion, such a good card. The one thing I will say is there is a Celestial Reprimand in Basil's hand. It is a yellow Celestial Reprimand. So if Noah puts the Battlefront Bastion in front of it, it won't get a chance. Here's an unmovable. Thank you very much. And here's a War Tune. So we're really flinging heralds here.
Mm-hmm.
-1. Put a card back under. We're going to turn both of those into chi.
Yeah, gonna do that Transcend right now because he can target one of Basil's attacks.
Seek the truth.
It's been a few rounds since limited format, so real happy to be hearing these sound effects again. Did you catch what card he tucked on the bottom of his deck there with that Preserved Tradition?
I absolutely did not. I was too distracted by the sound effect. I did not see the card that he put back under, unfortunately.
And now Basil knows those 2 remaining cards are chi, but the mystery card was in fact the Battlefront Bastion. And so the disciplined play here from Noah paying off for him well.
Yeah, and Noah putting his hand up saying, before you draw your cards, I'm going to make a Spectral Shield here.
I'm feeling nervous.
Oh, one of the players saying that they're feeling nervous. Was that Basil?
Yeah, that was Basil, yeah. I'm feeling nervous. You shouldn't, Basil. You're in the top 8. Well, you should because you're in the top 8, but at the same time, you shouldn't. You should be you should be confident in the way you play. It got you here. So,
yes, Sean, you could be doing these affirmations we were talking about earlier.
I'm so bad at affirmations. I do like telling people that they're doing great, but then when someone turns around and tells me I'm doing great, I'm like, you're lying. That is wrong. You're not right. But in this case, Basil's absolutely killing it. Anybody that's in our top 8, congratulations, everyone. You did very well, and we're very happy to have watched you get there today. So,
yeah, and Noah converting the Tunic counter into the swing of this Restless Coalescence here. And not going to swing the remaining Spectral Shield. Instead, just going to create a Spectral Shield that doesn't attack with the chi that he created the previous turn.
I mean, out of everything we've seen, I think that Enigma has the best use of chi out of the new characters, in my opinion, out of the new heroes. I'm a huge fan of Enigma.
Oh, wow. And Noah fast on the drop here. Throws our Battlefront Bastion in front of it.
Here's another popper. There is a Celestial Reprimand in hand, so let's bring that down to a 5. And Noah going, poop.
Yeah, so this has blocked on its own. So it's going to block for 3 over the 5 Dominate. And 2 Ward going to cleanly cover that up. Loses a Spectral Shield and the Uphold Tradition that's been hanging out for a few turns.
Yeah, but there's still no hit on there. So we're going to see a Passing Mirage being played.
Yeah, now the Passing Mirage coming in. Going to be kind of interesting because I'm not sure how much Noah will prioritize that. I think he was thinking on the end step to see if he wanted to create another Spectral Shield off of this Restless Coalescence.
And in Basil's hand right now is a Herald of Erudition, and I believe that is an Angelic Wrath as well. So those 2 cards together can get pretty nasty when put in place. So Noah Clark going to pitch a Rage Spectre, which he loves to do. He's done it in Limited a bunch on yesterday, and I've seen him do it a few times on stream here. It's a blue, it blocks 3, and it does stuff. So coming in for 2 with the Spectral Coalescence, and coming in for 2 with the Spectral Shield.
Yeah, and I think he's ticked down that, it doesn't cost anything to swing that first one for free, so just representing the game state correctly.
Yeah, Restless Coalescence. What a beautiful art.
And yeah, like I had mentioned, I think he prioritizes that Passing Mirage, knowing that it can get quickly out of control if he doesn't have the option to pop attacks.
Absolutely. So he does have Unravel, what is it called?
Aggression?
Yeah, Unravel Aggression, absolutely.
Okay, and with that combo of cards that you mentioned in your hand, Basil's going to take the opportunity to crack the Halo of Illumination, put a card in Soul, draw a new card, and activate Prism's ability.
Probably going to get, if I was to bet, there we go. Figment of Erudition comes into play, makes a Ponder, flip it, and draws you 2 cards when you attack with the Angel. And on Noah's hand, unfortunately, he just put it down, but we've seen a Waxing Spectre.
Yeah, I think we saw a couple of auras in there.
Yeah, and he has the Sacred Technique in hand.
He does, in fact, have the sacred. Wait, are you talking about the actual Sacred Technique?
The actual Sacred Technique. Yeah. I'm not being coy here. He has the actual Sacred Technique in hand, so he could pump his entire board by +1, make 2 Spectral Shields before that. So 2 Spectral Shields, everything gets +1, and get that into a chi. So an incredibly powerful card.
He has a different Sacred Technique in his arsenal.
Which is?
I think it's a Hold the Line.
It is a Hold the Line. which into this version of Prism is actually very relevant. So coming in for 4 with go again. No, almost throwing that dice. When like, yeah, it's fine. 4 go again.
We know it's 4.
We know it's 4. We've seen it before. So make a spectral shield, and then
Currently representing no blocks, it looks like.
1, 2, 3, 4. No, just hey, I have these shields. I don't really need them right now. Knock yourself out.
And Noah conscientious of the fact that there could be a big follow-up here. And remember, he knows that Basil's committed to Halo. This is only once per game, so he wants to be careful on defense.
And here's, okay, so here is the Herald of Erudition. Now, Herald of Erudition card's been around for a very long time, and when it connects, it's bad news. And there's the Angelic Wrath.
Yeah, and the Angelic Wrath is going to pump that up. Goes to 7, I believe. Oh, 8.
So now he is going to play the Sacred Art, making 2 Spectral Shields, bringing that back to hand, flipping it over into a Chi.
Oh, look at how he does that on the table. And watch this. Now making a Spectral Shield. Those 2 Spectral Shields are from playing the Sacred Art.
Yeah, and then probably pitching that Chi to make another Spectral Shield, or...
No, he's going to pitch it to play Unravel Aggression.
Yeah.
Covers the card up fully and draws a card because Unravel Aggression is one hell of a card.
Yeah, pitch 3, block 5, draw a card. Come on.
You know, where Soul Shield says, yeah, you could get like a half of a card because you're putting a card in your soul. Unravel Aggression says,
just
yeah,
draw. Just draw the damn
have
thing.
a whole card, you know?
Yeah, just draw the damn thing.
Also, this isn't blue. Because why not?
That's crazy.
And, you know, Basil had the beatdown on Riptide in that match we watched earlier, but maybe starting to feel a little bit of heat from this army of Spectral Shields.
And I have a feeling I'm going to eat my words because walking into this, I said, I think Prism might be slightly favored.
And it sounds like, or it looks like Noah's drawn another Chi card or another Transcend card off of that Unravel Aggression. Going to stir the pot, shuffle his deck up, and free roll a little bit with just this extra blue card. That's going to feed the attacks of his Spectral Shields on the next turn.
And Noah making everybody uncomfortable by turning the card and slamming the card into the sleeve using the table. Noah, once you see this, that's a very savage way to put your cheese into your cards.
Yeah, the Savage Feat stream does endorse this in terms of brood cards.
Yeah, Ethan gives us a big thumbs up from the booth here saying this is the way. That's amazing. But yeah, I think we're seeing that, Basil might be starting to get a bit overwhelmed by these shields. So many Spectral Shields.
And so Basil is going to be forced to let this Soraya go. Eats the 3 damage attack from the first Spectral Shield. A couple more coming out. Also, I'm just noticing for the first time, these are Japanese Spectral Shields.
Yeah, they are. I mean, he's decked out in Japanese cards. So Japanese Spectral Shield, Japanese it's Cosmo, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Japanese Cosmo and Japanese Enigma.
And arsenaling that last card. No other play from him here, but happy to roll these Spectral Shields over to the next turn. Herald of Tenacity now.
Herald of Tenacity, and there's an immovable.
Yeah, and this dominates from hand, so no follow-up block available from hand, but it looks like Basil doesn't have the reaction this time. And another Herald of Tenacity. And yeah, Noah gesturing, I think he's saying, yes, I see what's going on here in my Spectral Shields.
Noah he's such an expressive player. I love it. I love when people are really, they show that the heart that they have in this game. This isn't poker. You don't need to have a poker face. You can be friendly. You can tell your opponent how you feel. It's okay. We won't judge you.
Okay, and showing that traverse the universe.
I think there's a world where he gives one of the Miraging Metamorphs here, but I'm not sure. No, I don't think he is.
Yeah, choosing not to. He's going to give the traverse.
And then lose 3 Spectrals?
I think I caught a peek of what was under the arsenal there, and I believe it was a Waxing Spectre.
Oh, so we might see the Waxing Spectre being played at instant speed to cover up some of that damage. That or pitch the Chi, make another Spectral Shield, and let that... Oh! We are seeing the boots being activated.
Okay, so ward 3 on the boots.
Yeah, let's zoom everybody into this a little bit. So yeah, the boots are going to get ward 3 because he used the chi. So he's going to sacrifice the boots and saying, hey, no, I like my spectral shields. I want to keep them around. They are my friends. They're going to get you to 0. So back to me. Noah's got 2 reds in hand. His tunic is getting to 3. So I think what we're going to see here is a spectral shield into a metamorph.
Yes, such a hard turn for Basil to be blocking at 8 life and 2 non-blocking cards that we've seen in her hand.
And looking at Basil's list earlier, one thing was very, very obvious. There's no poppers.
You know what? I think we did notice that all of the red cards were
They're all
illusionist
heralds.
attacks.
Yeah. So, in a illusionist mirror, oftentimes it comes down to how many times did I pop you? How many times did you pop me? That's amazing. That's 7 damage for 1 resource. Basil scratching her head going, how, why, how? Well, you've been playing Wartune Heralds. This is my version of a Wartune Herald. Mine just does more things.
Yeah, that's right. And as we all know, Phantasm is a text that is a downside, which is why they had to create this card to alleviate that effect.
I hear a lot of sarcasm in that tone.
really make up for the fact that illusionist players have been beat down for far too long.
We've been underrepresented. Our heroes are so good we can never have one stay in the meta long enough to enjoy it.
Right, I see. Yeah, and
so coming in with that metamorph, 7 damage, just a lot of pressure. Basil's currently on 3, Noah on 26.
yeah, what did I say earlier? He's like gone from 40 to 26. He must be feeling a little bit of heat. And since then, he wanted to prove me wrong. Says, I'm actually not going to take a single point of damage for the remainder of the game.
So Elita's Soul was pitched here, and I'm not sure. So, looking back at this, I called this in favor of Prism in the beginning. And like I said, it had nothing to do with the players. It simply had to do with the cards. And Noah really making me regret my words here.
You know what? I think this is what I was saying earlier when we haven't seen this, not just on stream, but on any stream, right? This is the release weekend, first big CC tournament, and, we're really finding out where these heroes sit in the metagame.
Yeah, and I'm realizing that they're not sitting in the table that I thought they would be.
Right. Well, I think Enigma, she's showing that blue is bigger than yellow.
Yeah, blue is 3 is bigger than 2.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
All right, now the Spectral Shield coming in. Earlier on he used that Sacred Art to put a +1 on each of these Spectral Shields, and that's paying off dividends. I think it's dealt an extra 4 or 5 damage by this point from that first Spectral Shield alone.
It has, and here's the crazy thing, and we used to do this back in the days, spectral, CNC. Well, spectral, CNC. I haven't seen this play since, my God, Lil?
The dawn of time.
Pro Tour Lil, since original Prism hit Living Legends.
And this is going to be an activation of one of these Figments just to soak up the ward.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. Noah says, yeah, I understand that this is a ward 4. I also have ward in my deck.
Yeah, I like ward 2. I just have more of it than you. So let's see here. Noah picking up his hand.
Basil just hanging on at 1 life. Manages to arsenal a card, trying to mount some sort of comeback. Draws 2 soul shields. That might help for some defense of a larger attack, but these are some spectral shields chipping in.
And Noah, here's the thing now. Basil has to block these. So it's similar to what we would call a Kodachi lock, right? Big attack, small attack, small attack, small attack, big attack.
Yeah,
so,
is Basil going to be forced to commit a soul shield to a 2-power spectral shield? Going shields down now.
And here's a CNC. Thank you very much. Noah Clark advances to semifinals.
Oh, wow. Okay, so, Noah just showing his class. That is the Illusionist matchup in, 25 minutes and change.
I mean, I did not expect that at all. I did not expect it at all. I had no clue. I don't want to say I'm flabbergasted because I know how great of a player Noah Clark is, but Basil Bloomer is no slouch.
Yeah, no, she piloted this Prism deck to great effect against other opponents in the field, but it turns out that 2 Illusionists pitted against one another, the game is going to get tight, and then it's going to snowball.
But I find comfort in one thing. It is very similar to the matches of old. Same things with Dromai matchups. If one player generated a board and that board, didn't get contested, you could write that to victory. You could write that all the way home, tell your friends, hey, look at what I did.
And the one thing that I felt was, you know, we were watching Noah play the patient game, defend the first couple of turns through maybe what some would call clunky hands, right? Like spending 5 cards to trade your opponent's 3 cards. But then he found his window. He played out that spectral manifestations that he's such a big fan of. Got the restless coalescence out on the board, and then rode that kitty cat to victory.
You know what? I think the Sacred Art really is what changed that game, because Sacred Art got him in a position where, generated 3 Spectral Shields, each with +1s, was able to soak up a lot of damage, was able to soak up a lot of on-hits, and never really gave Basil that chance to set up a board and set up Figments. Get those heralds out there, those angels out there. So we do have the backup match as well, which is another top 8 round. So let's get right to that, see where we're at.
Yeah, tightly contested rematch here. Daniel Draziger versus Kevin Constantino. This game going a lot different from the previous one. Look at that life total disparity.
Holy. Okay, so these players know each other very well. They've played against each other a lot. They're both, elite players from our region, from Montreal. And when we saw them earlier, Kevin stole I don't want to say stole the game, but just...
No, he clutched it out, right? He
clutched it out. It was very clutch. And in this case, we are seeing that it's not close.
It's not going the same way for him at all.
If you're at a tournament and you walk up to this game, you're like, wait, what's the life again? What's Katsu's life? 6? What happened?
And remember, Kevin was the first seed going into this game. He would have had the first choice of who goes first in the game. And it just really seems like...
So by the way, the timer that's there, that is not counting down. That is counting up. So they've been at it for 42 minutes and counting, and the life totals are still 32 to 6.
Yeah, and looks like Daniel's just been so disciplined with blocking while putting damage and disruption through on Kevin's side. Like, he probably just hasn't been able to play out one of these big threatening hands that we're so scared of from Katsu, right?
I'm imagining. I mean, we've only joined right now, but we've all seen Katsu throughout the day just absolutely dominate. And looking at new now,
activate
Daniel,
the hero power. This is where it's going to get exciting. There's a couple of blue cards I see in there that are able to be played. Is that 2 Dishonors? A Warmonger's Diplomacy. Okay, maybe not quite as impactful of an offensive turn as Daniel would like, but he's got to do something.
If he get any advantage with playing cards that are not his own, then the deck stays thicker and you're able to last longer. It's a good thing.
Yeah, and coming in now with his Dishonor for 2. So no on hit, but when you're at 5 life, it's actually it's damage.
Hey, damage is damage, and vanilla damage is vanilla damage. I remember a day when 4 or 5 vanilla damage for 1 or 0 was considered very good.
Yeah, and the Undertow Stiletto is being committed now to generate a Slither, give this Dishonor go again. And we're going to play another Dishonor, double Dishonor.
So is Kevin simply saying, yeah, that's fine, I'm going to go down to 1 here?
Yeah, and so he's had 1 card from this hand forcibly banished to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. That was what was feeding the earlier part of the turn for Daniel. And I think 3 cards and the arsenal left for Kevin to try to put something together, make Daniel regret something in this game.
Make him regret any choice of any kind. But we just heard, so Yann Garito won over Bruno Lapointe. So Kano won over Victor. So we're having Kano move forward to face the winner of the other match that is not, the other new versus Katsu match, which is not on camera. So the winner of this match is going to be facing against Noah Clark.
Yeah, and that's another rematch for Daniel Dreisiger if he makes it through. But on this turn, an Art of War played, banishing a Bonds of Ancestry, pitching another Bonds of Ancestry, coming in with Surging Strike for 6. Still 2 cards, I believe, left in Kevin's hand there. Is it 2 or is it 1?
In Kevin's hand, I cannot tell. I believe it's 1, but I'm not sure.
Right. Oh, there's 1 and then the 1 face down in the arsenal.
Yeah, that's what my understanding is, but I'm not 100% certain.
And of course, Katsu ability is still available to him, but Daniel's just going to say, yeah, I got the sink below. Don't even worry about it.
And are we going to see a Gust Wave? Yeah, that's a whelming Gust Wave. So the question becomes, is it a Bonds in Kevin's hand?
Right. I mean, he did pitch 1 to play the Surging, but he did also randomly draw both those cards off the Art of War.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure that Daniel's been keeping track. He says, I don't actually think it matters if it's the natty Bonds. You go search all the things you want. I'm gonna try to put you on the ropes here with you at 1 life.
So at this point, I think the telltale sign is going to be if he discards here. So if he discards, he's likely going to go get a bonds. If he doesn't discard, then I have no idea what's in hand.
I think I see a double strike.
Oh, that is a double. It is a double strike. It absolutely is. So we are going to see Katsu resolve, getting rid of this, going probably get a bonds. I would say a red bonds if I was a betting man. And that's what he seems to be clutching in his hand there. Red bonds of ancestry. I mean, that is a big curve to come back from. I don't know if there's a world where Daniel blocks here. He says, I have 20, I've got 27 life. Bring it on.
Like, I already gave you 2 cards. I even have a couple equipment pieces if I need to. But, the combination between either Salt the Wound or Tenacity, none of those could really add up to 27.
You'd be surprised. I mean, Katsu is one of those decks where you can do quick maths. You can do very quick maths. So you can get to, 1 + 1 is 4. You can get to that very quickly.
Yeah, and a little bit of calculation from the PhD of Kevin Constantino.
Yeah, Kevin Constantino, PhD for your consideration. Getting out there, he is a very cerebral player. And to be fair, he is not the one who tells people that he's doing a PhD. I'm the one who squeezed it out of him, and he reluctantly told me. So sorry for outing you to the world, Kevin, but you're very smart and you should be proud.
Yeah, and the doctor is in because this Bonds of Ancestry is going to go and find another card now. A different Bonds of Ancestry. Looks like he's got the full double Bonds line going. It's going to be Bonds into a Whelming Gust Wave into another Bonds. Keep this combat chain going. Get full value out of that Art of War. And Daniel's just ticking down the life counter. He's not even stopping.
Daniel's not even. He might as well put his cards down and say, "Yeah, we're fine. Just send it." I mean, when you're at 32 life and your opponent's at 1, is there a world where you're like, "Let me give you some of the tempo back"?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. It's like, nothing short of yeah, no, I can't.
Yeah, literally.
What could it possibly be out of this?
It might be that.
Well, how much does that matter though when Kevin's at 1?
At this point in the game, probably not. But there's still the fact that it is a dishonor. News ability is extremely powerful. So, Katsu is banishing a lot of cards.
Yeah, and Kevin's going to take the opportunity to just use that breaking scales for plus damage. Might not get another chance to play a combo attack again. Puts the dishonor right on top of the new hero.
So
a little bit of the turntables, right? Like usually Nu's the one sticking ninjas full of pointy things, and it looks like now she's on the receiving end of that.
I mean, Dan was just like, yeah, I have 32 life. I'll take 23. That's fine. Show me your banish, because at this point you can't use it anymore. But Dan probably thinks, hey, I've got it. There's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can do. Game is mine. So we were just told that Thomas on Katsu just won over David Lee on Nu. So we have a Katsu moving forward to face Yan Yarito on Kano.
And that was the second seed on that side of the bracket, taking down the 7th place. And okay, here we go. This is why Kevin made that overblock. And
here we go.
Enough.
Leaking by 1. Daniel Dreisiger going into Noah Clark. So the semifinals are going to be
a rematch of the previous semifinals. Right?
Pretty much, yeah. It's going to be Kano versus Katsu, and then Enigma versus Nu.
Okay, so I mean, I just think that Daniel's going to want to get his revenge for how the previous meeting went.
Absolutely. It's not a 0 win, but we've seen what happened over the weekend, and Daniel's going to have to put in some work.
Yeah, he's going to keep working out in between the rounds.
I mean, he puts a lot, like Daniel, we know what you do for a living. You put in a lot of work, and it shows. But this is a different type of work. Noah Clark is very, very hard to beat. Noah Clark has been more or less undefeated on Enigma over the weekend.
Yeah, losing a few games in the Swiss each tournament, and now coming through to the semifinals. I mean, this is what I'm saying. The Montreal scene, the Canadian scene, these players are consistent, and that's why they're making it to these top 8s.
Absolutely. So on between those two matches, I mean, I think we're going to have both matches going on. I'm not sure. We're going to talk to Ethan C. Noah and Daniel is going to be the feature match, so we're going to keep an eye on that. And then Thomas versus Jan is going to be our second backup match, which we'll keep an eye on. Players here exiting the hall, saying bye to the casting booth. That was David Lee, just heading out here. But I'm excited. I know all of these players pretty closely. I kind of want to go and give them all a hug and tell them congratulations. But we're gonna get everybody settled for the semifinals. Until then, what are your picks? Where do you think is gonna do well?
I mean, I came into this weekend wearing the illusionist hat, and I actually appear to have misplaced said hat, but I'm gonna wear it in spirit. It's
Very
be a
nice.
spectral hat.
Very spectral shield.
Yeah, and I think that maybe the Katsu actually has quite a bit of game into an illusionist. That's been the traditional way that these matchups go down.
But
first, Thomas will have to see if he can get through Jan Garito. Jan Garito gonna do this race against Katsu. That's gonna be a tight match.
It is. I believe in Jan. I think I've seen him play a lot, and like I said earlier, an old school warrior player, which I've traded a lot of notes with. So I know that he's a player who really, I'm one of those players who kind of just play the game, and Jan is one of those players who thinks about the game a lot. So very different type of mindset. Perfect. So right now, I think we're going to get set up for the next round. We're going to give everybody a little bit of a break. We're going to go to our sponsors, and we'll be right back to show you the semifinals.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by two Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate flesh and blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, first form.
I used to be just like him. Energy spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right, welcome back, Sean.
Hello. I'm excited.
What do we have here for the people watching?
So I just went into the room very quickly. Actually, just had to run back because Ethan was like, "We're getting back online." I saw Daniel, Noah, Jan, and Thomas. And so on our feature match, we have Daniel Dreisiger versus Noah Clark. Daniel on New and Noah on Enigma.
Yeah, and remember, this is day 2 of the Battle Hard in Montreal, essentially. Noah taking down the first event, playing Enigma the whole way. Daniel on New. And we're going to take a look at those deck lists. They played them in Limited. They're playing them in Constructed. Daniel, which we just saw wrapping up the backup match, here is his list.
So one thing to look at for the list is it has all of the hallmarks of, your standard assassin deck. We are looking at surgical extractions. We're looking at Codex of Frailty. It is playing Spreading Plague, which I think is a really interesting card. It is also playing Bonds of Agony, which is brand new. Bonds of Attraction, great rare. It is playing Art of Desire, Art of Desire Body, Art of Desire Mind.
And, the one thing about this, usually Assassin says, okay, I've got some 6-power attacks to pop Phantasm against Illusionist, but Phantasm not that prevalent in Noah's list.
Actually, I think the only 2 cards are Miraging Metamorph and Tidemaw.
Yeah, the Tidemaw here in blue. We'll see what kind of strategy Noah goes for. He's really, really familiar at this point playing against New. You know, he knows how he wants to set up a board state against the assassin hero. And come on, first weekend, 2 new heroes in the top 8 of this event facing off yet again. What more can you ask for?
I don't know. The only thing we can ask more is to go right to that match and show everybody what's going on.
Yeah, we'll get that result in real time as these 2 titans of Canadian flesh and blood go head-to-head, and there will only be one player heading to the finals.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Before we set up here, I put back my little jacket on. I have my little Canadian lapel pin because top 4 is all Canadian players.
Yeah, that's right. We kicked those Americans out of town. I think they all had to go get dinner.
No. So, yeah, we have Thomas, who's from Montreal. We have Daniel from Montreal, Noah from Toronto, and I believe it's Toronto region, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Toronto. And then Yangarito from Ottawa. So all East Coast Canadian players in our top 4 here. And, you know, it's too early to call who we see, but from what we've seen through the weekend, what do you think Daniel's thinking right now?
Well, I think he's thinking about, you know, getting to that early lead, preventing Noah from establishing a board. And remember, if you're blocking Illusionist, you're losing. You want to be on the offensive.
Oh, yeah. And Noah, to be fair, so we finished that round. You know, Noah played against Prism, walked up, and he goes to me, he goes, "How did you say I was favorite Prism? How could you say that?" And I said, "Well, you know, it is favorite for Prism." He goes, "No, it's not. It's not." So I said, "Okay, Noah, all right, let's see." So I'll eventually have another chat with him about it. But Noah, very confident player, and walking into this, I don't think he's too worried about New. But at the same time, Daniel Dreisiger is no slouch. Guy's got reps.
Well, and I think Noah's the kind of guy to go into any matchup and say that he's favored. You know, he's all about the favoredness. It's the confidence that gives him the ability to play Illusionist at a high level, I think. You know, you got to have a little bit of that...
Ego? No, just kidding. Well, I got Ethan pretty good there. But no. Noah's a very sweet person. I was just like, you know, walking into being confident, there's nothing wrong with being confident. And Noah's not arrogant or anything.
I was going to say he's got that persona. You know, he plays it up a little bit, but... yeah, coming into this game, Noah's actually going to have the choice of who plays first. Looks like he's considering his cards, so maybe he's the one on the play here.
I mean, yeah, it's looking like he is. And to be fair, I mean, I would put Daniel on the play if I was... No, actually,
the Tunic counter is proving us wrong. And remember, Daniel does have the Vambrace of Determination. We saw that in an earlier game. Did not have access to that in the Part the MISTVEIL draft, so this might be a big difference.
I think it will be. I mean, Vambrace is very good, and it's good to see people think outside of the box. You know, Daniel's thinking outside of the box. A lot of players wouldn't have gone to Vambrace. Most players are on Flick Knives.
And speaking of developing a board, this is that Waxing Spectre we loved seeing so much in Limited, and our little wolf is back.
So Waxing Spectre, Ward 3, comes in with a +1, coming in for 4 go again at Mr. Daniel Dreisiger.
And Daniel, thinking about that Arsenal card, a pretty decent attack. Maybe thinking what he's going to commit on defense. And early block with the Undertow Stilettos, really enabling the use of those for full value.
So, yeah, I mean, we've seen this happen throughout the weekend. Most Assassin players just going, here's the gear. Here's the gear. Thank you very much. You know, I don't need it. I just want the life from it. And by the way, I'm being told we have 1,500 players watching us right now.
1,500 players trying to see if Noah will go back-to-back on battle-hardened Montreal weekend. We had 1,800 by the end of last game. I'm hoping we hit 2,000 for the semifinals and finals because that's how much they want to see Part the MISTVEIL.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, right now, the quality of plays that we're seeing here, this is Pro Tour level play.
Yeah, absolutely. These are Pro Tour level players. Both players played in multiple Pro Tour and even Worlds events. So, you know, this is high caliber stuff.
Oh, this is like the apex of Flesh and Blood. And we're going to see this because most people are seeing, oh, Assassins versus Illusionists. What are we talking about? I'm like, no. This is not any Assassin. This is Daniel.
Oh, and shout out to Australians that are joining us. They're just in time to watch Daniel give up this death touch in the arsenal to Noah's Command and Conquer. By the way, speaking of Command and Conquer, that's a Volcor card featured in these Mysteria and deck matchups. Our top 4 heroes, 3 Mysteria heroes, 1 Volcor. I'm just saying, these 2 regions have spunk.
Look at you with the lore. Look at you coming in with the
call me
lore.
the Loresy dog for a reason.
They do call you the Loresy dog. Jesus. All right. Well, look, back to the actual cards, Mr. Lore. I'm more of a mechanics guy, and that's a Bonds of Attraction blue. So it's coming in for 1. Now, let me ask you a question. What card from this set affects cards that attack for 1?
Yeah, I think maybe I don't know, the Undertow Stilettos.
Maybe something more like Just a Nick. We don't have one right now in Daniel's hand, at least. I don't think there is one in play. But Just a Nick being such an amazing card. If you haven't seen the card in play yet, I'm sure we're going to see it played very soon. What a powerful reaction.
Mm-hmm. And now Venomous Bite being played, pitching the Chi that was generated from Homage to Ancestors. The blue card being played to enable that. And all this rounding out, this is going to be a 5 on the Bonds of Attraction.
So 5 on Bonds of Attraction. Noah saying, no blocks, but then that Waxing Spectre is going to go bye-bye.
Yeah, and he's actually got a couple of options here.
That's an Unravel Aggression in hand.
After this whole no blocks sequence, the Undertow Stiletto is being committed as well. All right, we're going to get a drop in the ocean. That's going to go -1, go down to 4. Playing Stir the Pot, shuffling the decks.
Seek the truth.
Transcend, seeking the truth.
And there's an Unravel Aggression in Noah Clark's hand.
Yeah, we saw this happen to devastating effect last game. Drawing a whole additional card off of it is brutal.
So pitching a Chi, blocking 5, drawing a card. Spectral, like we Soul Shield can kick rocks.
Yeah.
Like Unravel Aggression is just a better Soul Shield, more or less. You know, I know that's a hot take because it's 5 instead of 6, but seriously, like how great is, and there it is. How great is that card? Unravel Aggression. If a Chi was pitched to play this, draw a card. So Noah's going to draw up here, and
now he's going to be forced to discard a card. Daniel playing the Codex of Frailty, choosing the Death Touch that was put in the arsenal. This 1 resource floating is going to be perfect to pay for that card. Noah making some choices. He actually is forced to put that Command and Conquer back in his arsenal, but maybe he doesn't mind that because Daniel's going to have the Ponder.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be discarding a first tentative Chi here. I believe that's what that is. Block 3 blue, getting that Command and Conquer back, and in hand is a ward. I forget the name of the card. Unfortunately, the set just came out. We have a card list somewhere here. I think I've got it right here. All right, let's see.
I think it's an Essence of something.
It is. It's Essence of Ancestry, and I believe it's the red one. So it's probably Essence of Ancestry Body.
Right, and he's thinking about the blocks. He didn't want to discard the Chi that's
it
in
is.
hand.
It is Essence of Ancestry Mind.
Right, so the blue.
Yeah,
He
the blue.
didn't want to discard the Chi to the Codex of Frailty ability, and so instead just letting this Waxing Spectre that's already swung in for 4 damage go to the bin.
Yeah. And if it were an Essence of Body, Essence of Ancestry Body, then that damage from the Death Touch would have been completely avoided.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, how powerful
Or
is
wait,
that?
sorry. Would it be completely avoided?
Wouldn't it? It would be dealt by a red source, prevented, right?
Oh, but no one wouldn't have been able to play it. It would just be blocking as a,
Yeah,
a card from hand. Right.
Exactly.
And so this CNC only coming in for 5. That Frailty putting in a bit of work. But Noah can't be too upset about that sequence. Getting to play 2 Transcend cards, turning on this Traverse the Universe for later in the game. Despite the lack of a board state, the game is going fairly well for him, threatening Daniel's arsenal. Really, going to be hard for Daniel to get that full value off the Ponder token.
So, CNC, it's still so good.
Still one of the best cards in the game, and Volcor coming back again and again.
Or are you bringing back Volcor again and again?
I'm going to bring back Volcor. In fact, I think one of these days I'm going to come to an event dressed like that, and none of you are going to recognize me.
I mean, you still look like you, Frank.
I mean, I think that's a compliment, right?
It does, yeah. You're a handsome devil, but I'm saying, like, it looks like you, you know?
A little bit.
I could point you out in the crowd.
Yeah, and I mean, if you've been following me on Twitter, check out that 3 visits thread I have about the connection of lore to gameplay and Flesh and Blood. Very relevant to this Command and Conquer card, which looks like Cao Cao pointing at somebody's head who will be executed, I suppose.
Possibly. So we're going to see, regardless of what's happening here, we're going to see 2 cards being given to block that CNC.
One of them was Bonds of Agony, I think, a pretty good card.
Or was it 2 Bonds of Aggressions? The art, the shades from where we are, it seems the same. It seems similar, but here's the Art of Desire body.
Yeah, and now the inducing allure, or sorry, intimate inducement.
Yeah, intimate inducement coming in, looking at the top 2 cards, putting something in, and that is a mirror guy.
Oh, Daniel's happy to eat that one up.
Yeah.
Not only is that going to get banished because this is on a stealth card, he might be able to play that off of News Hero Power later in the game.
Yeah, just extra block, not going to do much more than block, but it is a shield essentially.
Yeah, now going to deal 1 damage over the top. The Tide Maw as well is going to hit the bin there, or hit the banish. So
Oh,
okay,
so the
just
mirror guy's
clarifying. The mirror guy does not go to the bin there.
Oh, it is an instant, isn't it? And that's why it is an instant, so that's why it's not going to the banish.
Very good. All right, the Tunic ticking up. Another Command and Conquer coming in. These are back-to-back hits.
And Daniel's hand, if we're looking, if we're going to give it a little look here, he does have 1 no block, and the rest of the cards is all gas. That's a Leave No Witness, a Surgical Extraction, and that last card I forget the name of. You have it though.
Oh, a Persuasive Prognosis.
There we go.
Or the other one, the Path Well Traveled.
No, the one I can't pronounce.
Oh yeah. That might have been what was blocked on the previous turn. Actually, I thought it might have been a Bonds of Agony, but I think it was
maybe
another Persuasive Prognosis.
Maybe that card pairs really nicely with Just a Nick.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that helps Daniel get into these games against Illusionist is being able to chain some of the disruption that we're seeing in his hand right now. But he's been face down with the disruption from the other side of the board, and that's giving him a really hard time.
I'm really trying to remember what that card in Arsenal is, because Daniel is not wanting to let that go. So the question becomes, and we're going to see it now because that hand is way too strong. And it
was a
pick to pieces.
Yeah, also a very important part of this matchup. You can see why he wanted to protect it, but Noah, currently with no board state to speak of, has been prioritizing making the value plays over trying to protect the previous Waxing Spectre, and dipping down to 39 life at this point to Daniel's 26.
I think that Daniel had it right. With his current hand, there's not a world where he doesn't want to. He wants to get rid of these cards. Like Surgical Extraction, so powerful. I mean, this turn, just at a quick glance here, I'm guessing we're going to see a Leave No Witness or a Surgical into a Leave No Witness, and using that Path Well Travel to get that go again. So I would say Surgical first, Path Well Travel, turning into a Chi, and then following that up with a Leave No Witness would be my guess.
And remembering that this Beckoning Mistblade, that can work on any blue attack.
Yeah, so Beckoning Mistblade, pitching the card I can't pronounce, and then having the Surgical Extraction in, and hopefully giving it a natural go again. But we'll wait and see.
Yeah, and you know what card would be great in this spot for Noah?
I don't know.
Battlefront Bastion.
Yeah, it would be.
Would cover up this Beckoning Mistblade clean and float the 1 damage prevention over to a 4 power attack on the next chain link. Ooh.
For a second there, I thought you were being silly and saying Battlefront Bastion just because we've been spamming that card over the weekend and touting it from this.
That's my honest opinion, and instead Noah's going to commit this Traverse the Universe, grab an extra Chi out of the hand.
So Noah here, letting the little blade come through, making that Surgical bigger, and then are we going to see a defense reaction? I would assume so. Yeah, there we go. So Sink Below being played from Noah, soaking up that Surgical Extraction.
Right, and Daniel's saying, sorry, actually, technically, I've gone to my reaction window. I can play reacts first. And Noah says, oh, sorry, I'll let you do that, but says, no thanks.
No thanks, I'm good. Just pointing out that I did have a chance to say something there. I'm not going to say anything, but I did have a chance to.
Mm-hmm.
So he is still going to play the Path Less Traveled. I'm not sure if he's going to use the Spider's Bite after that, or possibly.
Yeah,
oh, there we go.
The Mask of Recurring Nightmares. That one's going to come back again and again and again. You will be scared.
I mean, that mask, it's crowned better.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to take quite a few points of damage off of Noah's turn because he's going to have to get rid of one of the cards in his hand.
And his hand right now, if we look at
the arsenal, actually.
If we look at his hand right now, there is essentially. Is that 2 other flip cards?
No,
that's a mirror guy.
Yeah, left card is not a flip card. It's going to flip onto the board and make a big problem for Daniel.
Yeah, it's Manifestations of Mirror Guy. Probably the best card for the Enigma deck.
I think that is a hot take, and I think that Illusionist players would love to argue with you about this. I'm going to maintain an impartial judge like our guest, the Fab event code from yesterday. Okay, look at what's going on here. Noah's going to go ahead and actually play out the manifestations of Mirror Guy, use Uphold Tradition with the Tunic counter, and having pitched a chi, opt to turn his boots into Ward 3. So this is actually going to cleanly block out the Leave No Witnesses. None of that's going to leak over the top. Mirror Guy is going to be nice and protected. And also that Arsenal card, which we might remember from the previous turn, is going to stick around as well. And now starting to tick that Tunic counter up again. The red Miraging Metamorph being used as fuel for Mirror Guy. Mirror Guy is hungry for cards.
Is it actually 10?
It is actually 10. There are 5+1 counters on Manifestation of Mirror Guy, which makes it Ward 5, and then plus the 5 damage from the counters. So this card is a stacking effect on itself. It turns out that being a massive dragon is a benefit in the Illusionist deck.
I mean, you know, the fact that it's Ward is X plus the number is just, my God, 10 damage. Wow.
And again in the spot. So now Noah's used a lot of equipment pieces on that one turn. And these daggers are going to pose a little bit of a problem for him. But, oh, wow, this, Restless Coalescence is going to eat up one of the counters off the Mirror Guy, immediately use that ability to spit out a Spectral Shield. So a little kitty that's going to dive in front of the bullet for our friend Mirror Guy. 1,700 people here to watch Noah play with his Majestics that he opened in packs yesterday.
So just to see here, I was actually going to say... we are going to see the Vambrace because at this point, the Spectral Shield is not going to do much. It's going to, we're going to prevent the damage here. But Daniel in hand does have Just a Nick. And there's also another card in here. So he has Just a Nick followed by here. Apologies, everybody. Yeah, so Desires of Mind. So Art of Desire Mind. So, and there's the Just a Nick going on for it. So bringing that to a 6. Pretty impressive. I mean, that card, Just a Nick, if you haven't seen it in play yet, we've seen it in play over the weekend. What a bomb.
Yeah, Noah now having the option of how he wants to try and defend out this. Oh, looks like there might be a defense reaction, a Sink Below.
So Sink Below from Arsenal, and then another Sink Below in hand if need be.
Oh, and that's also a pretty good card.
Ooh, that's a Sacred Technique.
Yeah, he's going to want to... He's going to sink that away. Okay, he says, I don't actually have enough board. I want to develop my board further and protect this Mirror Guy. So lower priority than the other 2 cards already in hand.
Yeah, we're going to see probably a pitch here of, I would assume the Oasis? Yeah, we're going to see him pitch the Oasis, come in with Mirror Guy for 8. Wow. What a powerful aura.
And, that proactive use of Uphold Tradition, adding 2 damage on the previous turn, turning into a Spectral Shield from the Restless Coalescence, allowing this Mirror Guy to still come in for 8. These types of accumulating value plays for Illusionist, it's like Noah's not at the slot machine putting nickel after nickel in. He's at the stock market, He's investing.
Stonking it. Yeah, he's investing into big plays, big moves, short stocking, short buying. Let's go. I mean, that card, just the way Noah's been playing this entire weekend, it's very much, I'm going to build something and I'm going to stand on my mountain of assets and watch everybody else try to get to me.
Yeah, and on the other side of the board, Daniel Dreisiger in the red as this Manifestations of Mirror Guy is collecting its debt. A couple of good cards in his hand.
Oh, that's a Spreading Plague.
He's going to take this full hit to keep the hand. Really, really needs to do something.
So,
Spectral Shield coming in for 1 after the Mirror Guy. Attacks for free because of how good the card is.
So coming in with that. So Daniel's going to come in. And realistically, those little pings, the pings for 1, is really where it's at. If you're trying to chip at, they call for a card every time. It's either a Spectral Shield or a card, right?
Oh, and one of our favorite cards in Noah's hand right now, but he's not quite ready to block with it, I think.
Spectral Coalescence?
No. Look further back than that. You see
Ooh, Battlefront. Battlefront Bastion. What a card. What a card. We've seen it play throughout the entire weekend. And we're big. You're a fan, right?
I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan too.
Yeah, just that big gauntlet, really gets the power fantasy of caving someone's face in. And just that big armor on defense as well.
Yeah, blocking 2 with preventing 1. Essentially like stopping you from spending 2 cards to block 2 attacks.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Noah put it in front of the Spider's Bite here. Would cover up a Spider's Bite and a potential... Oh, okay, instead he's going to prove me wrong. He's going to play a Deep Blue Mist. That's going to be every single attack this turn. Gets -1. Takes that 1 damage counter out of here.
Yeah, Deep Blue Mist, I mean, when we're seeing, Zen and Katsu in the format, this feels like such a powerful card to have in this format, right? It feels like everything it's this round's on me, but better.
Yeah, it's like this round's on me, except you don't have to pay your opponent's extra card to do it.
Exactly. I mean, I could tell you, I picked up a playset.
Oh yeah, well that's looks like it's gonna be a good one because all these Mystic heroes are proving their worth in the first big CC tournament live on the air at Battlehard in Montreal.
Yeah, and we saw it play through limited. I played through limited for pre-releases, but my heart's always been at CC, and I'm so happy to see everybody playing this format. I'm happy to see Enigma represented in the format. I'm happy to see New, and everybody knew that New was going to be good.
Yeah, the new was new to be.
We knew that new was going to be good for the format. Maybe New rides on a New.
And now this Justin Nick being forced to pitch for a Command and Conquer.
Oh my god.
Slight non sequitur, but don't even worry about that.
It's fine. I'm glad you stopped me. I'm glad you stopped me because I was going to make a real fool of myself. So Command and Conquer being blocked here. Proper block, Rage Spectre. Funny enough, we've only seen Noah block and pitch Rage Spectre. I've yet to see him play one.
I think it's just there to, scare everybody. Make them think about.
Make him think, I do have these cards. And that same manifestation of Mirror Guy, the fact that it can't be targeted. No one can attack it directly.
Yeah, it's like the ghost of Dromai Pass. For every single time that somebody sent a 4-power attack into a regular dusted up Mirror Guy, this manifestation of Mirror Guy swinging back with double the power, going over the top of a hiss here now. Daniel going to 1, taking 5 off of the Mirror Guy, 1 off the Spectral Shield, ticks up his tuna counter, desperately trying to regain control of the situation.
And, if you're Daniel...
Another Command and Conquer in his hand.
If you're Daniel right now, like, that Mirror Guy is just doing so much work. How do you manage that? You just have to stop prevention, and he is wearing the Vambrace of Determination.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Daniel, when he had his 5-card hands, they didn't quite line up to be super, super high value, super, super offensive. And when he's had to block, he's had to block with some of his better hands. He's had to respond to what Noah's been doing, and that's what Illusionist is so good at, right? Oh, and this is going to be a tough time for... Yeah, tough time for Noah, actually, on the receiving end of 2 Bloodrot tokens, having blocked 2 with these. Now he's just saying, oh, that's kind of awkward.
Yeah,
Block 2
that's
cards on
weird.
this Command and Conquer. Makes those 2 Bloodrot tokens.
I mean, it's a great play. It's great. Having Bloodrots is great, but realistically, it's a little too late, isn't it?
It might be. It might force the Mirror Guy off the board, but at this point, Daniel's at 1 life. That's not a lot.
It is not a lot of life, no. And, look at the differential here. It's very reminiscent of, Guardian versus Illusionist. It's just there's not that many actions that the assassin can take to actually contest the board presence of the Illusionist. So I'm wondering, we're going to see things getting adapted here. Near the end of that cycle, we were seeing a lot of decks going hard on attack actions to try and, prevent this kind of things from happening. So we might see cards like Ravenous Rabble being added back to decks like New. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not Ravenous Rabble because, the deck has a lot of blue in it, but you know what I mean. So something would go again to try to push that forward.
Yeah, and Noah finally loses that Manifestations of Mirror Guy. Only 1 left somewhere in the deck. The other one has in the bin. It's going to get taken down by a Blood Rod. It turns out that dragons can indeed get diseased, but he's going to pitch the Oasis Respite to protect the single Spectral Shield left on the board because that's going to represent lethal to Daniel Dreisiger.
Dragons. So is Manifestations actually a dragon? I don't think it is. It's like a spirit, soul, invocation type thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an illusion. I don't know.
Okay, so how would it get sick, Frank?
Well, there are a lot of kinds of diseases, and I don't
Spirit
understand
diseases of the mind and the soul. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like
I'm a very simple man. I'm thinking scabs and bad stuff. This is actually you're going
deeper rot in the brain.
Yeah, you're far deeper than I am. So coming in here, we're going to go back to Daniel. Daniel ending his turn, drawing 4 cards. Back to Noah. Noah's standing with a solitary companion. Is that what it is? It's the one that gives you +3.
Spectral manifestations.
Spectral manifestations. They both, the artwork, to be fair, are very much in the same vein. So very there it is. So if you only have that one, it becomes a 4 power shield.
Yeah, 4 power spectral shield is something else, especially when it swings repeatedly. Daniel's going to have to give either 2 cards or a card and that tunic sitting at 1 counter with on it.
Wow, coming in for 4. So at this point, if you're Dan and you have to give away the tunic, how bad does that feel?
Pretty terrible, honestly.
I would assume so.
And now giving up a codex and just a scrap, or looking for a scrap, that's got to feel bad as well. Those are premier offensive cards for him. I just want to backtrack to Daniel's previous turn. He attacked with a stealth attack, and Noah blocked it. He's got a massive life lead, and he's like, you know what?
I'm still going to block it.
I'm still blocking. I'm going to play the game the right way.
Yeah, I'm not going to get greedy. I'm going to play it exactly how I should every single turn.
And now this pick to piece is threatening to get rid of the spectral shield that's on the board. I see Noah reading the text on his cards. Battlefield Bastion.
I made you did it. I made you do it.
Oh, Battlefront Bastion.
There you
right.
go.
You got me. Yeah, the Battlefront Bastion actually would.
And there's the mirror guy, by the way.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it would gain the damage prevention, but if Pick to Pieces ability is active, then it wouldn't prevent any damage. So in this case, actually not able to do as much work as another block 3 ability. Maybe Noah thinking about defensive options.
And if we were looking there, you saw Daniel kind of looking to his left here, trying to see what's going on in the other match. I think I don't want to say he's checked out of this match, but he's he might be just waiting for Noah to finish his turn and then say, okay, what can I do now?
Yeah, and Noah thinking this manifestations of mirror guy going to the pitch zone. Oh, he's gonna roll it back.
I think he might be regretting getting, sending that to the pitch zone because it is a blue card, but it is so powerful.
Oh, there we go. He wants to make sure that he can get rid of the unmovable if he doesn't need it. And he knows that this Battlefront Bastion, all-star of the weekend. I'm just going to say it now. One of the best cards of Limited and Constructed. We've got it up in full view for all of our viewers. How many are we at right now, Ethan? Are we at 2,000? 1,800 people. All right, this is just going to be like Dragon Ball Z. If we all give Battlefront Bastion our energy, we will hit 2,000.
Well, thank you all for being here. 1,800 people is massive for a ProQuest Plus. I mean, this is the kind of the kind of community we have. Everybody wants to see what's going on. Everybody wants to see the new cards, and hopefully this will spark the creativity of a lot of players, and we might see some ways to challenge this play and how new is built and how Enigma is being played. Maybe someone out there in Australia, New Zealand, and Europe, and North America has this idea of saying, hey, what about this card? And then, the meta could change for the entire world.
Yeah, absolutely. You said that so well, Sean.
Oh, thank you, Frank. Really appreciate you. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, I mean, we've been having such a good time in the booth this weekend. Really just don't want it to end. I could watch I could watch Noah play Enigma.
I know, forever.
Another 5 rounds, because I'm not the one that has to do the thinking.
I mean, I feel like whenever I'm watching, recaps and stuff, I'm not as involved in whatever. But watching Noah here, I feel like I'm actually learning how to play this deck, and I do plan on playing it. So, thanks, Noah.
Yeah, this is a week 1 masterclass in a new hero, Waxing Spectre. Now that we had a peek at earlier when he showed it from his hand, coming in for 4, gonna demand another card, and still 2 cards in Noah's hand, and Daniel gonna try to survive through this turn, play out his own hand.
And Daniel is a player that always plays to his outs. I mean, you will not get a concession out of Daniel Drassiger. You need to get him to 0.
Yeah, making the disciplined play here of keeping that 1 resource on the tunic counter just in case.
Carrying it for 6. I mean, they're both being so. This is what's amazing about Flesh and Blood. And I've played a lot of card games in my time. I'm not going to name them, but I've played a ton of card games. And never have I ever seen 2 opponents in a semifinal of a competitive tournament just laughing.
Yeah, having a good time. It's like hanging out with your buds.
Yeah, having a good time. So look at Daniel's face. Like, he's having a good time. He's at 1. His opponent's at 38, and they're finding a way to just be people together and really enjoy each other's presence. It's the beautiful thing with Flesh and Blood. It's something I've never seen in any other card game in my entire life.
Yeah, that Sean, you just people are coming in here for top level Flesh and Blood, and they're getting that, and they're getting this.
They're
great
getting my
commentary.
emotional commentary. Sorry, everybody. But no, looking at this codex. See, I told you, you cannot get a concession out of Daniel Dreisiger. He says, I have a codex. I paid good money for this card, and I'm going to play it.
Yep, that's right. And Sean, never apologize for who you are, you know.
Oh, I mean, yeah. That's a long story, Frank, but thank you. I really appreciate your support.
By the way, taking a look at this, Noah knows that he's got to let Daniel choose first, which is going to be a death touch. Okay, now he knows he's safe. The way is safe. He's going to get to play another Battlefront Bastion. He knows that's the fan favorite. He knows that's our favorite.
I was going to say, is it the fan favorite or is it just our favorite? I think it might just be our favorite.
All right, and a Spectral Shield popping out of that Waxing Spectre. That might be the first or only the first or second Spectral Shield that's happened out of this Haze Bending, because Noah hasn't played very many additional auras since it's come down on the board, but it hasn't mattered because he's still been putting the beat down on Daniel with attack action. I
mean, I'm watching this, and like I said earlier, I'm getting vibes of, original Prism into Guardian type, matchups. It seems to be favored, is what I would say. It seems to be favored for Enigma, which I think everybody kind of expected in a way. But at the same time, this is week 0. This is literally the set came out 2 days ago.
Yeah, and Daniel blocking now with a weakest link, but knows that there's a Battlefront Bastion coming. This is going to be for 6 because of that Frailty token, but still going to demand 2 full cards. Oh, I see a non-blocking card in his hand.
Is that a block 2? So those are 2 block 3s at least.
Yeah, he's going to have to give the other 2 cards to stay in this game. Taking a peek through Noah's Banish Zone because maybe he can do something with Nu's hero ability. But finding a couple of options.
Yeah, he's putting those back. Says, hey, there's not much I can do with that, unfortunately.
Well, you know what? It can put him from 1 life to 2 life or 3 life, maybe. There might be a couple board pieces.
No, there is. I think there are. There's a Phantom Tidemaw in there. There's a Waxing. Is it a Waxing Spectre? I can't remember what it is.
And you know what? To Daniel's credit as well, for as long as Noah's been trying to grind him down at these low life points, he's not taken very much damage since then. And Noah's taken 4 or 5 points of damage and had a bunch of auras leave the board.
Oh yeah, no, Daniel's been putting in the work. There's no doubt in my mind. Daniel's not. He's very much clawing his way into this game and trying to get back into it. There's a Phantom Tidemaw. There is it 1 or 2? Last round's on me.
1 this round's on me, and
oh yeah, this round's on me. Sorry.
We did see that a little bit disastrously in a previous game, but what are the options, right? What are the options available to Daniel if he doesn't commit to a line like this?
I think right now Daniel, he's holding 1 card. Noah's got a full grip. It's going to be pass, and then Noah can bring in the Waxing Spectre. Actually, we're going to see Daniel here play the Bonds of Agony, which what a powerful card. What a powerful card. We have it on screen here. Stealth, if you've played or activated 3 or more attack reactions, this chain gets +3. When this hits, you look at your opponent's hand and you get rid of 3 copies of a card in their hand, which through their deck. I mean, it's amazing. So he's going to attack the... Is he attacking the Haze Bending?
Yeah, he's going to clear out the Haze Bending here, which is going to pop out a Spectral Shield, I believe.
It will, yeah, absolutely. And then turn that into the Chi. Activate Nu's ability. Look at the top card. If it's a blue, banish it. Banish a Rage Spectre.
Oh, banish a Rage Spectre. Hey, that's actually a pretty good card.
It is a pretty good card. And then give me your stuff. So I'm going to play the Tidemaw. Is he playing anything else?
He doesn't have an action point, unfortunately, so...
Tidemaw is an instant, but you're right. He did not have an action point before this.
Yeah, exactly. So you can only play the 1 additional aura. And leave Noah with a full grip to try to, really close out the game.
I mean, looking at this, like Daniel is not letting Noah off easy. He's saying, hey, you're here. We're playing up until I'm at 0. If you can't get me there, guess what? I win.
Yeah, no one gets to go home until Noah finishes off Daniel.
Until Noah sings?
I mean, I guess that's one way of putting it.
No one's leaving until Noah sings.
And I've noticed he plays a Spectral Manifestations here.
So I think there's an issue with the setup here. Hold on. It said it with the scoreboard. Maybe we're wrong and the lives are not okay. No, I think the lives are fine. I'm wondering what the issue with the scoreboard was, but Ethan's coming right back. He's going to let us know in the booth here. Wax Inspector coming in, attacking with the Wax Inspector.
That's going to be 4 go again.
It is 4 go again.
And you know what? At levels of enlightenment in Daniel's hand, if only it had come quite a number of turns earlier, maybe could have, done something, create some wide combat chains. But at this point, it might just be block fodder.
I think at this point, it's unfortunately, life is a resource in Flesh and Blood, and if you are out of life, then you have to start giving out other resources.
And the single spectral shield still giving issues. No astral etchings on the reaction step here. Noah happy to take 2 cards out of Daniel's hand and clear out that Phantom Tide Maw of his own.
I mean, I'm looking at this, and as an old school, illusionist player, I'm thinking, wouldn't you just love to have a merciful retribution? Just close the game, play that, get a spectral shield out of here, deal 1 arcane, go home. But no, and to be fair, Daniel is also working extremely hard to not let Noah off the hook. So coming in with Levels of Enlightenment, a card that we've seen throughout the weekend, to be fair, probably one of the better cards in Flesh and Blood in this current format.
And this coming in for 5 now. Only 1 blue card in the pitch zone, but we did see one resolve with all 3 levels earlier on in the weekend, and that was dramatic for sure.
It was very, very impressive. So Noah Clark here going pass over, going to take that out, put the Death Touch in the banish, flip that over, get a chi, and possibly pitch the chi to do something? No, we're going to see a block here with a Miraging Metamorph. Yeah.
I was going to give up the Tunic and that Spectral Shield to protect the Waxing Spectre, because that 4 attack is just going to enable him to close out the game.
Yeah, and here's a Spectral Shield coming up with a +1 counter. So Noah's hand consists of a blue pitch, which I think is a hold the line. So first Spectral Shield eats 1 card. Oh, it's a Warmongers. Apologies. So Warmongers pitching, attacking with Waxing Spectre gives 2 cards. And then Noah's got 2. 1 more card. Spectral Coalescence gets +2. Oh my! So eating the things, coming in for 4,
and that's gonna have to go again.
It does, and if it didn't, he could always get a -1, get a Spectral Shield, and attack again. Amazing plays from Noah and Daniel. I mean, hanging on for dear life. How many turns was that? Like 5-6 turns without Daniel actually dropping a life?
Yeah, I think this is a man that knows how to play a defensive deck, and as best as he could, he hung on for as long as possible, giving us a show at the end.
Absolutely, and Daniel's my nickname for Daniel is the Gun Show, but he is a gun. He doesn't only have the Gun Show. He does put on a show. Every time you watch him play, it's so informative. You learn so much from him as a player. He's an exceptional person, exceptional player from Montreal, but exceptional Flesh and Blood player overall. Just very impressed by him. But it goes without saying, Noah on an absolute tear, hasn't lost a game in what feels like 2 days, but not really. He's lost a game today in Swiss and lost 1 yesterday in Swiss. But other than that, road to victory both days.
Well, and I think Noah's one of those players, he's got the memory of a goldfish. If he loses the game, he just completely puts it out of his mind, and he's going to go into this finals.
Okay, I thought for a second you were insulting our battle-hardened champion here. Memory of a goldfish is not as redeemable as you'd think.
Memory of a goldfish sounds like it could be an illusionist card, right?
It kind of does. I mean, I feel like I have the memory of a goldfish at times.
Okay, hold up. I'm jumping in because the other top 4 match is over. I won't spoil who won because it went so long. It ended about 5 minutes ago. And you wouldn't have thought that between a Kano versus Katsu. So I've wound it back to some very critical point. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but we're going to watch maybe the last 8-ish minutes of the game. All right, this is pretty exciting. No spoilers in chat.
No spoilers in chat. Oh, we're in for a real treat. Both excellent players. Jan Grito out of Ottawa, a French player from France, I believe.
Originally from France, but actually very English-speaking, perfectly bilingual. And then Thomas also from France, I believe.
Oh, wow, yeah, and now living in Montreal, and he's the one presenting the beatdown, an Enlightened Strike coming in towards Jan, who's on 5, Thomas at 10. Both players on exceptionally low life totals. Noticing Jan's used his whole equipment suite, no longer has Stormstriders. Gonna blind flip Kano off the top, hits an E-pot. You're always happy to see that. And what's the card in hand?
And Thomas at this point on AB2
has the Arcane Lantern to go with the Kodachi.
So we have not seen this match. We do not know who won. So we're with you, chat. We're with you, everybody. We do not know how this ends. So let's all watch this together and you know.
Oh my, here's an Aether Flare.
So Aether Flare from the Arsenal for 4. Threatening. So it's technically going to hit for 2. Technically. And then we're going to follow that up by a zap, I would assume.
Yeah, and I think Jan's pretty happy about these 2 hits on Kano off the top. It looks like a red zap to me.
Ooh, pitching an Art of War.
That's going to prevent 2 of the 4 damage.
And this is a game that, at this point of the recorded point, is 28 minutes in.
Yeah, the players just high tension, chipping each other down. Nobody really able to get off that super decisive turn up until this point.
I love, like, I'm a pretty fidgety person, so I just love Jan spinning that pen spinning that pen all over. Look at that. Look at the agility of Jan Garito with that pen.
That's what he does with the ether in between his fingers, you know?
That's what he does. He's just spinning that ether. You know, looking at this, I'm not sure. This could be anyone's game, really.
Yeah.
This is the kind of game that if I walked past at like a calling and I saw the live totals and the 2 heroes, I'd stay and watch.
Yeah, you'd stomp until the end. You would say, "Oh, I don't need to make it to this side event because this is a critical juncture."
Yeah. Who needs to draft when you can see a game of this quality, you know, of this caliber? So, Jan versus Tama. Both guys. I mean, I've been seeing them throughout the day. You know, giving them high fives, telling them good job. They're all absolutely killing it. And I think everybody here on stream watching this, you've just learned 2 really cool names of 2 players that have been performing really well. So, you know, keep an eye out for them. Any calling, any, you know, ProQuest, if you see their deck lists on the Fab website, pay attention. These guys know what they're doing.
Yeah, and Tom on the right here thinking about what he wants to commit to defense. Having pitched that Art of War to defend, if he takes this zap to the dome, he's going to go down to 5. And that would let him maybe close out the game for sure with the cards he has available in his hand.
Well,
but then Jan would have, and that's what he's going to do, I think.
He's going to go down to 5. So
he's going to go down to 5.
Going down to 5 against a Kano is so dangerous.
Yeah, even if they don't have...
It is so dangerous.
Even if they don't have Storm Striders up, that Kano hero ability, always a big problem.
So Jan's hand consists of a Gaze the Ages, what looks to be a Blazing Aether, and is that a Prognosticate? I'm not sure. Yeah, it is. So Prognosticate, Gaze the Ages, Blazing Aether, and I'm not sure what that last card is. So he's going to block with the Blazing Aether. I'm not sure what that card at the bottom of his hand is, though. It might be... Oh, it's the Go Again. I forget what it's called.
Aether Quickening.
Yeah, I think it's Aether Quickening.
Okay. Now, this is an interesting line because this Winds of Eternity, I believe, not going to have Go Again. It's just going to be for threatening lethal, going to put the 100 Winds that's on the combat chain back in the deck, but, you know, really forcing Jan to either put a card or 2 in front of it, make his offensive turn a little bit more subdued, or if he wants to commit, look at what's on top of the deck with Kano, might be a bit more challenging.
So we're seeing only 1 card being extended here. That means that he would be taking 1, going down to 2. On his turn, we're likely going to see an Aether Quickening being played. So Crucible into Aether Quickening. You know, Gaze the Ages, great card, but I don't think Jan's going to be playing that. He's going down to 2. 2 to 5. What an uncomfortable amount of life.
Yeah, almost at that Kodachi lock range for Jan.
Well, there's not, you know, not saying that there's not going to be a Kodachi lock, but realistically speaking, there's only the 1 Kodachi.
Right. So he's really got to be just 1 Kodachi lock.
Yeah, can you even lock someone out of a game with 1 Kodachi? I mean, this is a discussion for another time. So looking at this,
he's pitching the Aether Quickening, peeked at the top card, and passes the turn. Doesn't Arsenal?
Ooh,
there's a Kindle on top.
That's a Kindle.
We saw that card earlier in the game.
And it was absolutely brutal.
Yeah. Now a double strike coming in for 1.
Is there a world where Jan just says, yeah, I've got you. I've got a Kindle. I've got you. Huh.
And now Tama is waiting on the Katsu trigger, I believe, thinking about it. Nope, he's just going to go ahead and...
Okay, so Yan, this is the moment, essentially. Yan going Kano into Kano into Kano?
Yeah, so...
No, not a chance. Kano into playing something to empty his hand, playing the Kindle, drawing a card.
And he can pitch the...
He can pitch
the Crucible here just to float the resources, be able to play the Kindle.
Coming in for 3.
All right, that's going to get covered up a little bit. Toma's going to take 1 damage off of that 3.
Now, wait, he hasn't Kindled yet.
Yeah, he hasn't Kindled yet, so he's still going to be able to play it to draw a card.
That seems so risky.
The Art of War is going to cover that 2 damage. Now playing the Kindle, ripping it off of the top.
What are we seeing here? I mean, he has no resources.
I think it's a blue zap.
And
Either
that's
player-
it. Oh.
That's the end of the game. This double strike put in the work.
Wow.
Wow, what a tight end of the game. Looks like it's going to be Tomas Zimmer, Lord of Wind, Katsu, Hero of Mysteria.
I mean, I wasn't expecting that. And to be fair, we have Yan right there. Hey, man, great job today. Really great job. Seriously? Wow. Looking at that, I mean, it's giving us a final, I think a final that we all kind of want to see in a way. We're going to see Katsu into Enigma. Maybe someone can finally put Noah in his place. Just kidding.
Wow.
But we've seen Noah's played against a lot of news today, and so we've seen matchups that have been a bit more, favored towards the illusionists. But Ninja's tough for illusionists. It really is.
Yeah, those little Kadachis, they might threaten something.
I think.
And also, before we even get to analysis, let's just say Battle Hardened Montreal weekend. Noah wins the limited Battle Hardened, noted limited specialist.
Yep.
Plays the whole ProQuest Plus on Sunday, also with Enigma through Constructed. It makes it to the finals.
Yeah.
Up against Katsu. Now let's talk about the matchup.
Okay, so anybody who's played Illusionist can tell you, we don't like ninjas. We don't like ninjas. Ninjas are very strong into illusionists. Being able to go so wide, and there's one card that exists, and hopefully it's in Tama's list. Tiger Strike Shuko.
That's right.
Tiger Strike Shuko is an absolute powerhouse.
We saw that it had the double strikes. That card is also devastating.
And if you're playing double strikes, you're probably playing Tiger Strike Shuko. So we'll see what happens here. I think players are going to get set up. We're going to be able to, get you guys into the match. Please stay around, stick around. I'm really excited. I am wanting an illusionist to win. I think Enigma is really strong, but it's Ninja. So let's not consider that a win. So, actually, Ethan getting us a little beep here. Ethan, what's up?
Sweet. All right, everyone. We have the finals coming up, and what a narrative it is, as the casters have already alluded to. But there's one more thing to get excited about, and that is someone is going to win a set of Stream dice. These donated by Terry Ty from TyCards.shop, one of the sponsors. And yes, in fact, these are the same dice you see all over the place for Fab coverage. Although I did ink these black, and I do think he sells them just straight up in black now, so you don't have to do that manually. But this is one set to be given away to a viewer. We're not going to do a keyword for this one. Just be active in chat between now till the end of the finals, and we'll do a drawing. So tell your friends. We want to break 2K. Because little story time real quick. The only other time we've broken 2K on this hey, it's not actually even a Battle Hardened.
No, it is. It is a Battle Hardened, guys.
Tell anybody. But this actually isn't even a Battle Hardened. It was Battle Hardened Cincinnati. Dust Till Dawn release weekend.
Wow.
That was an insane weekend. Brody and Sam in the booth. We had over 2,000 people watching by the end of it. And then we had about I think to date it's the most viewed Battle Hardened stream for one, but it's got 30,000 views. That was a crazy stream.
Wow.
And I think we can do better. All right. So just be around. Be around. Tell your friends, and hopefully this is enough of an alluring inducement, alluring
desire.
Alluring desire, intimate inducement.
I just want to say all the love to our friends in Ohio. I'm sure it's great there, but Cincinnati versus Montreal, come on, right?
Hey, look, I'm from here. I'm not gonna put down any other city, but Montreal rocks. And we've seen it through the weekend. We've seen it through the judge staff that we've had here. Gobelin d'Argent.
The players and the TO, Silver Goblin.
Oh, yeah. Gobelin d'Argent, Silver Goblin, Chris, Adam, and the entire team. The judge team, I'm going to only thank a few here, but Fred St. Louis, Oscar Odejo Gomez, and a few of the other team members. Like, those were the two main people. But, like, Meg, Kale, Antoine, Jabril, everybody on the judge staff, thank you so much for taking your time and doing this. Frank, thank you for being here with me.
Thanks for coming on with us,
This has been so much fun.
And
Ethan, thank you.
Ethan, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
The guy that makes it all happen.
So I think, unless we have something else going on, we're essentially going to get ready for the finals.
Yep. Finals is about to start. We're going to run the sponsor reel. All right, I'm
there you
go.
go.
That was so real. By the way, I've got my phone. I'm going to tweet this right now.
Yeah.
Go
share it around. Let's break 2K.
Go share the link.
Break 2K. Come on. Let's make history again. I mean, it was great last time, but we can do it again. There's been a lot of improvements, and it's Canada. Come on, this place is sick. We're going to be back for Canadian Nationals. But anyway, I'm going to go grab the Katsu deck list, and we're going to be able to share that on stream as we approach the finals, people. So we'll be right back after this ad break.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by two Danish nerds' passion for trading hardware.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate flesh and blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcan, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcan, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hey everybody, welcome back to ProQuest Plus here at Battle Hardened Montreal. I'm Sean Hill. He's Frank Hung, the man, the lazy dog, the legend. We are getting ready for the finals. And the finals are going to be Thomas versus Noah.
Clark, our good friend of the stream, because he seems like he's been sitting in the booth with us. How often he's been at the feature table?
Pretty much. And to be fair, he's been playing a deck that we're all very excited to see. He's been playing it really well. He's on the finals. Yesterday he won the Battle Hardened. Today he's on the finals of the ProQuest Plus. So, you know, Noah Clark is no slouch. And so 2 little things here. So first off, we are going to be giving out a pack of these stream dice very soon. So stick around. And we're actually going to be looking at the lists for Tama and Noah once again. I feel like we've seen Noah's deck like 3 times by now, but let's look at this list. And before we do this, there's just one little thing I want to say. So I'm from Montreal, so I keep appropriating everybody that speaks French and saying they're all from Montreal. Thomas is not from Montreal. He's a French person, but he's from the regions, from Quebec. So apologies, Thomas, for saying you're from Montreal. I know what you mean when you say that. So as far as TCG, as far as shout-outs also, Thomas asked for one little thing. He wanted us to shout out the team at TCG Talk for teaching him how to play Katsu. So, yeah, it's exactly. So Dylan from TCG Talk, I know, you know, he's a content creator from in this community. He's been around for a bit, and so shout out directly from Tama to Dylan at TCG Talk. Thank you for teaching him how to play Katsu. It actually got him to the finals here at the PQ Plus.
Yeah, and that's where this deck list comes from, I think. What do you see in here that's interesting? Anything that stands out other than the double strike that we mentioned earlier?
I am seeing one thing that doesn't stand out to me, unfortunately, is that there's no Tiger Strike Shuko in this list.
No Tiger Strike Shuko. We're going to have to rely on Breaking Scales.
Which, Breaking Scales, I mean, it is a common, probably one of the best common equipments in the game.
Yeah, just an awesome, awesome card from Welcome to Wraith.
I mean, looking at this, there's a lot of cards in here from Welcome to Wraith originally. You know, Surging Strike is from Welcome to Wraith, Sink Below is from Welcome to Wraith, Whelming Gustway is originally from Welcome to Wraith. And then, you know, Art of War. So this is, I would say this is, I don't want to call it a bread and butter list, but this is like bread and jam, comfy, you know, French toast.
Right.
Katsu.
This is the Katsu that we all know and love.
Yeah, exactly. And then talking about knowing and loving, this is Enigma.
Yeah, the new Enigma list that is taking the world by storm. I think the first version of this deck that we're seeing on coverage. Now, there's lots of other ways to build decks in Flesh and Blood, but Noah always puts his signature on the deck when he plays it. And let me tell you, he's just piloting this thing, wearing it like a glove.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is you know, he's playing the deck and he's playing it all day. It seems, it feels like we're watching someone who's been playing this deck for months. So talking about watching someone play this deck, we are ready. Everybody, this is the finals of the PQ Plus of Battle Hardened Montreal here in beautiful Montreal, Canada.
Yeah, and the fist bump going out to the players. They're both smiling as we get into the highest stake game of the weekend.
Absolutely. You know, Tama, I've met Tama a handful of times. We've actually played a handful of times. He is a very good player. And him getting here is just a testament to how much work he's put in, you know, with that TCG talk deck list and strat, you know. I think we're going to be able to really see what the community can bring, you know, learning decks and knowing, you know, learning new cards and how to play the game. It's all part of the experience of Flesh and Blood. And you know, anybody watching this, you could be at a position like Tama where you're curious, you pick up a deck, you learn, and next thing you know, you're in the finals against one of the best players in the country.
Yeah, and I'm just going to point out here on Noah's side of the board, a different foot piece than he's worn in previous matchups. This is a Phantasmal Footsteps. He's going to be able to use that to block some of the Kodachis coming in, or maybe even a card like this Double Strike. And I think Noah's gesturing, saying, oh, wow, I wasn't expecting to see this card in a Katsu list this early in the game, or sorry, this early in the format. Let's just get back out here. We're going to look at Toma's equipment slots. He's playing a Fendel Spring Tunic. He wants the game to go a little bit long and get maximum value out of these cards.
Yeah, so attacking with the Double Strike, going to trigger that Katsu ability. Is he looking to, he's probably looking to discard a Fluster Fist here. Yeah, so discarding the Fluster Fist, hesitating. There we go. Discarding the Fluster Fist, going to go through the deck, and we haven't gotten a good glimpse at Tama's hand here, so we don't really know exactly what he's going to do. But I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of cards being played this game.
Yeah, and this was a turn 0. Tama did choose to go first against Noah, trying to deny Noah the ability to set up some auras and pass the turn back to him. And so, you know, Noah's going to have to take a bit of chip damage if he wants to keep some of these cards, or maybe they won't block that effectively. I think we saw 100 wins in Tama's hand, and so that's probably why he's choosing to banish another 100 wins right here. Maybe he'll play a Winds of Eternity as well, put these back into the deck.
Very possible. Absolutely possible. And I think, you know, the posture of these players shows us a lot. You know, they don't have an aggressive posture. I think they're both, I mean, to be fair, it's been 12 hours more or less.
Yeah, just rolling up on 12 hours.
Rolling up, yeah, something like that. We're at 11 hours being played here. So, you know, everybody just wanting to finish, but also, you know, I think we all want to win, but these guys have been playing for so long. I think, you know, it's wearing down on them a little bit. So that's why they have such a lax posture.
Yeah, Noah now dropping his Phantasmal Footsteps, putting them on the combat chain. They're going to block one here.
Very nice. So blocking one with the Footsteps. Noah has in hand. I unfortunately couldn't make out what he has in hand here, but oh, is that an Ancestral Harmony?
That is an Ancestral Harmony in Thomas's hand. Maybe thinking about arsenaling that for another turn. Is that a Rage Spectre being pitched, a Rage Spectre being blocked with? Noah does everything with this card except for playing it.
No one does not play Rage Spectre. It is simply a blue block 3.
Yeah, and Noah says, you know what, all right, I'll give you both of these cards. I like this Levels of Enlightenment and this Miraging Metamorph, but I like my life total more. So having taken 1 chip damage, he's okay with the way this has turned out.
That's amazing.
And now drawing a fresh 4, taking up the Tunic.
Wow. So Noah drawing his, and in his hand is a Spectral Coalescence. The card, I think, probably one of the better cards from the set, especially, you know, for Illusionist overall. Things you could do with that card, it's so versatile.
Here's a This Round's on Me.
Oh, I love This Round's on Me. Next round's on me, Frank.
Oh, thank you.
So this round's on me, giving Tama an extra card here. Attacks get -1 during your opponent's turn, which is going to turn off the Kodachis, and it will turn off the ceiling on some of these cards.
Oh, especially something like Double Strike.
Yeah, it essentially says Double Strike, Schmubble Strike. It does nothing.
And now a Spectral Shield coming in for 2.
I think what we're going to see here is, you know, it's going to be very hard to keep a board.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be very hard for Noah to keep a board. You know, this is not Assassin. This is a deck that can attack you 8 times a turn.
Yeah, where Assassin caps out, you know, 3-4 times in a turn if they get a really big combat chain off.
Oh, at 3 times?
Ninja's going to be hitting those numbers and better on a regular basis. Oh, wow, and Noah's going to say, yeah, I'm just going to be aggressive with this Uphold tradition. Let's get in for 3. I think maybe thinking about that ward ability as well.
Most likely. I mean, looking at his hand here, there's a Command and Conquer.
Yeah, that's because he wants that counter to head over to the Restless Coalescence you mentioned. It's going to be swinging now for 4 go again.
So 4 go again coming in, and he can always, take off. Exactly. I was going to say he could take it off and put it in, making an extra spectral shield, which he just did. Diversifying his blocks, keeping the wards very, very wide. Restless Coalescence, honestly, look at that art. Look at how beautiful that card is.
Yeah, and he's really, really valuing the defensive utility on this card.
Absolutely.
Now the Ancestral Harmony comes out. Oh, that's going to be a Whelming Gust Wave that he can play now.
Okay, so Thomas already had a 5-card hand. That's a 6th card.
Yeah, and he gets a +1 on every combo attack that he plays this turn. I see at least 2 generics in the hand, but if we go in here, maybe we can dissect this a little bit further.
Ooh. So
this is promising to be a good turn, though.
This is promising. So he has a Surging Strike to open, followed by a Whelming Gust Wave. He also has a Double Strike to actually discard to Katsu to activate Katsu. He's got a Command and Conquer to finish, and another card that right now I can't make out. But
that's a Flusterfist.
Oh, it is a Flusterfist. So this is actually a pretty powerful hand. That this runs on me. I've heard a lot of people say, well, it's not that good. It kind of just gives -1, but giving the opponent an extra card can actually generate a lot more damage than the worth that it is. And Ancestral Harmony essentially says, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, it's actually just completely negating that ability for all these combo cards that Thomas is about to play out.
Yeah, and Noah saying, yeah, he's playing, okay, what does that do? Noah going this. They're both having a nice little laugh. Looking at them play, this is fantastic. He's looking at that real quick, saying, oh, what can I do with the bonds if I get a bonds?
Oh, now Thomas just counting out the cards, resources, and everything that he's going to need to feed this turn.
So planning ahead, being very careful with his actual decisions here.
Imagining that this yellow card's going to get pitched.
Good chance. Good chance it will.
Pretty fortuitous hitting the Whelming Gust Wave here.
Fortuitous?
Yeah, fortuitous.
That's a great word.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're so eloquent.
Yeah, just like the Vynnset we saw earlier on stream.
Oh, that was beautiful. If ever anybody watching this hasn't seen it, go back, watch the Vynnset games. Like, Vynnset is very, very close to being playable. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the finals of the ProQuest Plus at Battle Hard Montreal. Thomas versus Noah. And I think Thomas right now is doing a lot of mathematics. We can see the steam coming out of the computer that is Thomas Zimmer. So...
Yeah, and where Constantino had a PhD, maybe Thomas is going to have multiple doctorates by the time he's through with this match.
We'll see. We'll definitely get a better understanding of what he does. But coming in with the Surging Strike for 4 here, technically could be absorbed completely by the ward. There's a 2 on the Coalescence and 2 Spectral Shields here, so could be irrelevant.
No, thinking about giving a 1 card to block here. Oh, here's the Dissolve Reality, so this is still hanging out in the matchup.
Absolutely. It does block 3.
Yep, absolutely.
So, Dissolve Reality, and then he's going to come in with the Whelming. Thank you for blocking my Surging Strike. Here's another 4, and this one draws me a card if it hits.
And this is going to be
3/4, eating a Spectral.
Not going to get the draw trigger off Breaking Scales, but the Breaking Scales could threaten the Spectral Shield.
Yeah, and Noah being like, you want to use your Breaking Scales? And Thomas just laughing, just smiling, going, nope, buddy, maybe later. That's amazing.
And these 2 remaining cards in hand are red, but they could be used to launch a pretty big attack.
They absolutely could be. So we're going to see here. I think that's going to eat. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Okay.
Flusterfist.
Yeah, this is not going to have go again, but is going to be for 5. Or sorry, is that going to be 4? It's going to be 4.
It's going to cancel out. So it's just 4.
Yeah, straight 4.
What do you have to play
Yeah.
Why did you have to play that, Thomas says?
That's amazing. And again, this is the finals of a competitive event. Players are having fun. They're laughing. Like, come on. It doesn't get better than this.
And Noah not liking his block options too much here, it looks like.
Well, his block options are essentially no block options. He's got another Spectral Coalescence in hand and a no block in the form of pass through, not pass through. The draw, the looter, chi.
Rising Sun, Setting Moon.
There you go.
Sorry, just representing the board state correctly.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I think that Spectral Shield should be gone, but and there you go. It doesn't matter.
Spectral Shield. It's going to come right back.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Here's another one.
And that's going to cover up the damage cleanly.
Beautiful. So we can see here, this is a bit more of a struggle. It's nowhere near the matches that we've seen before where, Noah could set up a board and really pressure the opponent. This is a lot of pressure coming in from Tama.
Yeah, and let's see where the game gets to from here. Noah left with 3 cards. Thinking about his life choices. Picks up the tunic.
First tenet of Chi, Moon.
And now, going to draw a card. Put one of these 2 on the bottom. Likes the Restless Coalescence, obviously, because
of course
that's one of the most important cards for his game plan as we've seen it.
But CNC.
But CNC. And what's going to happen here is this Rising Sun, Setting Moon is going to come back into his hand as a chi. He's going to pitch it. That Command and Conquer is going to be for 6. Demand a couple of cards out of Thomas' hand. And I'm seeing a fistful of 2 blocks. Flopping on that stream die.
So, we're seeing, actually, let's see if we can get into Thomas' hand here. So, there's a double strike. There is a 100 wins. Is that an E strike?
And that is an E strike. So he does have 2 3 blocks, but the rest of his turn being a little bit uninspired. But then at the same time, he does have the Breaking Scales and the Breeze Rider boots available for defense. And maybe he wants to put those Battle Worn counters on them just to be able to activate them,
Yeah. And looking at this, I mean, the pacing of the game so far has been very slow, and that's normal. I think, Noah's going to set the tone a little bit for how fast this game's going to go, up until Thomas can go, okay, now we go as fast as I want us to go.
And Noah, I think, was not too happy with the arsenal, but it did enable the Transcend on this blue card.
Both players taking their time, trying to think, hey, how do I block this? This is an important match.
By the way, in the production booth, can you give us a count on how many people are watching? 1,800. We're still not quite capped. People want to know how this nail biter is going to end. There is a giveaway for both the Beckett grading services at the end.
Yeah, we're out of Beckett.
We're out of Beckett grading. Yeah. Okay, sorry. So the Terry Ty stream dice here.
And beyond the giveaway, I think this is a moment in Flesh and Blood. This is a moment that will never happen again. Seeing, is the new illusionist able to cut the mustard against the tried and true Katsu?
Yeah, that's right. New illusionist versus old ninja.
Yeah. This is a matchup. This is one of the most infamous matchups in Flesh and Blood. Ninja versus illusionist. It's always been, it always will be. And so the question becomes, is Katsu, in relation to Prism, in relation to Dromai, where is Enigma? Is it an Enigma, or is it actually more of the same?
By the way, now we've seen 3 Command and Conquers played in quick succession. So Toma played the previous one from his own arsenal. That's what he had been protecting with those blocking cards. Noah blocked with the Ripple Away, just 3 damage, had no arsenal himself, and then returns fire with another Command and Conquer. We'll see how long we can have this go on for, and he's going to save another card for the next turn.
Yeah, and Noah staying hydrated, very important, especially after 12 hours of playing a card game.
And I think one of the comments he had made was making sure to represent the resource dice in the pitch zone, as well as pointing to that tunic counter, because, that could be a pummel.
It could be a pummel. Alrighty, so CNC, Toma taking his time, trying to figure out, okay, what do I do? What do I do with my hand? Do I give you 2 cards? Do I only give you the 1? Do I give you the arsenal?
Yeah, and maybe he's thinking about this pummel if he really, really likes that arsenal card, right?
Possibly. Yeah, is it a pummel? Noah actually walking past us, going like, blue pummel. I think blue pummel's going in this deck.
Yeah, we're just out here figuring out what's good in these illusionist decks, and Noah peeking at that card underneath. Just the tension is palpable.
Yeah, Toma really going, this is what do I do? What do I do about the CNC?
You know what's more complicated than mathematics?
What?
Physics.
Probably.
Yeah, and I think that's where Thomas is at right now. He's thinking about, the atom, elementary particles.
Yeah, you're way smarter than I am. I sell. I'm a salesman. That's what I do for a living.
Yeah,
I talk and people pay me to talk. So I'll leave the smarts to the smart people like yourself.
And this is a surging strike coming from Tomas' side of the board. Didn't want to give that up on the defensive.
I mean, being able to to say, okay, I'm going to take that damage. I'm going to lose that card, but it's fine. Here's a surging strike. Let's see if I can get a position. Because on Noah's hand, like on Noah's side here, if we're looking,
I
there's
see a card that he really, really likes. Two cards that he really, really likes together, in fact.
Ooh. Is that the third Restless?
That's the Sacred Art as well. Yeah, that's right.
That's the third Restless, Sacred Art, and Spectral Manifestations.
And he's got a way to enable that in the arsenal.
He does.
This turn could turn a little bit nutty, but if he wants to get to play all of these cards, he might have to let Tomas do something with this 4-card hand that involves a surging strike to start.
And Noah says, file it, put it in the cabinet, send it in. And Tomas is going to say, yep, thank you very much, sir. Here's my Katsu activation. Let's go get a bonds and let's have fun.
Yeah, and probably feeling a little bit good about his decision here, because one of the important things about blocking out Surging Strike is you want to be able to block the Gustwave follow-up and you want to be able to either be comfortable blocking the Gustwave follow-up.
Yep.
Or else you're really priced into just taking a bunch of damage from the Katsu.
Absolutely.
And so, seeing that Tomas is searching up a Bonds of Ancestry, that means that Gustwave must be the last card in hand here.
Most likely. I mean, yeah, and you're absolutely right. Here's a red Gustwave.
And, Tomas shuffling the deck kind of off to the side here, but both players know, yeah, he's going to have to look through that in a quick second. Just a cut.
I mean, these are untimed rounds, so, realistically, what's the worst thing that can happen? You shuffle your deck a couple too many times,
Well, this is 5 damage coming through on a red Descendant Gustwave coming out of the hand, and at least 4 more coming from this Bonds of Ancestry, plus whatever we dig up out of the graveyard.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say is that Enigma, although there's a lot of tools in that deck, not the best deck at blocking, unfortunately.
It has a lot of defensive options, but not, has also a lot of instants, has a lot of auras that are block 2 maybe as well.
Yeah, but if you're trying to block 3 with 2 cards, if you're trying to block 6 with 2 cards, very limited amount of cards to do that.
And no Dishonor available here, which would have been quite the card. Instead, choosing to find a Flusterfist. Let's put that Flusterfist into the Banish Zone. And so 4 into 4, that's an 8 card, 8 damage on a card. Pretty good.
There is, and there's also a Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Is there a world where Toma tries to Dishonor?
That is possible, depending on what happens on this this step here.
I mean, I think it might be a little too early considering the amount of cards that are in Noah Clark's hand.
Right, doesn't want to overcommit on the mask.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I agree. Regardless, this is a lot of damage. And Noah's saying, hey, I can set up a board, a pretty impressive board with these cards in my hand. So let's just wait for that.
And so this is a hold the line.
Whole line blocking 2 only in this case.
Yeah, and it might seem a little bit innocuous. It's like, why is Noah Clark playing out this D-React at the very end on the Flusterfist? Well, of course, it's so that he can transcend, pulls out this Command and Conquer from the graveyard, puts it on the bottom of the deck, preserve tradition, going to go back in his hand.
Yeah, he's going to transcend, and then that's going to enable the Sacred Art on his turn.
Yeah, and he's just thinking about that line there.
I mean, Spectral Companion into Sacred Art. Not Companion. Spectral Manifestation into Sacred Art into Restless Coalescence. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's a winning formula. Now, the one awkward part is he's going to have to sequence this, maybe not in the most optimal way. He's a resource short here potentially to do that. Oh no, he's gonna.
He does
pitch,
have the tunic.
He's gonna pitch the
Oh.
Sacred Art because he wants to get all of the counters onto this one Spectral Shield.
Hmm.
And now that's gonna be swinging in for 4. Go again.
And I think Thomas probably going to take that.
Yeah, Noah recognizing he's just a
Ooh.
little bit shy of being able to.
Let's just show the viewers here. That is an Ancestral Harmony, a Dishonor, a Bonds, and a CNC in Thomas' hand.
Some good cards on his side of the board.
Some very good cards. So Spectral Shield coming in for 4. Toma might just say, hey, thank you very much. Or he might give him a card.
You know, watching this game, this is giving me the feeling of really want to get my hands on these cards, playing a high stakes tournament. You know.
Yeah, I know. I mean, as much as like I love casting, I love doing this. There's a part of me that's like, man, it would have been fun to play this weekend, and it is fun to play Flesh and Blood. So
it's Dishonor and the Breeze Rider boots.
And so, but you know what? I will have a chance to play soon because Nationals is coming up.
Yeah, the first Nationals in a couple of weekends from now, maybe 3, is going to be U.S. Nats.
Yeah, and then 2 weeks later, I believe it's Canadian Nationals, which I'm intending to play in, which I'll probably see you there too.
Yeah, maybe. And here we go. This is the line that Noah has loved so much this whole weekend. Pulls off every single +1 counter onto a Restless Coalescence coming at an instant. That Tunic counter was on 3 at the perfect opportunity to just swing in for big damage. Now, suddenly, you know, Noah took all that damage on the previous turn, but Tomas going to be faced with an army of Spectral Shields.
Absolutely. And you know, Restless Coalescence, being able to remove, create Spectral Shields as you want, you get to protect that card. There's no issue there. And, you know, Noah being able to hold on to those cards in hand. And there's a CNC, Noah going, really? Come on.
Wow, yeah.
CNC for 6. He's holding on to a level of Enlightenment and up. Oh,
he's got a couple of
couple
of reacts here.
Oh, that CNC is gonna touch. It's gonna, yeah, it's coming in.
Well, you know, he's not completely up the creek. He's got some options.
He can play the Spectre.
Yeah, yeah.
And block with the levels of Enlightenment, but realistically, is that where he wants to be?
Yeah, and okay, now we're going with this option here. Thinking about putting Traverse in front of this mid-game CNC. Gonna go and fetch that Chi out from the bottom of the deck. He's just almost trying to drop his cards all over the place. The one thing this will do is also shuffle, potentially put that Sacred Art closer to the top, maybe try to draw into it over the next few turns.
That's amazing.
Now we've got a Chi in the hand, so even though we've blocked with a card and a piece of equipment, still dealing with a 4-card hand on the crackback. And unlike in the Assassin matchup, no way for Tama to push this one over and threaten the Restless Coalescence. Now let's see actually here, still on Tama's turn, I think Noah's going to consider whether he wants to take a counter off this to create a Spectral Shield.
He does, absolutely.
Going to do that before he moves to the cleanup.
So looking at Noah's hand, he's got a sink below and a hold the line, a Chi, and what's the last card?
We'll take a look in a second. I didn't quite catch it.
Hmm.
You know, Tomas seeing the hold the line in the pitch zone, making a little bit of sense why the blocks were done the way they were. This is 4 go again on a Restless Coalescence. That's going to keep putting out those kitties.
And the last card is a Waxing Spectre, a red Waxing Spectre.
Right, and that's also going to be a big problem for Tama to deal with if he doesn't get it under control.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm just wondering here whether Tama thinks that he's got the hand to really put on pressure, or if, you know, maybe this is a bit of a rebuild kind of hand. Seeing a couple of reds to go along with this E-Strike. Not the worst spot to see E-Strike, but the rest of the hand not the most functional altogether.
Hmm. I mean, you love to see two empowered ancestral empowerments, but realistically, I don't know if he's going to have a chance to use those right away. So, yeah, there is a Bonds in Arsenal, so he is missing something to get that combo going.
Right, and so just going to preserve the life total, take 1 damage off this Restless Coalescence. Now, yeah, Noah coming in for 2 with the Spectral Shield, which is almost as many thousands of viewers as we have on the stream right now. We're at 1900. Send this to your friend. Send this to your parents. Send this to your grandparents. They want to see Noah Clark go back to back, or they want to see the fall of the villainous illusionist.
The villainous?
I'm just saying, if this is the opening weekend,
I mean,
that might
come
be the
on.
narrative that we're going with.
I mean, Noah's been playing this deck the entire weekend. He has, I don't want to say he's fathered this list, but realistically, him and his team have put this list together, and it's working. It's so good.
It's done the exact same game against almost every single matchup that we've seen. Really focusing on protecting a few key cards, getting together a Spectral Manifestations and a Restless Coalescence, or even just a big mirror guy that gets eaten by a Restless Coalescence. Just these power cards.
The deck has been so consistent. That's the one thing I will say. It's been so maddeningly consistent through the entire week, to the entire weekend, to the day-to-day, and even limited. It's been so consistent.
Yeah, now 2 cards being pitched to play a CNC. Noah's like, wait a second, I have that D-React here still. Might have to give up the Wex Inspector.
Yeah, and Tama kind of, shaking his head like, what's going on here? He does have a red Bonds of Ancestry in the arsenal. He has, the Mask is still there. The Breaking Scales is still there. The Breeze Riders is still there. So essentially, Tama is just waiting for that one turn where he can go, okay, now I do what I want to do.
Yeah, so the last +1 counter has come off that Restless Coalescence. It's done an excellent job of both dealing the damage, putting the hurt on Tama, and defending, eating up a bunch of the damage that would otherwise threaten the wards. It's allowed Noah to establish this Waxing Spectre, and going to his turn, tipping his hand not at all. There's going to be a Spectral Shield coming in for 2 with Go Again.
And I have a feeling here Tama was very quick to write that damage down. I don't think Tama's going to block this turn. I think Tomas is realizing that, he needs to get in. He needs to get his damage in, and he needs to get it in yesterday. And that is going to be,
Battlefront Bastion. This is 7 damage, 2 card 7, relevant in Constructed, relevant in Limited, and when you're at 10 life, this is a big deal.
To anyone who's been watching us, who's been watching this weekend, or to anyone who hasn't been watching, take one thing down, one note down. Battlefront Bastion is one hell of a common.
You know what I'd like to see?
What?
I'd like to see someone take this picture of Battlefront Bastion and put Noah Clark's face on it, because let me tell you, I think he's played this card the most out of any single player on this weekend. Never mind just on stream.
Absolutely. Definitely. Absolutely. And so, okay. Now, Tama has the turn. He's got 5 cards. He's got a Bonds in Arsenal.
Yeah, maybe we understated that a little bit. He just took that full hit to the face, right?
He took everything. So looking at the hand here, there is is that a Deep Blue Mist? That is a Deep Blue Mist. For those of you who haven't seen the card yet, it is -1 to everything, pretty much. It is a Spectral Coalescence also in Noah Clark's hand. So there's a Spectral Coalescence. There is a Deep Blue Mist. We could very much see, actually, you know what? Here's what we actually want to see. Once Tama gets his arm out of the shot here. Let's actually give him a sec.
Giving him a moment to compose himself. He's just calculating through the lines. Got a lot of options. We know what's in that arsenal, but Noah Clark doesn't.
Yeah. So Noah is at 21. Technically speaking, his hand blocks 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's call it 7. Let's call it 7. So, double strike to start.
All right, Tama leading out with this double strike. Noah wishes he had maybe that Tunic counter to be able to pay for one of these 1-cost effects. But nope, he's just going to play out.
Deep Blue Mist. Everything gets -1.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, it's Dense Blue Mist. You know what? I gave you the wrong word earlier on, and we've been repeating it.
I think we all figured out what it did. It gives -1 to everything, followed by a Surging Strike.
Yeah,
pitching a Yellow Bonds.
And you know what? We would have loved for Chi to have been pitched for that, because that would actually disable the Katsu ability, I think, for the rest of the turn. Oh, and he's got the natural combo line. Here's the Descendant Gust Wave following up the Surging Strike. So this is also going to be in for 4. Does Noah want to commit to... okay, going down to 3, remembering the Dense Blue Mist.
So going down to 3, Dense Blue Mist. We're going to see a Wax Spectre being played. This is Ward 3, and then a Coalescence, taking away all those ones. So saying, hey, we don't need the +1s on those. Those are just going to soak up some damage. So that's for 3.
Oh, wow. And this is a little bit rude because Noah might be empty-handed, but he still has so much damage prevention on the board.
He does. He's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage prevention on the board.
Yeah, and Toma, he's actually got a hit to trigger either Breeze Rider Boots or Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
But he doesn't have to hit to trigger this.
This Bonds of Ancestry.
Bonds of Ancestry, banishing a Dishonor.
So he's going to grab the Dishonor. The Bonds is going to be for 3 go again.
Wow.
That's going to cleanly deal with the remaining Waxing Spectre, it looks like.
I mean, Noah has no cards in hand at this point. It's all on the board. There is a max of the pouncing Lynx, but he will not be able to activate it. The one other thing here is Noah's not going to have a turn next turn. Other than attacking.
No. Just wait for Noah's turn here because I think I noticed something that's also at the most opportune moment for him here.
Okay. Let's see if I can see it.
Says, let's get this go again out of here. I'm actually not going to take another attack from you. My first Restless Coalescence has done enough. It's going to get out of here, including that Spectral Shield that it's just spit out. And I'm going to be left with this other Restless Coalescence with 3+1 counters on it. Toma just shuffling his deck to get ready to draw up for the next turn before they clean up this combat chain. I mean, if I'm Noah, I'm chomping at the bit to show you what the line is here, but I'm sure many of you have already spotted it. That's a Tunic on 2 counters.
It is a Tunic on 2. Oh, I see it.
Yep. And so each of these auras that manages to stick around, yeah, there we go. Not the Spectral Shield. That one soaked up a hit at the end there. Ticks up, immediately takes that off, and yeah.
I mean, Noah just riding the wave, playing that Enigma.
Restless Coalescence coming in for 5. He's got an 18-point lead in the life total. A really, really big kitty on the board coming in at Tomas Zimmer, who is got 3 life, 4 cards in hand, and hasn't had the opportunity to take down Noah's Spectre. We've got 1950 viewers tuning in to see how Illusionist manages to close out this tournament. I mean, to see if Illusionist closes out this tournament.
Talking with certainty here, but no, I think, looking at this, are we entering a new era of Flesh and Blood where
I think that Noah Clark is proving some of the haters wrong. I think that he'd be the first person to tell you the most powerful card in the Enigma deck is Restless Coalescence. Somebody at LSS loves cats.
Someone at LSS loves cats, and not just that, someone at LSS loves illusionists because they are giving us toys that, to be honest, I played a lot of illusionists in my time. These are brand new, fancy, top of the line toys to play with.
Oh no, and remember that Noah's going to be able to take one of the counters off and create a Spectral Shield once per turn ability on Restless Coalescence. Just what an absolute bomb in Limited and Constructed. And now this Spectral Shield gets to attack for free.
Because of Enigma.
And Toma, maybe having counted on the Tunic counter here to feed some of his turn, might have to give it up if he wants to keep all 3 of these cards.
I mean, I'm looking at Toma's board, and I'm seeing, Mask hasn't been used, Scales hasn't been used, and Boost hasn't been used. Does he just give him the Tunic? He does.
Yeah, the Tunic's going to go in the bin. Say goodbye.
He needs the cards.
Oh, and I think I see my favorite absolute card. It's going to be absolutely pivotal here.
What card is that?
Wait, let's see it.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
I see it. Okay, hold it. Let's hold our excitement for a second here.
I refuse. This is going to be a block with the all-star of the day. It's going to be a Battlefront Bastion.
Battlefront Bastion, blocking it again.
Blocking for 2 on this yellow Descendant Gust Wave, perfectly covering up the damage. And that 1 damage prevention going to float over, soaking up a Kadachi. That's going to be protecting both the Spectral Shield and that Restless Coalescence. Another Descendant Gust Wave yellow. This time, Noah having to think a little bit more about his defensive options. Likes all 3 cards in his hand.
No in his hand. He's got a Miraging Metamorph, a Drop in the Ocean, and I didn't get a chance to see. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Drop in the Ocean.
The big
that is a Mirror Guy. That's Mirror Guy himself. Yeah. I mean, wow.
Gonna pump this up to 3.
Deep. So Drop in the Ocean is Carly coming in. There it is.
Drop in the Ocean coming in, strictly as I don't know what you would a lunging press reversed.
Exactly. And so getting that back down to 2, saying, nope, no thank you. Now it's Noah's turn. And Noah is holding on to a Miraging Metamorph. 1 for 7. Noah gets to attack.
First with this Restless Coalescence.
Yeah, attack with a Coalescence. Make a Spectral Shield. Not attack with it, unfortunately, because it doesn't have Go again. But he could make a Spectral Shield, and then he will attack with Metamorph.
Yeah, now who's in the Kadachi lock now, Mr. Thomas?
Katsu getting a taste of its own medicine? That's amazing. Let's see
just
here.
What an experience for Noah Clark, who's demanding 3 cards from the hand of Thomas Zimmer. How is he going to fight his way out of this one?
And Thomas doesn't have a choice. He could give the mask, but at this point, if you give the mask, you're done.
He says you don't have a popper. He's calling the bluff on Thomas, thinking about the block.
That is 7. I mean, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx does block, but is it worth holding on to the 1 card? I mean, I think it is. I think at this point, you give the mask, you give 2 cards in the mask, you keep a blue, and you try to get Kodachis in to try and force any kind of block. But this is absolutely insane.
I've been saying it all weekend. If you're blocking Illusionist, you're losing. And you know what Thomas has been forced to do over the past several turns is block. It's getting down to the wire. We're giving up the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Earlier in the game, we said, oh, maybe he's going to crack it for 4 or 5 value. Now it's only 2 value because the moment has passed.
It is. And looking at Thomas' hand, there's a Sink Below in there. There's a Sink Below. There's a Chi. There's a first Tenet of Chi Moon. And I'm not sure what the last card is there, but the Shuffle, Certipot. So actually Noah here, able to just make a Spectral Shield and say, nah, I'm good.
Well, the funny thing is, I wouldn't be surprised to see him play this Sink Below on the second Kodachi, just to try to find another card.
Possibly.
It is a little bit dangerous, because if he shuffles away the blue card that goes along with the shuffle...
First End of Chi Moon.
Okay, he's going to block, he's going to hold
he's gonna
that...
say, hold priority, end of your turn, make a Spectral Shield?
I think
no.
So. All out of counters now on that Restless Coalescence. Just going to make a regular Enigma Spectre. Enigma Spectral.
Coming in for 2.
This is maybe the first slightly clunky hand that Noah's drawn this whole game. And, it's happening when he's got his opponent on the ropes.
I know. And I mean, we've both seen him play for the entire day. And, this is the first time where it's like, oh, what's actually happening here? His hand is just not really giving him what he wants. So coming in for 2 with the Go again.
Come on now, blocking with the Surging Strike. The blue being pitched to let Restless Coalescence attack in also for 2.
Tama's going to give him another card, and that's an Art of War in hand. Now, Tama has not drawn an Art of War since the beginning of the game. This is the first one we've seen.
And not only is it not going to block here when there's a 2-attack Spectra Ward coming in, it's not going to pitch for Kodachis either.
No, it is not. It's absolutely not.
Now, Tomas still can have a few chain links on this combat chain, but it's pretty awkward.
It is pretty awkward. He has, I think that's a blue 100 wins in hand. Is it blue or is it red?
I think it might be a yellow, actually. So,
well, I might be dead wrong then. Let's see. You were absolutely right. It is yellow. So 2 Go again. That's not going to be enough.
Putting the Phantasmal Footsteps in front of this.
Yeah, putting footies. Pitching
the
Dissolve Reality.
So that's going to prevent a few damage. Oh, and the Dense Blue Mist now coming out. So this is going to go down to 1.
Yeah, down to 1. Arsenal, and he's playing the Dense Blue Mist. If people are like, oh, why is he playing the Dense Blue Mist? It's because he is going to be playing Passover.
Can we hear this clip one last time? I want to hear that new that new Enigma Transcend sound.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
And so Noah pitching that Inner Chi to create a Spectral Shield token. It's going to come in with a +1 counter.
I think Noah's been seeking the truth this entire weekend. The truth that Enigma is a damn good deck.
Yeah, especially in capable hands, it looks very, very dangerous for his enemies.
Coming in for 2 again. He's just eating at cards here. He's absolutely eating. And another one. Wow. unfortunately, Toma just doesn't have the life to soak up that damage to establish a turn.
Yeah, now pitching to come in with the Kadachis.
And so Noah in hand has a Sink Below, a Mirror Guy, and I think it's an Unravel Unravel Aggression, which
Oh,
we've
that's
seen
funny.
played. What a great card.
Toma using the same Kadachi to represent two separate attacks. Noah going to give the Tunic here so that he can just hold one of the defense reactions in case that last card is a 0 for 4.
I mean, I'm looking at this, and my jaw is just dropped.
I think I said this in the other game, you know, like, he had a large lead previously, and he still made the conservative block, made the optimal game decision.
Yeah.
And that's what he's going to do closing out this game.
Yeah, he's like, hey, I could give you some life, but I'm not gonna. I'm going to play every turn to the absolute apex of what that turn should be, and I'm not going to take any risks. I'm going to be very disciplined. But now, oh wow, is that a second Art of War? Is that a third Art of War in the arsenal?
I think it might be.
I think it is.
Might be a Art of War banish draw or block from arsenal. I don't know. I don't even know what.
I think we have a triple Art of War here.
Are for this.
Wow. I mean, everybody in chat, this is insane.
This is after 9 rounds of Classic Constructed coming to the finals.
This is after 9 rounds, but not just that. I mean, I've played a lot of Prism in my days, and I know that the struggle is very real into Ninja. Noah's not struggling here.
Yeah, I think that Noah is playing this deck like he's been playing it for months.
And it's been out for 2 days.
It's been legal in the format for 2 days. He's, you know, playing it like it's the Pro Tour, and he's ready to go for the top 8 there.
I mean, you know, maybe this is just an outlier, but that type of performance we're seeing. I mean, look, Toma has unfortunately stumbled on 3 Art of Wars in a turn where he wasn't able to use it offensively. That really hurt the game, unfortunately. But regardless of all of that, and Toma's a great player, but Noah, wow, what a performance so far. Game's not done.
The game
Game's
is
not done.
This Sink Below is going to be pitched to attack with the second Spectral Shield. Bonds of Ancestry going to be put in front of it. And now Mirror Guy is going to come down.
Yeah, Mirror Guy coming in with 2+1 counters.
And that's going to come in for 4.
That's going to come in for 4.
And actually, the second mode on Art of War being relevant here, I think this Winds of Eternity is going to fully block it out. So,
That's crazy.
Yeah, Noah Clark says that's crazy because Tomas Zimmer, through a double Art of War, pitching another Art of War, is going to survive this turn. And Noah's going to get to go back to his turn with 2 Spectral Shields, manifestations of Mirror Guy, and a Restless Coalescence on the board.
Wow.
It feels like we've been watching the same board state over and over and over again.
Wow. I mean, come on.
This time going to start with the 4 power attack, and we're ending on a Command and Conquer.
Here's the fist bump. Come on. Wow.
Applause in the venue there.
Noah Clark just like winning the Battle Hardened. If that wasn't enough, builds Enigma and absolutely crushes our ProQuest Plus event.
Well, I'm honestly, I'm a little bit astounded that the man looks like he's been playing so much Enigma, and he has.
It looks, I mean, for sure he has. There's no way that's just natural. Because it would be very unnatural if that level of competence with that deck was that natural. You know what I mean?
Like, I mean, I don't know. You got to hand it to the guy, right? There's that natural talent coming through.
Oh, he is. I mean, hey, we've talked to him a bunch of times. We've seen him on stream the entire weekend. He is very, very dialed. There's something about that deck that really tickles his fancy, and he's using that to the fullest effort that he can. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So Noah Clark taking the PQ Plus
here at Battle Hardened Montreal
on Enigma.
This man has played so many games on Enigma this weekend.
And just to, we actually have Ethan reminding us here, now Enigma has LL points.
First on the board, Noah Clark is going to get his name in that roll of honor.
And look, I don't want to shock anybody here, but the last hero to get LL points on release I will not say his name. So I don't want to foreshadow anything bad here because I don't think that's what we're seeing here. But what a deck!
And I'm just saying there were so many discussed ways of how to build this deck. I don't think that's resolved yet.
No, absolutely not. Everybody, this is day 2. But I think if you're looking for a primer,
this is it. Just watch back the coverage on the weekend. Watch us try to piece it together, follow along with Noah's footsteps, and slowly start to put that together.
Oh, yeah.
It takes us a moment to catch up with his plays. He plays 5 Transcend cards a turn, and we're just watching.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, watching Noah, and I love Illusionist. I've said it, I think, 1,000 times throughout the weekend. It's my class. It's what I play the most, that and Warrior. And Noah, absolutely throwing a clinic this entire weekend. Just going, you think you know how to play Illusionist? You think you do? Watch me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing. Ethan wants us to send it over. Ethan in the booth, what's up?
All right, people. So first of all, we got so close. Peak was about 1,965.
Ooh.
That's what I clocked in. So a couple of you need new grandparents. I don't know what to tell you. Just send the link to. But
interrupt you there. 1965. Wasn't that the moon landing? Enigma, Lunar Shrine. I don't know. Maybe something there.
Close. Well, everyone, thank you for sticking around. Of course, Noah's going to jump back in for an interview, but we have the giveaway for the dice real quick to pull. So we are ready with that. Give me a countdown, and we'll draw the winner for the Terry Ty supplied dice that you've seen on stream all weekend long. Link in the description.
In the spirit of Montreal, we're going to go do it in French. We're going to go down the 5. So 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
0.
Hey,
Rakowski.
There we go.
Actually, that's Daniel Rakowski's brother. How easy.
There you go.
Amazing.
I'm sure he's going to make great use of these stream dice from Terry Ty.
Very nice. Very nice. I'm just, we don't want to wait too long because Noah's right there. He's eating a piece of pizza. He is walking around, strolling around. He says, "Get up, Sean."
No, here, Noah.
He's like, "Job's not done."
You know what?
Job's
yeah,
not
let's
done.
bring you in here. Come on in the middle here. Get a seat.
headset.
Get in here. Yeah. Come on, bud. Yeah. Come on. You're a little guy. Come on in.
Bro, I gotta talk to you too now? Jeez.
I know.
We're gonna gang up on you because it looks like one opponent's not enough to beat you in Flesh and Blood. So,
Look, man, 2 tournaments won. I need 2 interviewers.
Yeah, exactly. One for each. So,
where do we
that
start?
was wild.
Yeah, what the? What just happened?
I don't know, man. Well, look, to be fair, I think there was a situation with the Art of Wars and all that, someone not getting those cards at the time, but you had a commanding lead most of that game.
So I was telling people, because people were asking about this matchup, that, oh yeah, that guy beat me in Swiss.
Okay.
The reason he beat me in Swiss, you guys might have caught this. There was a CNC in that game. Dude had the greatest CNC of all time on me in Swiss.
Okay.
And I was like, he sent that CNC to me, and I'm looking at the 2 D-Rex in my hand, and I was having PTSD flashbacks.
Well, you had that this game. Yeah, you were looking at hold the line in a...
I had the 3 block. We managed to get around. I had the ward set up. So the way you beat that matchup as Enigma to Katsu is it's all about manifestations to coalescence, which I think you could see. Like, that was... Once you make the shields out, they don't play Vambrace, they don't play Tiger's Eye Shuko. And it's like, the arm breaking seals doesn't matter if I have a shield out.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah,
then
you offered him earlier in the game. Like, do you want to kill this shield with your breaking skills?
It doesn't matter. So like once you are kind of ahead like that, it's pretty easy to maintain defense and just kind of like force them to block with mask. The issue I had with this deck, and you saw this in the finals, you saw it in top 4, it takes me like 8 turns to close the game out. Like I'm staring at my opponents like, yes, we know you're dead. You know I'm dead. I keep drawing titanium baubles, so it's just like we'll get there eventually.
Right.
Insane. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. What I really liked is we sat down for this interview. I think Sean was setting you up to ask how you're feeling, and then you just went straight into the nitty gritty, right? Like that's what's going on in your head right now.
I can't feel. I am numb.
Okay.
21 games of Enigma across this entire weekend. I have a 5-hour drive home. I'm done. Like with life for like the next little bit. This is insane. I might be on Twitter though. I'll be on Twitter.
You'll be on Twitter? Yeah.
I mentioned you got only a few hours of sleep before the Battle Hardened. How many hours of sleep did you get last night before this tournament?
Well, you took me out drinking, so no, I went out with you and Ethan, but like no, I got like a good 7.
Good 7.
I only needed 2 cups of coffee today. Yesterday I needed 5. which
Okay.
I think I'm gonna pay for tomorrow.
Right.
Okay.
We'll figure that out later.
But the body feels good.
My body feels great.
Great. So
if I could feel it.
Yeah.
So I've got a question here, and it's more about, you said the body feels great. The mind must feel amazing because
it's so good.
It's so good, right? I mean, I was watching you play, and it's so reminiscent of previous play patterns of the illusionists of old. It feels like illusionists have a home again.
Yes, it's incredible. It feels like old Prism, but fair. We don't have to deal with Spectra.
Yeah.
Also, side note, turns out the Spectras, garbage in Enigma. They're not great. The haze bending's almost lost me a game. But the other thing about this was, as soon as this hero was announced and then Montreal was release weekend, I gathered a group of friends. I'm like, look, I want to be the first person to get Living Legends on this hero.
And you did.
I want to be the day one Enigma guy.
And you absolutely did. You are.
I said it as a joke, man.
Yeah, but hey, you are.
Bro, I don't know what's going on.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
No, you were doing so well this weekend. So what's next for you?
5-hour drive home.
No. What's next in Flesh and Blood?
I'll play Talishar on the 5-hour drive home. Nats. Canadian Nats in a month. Not sure what I'm going to play. No, actually, though, I might bring Prism, though, just because of the matchup spread's a little different, and it depends what the metagame's going to be. I hope it's a metagame that favors Enigma, because, by God, is this fun.
I mean,
but the list is going to be 20 cards different. There's so many things I have to change.
I could tell you one thing, though. After watching you play this entire weekend, there's 2,000 people watching us. A lot of people are going to be you've essentially put a spotlight on that deck being an actual threat. So yeah, there's a big target on Enigma's head right now.
Yeah, okay. and you said the Katsu deck doesn't play Shuko, doesn't play the Vambrace.
Oh, they're going to now. They're
going.
Yeah. I got a lot of equity today from people not knowing what the heck was going on.
Mm-hmm.
I played Manifestations with a card in hand. And people were like, "Oh yeah, it's a Field for 4." You do that next week, people are like, "Oh, they have the Restless, and they're going to do this, and they won't block." I got a lot of equity out of that. I got a lot of equity about not a lot of people having Vambrace. I got a lot of equity about people playing bad decks like New. Shout out Daniel Drosinger.
Okay, although, I mean, I feel like there are people that would challenge that assumption. I feel like there are people that are looking at your deck, not your play, I think you played very well, but looking at your deck and saying, I'm going to build an assassin deck that destroys that, right?
Sure. Good luck.
Come on.
They're gonna do it, but they're gonna build it on Azuri. Or even Arachne, honestly.
I think Azuri has a lot more game.
Yeah, I think Azuri has a lot more game. There's a lot of interesting things about that matchup, and I'm sure going to come to light. People are going to practice it.
Yeah, there's new cards like the week, Slay the Week. Not Slay the Week. What's it
Weakest
called?
Link?
The Weakest Link.
Yeah.
Hey, we opened one of those right there.
Daniel threw that at me for 6, and then I put 2 cards in front of it and said, "Hey, this is a card you can't attack react." And he was like, "You're right."
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, what an absolute experience of a weekend.
Yeah.
I'm just grateful I've been along for the whole ride, because think about it this way. You're going to have to go back to watch your games, and then you're going to have to hear my voice.
Oh, yeah. I could hear your voice from inside while I was playing that game.
Really?
You guys carried a little bit. I couldn't tell what you were talking about.
Okay. Well, they knew I was gonna, Frank and I get a little excited, so they knew we were going to be here, and I think Ethan purposefully put us out of the hall.
Good call.
So that we could go and be free.
I mean, you say that, but I came out here to take breathers a bunch of times, and that meant I was subject to listening to you talk about Prism versus Enigma. Those were some takes, my guy.
To be fair, we had a quick conversation afterwards, and you said, what is it? Soul Vestige is a different conversation.
Vestige is a different conversation, but Vestige was not what was put on the table.
No, it was not.
We didn't have to have that conversation.
But that is what I had in mind when I made my comments. So we'll see.
Very diplomatic from Noah Clark. Okay, so we already did a lot of this yesterday, but now that we're coming back here today, anything you want to share with the viewers?
Okay,
about the deck? About your friends?
I got a laundry list of shouts. First of all, I promised I'd shout out Michael Metalo. Let me actually get sleep this time. God, he kept me up 4 hours yesterday, just moving around. It was insane. But that's a separate conversation. Shout out to Value Vampires, again, my team. They helped me put this together. Shout out to my other secret Enigma group, the Mysterious Illusionists.
Ooh.
Oh, the Mysterious. Oh, I love that.
It's not the real name, but it's very funny to say.
Mysterious.
Cool. Yeah, I meant that. That was 100% intentional. I came up with that I'm glad you pointed it out. But
Yeah.
a group of like Illusionist players helped me come up with this. It was also great, and like 2 Wizard players are in there for some reason.
Okay.
And then shout out to the local community, shout out to you guys, shout out to the TO, shout out to
shout out to their mom, shout out to the Goldfish,
shout out to Kathleen
everybody.
Wynn.
Oh, I did call you a goldfish live on coverage, by the way, but don't worry about it.
I feel like a goldfish.
Yeah, like I said.
But yeah, Bene Vidi Vici, baby.
Beautiful.
That's awesome.
Congrats, man. That was awesome. Watching you play all day was freaking fantastic. And you're right. That make a spectral shield, give it a +3. Get an aura, take those +3s and smack you again with it.
So good.
It's so good.
Every time I play Coalescence, my Katsu might look at me, it's like, what is this?
Yeah, what
are you doing? God, that last one, he's like, that's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
It is.
Oh.
All right. Well,
disgusting.
Noah, congrats. Winning both events here in Montreal. See you at Nationals, and let's see if you can make it a triple hit.
Yeah, why not? Sure. I'll do it. I wasn't going to before, but now that you said that,
Yeah,
I'm glad I got to influence you in that way.
Just think about how much practice on draft he's had at this point.
I don't want to think about draft. I just want to leave right now. I got to go home.
All right, guys.
All right.
Get out of
Thanks
here.
for joining us.
Noah, thank you so much.
Okay, so we're coming up to the end of the stream here. We're almost at the VOD limit. Thank you so much for joining us on Savage Feats. This is created by Mansand. All of the sponsors that you're seeing flash by on the screen right here, created by Silver Goblin.
Yeah, so thank you so much for Silver Goblin, Gobelin d'Argent from Montreal, for being our gracious host for the weekend. Thank you for all the judge team. Everybody was involved. Fred St. Louis and Oscar were the head judges for the event. Hold on here. We have... Paul? Oh, I kept calling you Saint Louis. My God, Saint Laurent, Frédéric Saint Laurent. Sorry about that. So Frédéric Saint Laurent and Oscar Odejo Gomez. Thank you for everybody that was part of the team. Thank you for Adam, Chris, the owners of Silver Goblin, for having us. Thanks to Frank for being my co-host. Thank you so much. It was awesome. Thanks to almost 2,000 of you for joining us, and thank you to Ethan for putting us with Frank and mine's bullshit for the weekend. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to pass the headset back over so Ethan can also give his closing thoughts.
I can't believe I kept calling you Saint Louis. Saint Laurent. Okay, sorry, buddy. You can't DQ me. I wasn't playing. You have no power over me, Judge.
All right.
For now.
All right. As Sean goes on another tangent, let's wrap this up. We loved it, though. We absolutely loved it this entire weekend. Huge kudos to Frank and Sean. You guys don't understand. This was 2 days back-to-back of them taking one round off. And today we saw we saw all but 2 backup streams throughout Swiss. So that's 12 Swiss rounds. Then we saw top 8. We saw the backup top 8, 14. Top 4, the other top 4, 16. And the finals, 17 rounds of CC alone. And all day yesterday. These 2 are absolute all-stars, so huge shout-out to these 2. And with that, actually, I wanted to correct the record as well. I went and looked up the stats for Battle Hardened Cincinnati, and the peak viewership was 1492. So
we smashed it out of the park.
Actually, this is a new record.
To the moon.
Even though we didn't,
yeah, baby.
We didn't make it to 2K. It was close. It was close. Still a fantastic weekend. And the next stream that will be brought to you by, unfortunately not us as a trio, but me at least, will be U.S. National. So, keep your eyes peeled for that. It's going to be an absolute banger. And then all the other streams that are coming out of Nationals across the world, including Canadian Nats, which I'll be back for. So it's about to be a firecracker season. And now there's a narrative set, as you guys were saying. Is Enigma the best deck? How do you beat Enigma? Everything has spiraled because the other ProQuest that happened this weekend, a Levia won one. Believe it or not, a Zen won one.
Wow.
Now Enigma won this one. Like, it's crazy out there. So thank you all for being a part of at least our piece of it. And with that, we have one last push to sponsors, and then that is it. So we need to pack up. We need to go, but we will love and miss you all in the meantime. See you next time.
Ethan, can I say something at the end here?
Oh, sure. Yep.
Don't forget to Dichi.
Okay, buddy.
Okay.
See you all very soon.
See ya.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate flesh and blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the MISTVEIL.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner cheese spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all three games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!